My name is Fanjua, an utterly ordinary university student on the blue planet, leading a mundane life filled with attending lectures, playing video games, and occasionally dining with my roommates. However, the wheels of fate began to turn unexpectedly on that seemingly ordinary night. That evening, I was staying up late engrossed in my game, when the screen was suddenly illuminated by a blinding light, followed by a dizzying whirl, and I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an unfamiliar forest. The trees towered absurdly high, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow, and the air was thick with a damp, mysterious scent. Before I could grasp the situation, a massive creature, covered in sharp spines, lunged at me with ferocity. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it was upon me. In a panic, I swung my fists, each strike fueled by a blend of fear of the unknown and an intense desire to survive. I lost track of time as I fought, my arms aching to the point of immobility, my body marred by the creature's vicious spikes. Just when I thought I was destined to perish, a band of adventurers appeared. They dispatched the monster with ease, yet what followed plunged me into deeper despair. They regarded me as a slave, binding me tightly with ropes and imprisoning me alongside several others who had also been captured. From their conversations, I learned that this was a world interwoven with magic and various powers, and we, the enslaved, were merely tools used by adventurers to lure monsters, serving as bait. In the harrowing battles against these creatures, I fought with every ounce of strength, for I refused to embrace death. On one occasion, in a moment of extreme peril, I discovered I could harness the magical energy surrounding me, unleashing a flicker of magical power. This newfound ability shone like a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, igniting my will to live. With each battle, my magical prowess grew stronger. Yet, fate seemed determined not to release me easily. During a confrontation with a formidable orc battalion, our ragtag team of slaves and adventurers was utterly annihilated. The battlefield was soaked in blood, comrades fell one after another, and I fought desperately to protect myself and those around me. Ultimately, we were vanquished, leaving me as the sole survivor, clinging to life amidst the ruins. I scavenged the fallen magician's gear from the adventurer team and donned it, registering as an adventurer in a nearby town, embracing my new identity as a mage. In the days that followed, fighting alongside other adventurers, I began to shine. My magical talent astonished everyone with each battle. I wielded formidable spells that turned the tide of conflict. On the recommendations of numerous teammates, I gained admission to the largest magic academy in the land. At the academy, my strength and talent attracted considerable attention. Instructors praised me, peers regarded me with newfound respect, and a charming junior often trailed behind me, gazing at me with admiration. I believed I had finally turned my fortunes around in this other world, living the life I had always dreamed of. However, tranquility proved fleeting. One day, ominous clouds enveloped the sky, and a horde of malevolent demons descended from above. The Magic Academy was instantly engulfed in flames, leaving chaos in their wake. These fiends were far more powerful than we could have imagined. Our spells barely grazed them. I watched helplessly as my mentor was beheaded, and my beloved junior was reduced to ashes before my eyes. Rage and sorrow consumed me, and I charged forward recklessly, wresting a battle axe from one of the demons. Drawing upon the skills I had honed as a slave, I fought fiercely. In this brutal clash, I emerged as the sole survivor. I joined forces with others resisting the demons, becoming a member of the Anti-Demon Coalition. To combat the demons' immunity to magic, I began to learn the powers of nature and titans from the coalition. The power of nature allowed me to command elemental energies, while titan's strength fortified my physique. With my exceptional talent, I quickly mastered these abilities. From that moment on, I led the charge in every battle. My left hand summoned the forces of nature, wind, fire, lightning, while my right wielded the arcane magic. My body, tempered by titan's strength, became resilient and formidable. Armed with an axe and sword, I carved a path through the battlefield. At last, we defeated the leader of the invading demons. From him, we learned they had traversed dimensions to invade countless worlds. I exchanged glances with my comrades, and in their eyes, I saw a shared resolve to annihilate the demons. For the next millennium, we ventured through portal after portal, rescuing world after world. Behind me stood a coalition of various races and beliefs, united in a millennia-long struggle against the demons. Finally, we vanquished the demon invasion forces and stood before the portal to the realm of the Void Tyrant, Anathalon. As I gazed at the seemingly endless coalition behind me, I was filled with myriad emotions. This was the culmination of our 1,000-year war. I had to lead the charge and bring it to an end. Warriors, a millennium of battle, countless sacrifices, will be rewarded today. We have slain innumerable demons, and today marks the end for the Void Tyrant. For our homeland, for all that we protect, charge forth. I proclaimed passionately. My words inspired the coalition, and a deafening battle cry erupted. As the portal opened, I was the first to leap through. Within the void, darkness and chaos intertwined, and the minions of the void lunged at us with ferocity. I swung my axe and sword, unleashing magic and nature's power, and demons fell before me. The coalition soldiers beside me fought valiantly, roaring as they clashed with the enemy. Along the way, our numbers dwindled, yet no one faltered. Revenge burned fiercely in our hearts. At last, we beheld the imposing figure of the Void Tyrant, Anathalon. After a fierce struggle, we reached Anathalon. His grotesque visage and overwhelming aura instilled dread, yet my fighting spirit surged. The battle commenced. His power was devastating, each attack laced with annihilation. Coalition warriors fell one after another, reduced to nothingness, but none retreated. As I faced the Void Tyrant, Hedon, magic, nature, and Titan energy converged within me. We fought fiercely, both of us battered and gasping for breath. The Void Tyrant sneered at me. The renowned battle mage of the 9 realms. Is this all you can muster? I glared at him and hurled my battle axe with all my might. He effortlessly dodged, his mocking smile widening. Little did he know, I had awaited this moment. I activated a spell to switch places with the axe behind him. In this critical instant, I channeled all my magic, nature, and Titan power into my sword, thrusting it toward the Void Tyrant with all my strength. He roared in fury, "I will not spare you." He then unleashed the shadow energy within him, triggering a self-detonation capable of warping time and space. The overwhelming force engulfed me, and my body began to dissipate. In the haze, I glimpsed my homeland Blue Planet. 1,000 years ago, I had crossed over from here, and in my final moments, I finally beheld it again. But I discovered that Blue Planet was also affected by this cataclysm. A mere demon minion had fallen there, wreaking havoc. With the planet's barely existent combat power, it stood no chance of resistance. Having saved countless worlds, I now could only watch as my homeland faced annihilation. How ironic. My determination to return and rescue my home intensified, and my body, which was fading, began to coalesce once more. My essence transformed into consciousness, racing toward Blue Planet. Yet, I remained oblivious to the potential repercussions of this process. Chapter 2. Surviving the Perils of the Apocalypse on Blue Star. In the year 2100, the wasteland lay barren beneath a sky choked with swirling sands. The band of human survivors trudged laboriously across the desolate terrain, where the dust and frost conspired to bury their dwindling hopes. Suddenly, one of the team members stiffened, exclaiming loudly, "Captain Llewellyn, there's someone in the grass. I can sense he is still alive." Captain Llewellyn swiftly led the group to the source of the commotion, where they discovered a ragged individual, battered and bruised, lying amidst the underbrush. Kneeling beside him, Llewellyn gently patted the man's face and remarked, "This person appears to be a survivor who fled from nearby. We must attend to his injuries." A green-haired female team member, Ailey, stepped forward, her hands glowing with a verdant light as she channeled her life-giving abilities into the wounded man. Moments later, he stirred awake, weakly inquiring, "My head hurts, who are you? Where am I?" "You're awake. My name is Llewellyn, and I am the captain of the psychic combat team at the nearby survivor camp. The one who just saved you is Ailey." Llewellyn explained patiently, "Hello, I don't understand what you're saying." "What do you mean by survivor?" "Psychic combat team." Such strange names. The man's expression was one of confusion and wariness. The others grew tense, and someone whispered, "Captain, could this person be one of the aberrations?" "Don't be ridiculous. I could sense no issues while treating him," Ailey quickly defended. Llewellyn turned to the man, asking, "It seems you know nothing. Tell me, where do you come from?" My head is throbbing. All I recall is that I was a commander, engaged in battle against the enemy, when a violent explosion occurred, and then nothing. The injured man strained to remember. His brow furrowed. Do you remember your name? Where you are from? Luoyin pressed on. The man glanced at his tattered clothes and replied, There's a name on this garment. Zhao Ping, that should be my name. As for where I come from, I have a vague impression, yet it is shrouded in FOGIT. Appears you have suffered a severe blow to the head, resulting in amnesia, Luoyin murmured. He then looked at Zhao Ping and continued. We will take you back to the camp. Along the way, I will explain the state of the world to you. Zhao Ping was helped onto a cart, and Luoyin began recounting the harrowing events that had transpired. 3 years ago, a virus erupted within the military, causing those infected to lose their minds, becoming mindless killers and transforming into monstrous beings, which we refer to as aberrations. Those without the protection of the military were mercilessly slaughtered. And conventional weaponry proved futile against the aberrations. People were forced to flee for their lives. Fortunately, many have awakened powerful energies, generally categorized into the elemental forces of water, fire, lightning, earth, wood, and wind. Those endowed with corresponding abilities can either possess these powers innately or acquire them through training. Though some can only enhance their physical prowess, strength, speed, and perception. Throughout the prolonged conflict, we discovered that those with awakened elemental abilities possess far superior combat skills compared to others. Ailey chimed in, I am a wood-type psychic. Besides summoning vines to attack, I can harness the forces of nature to heal others, and those who awaken wood abilities can bond with plants, enabling rapid growth. We refer to those with awakened abilities as psychics. Their bodies undergo certain transformations. For instance, after awakening my powers, my hair turned green, and my irises gradually adopted a green hue. The leader of our base, Sonya, is an earth-type psychic. His hair has turned brown, and his physique has become remarkably robust. However, Captain Luoyin is different. His powers are light-based, and he shows no outward signs of transformation. What? Light-based? Zhao Ping's awareness gradually returned. Your Captain Luoyin must be quite formidable. Ailey raised her head proudly and declared, Indeed. He possesses the rare light-based abilities, capable of conjuring light shields for defense, healing, enhancing his own power, and launching radiant attacks from a distance. Generally, the more abilities one possesses, the stronger they are. Captain Luoyin alone can defeat dozens of aberrations, and as far as I know, there are less than 10 psychics with light abilities. Luoyin waved a hand to halt Ailey's exuberance, humbly stating, she is exaggerating. There are many formidable individuals in this world. I do not consider myself among them. Furthermore, in the face of the aberrations' onslaught, the strength of one person is but a mere whisper. Hence, we established a camp and formed a psychic task force to confront this threat. Our mission this time is not only to exterminate the aberrations lurking nearby, but also to rescue survivors. And fortuitously, we found you. Zhao Ping expressed his gratitude, saying, I am deeply thankful for your rescue. As a token of my appreciation, I wish to join your camp. There's no need for such formalities. You should rest and recuperate first. Luoyin replied. The cart swayed back to a makeshift settlement surrounded by a hodgepodge of wooden fences, stones, and concrete blocks, with rudimentary defensive structures erected. Inside, numerous tents were pitched alongside a few wooden houses. While the sole concrete structure had been converted into a storage facility, Luoyin escorted Zhao Ping to the medical area of the camp, addressing a figure within a tent. Lingxi, please tend to him. Of course, came a melodious voice, and from the innermost part of the tent emerged a small, ethereal figure. Her fair complexion radiated with a flawless smile, and her light blue hair danced joyfully in the air. A few strands playfully clung to her rosy, cherubic cheeks, and her bright, large eyes sparkled with a soft blue glow as she tightly grasped a bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers. She approached, tilting her head with a gentle smile. Hello, my name is Lingxi. I am a water-type psychic. I specialize in healing and serve as the doctor for our camp. Please lie down here. Let me see how you are. Upon seeing the charming and endearing young girl, Zhao Ping felt a stir within him and complied without resistance. Lying on the medical bed, oh dear. You are malnourished, a bit of food, some rest, and you'll be right as rain, Lingxi chirped, turning to fetch a bottle of water and a piece of bread, which he handed to Zhao Ping. Here, eat and drink up, then get some good sleep. This place is the safest around. After consuming the food and drink, Zhao Ping fell into a deep slumber. As he departed, Luoyin asked Ling Si, "Did you find anything unusual upon examining him?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. Even though he appears weak, his muscles still possess strength. I infused him with my energy to probe, but I sensed no response. He should be an ordinary person." Ling Si replied, "Very well, take good care of him. Survivors in the wild have been dwindling lately," Luoyin instructed. "Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go amiss," Ling Si assured him. After Luoyin left, Ling Si sat by the bedside, gazing at the sleeping Zhao Ping, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. This man, who had appeared so suddenly, seemed merely an ordinary person. Yet she sensed an air of mystery surrounding him. Meanwhile, in the camp's largest tent, Luoyin entered to find Anya studying a map. Sensing his arrival, Anya turned and inquired, "Luoyin, you're back. Did you find anything today?" "Only one survivor. It seems there are not many left nearby," Luoyin replied. Anya sighed, "Those wretched monsters. Recently, the 1st Battalion informed us that we need to hand over 10 women. At this rate, we won't be able to fulfill their demand." "How despicable! They occupy the grain fields and warehouses, coercing us into compliance while committing unspeakable acts," Luoyin seethed, slamming his fist onto the table. "Those scoundrels know nothing of fighting against the aberrations and use their control of food distribution to harass us frontline fighters. We can't sustain so many people solely through scavenging. And our food supplies are dwindling," Anya lamented. "I plan to organize another expedition to Sidia soon, to search for valuable items we can trade for food. Let us mobilize more people this time. Include those among the ordinary folk with greater physical strength. We'll need several individuals to carry the gasoline. Our own vehicles are out of fuel, and we've given it all to them. I've had enough of this," Luoyin declared angrily. "What? Are we just going to let Ailey and Ling Si be taken away?" Anya countered. "Fine. When do we set out?" Luoyin asked. "The day after tomorrow, in the morning," Anya replied. When Zhao Ping awoke, he found food before him and eagerly seized it. Chewing while stretching his limbs, stepping outside, he observed the camp bustling with activity, as many were busy organizing carts and trolleys, including Ailey and Ling Si, who were energetically assisting. "What is happening? I can help," Zhao Ping hurried over. "Ah, you're awake. Perfect timing. We're about to head into City A to search for supplies. You should come along," Ailey said, tying several barrels onto a cart. "Find yourself a weapon for protection. We'll need many hands for this. Our camp consists of over 100 people, and this time we're mobilizing more than 60. With all the psychics involved, it seems we're preparing for something significant," Ling Si added with a cheerful smile. "All right, let us go." Zhao Ping brandished a steel rod he had picked up, proclaiming, "I'll protect you too. Haha, that's the spirit. Let us see your prowess," Ailey and Ling Si responded, laughing. The team was divided into 4 squads. The first squad, led by the strength-based Esper Su E, comprised personnel responsible for logistics, tasked with guarding the vehicles on the periphery and assisting the search party entering the city. The second squad, under the command of the base's combat representative Luoyin, took the role of vanguard scouts alongside the Esper combat team, providing support from various locations. The third squad, led by the speed-type Esper Mou, ventured deep into the city with several other speed-type Espers to search for additional useful supplies. The remaining individuals, including Zhao Ping, Ai Li, and Ling Shi, were incorporated into the fourth squad led by An Yi, responsible for the transportation of gasoline. As they journeyed, the group maintained a solemn silence, gradually making their way towards City A. Whenever hunger struck, they nibbled on rations, and when thirst arose, they relied on the purified water conjured by the water-type Esper. After 3 days of arduous travel, the morale of the team remained relatively high as they reached the outskirts of City A. Fortunately, there had been no casualties along the way, but the city undoubtedly harbored many lurking aberrations. They left the vehicles outside, with Suyi's team on guard, while the others prepared to enter the city in search of supplies, emphasizing the need for silence. An Yi swiftly directed the operations. "Luoyin, take your team ahead to scout and assess the safety of the route to the fuel depot. Mou. Lead your group deeper into the city to search for additional supplies. The rest of you, stay close to me. If you encounter any aberrations, retreat behind the Esper combat team members." The group responded in unison, acknowledging the orders. Ling Shi and Ai Li followed An Yi, cautious and silent, their eyes filled with tension and vigilance. Zhao Ping gripped the steel rebar tightly, his palms sweating profusely, making it difficult to maintain his grip due to the exertion. Chapter 3. Perilous rescue in the apocalypse, and Yi cautiously led the way, guiding the group deeper into the unknown peril. Along the path, Yi utilized his Earth-type abilities to summon massive stones, accurately hurling them at the solitary aberrations. Each strike bore immense force, leaving the aberrations no time to react before being crushed into pulp. Although the team faced danger, their hearts remained in their throats. Eventually, they reached the gas station. Time was of the essence, and the group quickly set to work, collectively breaking through the ground. However, the gasoline reserves in the underground storage tank were nearly depleted. Several individuals outside firmly held onto the ropes, lowering their companions into the storage tank to laboriously scoop up gasoline, which was then hoisted up through their combined efforts. In this manner, they swiftly gathered dozens of barrels of gasoline. Once the task was complete, they dared not relax, hastily retracing their steps along the same route they had come, each person guarding the gasoline barrels as though they were the most precious treasures of the moment, fearing that any misstep could lead to irreparable loss. Upon hearing a whistle, Sui quickly emerged from his hiding spot to assist Yi and the others, hastily securing the gasoline barrels onto the vehicle. "You all head back first. I'll wait for them to return before rejoining you. We'll follow the same path we took," Yi instructed. Sui, accompanied by two teams, promptly turned back, eager to return early for a food exchange. Not daring to delay. "What are the three of you doing here? Why aren't you heading back?" Yi turned to see three individuals still lingering behind him. Ai Li replied, "We're waiting for Luoyin. Besides, I can fight too." "Indeed, I can as well. My water abilities are useful," Ling Shi chimed in, standing on her tiptoes, chest puffed out. All right, you two are mischievous. Xiaoping, what about you?" Since those two girls are staying." I, as a big man, feel embarrassed to leave," he stammered. "You three, hurry back." Yi snapped. Just then, his radio crackled to life. "Boss, this is Luoyin.mou and the others are under attack and request assistance." "Forget it," Yi said, glancing at the three individuals. "You will accompany me to rescue them, but do not act recklessly." The four swiftly located Luoyin and Mou, who were besieged, thanks to the coordinates Luoyin provided. Mou had sustained injuries and could no longer fight, while Luoyin valiantly repelled the aberrations while shielding Mou as he retreated. Yi roared, and the ground near Luoyin cracked, erecting several earthen walls to isolate the aberrations' assault. The besieged team members quickly fell back, regrouping around Yi's position. That moment, the three individuals behind Yi sprang into action. Ai Li summoned vines to ensnare the aberrations battling their teammates, while Ling Shi conjured glowing streams of water, showering the team with refreshing energy that began to heal their wounds. Zhao Ping seized the steel rebar and charged forward, striking at the aberrations' heads with force. Yi was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Ping was reckless, lacking technique and relying solely on brute strength. Miraculously, he managed to crush several aberrations, their green, viscous blood splattering on him without a hint of concern. Fortunately, Ai Li's timely vines ensnared the aberrations. Otherwise, Zhao Ping's weight would have made him a prime target. Despite the chaos, the team's morale surged as they witnessed Zhao Ping's unbridled assault. Seizing the opportunity, Luoyin gathered a massive amount of energy in his hands and unleashed it upon the cluster of aberrations. The explosive force sent the remaining aberrations scattering in all directions, granting the team a moment to breathe as they hurriedly attended to the injured. With their supplies gathered from the search, they pursued the main force. Luoyin glanced at Zhao Ping, contemplating for a moment before saying, "I didn't expect you to be so brave. Thank you for helping us escape." Yes, but Luoyin, that last move was truly impressive. You sent those aberrations fleeing with a single explosion. How incredible." Ai Li hopped over to Luoyin. "Indeed. Luoyin is the strongest," Ling Shi chimed in, joining her side. "You two, go away. We still haven't settled the score for your earlier disobedience." Yi waved the two girls off. "You showed great courage. Join our combat team. They may not see your potential, but I can. You must have been a soldier once. Otherwise, even if you've lost your memory, you wouldn't retain such combat muscle memory." Zhao Ping paused, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I don't know. Whenever I see those aberrations, an urge wells up inside me, compelling me to annihilate them without hesitation. As for my identity as a soldier, I truly have no recollection of it." Yi patted his shoulder. "Regardless, your combat skills are invaluable to us in this world. Every additional strength brings a glimmer of hope for survival. As the team continued onward, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Ai Li and Ling Shi chatted animatedly, while Luo Yin fell into deep contemplation. He sensed that Zhao Ping harbored many secrets, not merely regarding his amnesia, but also the reckless fervor he exhibited during battle, hinting at deeper reasons. Captain and Yi, how far do you think the main force is from us now? Zhao Ping broke the silence. An Yi surveyed the sky and glanced at the makeshift map in his hand. Based on our speed and the previous route, we should catch up soon. However, we must remain vigilant. We cannot predict whether more aberrations or other dangers lurk ahead. At that moment, a faint rustling sound suddenly emerged from the front. The team immediately heightened their alertness. Zhao Ping gripped the blood-stained steel rebar tightly, a resolute look in his eyes. Luo Yin discreetly summoned energy within him, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Ai Li and Ling Shi hid behind the others, anxiously watching the front. From the shadows emerged a massive aberration, its body adorned with sharp spikes, oozing a foul-smelling slime. This aberration was unlike the ones they had encountered before. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie purple light. Everyone be cautious. This aberration looks formidable, and Yi cautioned in a hushed tone. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping bellowed and charged at the aberration, raising the steel rebar high before bringing it down with forceful intent. The aberration, however, nimbly dodged, its razor-sharp claws slicing toward Zhao Ping's chest. Zhao Ping sidestepped but still received a gash, blood seeping forth. Zhao Ping, Luo Yin shouted, gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a beam of light toward the aberration. Enraged by the assault, the aberration roared and lunged at Luo Yin. An Yi and the team quickly surrounded the creature, launching a barrage of weapons and Esper energy attacks. Ai Li commanded her vines to ensnare the aberration from all sides, attempting to restrain its movements. Yet, the aberration's strength was overwhelming, easily breaking free from the vine's grasp. Focus fire on its left front limb, Zhao Ping shouted. Though some team members were puzzled, they instinctively trusted Zhao Ping's earlier valor and redirected their attacks toward the aberration's left front limb. Luo Yin concentrated a beam of light energy while An Yi struck the ground with his palms, causing the right side of the aberration to suddenly collapse. Seizing the moment as the aberration paused to regain its balance, Luo Yin accurately struck its left front limb. The limb was finally hit, causing the aberration to stagger slightly, unable to charge recklessly. The Espers unleashed their signature techniques and elemental energies. Fire, ice blades, and wind blades rushed toward the aberration. While Zhao Ping could not directly partake in the high-intensity Esper attacks, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the aberration's movements. Its right side abdomen has weaker defenses. Attack there. Zhao Ping's voice rang clear amidst the chaos of battle. The Espers adjusted their angles of attack, concentrating their fire on the aberration's right side abdomen. The monstrous creature, besieged by formidable psychic assaults, gradually found itself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Its movements became sluggish, and numerous wounds appeared upon its form, with green blood ceaselessly seeping onto the ground, producing a hissing sound of corrosion. Ailey deftly manipulated vines to weave bindings beneath the creature's feet, attempting to restrict its mobility, while Lingxi tirelessly unleashed streams of water to heal the frontline combatants. Nevertheless, despite its grievous injuries, the creature continued to lash out in a frenzy. Focus your attacks on its hind legs. The ranged psychics swiftly coordinated their efforts to assault the creature's right hind leg. As anticipated, the creature lost its balance and its massive body collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Anya led his team forward, utilizing various weapons to deliver the final blows to the fallen beast. Zhao Ping, not to be outdone, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might towards the creature's head. United in their efforts, the creature finally lay still. After the battle concluded, the group breathed heavily, fatigue evident in their expressions. Luo Yin approached Zhao Ping, curiosity evident in his voice. Zhao Ping, your perception of weaknesses is remarkably keen. Are you certain you are merely an ordinary person? Zhao Ping scratched his head, a puzzled look on his face as he replied. I am unsure. It was as if I suddenly sensed it while merely observing. Perhaps I experienced something in the past. Although I have lost my memory, my body retains some instincts. Anya clapped Zhao Ping on the shoulder, saying, regardless, your observational skills and judgment have proven invaluable. Our team desperately needs individuals like you, who are calm and perceptive. Zhao Ping met Anya's sincere gaze. A surge of passion igniting within him. He nodded earnestly, "Captain Anya, I am willing to join the combat unit. It would be an honor to contribute to our collective efforts." A smile of satisfaction graced Anya's face. After a brief rest, the team resumed their swift journey towards the main force. Fortunately, their subsequent travels were devoid of peril, and they successfully caught up with the larger group. As the inhabitants of the camp saw their return, they eagerly gathered around. Anya recounted the circumstances of their expedition to procure supplies, emphasizing Zhao Ping's valorous contributions and his decision to join the combat unit. The leader regarded Zhao Ping with admiration, arranging for personnel to properly store the supplies they had brought back. At that moment, a burly man with a scruffy beard approached, clapping Zhao Ping on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Kid, you've got some skills. I'm Su Yi. From now on, we shall be brothers in arms." Zhao Ping was buoyed by his boisterous demeanor, smiling in response. "Brother Su Yi, I will rely on your guidance." However, before anyone could enjoy a well-deserved rest, the camp received word from the 1st Division, demanding they immediately bring supplies to exchange for food, or they would cease to provide shelter. Anya and Luoyin were well aware of the 1st Division's notoriously difficult nature, and they knew this exchange would likely pose yet another challenge. Yet, for the survival of the camp's inhabitants, they had no choice but to proceed with determination. Chapter 4. The difficult path to survival in the camp. Luoyin and Anya, accompanied by a team, arrived at the 1st Division with high hopes, pulling carts laden with collected gasoline. As the largest camp in this survivor settlement, the 1st Division boasted numerous psychic teams, led by the formidable Chen Yuan, who possessed the rare ability of dual powers, rendering him a force to be reckoned with. In front of the camp's entrance, a few guards lounged about, their expressions exuding arrogance. "Who are you, and what do you want?" one guard barked, impatience evident in his tone. Anya stepped forward politely, stating, "We are from the 5th camp, here to trade gasoline as per our agreement in exchange for food." He gestured towards the sealed gasoline barrels on the cart behind him. Upon hearing of the gasoline, the guards' eyes momentarily gleamed with greed, but they quickly resumed their obstinate demeanor. "Humph, with this meager amount of gasoline, how much food do you think you can acquire? The main camp is experiencing food shortages as well." Luoyin furrowed his brow and replied, "We intend to exchange according to the previously agreed ratio. The quantity of gasoline is substantial enough to secure our required share of food." At that moment, a guard who appeared to be a minor leader approached, circling the cart before sneering, "How do we know the quality of your gasoline? It could very well be diluted with water." A surge of anger rose within Anya, but he managed to suppress it, asserting, "Our gasoline has been sourced from a legitimate oil depot. There is absolutely no issue. If you doubt it, you are welcome to inspect it." "Inspect? That will take considerable effort. And even if it passes inspection, transporting the gasoline to the storage is a hassle. Will require compensation for our trouble," the lead guard shamelessly retorted. Luoyin could no longer contain himself. His hands glowed faintly as energy surged within his palms. "You are deliberately making this difficult. Is this how the main camp treats partners who come to trade?" The guards, witnessing Luoyin's actions, raised their weapons, and the atmosphere grew tense. Anya quickly grasped Luoyin's arm, whispering, "Hold on. Let's discuss this further." Anya turned to the guards and said, "Everyone has their struggles. We understand your difficulties. How about this? We can offer some additional minor supplies as a token of appreciation, but we hope you can expedite our transaction as agreed." He discreetly slipped a compressed biscuit into the lead guard's hand. The guard pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, since you seem to be reasonable. However, the food will have to wait until we verify the gasoline." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the guards, Anya and Luoyin began assisting them in inspecting the gasoline. Throughout the process, the guards continuously nitpicked, claiming the gasoline's color was off or that it had an odd smell. Anya and Luoyin could only respond patiently, internally anxious that this transaction might fall through. At long last, the gasoline was deemed satisfactory. However, when they began discussing the quantity and type of food, the guards resumed their contentious antics. "Moreover, the farmland has recently been attacked by monsters. The food we initially promised can only be partially provided, and you will receive equivalent other supplies instead." Luoyin exclaimed in outrage, "This is unacceptable. We traveled a great distance to deliver gasoline. According to our agreement, we should receive the corresponding amount of food. You cannot go back on your word." The two sides found themselves at an impasse, with Luoyin and Anya caught in a dilemma. If they compromised, the residents of the small camp would face a food shortage. Yet, if they refused to yield, they might not only leave empty-handed but also risk their lives. At that moment, a high-ranking leader from the main camp happened to pass by and witness the quarrel. He approached to inquire about the situation and subsequently reprimanded the guards for their obstructive behavior. You must honor the agreement and provide them with the food they are entitled to. The main camp cannot jeopardize our partnership over trivial gains. One guard immediately rushed over, ingratiatingly bowing. Ah, Lord Yenlu, you're here. There's no need for you to concern yourself with these trivial matters. These folks from the small camp are being unreasonable, trying to extract more food. We are merely adhering to the rules, with no intention of breaking them. The guard's eyes flickered, and although his words seemed respectful, they still conveyed a sense of cunning and insidiousness. The imposing Yenlu, with his fiery red beard, clearly a fire-type psychic, arrogantly declared, "As for the food situation, there are indeed objective factors involved. It is not directed at you. After all, the main camp's food is also being distributed according to plan. However, we recently discovered a batch of iron. We can offer that to you. Though it is somewhat rusty, it is not as scarce as your gasoline." He then picked up a piece of iron, radiating a searing light, causing the iron to melt in his hand. Yet, Anya and Luoyin were unfazed by this display of intimidation. Luoyin harnessed his powers, causing the molten iron to vanish under the glow of his abilities. "Captain Yenlu, while we do require iron, we can also smelt it ourselves. Farewell." Anya and Luoyin, burdened with the exchanged food and a pile of rusty iron scraps, turned to leave. "Lord Yenlu, you have been far too lenient with them." "Ha ha ha, you don't understand. The boss is quite fond of those few women in their camp. Have your men prepare. In 3 days, we shall go rescue the damsels in distress. Ha 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 ha." The boss is indeed clever. Anya and Luoyin made their way back with the food they had secured. They engaged in discussions about how to fairly distribute the supplies upon their return, ensuring that everyone in the camp could endure this challenging period. Upon arriving back at the camp, the residents eagerly gathered around, their eyes filled with anticipation. However, when they opened the food bags for distribution, they were left in shock. Only the outermost bag had been filled with actual food. The rest were laden with copious amounts of sand. What is happening? How could the First Division deceive us in such a manner?" Ailey exclaimed in fury, her face flushed. Zhao Ping crouched down to examine the contents, his brow furrowed in concern. "It seems the First Division had ulterior motives. They first made things difficult during the exchange and now resort to this trick to ensnare us. They must have further schemes in play." A wave of murmurs swept through the camp, faces reflecting anger and anxiety. Luoyin stepped forward, asserting, "Everyone, remain calm. We must respond with composure. From this point forward, we shall intensify patrols and vigilance to prevent any sudden attacks from the main camp." Anya nodded in agreement. "Luoyin is correct. I suspect that the main camp's intent in providing us with this counterfeit food is to incite chaos within our ranks, allowing them to reap the benefits. We cannot permit them to succeed." Suddenly, the lookout spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance, accompanied by bone-chilling roars from the monstrous creatures. "Alas, the aliens are upon us in overwhelming numbers." And Yi swiftly directed everyone to their positions. "Remain calm and proceed according to our prior arrangements." Zhao Ping, leading the emergency squad, stood at the forefront of the camp, gripping a steel rod tightly. His gaze fixed intently on the encroaching horde of aliens, his mind racing with strategies. The alien roars grew increasingly nearer. As Zhao Ping beheld the tide of aliens surging forth, a surge of resolve welled up within him. He understood that any hint of panic at this moment could plunge the entire camp into irretrievable ruin. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed, "If you wish to survive, heed my commands. Now, all combat-capable personnel, gather here." And Yi and the Earth Elementalists swiftly raise earthen walls to alter the terrain ahead and delay the aliens' advance. Su-Yi, lead the melee group to form a defensive shield at the front, while the Ice Elementalists take the middle ranks, ready to freeze the aliens' movements. The Fire and Lightning Elementalists will hold the rear, poised to unleash powerful attacks at the opportune moment. The rest of you, assist the Elementalists, ready your melee weapons, and protect their flanks and rear. Everyone, follow my lead and act swiftly." And Yi responded without hesitation, channeling his abundant elemental energy into the ground. Instantly, the earth ahead cracked open with numerous fissures, while several walls and earthen pillars rose nearby, successfully halting the aliens' advance. The ranged attack group quickly took elevated positions, while the melee group formed a circle to consolidate everyone. They dug traps ahead, and the ranged group unleashed a concentrated assault to disrupt the aliens' formation. Zhao Ping continued to issue commands, his voice steady and powerful, like a beacon in the darkness, guiding everyone through the chaos. In the face of such an onslaught, all instinctively huddled together. The melee group, elevated upon the risen ground, engaged the aliens in fierce combat, while the wood elementalists manipulated vines to burst forth from the earth, intertwining to obstruct the aliens' advance. The ranged group relentlessly unleashed fireballs, lightning, ice shards, and wind blades, their concentrated fire scattering the alien ranks in an instant. Chapter 5. Breaking the camp's deadlock and seeking new paths. Zhao Ping darted through the fray, orchestrating the actions of his comrades, his voice steady and commanding. Maintain the frontline defense, do not falter. Ice elementalists, continue your onslaught to restrict the aliens' movements. Those of you in the rear, charge your energies and prepare to attack the densest clusters. Luoyin stood at the back, exerting all his strength to generate an energy shield, safeguarding the rear and flanks of the team. AI Li and Ling Shi were also busy, with AI Li manipulating vines to pull injured teammates back to safety, while Ling Shi employed healing abilities to mend their wounds. Fortunately, this assault involved only a couple of hundred aliens, yet they were exceptionally ferocious, their attacks relentless. Under Zhao Ping's leadership, the team fought valiantly, and the aliens suffered heavy casualties, their advance gradually being curtailed. All who can fight, charge forth, except for the ranged group, who will continue providing support. 10 individuals form a team to attack any isolated aliens. Ranged group, be prepared to focus fire as soon as the aliens regroup. Zhao Ping shouted, directing the team to counterattack. In an instant, Luoyin transformed into a radiant golden figure, a flash of lightning that cleaved through the chaos and clamor of the battlefield. He pushed his speed to the limit, propelled by rage against betrayal and humiliation, soaring forward to unleash his pent-up fury. Glowing orbs of compressed energy surged in his hands, accurately targeting the aliens' grotesque heads. Each assault echoed by their agonized cries and the splatter of green blood. Inspired by Luo Yin's valor, the crowd erupted with cheers and roars. Zhao Ping's eyes burned like flames as he raised his arm and proclaimed, "For the sake of our homeland, kill with that." He brandished a long blade and charged into the fray alongside the elementalists. He deftly evaded the aliens' lunges, occasionally dropping low to slice upward with his blade, cleaving aliens in half, their scalding green blood splattering onto him. Yet he remained oblivious, lost in the fervor of battle. The cacophony of cheers and the clash of weapons against alien bodies intertwined, composing a rousing battle hymn. As the fight concluded, all the invading aliens lay slain, and the weary warriors collapsed onto the ground, their gazes hollow as they stared at the sky, confusion and fear beginning to ripple through the ranks. No wonder the scent of rust is so potent. These barrels are filled with blood. Zhao Ping angrily hurled the iron barrels from the vehicle to the ground. Panting heavily, it turned out that the barrels sent from the first camp were filled with fresh blood, which had drawn the aliens. Yi approached Zhao Ping with a serious expression, grasping his hand tightly as he said, "Zhao Ping, we owe you our survival thanks to your calm leadership. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The first camp has acted with ruthless malice. We cannot remain passive any longer, and we must thoughtfully deliberate our next course of action." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "Since the first camp has taken such actions, we need not harbor any illusions about them. I believe they are no longer trustworthy. We must seek our own path." "Seek our own path?" Easier said than done, and Yi replied helplessly, "Let's gather all the captains for a meeting." "I will share my thoughts," Zhao Ping proposed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yin Lu glared at the unfolding scene, a few slaves kneeling beneath him suddenly sensing a wave of murderous intent. "Lord Yin Lu, shall we proceed?" One of his companions inquired cautiously. "These scoundrels have allowed a lowborn to command them, and they even managed to win. Let us go back. There will be no profit in this," Yin Lu declared. Stepping down from the slaves and casually seizing one, twisting off its head and hurling it towards an ES camp. "You lot are quite amusing, ha 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 ha." The accompanying elementalists laughed awkwardly, showing no concern as their kin screamed in agony from Yin Lu's flames. In the conference room of Anyez camp, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone sat in a circle, their faces reflecting anger from betrayal and fatigue from battle. Oh, you furiously tossed a stamped document to the ground. Damn it. The medicine we toiled to acquire was intercepted midway, and now they want to exchange it for these worthless vouchers, claiming their value is too low, offering only a few bags of flour in return. Suicide indeed. The 7th camp was unable to gather enough resources and was ambushed under the cover of night, resulting in the death of their leader, while the others were captured as slaves. If it weren't for Brother and Yi and Luo Yin's strength, we too would have found ourselves shackled. Yi surveyed the room before pausing to speak. This latest attack from the 1st camp nearly led to our annihilation. Their initial promise upon forming an alliance was to assist us against the aliens and provide food, yet they have violated both red lines. We need not trust them any longer. Xiaoping has an idea for our future. Let him share his thoughts. Xiaoping stood before a makeshift map, pointing at the marked location of City A. Everyone, although City A is perilous, our previous explorations have uncovered numerous exploitable resources and relatively safe strongholds. The 1st camp now openly displays hostility towards us. This place is no longer safe, and we must proactively seek a new path. Yi furrowed his brow, expressing concern. I recognize the potential of City A, but our strength is indeed limited. The alien attacks we might face during the migration could inflict severe losses, not to mention the challenges of establishing a new camp there. Xiaoping nodded. You are correct. Given the 1st camp's conduct, we cannot be alone in our dissatisfaction. In the past, we relied on their protection and food supply, but today their credibility is entirely shattered. Remaining here not only exposes us to the threat of aliens, but also to the treachery behind us. We must take this gamble, for otherwise, we face only a dead end. Luo Yin pondered for a moment before saying, however, the relationships between the surrounding camps are complex. The previous instigation by the large camp has sown seeds of suspicion and distrust among many camps, making it no simple task to persuade them to cooperate. Xiaoping's eyes were resolute. This is indeed a challenge, but we currently face a common enemy. We can start by reaching out to those camps that have had conflicts with the large camp or are similarly threatened by it. We should candidly share our experiences and plans, demonstrating our sincerity and determination. Yi rose slowly, stating, if that is the case, let us act swiftly. Xiaoping, you have ample experience in combat command and crisis management, so you will contact the other camps. I will continue organizing everyone here to prepare for defense and migration. However, I am uneasy about you going alone, Luo Yin. You should accompany him. That won't be necessary. Li and I can manage together, Xiaoping replied. What? Just the two of you? The others exclaimed in astonishment. If you remain concerned, you may send someone to protect us until we reach the vicinity of the camp. Xiaoping added. Yi fell silent for a moment before saying, you have your reasons, and I understand that you bring Li to demonstrate goodwill. Then it shall be as you wish. Luo Yin and I will escort you two forward, and the negotiations will be entrusted to you both. The quartet set forth towards the other camps, with Yi holding the map, indicating several camps as he spoke. These nearby camps have had their share of grievances with the 1st camp, particularly one named Mei Nan Nan. The leader of the 1st camp, Chen Yu Yuan, once sought her affection, only to be bedridden for half a month after being bested by her. Since then, he has faced considerable harassment. Is that what you call pursuing someone? Ailey shuddered at the memory of the lecherous old Chen Yu Yuan, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. The leader of Mei Wu was a remarkably powerful ice elementalist, known for her aloof demeanor, making her difficult to approach. Let us consider other options, she suggested. How about her? Xiaoping remarked. We must align ourselves with the strong. I've heard from Sui and the others that Mei Wu is even more formidable than Luo Yin. That's mere exaggeration, Ailey countered. In a contest, it's one thing, but in a life-or-death struggle, she wouldn't stand a chance against me. However, I must warn you. This woman is both ruthless and cold. I advise against pursuing her. Luo Yin stepped forward, grasping Xiaoping's arm. I fear that she might take your life. I'm unafraid. Since I volunteered for this task, I'll find a way. Everyone, await my triumphant news. Ailey, come along, and remember to support me while I speak. As Luo Yin observed Xiaoping and Ailey moving away, he asked, Anya, are you truly at ease with this? I have an unsettling feeling about Xiaoping. Indeed, how many would dare strike at aberrations with a steel rod and manage to slay several? Even those enhanced by abilities may not escape unscathed, let alone this so-called ordinary man, Anya replied. But we all tested him, and there's no trace of energy fluctuations typical of an ability user within him. By all standards, he is indeed an ordinary person, Luoyin mused. He harbors too many secrets. Yet he seems to lean towards our side. I hope he aids us in navigating our current predicament, Anya stated. To be honest, we have no choice but to trust him, Luoyin sighed helplessly. I believe in him, Anya affirmed resolutely. Chapter 6. The Alliance's struggle for survival. After a considerable journey, Xiaoping and Ailey finally reached the territory of the Meiwu camp. Upon their arrival, they were intercepted by a patrol team. Who are you? What brings you here? A guard queried suspiciously, leveling their weapons at them. Xiaoping responded with courtesy, We are from the 5th camp, here to seek an audience with the leader of Meiwu regarding a matter of great importance that concerns the survival of all camps. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them said, Wait here. I will inform the higher-ups. Shortly after, a commanding figure approached, a robust man, identified by the guards as Captain Su Lanfeng. What business do you have with him? They instructed. Xiaoping looked at him earnestly and said, Captain Su Lanfeng, the 1st camp has grown increasingly reckless, employing various sinister tactics against us, adulterating our food with sand, and enticing aberrations to attack our camp. We wish to collaborate with you to establish a new camp in City A, a place rich in resources and strategically advantageous. United, we can better resist the 1st camp's machinations and seek survival in this apocalyptic world. I was already aware of their unscrupulous actions. We too have received adulterated supplies recently. To be honest, I share this sentiment. Wait here while I discuss matters with the leader, Su Lanfeng replied. As Su Lanfeng entered, Xiaoping discreetly slipped a sweetened fried dough cake into the guard's hand. My friend, could you share some information about this captain and your leader Meiwu? The guard's eyes brightened, quickly concealing the treat, and leaned closer to Xiaoping, whispering, This dough cake. Captain Su Lanfeng was originally from the 1st camp, but his stubbornness led to a falling out with the big chief, resulting in him being beaten and left in the wilderness, only to be rescued by our Meiwu leader. His wind abilities complement her ice powers remarkably well. As for Meiwu, I wish you luck. She has endured much and is distrustful of outsiders. Understood. Thank you. My friend. In the camp's modest yet imposing reception hall, the chatter ceased abruptly upon Meiwu's entrance, as if a thin layer of frost had settled upon the ground. She appeared as though sculpted from the very essence of a frigid night. Her skin pale as snow, exuding an almost translucent quality. Her delicate, slightly upward-arched brows resembled sharp ice blades, beneath which lay deep, cold eyes that seemed to conceal ancient glaciers. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, adding no warmth to her presence but instead radiating an aura that kept others at bay. A simple ice-blue hairpin adorned her hair, intricately carved into the shape of an ice lotus. Emitting a chilling luminescence in the dim light, she stood before the assembly. The temperature dropped several degrees, her frosty demeanor creating an invisible barrier that isolated her from the world, instilling a sense of awe in those who dared to gaze upon her icy elegance. Xiaoping regarded the starkly frosty Meiwu with a hint of trepidation, yet he maintained a facade of composure and sincerity. He slightly bowed and broke the oppressive silence. Leader Meiwu, it is an honor to finally meet you. I come bearing urgent matters that pertain to the survival of all camps in this desolate world. Meiwu's icy gaze swept over Xiaoping, devoid of any discernible emotion, her voice as sharp and cold as the crack of ice in the night. Speak. Captain Su Lanfeng must have informed you. Trust has eroded with the 1st camp. We must unite and seek new avenues for development, he asserted. Meiwu frowned slightly, contemplating before responding, I am aware of their actions. But what concern is it of mine? Why should we involve ourselves in your camp's plight? Ailey interjected eagerly, Leader Meiwu, those villains in the 1st camp are betraying their initial promises. They wish to devour us all. Xiaoping paused, then suddenly proposed, We wish to present you with a significant gift, one that we hope will be of interest to you. Declined, Meiwu replied, her expression steadfast and unyielding. She turned away, commanding, Lock them up. After Xiaoping and Ailey were confined, Ailey's face was etched with anxiety and fury. Brother Xiaoping, what shall we do? How can they imprison us without discernment, unable to see our genuine intentions for collaboration? Xiaoping reassured her, Stay calm. Meiwu's camp is on high alert, and it's only natural they harbor suspicions. I must devise a way to earn her trust. But we are imprisoned. Woe is us. Ailey lamented. Zhao Ping surveyed their surroundings, seeking a weakness in their confinement. Do not panic. We must find a way for you to escape and alert Anya and the others. Ailey shook her head. I cannot leave you behind. If we flee, we go together. Gently, Zhao Ping grasped Ailey's shoulders. Listen to me. Our being trapped here serves no purpose. Only you can return to inform Anya of our situation, allowing them to prepare or devise a plan for my rescue. Besides, I may have the opportunity to negotiate further with Mei Wu and convey our sincerity. As night fell, Zhao Ping feigned a heavy sigh. Alas, I intended to ally with leader Mei Wu to combat devious plots, yet here we are, misunderstood. Are we truly to sit idly by as the first camp dismantles each of our camps? His words reverberated through the silence of the prison. And shortly thereafter, footsteps approached. The guard barked from outside the cell, Quiet down, keep it up, and I won't be polite. Zhao Ping quickly replied, Brother, we genuinely seek to collaborate. The first camp has been adulterating our supplies and instigating aberrations to assault our camp. We are acutely aware of the dire circumstances all camps face. Only through unity can we hope for survival. Surely your camp has encountered numerous schemes from the first camp as well? The guard fell silent for a moment before responding. Stop trying to sway us. Let the leader decide your fate. While his tone remained firm, a hint of hesitation was evident. Seizing the moment, Ailey concentrated. Her hands slowly rising as vines in the corner of the cell began to grow towards the lock. Just as the vines were about to touch the lock, footsteps echoed outside. Zhao Ping and Ailey's hearts raced. The footsteps halted at the cell door, and a guard inquired loudly, What is going on in there? Zhao Ping replied hastily, Nothing. We were merely discussing how to prove our innocence to your leader. The guard scoffed, Don't try any tricks. Behave yourselves. With that, the footsteps receded. Ailey exhaled in relief and hurried the vines along. They successfully entwined the lock, and with a gentle twist, it opened. Zhao Ping, you must be cautious. Ailey whispered, her eyes filled with reluctance. Rest assured, hurry back, Zhao Ping urged. Ailey carefully pushed the cell door open, scanning for guards. Confirming the coast was clear, she turned back to Zhao Ping. You must return alive. The vines swiftly carried her up to the rooftop, vanishing into the night. Zhao Ping sat in contemplation, pondering how to face Mei Wu on the morrow, strategizing on how to convey his benign intentions and persuade her to join in establishing a new camp in City A. On that fateful night, Zhao Ping tossed and turned in his cell, his mind incessantly rehearsing various possible arguments and strategies. He was acutely aware that not only his own life hung in the balance, but also the future of both camps depended on his forthcoming performance. The next morning, upon discovering that Zhao Ping was the sole occupant of the cage, Mei Wu was enraged and ordered his execution. Unfazed, Zhao Ping calmly replied, Leader Mei, please hold your hand. I understand your suspicions regarding my intentions, but I can assure you, I am merely an ordinary person, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. If I truly harbored a conspiracy, why would I remain here alone while my capable companions escape? This was enough to demonstrate my sincerity. Mei Wu let out a cold laugh. You claim to be an ordinary person? But who can vouch for that? Perhaps you are a spy sent by the main camp, deliberately employing this ruse to gain my trust. Zhao Ping slightly raised his head, meeting Mei Wu's gaze with unwavering composure. Consider this? Leader, that if the first camp intended to harm you, why would they not directly ally with other camps to launch a full-scale assault, instead of dispatching someone as seemingly inconsequential as myself? If I were indeed a spy, the support and protection from the first camp would be limited, as I would merely be a disposable pawn in their eyes. Your camp is currently facing a crisis. Should the first camp wish to annex you, they would not employ such a roundabout and easily detectable approach. He paused momentarily before continuing. Our camp has also suffered greatly at the hands of the first camp. They previously lured mutants to attack us. Had we not fought back with all our might, we would have perished long ago. My proposal to unite and establish a new camp in City A stems from the fact that, despite the dangers, it is rich in resources and vast enough for both our camps to coexist and thrive. If we continue to fight alone, the major camp will surely pick us off one by one. Should you execute me, it would not only forge a deadly enmity with our fifth camp, but also squander a potential opportunity to alter our current predicament. Having navigated this apocalyptic world for years, you should understand that one more ally means one more chance at survival. As Zhao Ping spoke, Mei Wu's expression began to waver, her brow furrowing as she pondered the pros and cons. Chapter 7. Breaking the deadlock through unity for survival. Mei Wu remained silent for an extended period, the air in the room seemingly frozen. Zhao Ping fixated on her, daring not to breathe, silently praying that she would be swayed by his words. Finally, Mei Wu uttered a few words. "Let me consider it." She then turned and left, leaving Zhao Ping both anxious and hopeful as he watched her retreating figure. Upon reaching the conference hall, Su Lanfeng, with a hint of urgency, inquired, "Boss, isn't this precisely our plan? Why treat the 5th Camp's people in this manner?" At that moment, 2 individuals entered the hall. The man was tall and upright. Clad in a snug black jacket, his face sharply chiseled, with disheveled light yellow hair framing his striking features and deep-set eyes that seemed to hold the mysteries of the night sea. The woman was adorned in a moon-white gown, her skin as pale as snow, and her cascading silver hair reached her waist without a single adornment. "Leader Changku, welcome." Su Lanfeng immediately turned to greet him. The man, Changku, was the leader of the 3rd Camp, wielding formidable lightning abilities, leaving only ashes in his wake wherever he fought. The woman accompanying him was Ning Yao, sent by Mei Wu to establish contact. Also a powerful water abilities user. Ignoring Su Lanfeng's greeting, Changku approached Mei Wu directly. "You wish to unite, and so do I. However, once united, I must have the final say." Mei Wu lifted her gaze slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features as she coldly replied, "Changku, do not overstep your bounds. This union is meant to jointly resist the 1st Camp, not to vie for power." Changku merely chuckled, a smirk of disdain and arrogance playing on his lips. "Mei Wu, you ought to know that in this apocalyptic world, only the strong can dictate the course of events. When it comes to strength, I am the most qualified to lead." Ning Yao, standing beside, furrowed her brow and gently interjected, "Leader Chung, Leader Mei also possesses her own considerations and capabilities. We should negotiate on equal terms and collaboratively establish the rules and plans for our union." Changku turned to Ning Yao, his gaze scrutinizing. "You are merely Mei Wu's messenger. You have no right to speak here." Stepping forward, Mei Wu emanated a powerful aura. "Changku, if you come to this discussion with such intentions, there is no need for it. Our 5th Camp may not be as ostentatious as your 3rd Camp, yet we are far from being trifled with. If you insist on contesting this so-called leadership, then let us part ways and rely on our own strength to survive in this world." Changku's eyes narrowed, crackling energy surrounding him, his presence far surpassing Mei Wu's, causing the weaker Ning Yao to involuntarily collapse to the ground. Observing this, Su Lanfeng hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Leaders, let us not act impulsively. The 1st Camp continues to breach boundaries, and the threat from the mutants grows ever more severe. If we do not unite, we will struggle to endure. Let us set aside our disputes and discuss the details and divisions of our alliance." "May I speak?" Zhao Ping unexpectedly emerged from his confinement, his heart tethered to the future of the camp. "Your proposed union is merely superficial. Internal conflicts will inevitably lead to our own downfall, hindering our ability to confront external threats." Changku scoffed. "Is anyone allowed to speak here?" Zhao Ping replied. "Leader Chung, do not underestimate me. While I may lack your formidable abilities, I have survived on this desolate land for quite some time, fully aware of the paths to survival and the essence of cooperation. You and Leader Mei are stalemated over leadership. Have you considered the costs of this standoff? The 1st Camp is currently eyeing us intently, their influence expanding, and the threat from the mutants has never diminished. If we fail to achieve a genuine alliance swiftly, we may not even await an external attack. Internal strife will lead to our own collapse." Mei Wu nodded slightly, her gaze assessing. "Zhao Ping, what do you propose?" Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping slowly articulated, "I suggest we abandon the notion of singular leadership and establish a joint decision-making mechanism. Each of the 3 camps should appoint a representative. And when significant decisions arise, we will deliberate collectively, determining the course of action based on majority opinion. This way, we can harness the wisdom and strength of all 3 camps while avoiding conflicts arising from unilateral dominance. Furthermore, Leader Chung, since you wish to lead, may I inquire how we will attack City A? Which areas should we occupy? How will we relocate personnel? How will we accommodate them? How will the new camp be planned? How will we address mutant disturbances during construction? How will we defend against reprisals from the 1st Camp? Chung Ku was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhao Ping's barrage of questions, his brow furrowed in contemplation before he finally replied. These matters certainly require careful deliberation. Answers cannot be hastily conjured. There is no time for prolonged deliberation. How many more days can you sustain your supplies? Can your defenses withstand the onslaught from both the first camp and the mutants? Everyone, time is of the essence. Our communications have likely been detected by the first camp already. Let go of your trivial pride. Without strength, you have no right to speak of dignity. When your people are starving and pleading for food, will your pride nourish them? Zhao Ping's words struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer, plunging the conference hall into a brief silence. Mei Wu broke the stillness first, her voice resolute. Zhao Ping is right. We can no longer delay. The joint decision-making mechanism is worth a try, but the specifics regarding representative selection and the decision-making process must be determined promptly. Chung Ku clenched his jaw, still harboring resentment. Yet the circumstances compelled him to yield. Very well, we shall proceed as Zhao Ping suggests and establish the joint decision-making mechanism. However, the combat advantages of my third camp must be duly acknowledged and reflected in the decision-making. Zhao Ping nodded. Everyone, what lies ahead are a series of bloody battles. Discussing post-victory allocations at this juncture is premature. Our current situation is perilous. We are in a fight for survival. If you trust me, follow my lead for now, and once the dust settles, we can deliberate on how to allocate the seats in the Joint Decision-Making Council. The assembly, upon hearing Zhao Ping's words, fell silent, contemplating before tacitly agreeing with his proposal. Zhao Ping, an ordinary individual, adeptly navigated the discord between Mei Wu and Chung Ku, facilitating substantial progress toward unity. Seeing this unfold, Mei Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had sought to contact Chung Ku precisely due to his strength, and with Zhao Ping mediating, many difficulties were alleviated. Then I shall tentatively place my trust in you. As for our course of action, I hope you can propose a feasible plan. Given your ability to raise so many pertinent questions, you must have some strategies in mind. Mei Wu turned her gaze to Zhao Ping. Indeed, Zhao Ping replied, regaining his composure. With the inclusion of Commander Chung, the success rate of my plan has surged to nearly 80%. I hope you all can proceed to meet with Commander Yi at the designated location I will provide, where the three leaders can convene, and I will lay out my comprehensive plan. Humph, I am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Let us depart now, Chung Ku retorted, his eagerness palpable. If Zhao Ping's plan succeeded, it would liberate them from the first camp's oppression, allowing him to find a reason to relinquish leadership responsibilities and take on the role of a combat unit commander, relishing the thrill of direct conflict. Very well, I shall accompany you both as a gesture of goodwill. Mei Wu stated. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your trust. Zhao Ping, leading Mei Wu and Chung Ku, swiftly set forth towards the location of Anyang. The atmosphere along the way was tinged with a slight heaviness, yet it also brimmed with a glimmer of anticipation for the unknown plan ahead. Upon reaching their destination, Anyang had long awaited their arrival. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. Standing at the center, Zhao Ping's demeanor was both solemn and confident. Esteemed leaders, the situation we currently face is exceedingly dire. The pressure from the first camp is intensifying, and the threat of the alien presence looms ever closer. If we are to survive, we must unite our efforts and strategize wisely. Mei Wu nodded slightly in agreement. You speak the truth. However, before we proceed, I require a clearer understanding of the conditions at your camp, as well as your detailed plans for establishing a new base in City A. Subsequently, Zhao Ping recounted their explorations in City A. Although much of City A is occupied by the aliens, we have previously identified several relatively safe and resource-rich strongholds. For instance, the old factory district on the eastern outskirts of the city, where numerous abandoned buildings can be repurposed, and nearby, there are warehouses that have not yet been completely destroyed, possibly containing a wealth of valuable supplies. Moreover, City A's geographical features provide natural concealment, with mountains and rivers acting as formidable barriers. If we can effectively utilize these terrains to construct defensive works, we may withstand the onslaught of the aliens and the larger camps. Zhao Ping's expression darkened as he continued. Esteemed leaders, this venture is a desperate gamble for survival. We must be prepared to make sacrifices. Every action will come with casualties, yet we cannot allow fear to deter us. Our movements must be swift and relentless, regardless of the cost. After a moment of contemplation, Mei Wu spoke. Since we have agreed to unite with you, I must confess that both Chunka and I harbor intentions of independently developing in city. Even with your involvement, I still feel a sense of uncertainty. Chunka pondered for a moment before responding. Meiwu, at this juncture, we have little choice but to act boldly. Remaining here is a slow death. Making a ruckus in City A at least offers us a glimmer of hope. There remains a chance for success if we gamble everything. Chapter 8. A life-or-death struggle for survival. Anyang observed the group, realizing that his concerns regarding power struggles and dissent were not as grave as he had feared. He wondered how Xiaoping had managed to persuade these two. The tension in his heart eased somewhat. Leaders, I have dispatched Luoyin with a team to scout City A, as we have proposed to undertake this risk. Meanwhile, Luoyin and his team had stealthily arrived in City A, following Xiaoping's plan to first seize the park near the riverbank and then demolish the nearby high-rises, using the resulting destruction to inflict significant casualties on the aliens. We are fortunate, Luoyin noted, as the recent minor disturbances caused by the first camp have diminished the alien presence here. Concealed amidst the ruins, Luoyin's team prepared to execute Xiaoping's plan, aiming to capture the riverside park first and subsequently rig the bases of the buildings with energy bombs for detonation. These so-called energy bombs were the result of deep development by the abilities of the awakened, allowing them to compress their energy to an extreme degree, attaching it to stones or other carriers, and then binding it. Upon release, the internal energy would unleash a catastrophic explosion. All types of awakened individuals could utilize these bombs, but practical tests had shown that Earth-type abilities yielded the best results, followed by Fire-type, while Lightning-type, though potent, posed significant control challenges and safety concerns. As Luoyin gazed at these energy bombs, he felt a pang of nostalgia. When the alien crisis first erupted, humanity had collaborated with sincerity, sharing ingenious methods and techniques for utilizing their powers, even exploring ways to empower ordinary individuals through the transference of abilities. Yet, within just over a year, not only were they now risking their lives to escape treachery, but some of the larger camps had begun treating ordinary people as slaves. Captain, called a teammate named Moyu, it appears the area is clear of aliens. We should proceed with the placement of the bombs. Very well, disperse and get to work. Although these individuals had no expertise in precise demolition, the sheer power of the energy bombs rendered such concerns moot, as no one was likely to report on violent demolitions. After reaching a consensus among the three leaders, they rapidly returned to their camp to convene core members and announce their decision to ally and assault City A. Following a brief moment of stunned silence, a wave of doubts and objections arose among the gathered members. However, for Chunka, who wielded the strongest influence within the camp, he could quell any dissent. Yet he was acutely aware that should this mission fail, he would swiftly become a mere figurehead. Xiaoping, I trust you as I trust my own strength. Meanwhile, Meiwu remained composed as she articulated her and Xiaoping's thoughts and plans. Solinfeng, Ningyao, the first camp will undoubtedly make a move. You two should take a team to monitor their activities. If they insist on conflict, lure them into our preset traps, delaying until we can provide assistance. But if we go, who will protect you? Indeed, Sister Wu, this is unwise. You need not worry about me and my calculations indicate that the dangers we face are far less than those confronting you. Why greater concern lies with you all. Is the first camp truly willing to go to such extremes? That is inevitable. Even if their camp is under alien assault, they will prioritize eliminating us before turning back. Then isn't this mission a guaranteed death sentence? Is remaining here to endure our fate a viable alternative? Solinfeng and Ningyao exchanged glances, sighed, and departed with their team. Meanwhile, at Anyang's camp, the atmosphere grew even heavier. Anyang furrowed his brow. Xiaoping, you know that in this current world, few awakened individuals are willing to be led by ordinary people. Our willingness to heed your strategy stems from recognizing your past as a military man, likely an officer, and we trust you regarding strategy and tactics. If this endeavor fails, we awakened, particularly those of us like myself and Luoyin, can thrive elsewhere, even establish our own camp. Yet you, with no escape route, would face certain death, even if the first camp does not act against you. Others will direct their ire towards you. You are correct. I am wagering everything on this. Though our acquaintance is brief, I sense that both you and Luoyin are idealists, as is Meiwu. Chunka, though somewhat straightforward, is also dependable in this desolate world. You possess powers that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Yet you persist in upholding the principle of equality with them. To be honest, I find it somewhat perplexing, but but earning your trust and embarking on a quest for a new future together seems a worthy gamble for my life." "Well said. Let us venture forth towards a new future." A few hours later, Luoyin led the reconnaissance team back to the designated assembly point, where Anyang, Xiaoping, and all the combat-ready personnel convened with Meiwu and Chunka. They took stock of their forces: 38 elemental awakened, 110 physically enhanced ordinary individuals, and over 90 robust ordinary people for support. For a coalition of over 400 individuals, it was an all-out mobilization for a life-or-death struggle in City 8. Following a brief planning session, they reorganized their ranks into 4 teams, deciding that Xiaoping would serve as the overall commander for this battle. Meiwu would act as the deputy commander, leading the reserve team. Chunka would lead the first team as the vanguard, tasked with seizing the riverbank area. Luoyin would command the second team, responsible for protecting Chunka's flank and providing support. And Anyang would lead the third team, concentrating all Earth-type awakened individuals to secure the occupied territory. "Esteemed leaders, I am grateful for your trust in me, Xiaoping. This city was once our familiar home, yet it has transformed into something utterly foreign. I hope that starting tomorrow, we can return home. Yes, home, home, home." Xiaoping's words resonated deeply within the hearts of all present, as if they had been struck by a warm and powerful current. Memories of home, long dormant, surged forth like a tidal wave. Some felt their eyes welling with tears, recalling the comforting glow of familiar lights, the aroma of beloved meals, and the laughter of loved ones echoing in their minds. They clenched their fists tightly, knuckles whitening as if grasping the key to their front door. The struggles ahead were merely a path to reclaim the tranquil haven behind that warm door. Even as they faced perilous odds, the thought of once again stepping upon the land they had once called home filled their hearts with boundless courage, banishing fear and fatigue to the recesses of their minds. The large contingent moved forth under the cover of night, quickly resting upon reaching the vicinity of the battlefield to regain their strength. The first light of dawn barely pierced the horizon when Chunka, leading the vanguard, surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The energy of their abilities flickered in the hands of the team members, dispersing the morning mist as they raced towards the riverbank area. Simultaneously, Luoyin closely followed with the second team, their gazes sharp and vigilant, ever alert to movements on their flanks, ready to provide support for Chunka's team at a moment's notice. Their powers intertwined like glowing ribbons. Weaving through the ruins, Chunka kept in mind the combat mission assigned by Xiaoping. First, to eliminate all the aberrations lurking along the riverbank and in the riverside park, and then to cover the second team led by Luoyin as they detonated the pre-installed superpower bombs within the building, creating a tremendous commotion before retreating behind the defensive walls constructed by Anye's team. In the early morning, a few aberrations still meandering in the park were abruptly struck by a flash of lightning. Their bodies severed in an instant. Ha ha ha, this battlefield shall be governed by me. After awakening his lightning-based abilities, Changku, a former heavy middle schooler and comic book enthusiast, felt as though he were the chosen one. He had developed countless abilities from his lightning powers. Enveloping his body with thunderous energy, his speed surged to such an extent that he appeared as nothing more than a streak of light, capable of summoning lightning strikes from afar to bombard his enemies, and transforming the lightning into blades to vanquish foes in close combat. Even the lightning that enveloped him could serve as armor to withstand attacks. When others claimed he could take on 100 foes alone, he deemed it an insult to his prowess. This pride stemmed from his absolute confidence in his abilities. The renowned dual-powered commander of the first camp, Chen Yuyuan, or the peerless light wielder Luoyin, or the frost witch Mei Wu, could all join forces against him. Yet he would not flinch in the face of his rapidly escalating power. When the other members of the first team arrived, they were met with a scene littered with the remains of aberrations and Changka lounging idly on a deck chair. "You are too slow. I have already claimed the glory of slaying the enemies." The ambush was swift, with all the aberrations in the riverbank and riverside park annihilated in an instant, and everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Upon everyone's arrival at the riverside, Xiaoping commenced a new round of commands. Changka led his team to continue eradication of nearby aberrations, and upon discovering any congregations of foes, they were to engage in a brief skirmish before swiftly retreating. The second team retained those responsible for the demolition, while Luoyin took the rest to assist Changku and Mei Wu, gather personnel and construct defensive fortifications as planned. Changku and Luoyin acted with remarkable efficiency. A streak of electric brilliance and a flash of golden light surged into the ruins of the city, sweeping through the surrounding area with the occupied zone as their radius, while cries of aberrations echoed sporadically. Standing at the riverside, Yi, along with a dozen Earth-based superpowered individuals, gathered their strength and then clapped their hands to the ground, feeling the earth tremble violently beneath them. Centered around them, uneven earthen walls began to rise slowly along the riverbank, stretching out approximately 2,000 meters in radius. Mei Wu, alongside several water-based superpowered individuals, summoned forth a tributary from the river near the earthen walls, forming a moat over 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide, while also directing the river's branches to create shallow marshy areas in front of the riverbank. Once the rudimentary defensive structures were completed, a portion of the group began crafting superpower bombs, while others commenced clearing the interior of the fortifications. Zhao Ping stood atop a high platform, contemplating the situation. The disturbances caused by the land and river at the riverside had already alerted the aberrations within the ruins. And soon enough, a horde of them came roaring towards the riverside, at Zhao Ping's command. The buildings on either side collapsed with explosive force from the superpower bombs, as massive structures, intermingled with steel and glass shards, plummeted downwards, leaving only a field of aberrant remains in the wake of the dissipating dust. The deafening noise finally roused all the aberrations in the city, who surged forth like a tidal wave from every corner. Converging towards the riverside where the Allied forces stood, the soldiers gripped their fists tightly, the glow of their powers flickering in their hands, their expressions a blend of tension and resolve. Pull back all personnel from the outer sweep. A messenger gathered a fireball in his hand and launched it skyward. Upon the detonation of 3 fireballs in succession, Chang Ku and Luo Yin, who had been engaged in a fervent slaughter, were compelled to cease their actions as the final confrontation loomed ahead. Atop the earthen walls by the riverside, Mei Wu raised her hands, emanating a ghostly blue light as a multitude of ice spikes coalesced in the air. Trapped in the marshy terrain, the aberrations found their movement severely hampered, becoming stationary targets for the deluge of ice spikes. Many aberrations, unable to extract their limbs from the mire, were punctured by the ice spikes. Collapsing helplessly into the muddy waters, S and Yi and the others regained their composure. They unleashed their abilities in unison. In an instant, aberrations were crushed by gigantic earthen hands extending from the ground, while others were ensnared in deep pits, flattened beneath massive boulders. Standing atop the high platform beside Mei Wu, Zhao Ping meticulously surveyed the battlefield, instructing his messenger to relay commands. And Yi, continue organizing the construction of elevated platforms for long-range attackers. Understood. Ignoring the fatigue from continuous combat, Yi poured his powers into the earth beneath him, rapidly raising numerous towering stone pillars around him. Those capable of long-range attacks ascended without hesitation, leveraging their elevated vantage point to strike with precision. Long-range units, remain vigilant. Even if your aim is imperfect, do not allow the aberrations to form a dense formation. Under such concentrated firepower, countless aberrations fell in the swampy terrain. Yet the ones behind simply trod upon the corpses of their fallen kin. The marsh's hindering effects diminishing significantly. Before long, several aberrations had already breached the earthen walls, engaging in brutal melee combat with the frontline units. The melee warriors faced the threat without fear, wielding their weapons in a desperate struggle against the aberrations. Sui roared in fury, his muscles swelling as his arms ballooned in size. Each punch he threw sent nearby aberrations hurtling away with the force of a tempest. Yu darted among the aberrations with agile grace, her form akin to lightning, exploiting her speed to find openings amidst the aberrations' attacks, her daggers repeatedly slicing through their bodies, splattering green blood in her wake. However, the ground began to quake violently, and some aberrations turned to flee. A mound of earth slowly rose at the edge of the marsh, prompting Yi and the others to hastily channel their powers in an attempt to suppress it, yet it proved futile. A colossal aberration, resembling a massive beetle, erupted from the ground, its formidable black body encased in a tough exoskeleton, its eyes glowing with a sinister purple light, and its forelimbs resembling double-edged blades of a mantis. While 8 other appendages dug deep into the earth, the wave of dread washed over the gathered forces. Could they truly overcome such a transformed aberration? Chapter 9. Amidst the flames of war. Cling to hope in the face of this unprecedented giant aberration, Though fear gripped their hearts, none among them chose to retreat in this life-and-death moment. Mei Wu shouted boldly, "We cannot falter." Everyone, together. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly formed hand seals, gathering her ghostly blue ice powers in her palms, the brilliance of her abilities surging forth as numerous sharp ice spikes soared towards the aberration's eyes. Yi commanded the Earth-based superpowered individuals to launch an underground assault, trying to disrupt the aberration's movements as earthen spikes erupted from the ground, aimed at its leg joints, while also manipulating the earth and stones beneath to restrict its actions. Other allied soldiers unleashed their powers as well, flames engulfing the aberration, wind blades slicing through its limbs, a cacophony of attacks intertwining. Yet, the heavily armored aberration remained largely unscathed amidst the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, it lowered its head, shielding its eyes with its hardened shell, curling its body into a sphere and barreling forward rapidly. Many frontline fighters were caught off guard and crushed beneath its weight. While the raised earthen walls and stone pillars were shattered asunder, the Allied forces were thrown into disarray, cries of agony and alarm ringing out in chaos. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Zhao Ping retained his composure, rapidly devising a counter-strategy before bellowing, "Everyone, disperse. Long-range attacks continue. The melee unit, flank it and target its abdominal joints." At that moment, many aberrations seized the opportunity presented by the chaos within the Allied ranks. Leaping over the earthen walls and lunging towards the superpowered individuals on the hillside, Yi, witnessing the destruction of the walls and pillars, immediately altered his strategy, plunging his hands into the ground and muttering incantations. The crushed earth and stones began to coalesce once more, forming massive stone spheres that hovered in the air. Under Yi's command, they plummeted like cannonballs towards the aberrations. The stone spheres fell like meteors, striking several aberrations and caving in their bodies, eliciting pained howls, but more aberrations agilely evaded the attacks, continuing their charge towards the Allied forces. Mei Wu, while maintaining her assault of ice spikes, rapidly conjured a thick ice wall in front of the hillside, temporarily halting the aberrations' advance. However, the aberrations relentlessly clawed at the ice wall with their sharp talons, shards flying everywhere. Soon, cracks began to appear, and as the fissures widened, the ice wall crumbled in the moment of its collapse. Several aberrations, infused with the essence of death and destruction, mercilessly surged towards the Allied forces. Mei Wu's face turned as pale as paper, her body trembling on the verge of collapse, though utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. She stubbornly gritted her teeth in defiance. Her trembling hands conjured forth her ice abilities once more, launching a final flurry of ice shards towards the foremost aberration. Yet this feeble resistance merely delayed their lethal advance. A cunning aberration managed to evade the concentrated barrage of fire, making a beeline for Mei Wu's position. She gazed upon the approaching, foul-smelling monstrosity. Despair washed over her heart. Her legs could no longer support her. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant and lifeless as she stared skyward, slowly closing her eyes, surrendering all resistance, and quietly awaiting death's cold embrace to consume her. It felt as if the entire world plunged into an eternal darkness and silence in that moment, devoid of life and hope. Just as the aberration's gaping maw was about to engulf Mei Wu, Zhao Ping suddenly charged in, wielding a long knife that sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, clashing with the aberration's razor-sharp teeth, sending sparks flying. The tremendous impact caused his body to convulse violently. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he drove the long blade forcefully into the alien's neck, and green blood gushed forth, splattering across his face and body, emitting a pungent odor. Yet, despite its injury, the creature's ferocity surged. It violently tossed Zhao Ping aside, who fell heavily to the ground, his internal organs feeling as though they had been shattered. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat, but he grit his teeth against the excruciating pain and struggled to rise once more. It was Zhao Ping's valiant stand that allowed Su Yi to arrive just in time, launching himself into the fray with a powerful punch that sent the alien sprawling against the wall. Lifeless as Su Yi then charged towards the group of aliens, coordinating efforts with Mou to launch side attacks against those attempting to breach further inward. Su Yi unleashed his formidable physical abilities, each strike imbued with tremendous force, repelling the aliens with every blow to Mou. Utilizing his speed and agility, darted through the gaps in the aliens' assaults, his dagger relentlessly targeting their vital points. Together with their comrades, they engaged in a desperate battle against the invading aliens, while Yi led the remaining elemental ability users in a standoff against the massive monstrosities. Mei Wu hurriedly helped Zhao Ping to his feet, the battlefield echoing with the sounds of carnage, smoke billowing everywhere. Zhao Ping clutched his chest, forcing himself to stand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Seeing his comrades fighting fiercely, the situation was dire. He shouted with conviction, "Stay focused, maintain formation and support each other." His voice cut through the chaos, infusing the troops with renewed determination. The coalition soldiers responded to his command, swiftly adjusting their positions, providing cover for one another, forming clusters and bracing back-to-back against the onslaught. The massive alien roared as it rampaged through their defenses, but was still lured into a trap by Yi. Ellie and her companions, who had been providing support from behind, finally reached the front lines. She summoned her utmost strength to conjure gigantic vines that ensnared the alien, while others quickly followed suit, employing ice and mire to restrict the alien's movements on Mei Wu's side. Despite her waning strength, she paused momentarily before beginning to gather her ice abilities to create a mist, enveloping the temporarily trapped alien to obscure its vision, granting the ranged team more opportunities to strike. Ranged team, focus fire. At that moment, upon hearing the command, the ranged team unleashed a barrage of fireballs, wind blades, and ice arrows, forming a relentless volley that bombarded the massive alien, engulfing it in dense smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the colossal alien lay in the pit, oozing revolting green blood, its eerie purple glow extinguished, trembling a few times before falling utterly still, before the coalition could catch their breath. The ground trembled once more, and 5 slightly smaller massive aliens crawled forth. Their eyes blazed with a more intense purple light. Roaring and howling, they advanced towards the stronghold. A glimmer of despair flickered in the eyes of the soldiers. Was this truly the end? Do not give up. We still have a chance. Mou pointed towards several buildings ahead. There are still bombs that haven't been detonated. I'll lure them over. Ignoring the protests of others, Mou brandished his dagger and leapt into action. With powerful strides, he dashed forth like a cheetah, deftly evading the aliens' attacks, using his dagger to incessantly stab at the legs of the massive aliens. At last, 3 of the giants were provoked, roaring and pursuing Mou. Intentional in his slowdown, Mou ensured that the 3 massive aliens remained hot on his heels, the distance between them gradually closing. He sprinted towards the buildings where the bombs had yet to detonate, his breathing growing increasingly labored as he could distinctly hear the heavy footsteps and furious roars of the aliens behind him. Upon entering the center of one of the buildings, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to leap high, simultaneously turning to hurl his dagger at the nearest massive alien. The dagger sliced through the air with a glimmer of cold light, embedding deeply within the alien's body, green blood splattering forth. "Now! Detonate!" Mou shouted, his voice hoarse. However, the few ability users responsible for the detonation were either already fallen in pools of blood or embroiled in combat. Unable to assist, a flicker of despair crossed Mou's eyes, quickly replaced by resignation. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the buildings. At that moment, the 3 massive aliens had completely surrounded him, their sharp claws slashing through the air. Crashing heavily against the ground, Mou struggled to evade their attacks, sustaining injuries from their claws, blood staining his clothes. Every inch forward was accompanied by searing pain. Finally, he burst into the building housing the ability bombs. While the infuriated massive aliens outside crashed against the structure, causing it to tremble perilously as he reached the bombs, Mou suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ha ha ha, fate has brought me here to make my stand. Memories of the past began to flicker before his eyes like a film rewinding. In the year 2095, he could sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds, leaving others incredulous until he proved it with a stopwatch, completing it in under 3 seconds on a second attempt. In 2096, dark, insect-like, monkey-like creatures flooded the city, devouring both humans and animals. In 2097, he wandered aimlessly until meeting Yi, who could levitate boulders with a mere gesture, making him feel as though he was in an incomprehensible world. In 2098, they established a camp together. In 2100, he was to meet his glorious end. Gently touching the stones imbued with powers, he mused, Ah, these are the very ones I placed. With a surge of energy coursing through him, the confinement within the ability bomb loosened, and the compressed energy erupted violently, triggering a chain reaction of explosions in the interconnected bombs, engulfing the entire building in blinding light and surging waves of energy. The tremendous force spread like a tsunami, violently radiating outward. The three massive aliens were hurled into the air by the explosion's power, their colossal forms obliterated by the shockwave and falling debris, green blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The explosion's epicenter. Mou's figure was consumed by an endless brilliance, his body reduced to nothingness under the overwhelming energy surge, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed. Only his past acts of bravery and indomitable spirit echoed through the desolate ruins of this apocalyptic world. The coalition soldiers, witnessing this earth-shattering moment, felt their hearts grow heavier. Mou had sacrificed his life for a precious opportunity for the coalition, yet the price of victory was unbearably steep, almost too much to bear. The battlefield circumstances offered no respite for their sorrow. At this moment, two more massive aliens, accompanied by a throng of lesser ones, breached their defenses and surged into Riverside Park. Chapter 10. A desperate counterattack? The dire situation on the battlefield left no room for the coalition soldiers to wallow in grief. Two massive aliens and a horde of lesser ones rampaged through Riverside Park, the struggle for dominance at the Riverside entering a critical phase, the coalition's fate hanging by a thread. Zhao Ping, enduring both physical and emotional pain, shouted, "Brothers, rally yourselves. We have no retreat left." Gripping his long blade tightly for support, the determination in his gaze never wavered. Mei Wu steadied Zhao Ping, sensing the warmth emanating from his wounds. Concentrating on controlling her ice abilities to gradually envelop the injuries, hoping to alleviate some of his suffering. The current predicament filled Mei Wu with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She recalled the future she had once envisioned with her comrades. The dream of rebuilding their home amidst this apocalypse, yet now, everything seemed painfully out of reach, a struggle for survival amidst the chaos of war. Were they truly destined to perish on the banks of a city? No, she refused to accept that fate. Even if but a glimmer of hope remained, she would fight on. For those comrades lost, for the steadfast companions still holding the line, and for the flickering belief in a future that still resided within her heart. She glanced around, seeing Sui roaring like a frenzied beast, unleashing his physical powers. Though his strength had waned from its peak, his indomitable will and seething fury drove each of his attacks with tremendous force. Repelling the encroaching aliens, Anyi, pale and drenched in sweat, struggled to drive his hands into the ground, attempting to summon his earth abilities to construct defensive fortifications. However, prolonged combat had nearly depleted his powers. The earth merely trembled slightly, with only a few stones awkwardly rising, failing to provide any meaningful barrier. The two massive aliens, their limbs and teeth increasingly stained with crimson blood, arrogantly seized an unfortunate ability user who had failed to escape, lifting them high before tearing them asunder. This was no longer mere predation, it was sheer slaughter. Mei Wu watched in horror as the ability user was brutally torn apart, her stomach churning as despair surged within her like a tidal wave. Her hand instinctively clenched tightly, nails digging into her palm, oblivious to the pain. For the agony in her heart overshadowed everything else. The coalition soldiers had exhausted every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet before these two massive aliens, they felt small and powerless. They had believed that with unwavering resolve and unity, they could carve a path to survival in this apocalypse, but reality had ruthlessly shattered their dreams. Each attack from the two massive aliens carried the scent of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the coalition soldiers. Mei Wu watched as her comrades fell one by one, some even reduced to mere fragments, trampled into a gruesome pulp by the aliens. Zhao Ping endured the pain with great fortitude, gently grasping Mei Wu's shoulder. His gaze was resolute and fiery, locking onto her eyes with unwavering intensity. "Mei Wu, look at me," he commanded, his voice deep yet imbued with strength. "I understood the gravity of our situation, bleak enough to render hope nearly invisible. This was a war, and regardless of how brilliant our strategies might be, they seemed juvenile on the ever-shifting battlefield. In this era, power dictated everything. Even if we faced defeat and sacrifice in this localized conflict, Luo Yin and Cheng Ku could still arrive and fulfill our objectives." After this battle, We would gain a reputation akin to that of the first camp. Those you know will have a better life ahead. I am so weary. Zhao Ping. Mei Wu gazed down at him as he slumped against her, slowly nodding in agreement. You are right, Zhao Ping. We cannot surrender. As long as we draw breath, we must fight to the bitter end. She clenched her fists, the icy energy within her palms flickering to life once more. A symbol of the hope rekindling in her heart. Her eyes no longer reflected despair, but were instead filled with determination and resolve, ready to plunge back into this life-and-death struggle, fighting alongside the coalition partners for that minuscule chance of victory. She raised her hand, channeling the last remnants of her energy, and a shard of ice slowly began to take form before her. Ha! Mei Wu unleashed a roar, expending every ounce of her strength as the ice shard, carrying her final hope, shot forth like an arrow towards the colossal aberration. However, upon colliding violently with the creature's indomitable exoskeleton, the ice shard shattered instantaneously, scattering into countless shards. Mei Wu felt an overwhelming backlash, her body reeling as the scene before her blurred, darkness surging like a tide, threatening to engulf her entirely. At that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked down from the heavens, imbued with a force that split the sky. Manifesting beside the giant aberration, in an instant, light and sound intertwined, and the creature's 8 robust limbs were obliterated by the overwhelming force, leaving only one to prop up its massive form. Its once arrogant roar transformed into a desperate wail, as its colossal body crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, another dazzling golden beam descended from the heavens like a divine intervention, striking another giant aberration with the weight of Mount Tai. The creature spun uncontrollably in the air before crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, its limbs flailing in a frantic dance, the remnants of its former arrogance vanishing without a trace, leaving only helpless struggles and desperate gasps. Ladies and gentlemen, the vicinity of City A has been thoroughly cleared. Only these few remain. You may rest. I will handle this. Changke's voice resonated throughout the battlefield like a thunderous bell. His figure surrounded by crackling lightning, the remnants of his former arrogance now entirely replaced by intense fury. His eyes widened with rage as he seethed. These despicable aberrations dared to employ underhanded tactics, sending forth creatures radiating an eerie purple glow to lure him and Luoyin away, only to gather their forces and launch a surprise attack on the beachhead, resulting in the deaths of many comrades. Luoyin felt a wave of deep guilt wash over him, lamenting his earlier obstinance in clashing with Changke. Had he not departed, such grievous losses might have been averted. At that moment, Changke and Luoyin embodied the wrath of vengeful deities, fueled by righteous anger and resolute determination, poised to eradicate the remaining aberrations and avenge their fallen comrades, safeguarding the last vestiges of hope and dignity for the coalition. Under the formidable onslaught of Changke and Luoyin, the aberration horde was swiftly decimated, and tranquility finally returned to the battlefield. Changke and Luoyin gradually ceased their assault, fatigue etched on their faces. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and relief. The coalition soldiers gazed at them with admiration and gratitude, erupting into cheers to celebrate this hard-won triumph. However, before anyone could catch their breath, Zhao Ping, gravely injured, lay unconscious on a makeshift stretcher nearby. Mei Wu, too, was exceedingly weak, her body swaying precariously, supported only by Sui. Changke and Yi and Luoyin convened to discuss their next course of action. Zhao Ping is unconscious, and Mei Wu is unable to rise. What should we do next? Changke inquired directly. An Yi sank to the ground, weariness etched on his face. According to Zhao Ping's plan, we should rapidly construct fortifications, solidify our defenses, and establish a new settlement. However, at this moment, Luoyin sighed. Aside from those of us who went out to sweep the area, the others are either injured or utterly exhausted. We now have only about 100 capable fighters left. Wait, where are Su Lanfeng and Ning Yao? Why are several of Mei Wu's people missing? Changke frowned. It seems this woman has indeed kept some cards close to her chest. Before this operation, Leader Mei anticipated that the first camp would take action. She dispatched Su Lanfeng and Ning Yao with a few others to set an ambush, delaying their advance. A superpowered individual from Mei Wu's camp approached solemnly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Leader Mei expended a significant amount of energy preparing for the ambush, which is why she has now collapsed. What? The three were taken aback, astonished by Mei Wu's foresight. Xiaoping has awakened. He says he wants to see you. Ai Li rushed over. Upon hearing this, the trio wasted no time and hurried to the medical tent. Upon entering, they found Xiaoping reclining on a hospital bed. After Ai Li and the others had tended to him with utmost care, the gruesome wounds on his body had healed, no longer bleeding, yet the severe injuries sustained during the fierce battle left him extremely weak. His complexion pale as a sheet, and his breath faint. I am aware of Mei Wu's plan. Xiaoping's voice, though faint, was clear and steadied. In my opinion, the immediate course of action should be to head to the first camp. Even if we merely appear there, our presence alone will exert a formidable deterrent, preventing them from acting recklessly. Furthermore, we must make it abundantly clear that we not only triumphed in this battle but did so decisively, extinguishing any treacherous thoughts they may harbor. Even if they find themselves cornered and desperate, Luo Yin and Chang Ke's first and second teams still possess nearly 100 formidable fighters, as far as I know. The first camp will not be able to deploy more troops than that. Therefore, we should take the initiative and seize control of the situation. Chang Ke nodded slightly, determination flickering in his eyes. Xiaoping is right. We cannot allow the first camp to perceive any vulnerability. This time, we must demonstrate our strength. The trio led a contingent of nearly 100 fighters towards the first camp. The atmosphere was grave and oppressive. The soldiers understood the significance of this operation, each face etched with resolve and determination. Chapter 11. The blood-soaked ice and the sacrifice of heroic souls. Meanwhile, at the Mei Wu camp, as the battle for City A raged, Su Lanfeng and Ning Yao encountered the forces of the first camp led by Chun Yu, Yuan, and Yin Lu. Ning Yao was already battered and bruised, her eyes filled with a vacant despair as she stared blankly at the enemy, who resembled ravenous wolves. Yin Lu sported a twisted grin, casually toying with a bloodied head, each drop of blood falling starkly against the grim backdrop of this apocalyptic world. Su Lanfeng focused intently, realizing in horror that it was the head of his own comrade, the one who had led the first camp's forces to this place. Now a victim of treachery. Rage erupted within him like a volcano. His eyes reddened with fury, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists, trembling with unrestrained anger. Yin Lu, you beast! How dare you turn on your own kind? You little rats have led us on a wild goose chase for too long. Lord Chen personally comes to judge you, and you still dare to flee. Consider yourselves fortunate, Yin Lu retorted arrogantly. Su Lanfeng, enraged to the point of laughter, shot back. You take advantage of others' misfortunes. That is not strength. If you have the guts, fight the aberrations head-on, instead of slaughtering your own. With that, he secretly gathered his powers, preparing to avenge his fallen comrades. Enough chatter. Seize those two. Kill the man, but keep the woman for my amusement. Chen Yu Yuan unabashedly revealed his lecherous nature, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Ning Yao. Filled with repulsive desire, Ning Yao was overwhelmed by an abyss of fear, the horrific images from the first camp's prison flashing through her mind. She turned to Su Lanfeng, her eyes resolute. Su Gu, please don't let them have my body. Su Lanfeng looked at Ning Yao, his heart aching, and nodded firmly. Rest assured, Ning Yao, as long as I'm here, they want to have you. With that, he let out a thunderous roar. Then let us descend into hell together. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to erupt with eerie blue light as the frozen traps set by Mei Wu activated. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, moisture crystallizing into ice, surging like a tidal wave toward the first camp's forces. Before they could react, the ice enveloped them tightly, rendering their bodies rigid, their faces frozen in terror. Yin Lu's eyes widened in horror as he struggled fruitlessly. What is this devilry? Su Lanfeng, how dare you scheme against us? Chen Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Su Lanfeng would possess such an ability. In a frenzy, he summoned his powers in an attempt to break the ice. Yet the surface merely trembled slightly. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. How amusing! This girl, Mei Wu, possesses quite a bit of talent. However, I shall see how long you can endure. Su Lanfeng, once I escape, I will ensure your dismemberment. Yin Lu and the others screamed in desperation, but their voices sounded feeble amidst the icy desolation. Ning Yao, we must hold on and complete our mission. Su Lanfeng concentrated, channeling his powers to resonate with the ice energy. while Ning Yao hastily infused her abilities into the frozen layer. They understood well that if the ice were to shatter, an eternity of torment awaited them. As time slipped away, their faces grew increasingly pallid. Their bodies weakening, Su Lanfeng felt his consciousness fading, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. Ning Yao's gaze dimmed, but her grip on Su Lanfeng remained steadfast. "Boss, they're reaching their limit. I can break free and take them down." Yin Lu sensed movement in his fingers and secretly activated his fire abilities, causing the ice encasing him to begin melting. Su Lanfeng's heart sank. "Ning Yao, hold on. They're about to break free." He endeavored to summon more powers to reinforce the ice, but his body betrayed him. Each attempt drained his last vestiges of life. With her final ounce of strength, Ning Yao's eyes shone with resolve. "Su Gu, even if it costs me my life, I cannot allow them to succeed." Chen Yuyuan, inherently suspicious, sensed that Mei Wu's energy had been depleted, and Su Lanfeng and Ning Yao were at their wits' end. Yet he remained cautious. Ning Yao, fully aware of her limits, turned slightly, offering Su Lanfeng a frail yet beautiful smile. "Su Gu, to fight alongside you, I have no regrets in this life. Yet, I shall no longer be able to accompany you." "Ning Yao, do not speak such nonsense. We will endure," Su Lanfeng cried urgently, but Ning Yao slowly closed her eyes, her body radiating a gentle glow as she burned her final life force to fortify the ice. "Ning Yao, no." Su Lanfeng struggled in vain, powerless to stop her. A gentle breeze swept through, and Ning Yao transformed into crystalline ice, soaring into the sky, as if bidding a final farewell to this cruel earth. "Mother, I have come to find you." Her voice lingered in the air. The wind whispered softly, narrating this sorrowful tale. Su Lanfeng's eyes were hollow as he gazed in the direction of Ning Yao's disappearance, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Memories of the past surged like a tide, each one a blade piercing his heart. "Boss, that girl is gone," a subordinate reported to Chen Yuyuan. What a pity. Eliminate him." Yin Lu's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he kicked Su Lanfeng, sending him sprawling, then viciously stomped on his face, trampling his dignity. "Humph, Su Lanfeng, let us see how arrogant you remain now." The hatred within Su Lanfeng blazed like a roaring fire, propelling him to clutch Yin Lu's ankle with his last ounce of strength and yank him violently. Yin Lu, caught off guard, staggered, his arrogance replaced by shock. Su Lanfeng gritted his teeth and stood, coldly locking eyes with Yin Lu. "I warned you, you will pay the price. For Ning Yao's vengeance, I shall exact it today." With that, he summoned all his powers, coalescing them into a blade of wind and lunging at Yin Lu. Yin Lu quickly conjured a wall of flames to defend himself. The collision of fire and wind sparked brilliantly, creating a stalemate. Seeing this, Su Lanfeng roared, amplifying his energy output. The wind blade sharpened further, its brilliance intensifying, ultimately breaking through the fiery defense and racing towards Yin Lu. Yin Lu's complexion shifted dramatically as he dodged, the wind blade grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of blood. "You madman," he seethed, conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it at Su Lanfeng. Unflinching, Su Lanfeng formed a wall of wind with his remaining energy. But the fireball's force was overwhelming, shattering the wind barrier and sending him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. "Ha ha ha! You think you can kill me?" Yin Lu laughed, but before his laughter could fade, Su Lanfeng struggled to rise again. "I will not allow you to leave alive." Su Lanfeng wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze falling upon a nearby ice block, an idea forming in his mind. He lunged forward, infusing his wind ability into the ice, which instantaneously transformed into countless shards, shooting towards Yin Lu like a torrential downpour. Yin Lu hastily defended with flames, though he blocked most of the shards. Some still inflicted wounds upon him. "Damn it!" he bellowed, his form flickering as he morphed into a fiery whip aimed at Su Lanfeng. Caught off guard, Su Lanfeng was struck by the whip, searing his flesh. Yet, enduring the excruciating pain, he lunged at Yin Lu, driving the ice blade deep into his chest. Then with all his remaining strength, he twisted it, obliterating Yin Lu's heart. Simultaneously, the fire whip in Yin Lu's grasp erupted, incinerating Su Lanfeng to ashes. In an intertwining of ice and fire, they perished together, their figures gradually fading into the wind. In the final moments of his life, Su Lanfeng beheld Ning Yao's smiling face. her smile akin to the warm sun of spring, comforting his soul. His lips curled into a faint, contented smile before consciousness faded, plunging him into an endless abyss of darkness. This breathtaking confrontation left behind a poignant and heroic saga on this apocalyptic battlefield. Chapter 12. The spirit of the hero flies with the wind. The wind continued to whisper gently. The land once soaked in blood and hatred now lay eerily silent. Only the residual waves of energy bore witness to the recently unfolded, heart-stopping battle as their ashes dispersed in the wind. It was as if their shattered souls left their final mark upon this earth. Chen Yuyuan was engulfed in fury. Since awakening his powers, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. First, he had been toyed with like a mere dog, trapped in this icy wilderness with 100 or so followers for a better part of the day, brought to utter disgrace. Then, his most trusted confidant met a tragic end right before his eyes, leaving no trace behind. This dual assault felt like a razor-sharp, poison-coated blade piercing his heart, utterly trampling his pride. He threw back his head and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the leaden gray sky, his voice carrying endless rage and fierce intent. Search for them. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but bring out everyone hidden here. Spare not a single one. Eliminate them all, Chen Yuyuan bellowed, his voice akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of all present, leaving them numb with fear. Some of the more timid subordinates even quaked in terror. None dared to defy him, scattering hastily like a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes bloodshot and glinting with ferocity, racing in all directions. It's bad, boss. A subordinate rolled and scrambled back, his face a mask of terror, as if he had seen a ghost, his voice sharp and strained from panic. Our camp is under attack by the aberrations. Chen Yuyuan seized the panicked subordinate by the collar, glaring fiercely at him. Speak. What on earth is happening? Why did the aberrations emerge at this moment? The subordinate trembled like a leaf, his teeth chattering, struggling to articulate. Boss, last time we wanted to come up with a clever plan, to smear blood on those wretched things to lure the aberrations to attack those camps. After killing a few chickens and dogs, the brothers cooked and ate them. Who knew that the one who cleaned up the bones was such a fool, getting lazy and tossing the bones outside instead of burying them? The commotion from this battle and city, it was so loud that the nearby aberrations heard it and rushed over. A few of the sharper-nosed ones caught the scent of the bones and came over. But the few useless guards couldn't stop them, allowing one aberration to escape, and who would have thought it brought a whole horde of reinforcements? Chen Yuyuan, upon hearing this, was infuriated, slapping the subordinate across the face with a resounding crack that echoed sharply in the silent snow. Fool! You incompetent lot! The subordinate's head was knocked clean off, rolling on the ground for some time before coming to a stop. Chen Yuyuan suppressed his fury, knowing this was not the time to assign blame. The urgent priority was to return to the camp and quell the immediate crisis. He led his men in a frantic dash back to the main camp. Upon arrival, the scene before him resembled hell. Aberrations surged like a black tide, howling and clawing, relentlessly assaulting the camp's defenses. Flames erupted skyward, shouts of battle and screams of agony intertwined, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. The abilities of the first camp's fighters, both superpowered and ordinary, were desperately resisting, their powers flickering, yet the relentless onslaught of the aberrations threatened to topple their defenses. Chen Yuyuan, witnessing this, had bloodshot eyes, akin to burning coals, and he charged into the throng of aberrations with a deafening roar. His body ignited with fiery powers, transforming him into a colossal figure of flame. With every swing of his arms, waves of fire consumed the nearby aberrations, turning them to ash. Kill them all, defend the camp. If we cannot hold this ground today, we are all doomed. His voice rang out clearly amidst the chaos, imbued with a desperate determination that rekindled the courage of his previously panicked subordinates. However, the sheer number of aberrations was overwhelming, an unending tide. They seemed to grow increasingly frenzied, spurred on by the scent of blood, continually breaching the defenses and flooding into the camp. The soldiers gradually succumbed to exhaustion, the casualty count skyrocketing, the snow beneath them stained crimson, crunching underfoot. By the time Chengku, Luoyin, and their team arrived with Zhao Ping to assist Su Lanfeng in repelling the first camp, Chen Yuyuan had already rushed back to the camp to extinguish the flames of crisis. Gazing upon the frozen remnants and the numerous frostbitten minions left in the first camp, Changke felt a surge of anxiety. Su Lanfeng, where the devil are you? Where have you gone? The two you were searching for, the dead, are everywhere. What did you say? Changke swiftly sidestepped and yanked the murmuring minion off the ground, exclaiming, "What do you mean everywhere? I'll have you know, I've killed two." The minion trembled as he spoke. "We were ambushed and frozen here. That girl maintained the trap until it vanished into thin air. The one you seek, along with our leader's trusted aide, Yin Lu, that they perished together. I was frozen in the ice, helplessly watching. The scene was too harrowing. Ice shards and flames erupted chaotically. Su Lanfeng fought desperately for vengeance for that girl. But in the end they all perished, their ashes scattered by the wind." As the minion spoke, his eyes brimmed with terror and regret. His body shook uncontrollably. Changke, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning. His grip loosened abruptly, causing the minion to crash to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. The vivid image of Su Lanfeng's usual cheerful smile, his resolute gaze, and the timid, endearing figure of Ning Yao flooded Changke's mind, and his eyes reddened instantly, teeth grinding in anguish. How could this happen? Luo Yin abruptly lifted Zhao Ping, demanding, "Is this the cost of sparing no effort?" Zhao Ping swayed slightly from Luo Yin's sudden action, a sharp pain coursing through his wound, yet he refrained from crying out, his gaze reflecting a mix of helplessness and sorrow. He gently grasped Luo Yin's hand, attempting to calm him. "Luo Yin, I understand your distress. We all feel the same. But now is not the time for mutual accusations. Su Lanfeng and Ning Yao would never wish to see us at odds. What they fought for was the hope of the camp, the chance for all of us to survive." Luo Yin paused, realizing his earlier outburst, and gently set Zhao Ping back onto the cart. Zhao Ping shifted his body to find a more comfortable position against the cart and spoke softly. "Luo Yin, you question whether this is the price of sparing no effort. In this apocalyptic world, every decision is a gamble accompanied by a cost. Su Lanfeng and Ning Yao chose to fight with their lives. Mou sacrificed himself to detonate the bomb, and many others perished. The cost is heartbreakingly severe. Yet if we do not act in this manner, what lies ahead? Perhaps it is a future where the entire camp faces starvation, reduced to the vassals or even slaves of the first camp, facing further unreasonable torment, with countless lives at stake. A much heavier, irrevocable price." Chapter 13. Bloodshed before the camp. Dwindling in tensions, Zhao Ping watched the brutal bloodshed in the first camp with a cold gaze. On the battlefield, the brilliance of abilities flickered, the sounds of battle cries, roars, and agonized moans intertwined, echoing endlessly. At this moment, Changke and Luo Yin approached him, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Changke clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "They deserve it. They deserve it. They should all die." Luo Yin gently shook his head. "Yet now, witnessing them being slaughtered by the aberrations, I find no joy in it. After all, we are all human." The three stood in silence, watching the battle in the first camp gradually reach its conclusion. The aberrations, having sustained heavy losses, retreated temporarily, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Survivors of the first camp lay on the ground, groaning in agony, or staring blankly at the sky, their eyes hollow as if their souls had departed. Observing this, Zhao Ping sighed heavily. "We caused quite a stir by the riverbank. The nearby aberrations must have sensed it. Yet, through a twist of fate, the first camp bore the brunt of this assault. So what now?" Luo Yin inquired. "Should we return or check on the people in the first camp?" "Let us go see the people in the first camp. The survivors in this area will need to converge here. However, Chen Yuyuan will certainly not bow to us." Along the way, scattered corpses of both aberrations and humans lay strewn about. Severed limbs and torsos scattered haphazardly to that moment. Chen Yuyuan approached from a distance, his body smeared with blood and dust, his hair disheveled, eyes weary yet still exuding that stubbornness and defiance. Upon seeing Changke and the others, a complex expression flickered across his face, a mixture of surprise and a barely perceptible embarrassment, quickly masked by his arrogance. "What are you here for? To witness my folly?" Chen Yuyuan coldly queried, his voice tinged with hoarseness and anger. Luo Yin met his gaze unwaveringly. "We are not here to witness folly. In this apocalypse, we all face the same adversary, the aberrations. Both sides have suffered grievously. I hope we can unite. Chen Yuan let out a disdainful snort. Unite? You say? Do you truly expect such goodwill from us? Let us not forget, we still have scores to settle. Xiaoping spoke slowly. Chen Yuan, we have come to inform you that we are willing to temporarily set aside past grievances and collaborate. Your camp has suffered significant losses. Both your defenses and supplies can no longer provide sufficient safety. Think it over. We will wait for you by the riverbank for 3 days if you wish to join us. Come find us. If not, we will not force you. With that, Xiaoping and the others turned and departed. Upon returning to the riverbank in City A, Xiaoping immediately immersed himself in organizing the construction of the new camp. He dispatched Luoyin and Chang Ke back to the original location to safely escort all personnel remaining there. They organized manpower to transport stones, construct barriers, dig trenches, and search for habitable buildings near the city to serve as temporary shelters, allowing those who had endured days of fierce battle to regain their strength. Meanwhile, Xiaoping secluded himself in a tent, pulling out blueprints to begin planning the vision of the new camp. 3 days passed, and the temporary living quarters and defensive measures of the new camp were established. Survivors from the first camp and some injured ability users trickled into Xiaoping's camp. Chen Yuan, along with elemental users and other powerful ability users, left the camp to seek refuge in other camps, leaving behind the injured and ordinary people with a curt directive: to survive. Go to City A and find Xiaoping. He will take care of your fates from now on. Hearing Chen Yuan's callous words, the abandoned injured and civilians exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Yet the instinct for survival drove them to support one another, trudging wearily towards the direction of City A. Xiaoping stood atop the camp's high platform, watching as the tattered, faltering figures approached. His heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that accepting these people would place immense pressure on the camp. Yet in this apocalypse, how could he bear to turn them away? Let them in. Xiaoping took a deep breath and instructed the guards beside him. In the ensuing days, the camp entered a phase of tense yet orderly construction and development. People divided into several groups. Some continued to reinforce defenses, adding more stones and sharp stakes to the barriers, deepening and widening the trenches, and setting up concealed traps. Others ventured out to scavenge for supplies, meticulously searching through the ruins of the city for usable materials. After several days of rest and relocation, the nearby populace had largely gathered here, and those who had endured the brutal battles gradually began to recuperate. With the loss of protection from the first camp, the second and sixth camps also relocated here en masse. Inside the central large tent of the camp, Xiaoping spread out the design blueprint, presenting his plans to the leaders and core members of each camp. Ladies and gentlemen, my proposal is to use the riverbank as the center, utilizing the construction materials of City A to establish a city area capable of housing 20,000 individuals. Although we currently have only 1,000 people, we possess over 400 ability users. I have assessed labor efficiency. The first phase will focus on constructing agricultural and residential areas, followed by the civilians, while all ability users will commence the second phase of building the outer city walls. As Xiaoping spoke, everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes instinctively shifting to the leader of the second camp, Xiaoyu, eager to hear the insights of this reputedly wise leader. Xiaoyu, a wood ability user, bore little outward effect from his abilities. His face reflected the calmness of someone seasoned by life's trials, his deep-set eyes brimming with intelligence. His lips were often pursed, conveying a sense of restraint, and his hair was neatly groomed, radiating a trustworthy leader's aura. Having listened quietly, Xiaoyu, sensing the sudden attention, spoke leisurely. Xiaoping's plan is comprehensive. However, I believe that in implementation, the energy of the ability users is limited. And shouldn't we allow some breathing room in the timeline for constructing the city walls? Upon Xiaoyu's words, the tent erupted in lively discussion, a fervent debate concerning survival and development taking shape. The leader of the sixth camp, Yin Qi, a carefree youth with fiery red hair, also a fire ability user, understood that after such a fierce battle, the second camp and his own sixth camp would not hold the same sway as the other 3 camps that had fought alongside them. To gain status in the new alliance, they must offer something of value, and he happened to possess just that. Ladies and gentlemen, our sixth camp has long been researching techniques to utilize abilities in developing crops to avoid first camp's monopolization of our food supply. Now that we are united, I shall not withhold this knowledge. Chapter 14. Cultivating hope for generations to come. Yin Qi's chest swelled slightly, and a determined and proud glimmer sparkled in his eyes. a confidence rooted in the latest breakthroughs in their camp's development of extraordinary abilities. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I trust you are all well acquainted with the conventional combat methods employed by wood-type ability users, which primarily involve manipulating plants or inducing the growth of vines from the soil. However," he paused, his gaze piercing, imbued with a thought-provoking intensity, "is the potential of wood-type abilities truly limited to this? Recently, our camp rescued several wood-type ability users who had escaped from outside. They brought with them exhilarating news. Many camps have made profound and groundbreaking advancements in the application of wood-type abilities within the realm of agriculture." "What developments?" Xiao Yu, a fellow wood-type ability user, abruptly stood, disregarding his composure, and inquired anxiously. "I have been attempting to apply wood-type abilities to the growth of crops, but to no avail. It merely requires breaking through a thin veneer." Yin Qi remarked, a flicker of pride crossing his eyes as he surveyed the curious gazes around him, relishing the moment of attention before he continued with measured calm. "Our camp collaborated with these extraordinary individuals to conduct in-depth research and repeated experiments. We discovered that when applying wood-type abilities to plants, one must abandon the previous simplistic mindset of mere growth stimulation and instead view plants as patients, utilizing a healing approach to harness these abilities. Furthermore, another ability user must be present to simultaneously guide the growth direction of the plant, resulting in an astonishingly rapid flourishing of vegetation. Take our experimental results as an example. In just 3 days, crops like wheat can grow robustly from seed to a mature, harvestable state. Should external conditions be even more favorable, with optimal temperatures and abundant sunlight, this growth cycle could be further shortened to a mere 2 days." Yin Qi's voice trembled with excitement. Moreover, astonishingly, the energy expenditure incurred from releasing these abilities is negligible compared to the energy provided by the harvested crops. This signifies that, with the judicious application of this developmental achievement, the issue of food scarcity will no longer plague us, and the foundation of our camp's survival will attain unprecedented stability. His words resonated with gravitas, stirring a tempest of emotions within the audience. The once formidable food dilemma that had been a source of torment for the first district was resolved. Just like that, the prospect of an endless supply of food swiftly dispelled the long-standing shadow of despair that had loomed over the hearts of many, bursting open the gates of hope that had been sealed by desperation. Cheers and shouts erupted like a surging tide. Once the crowd gradually quieted, Yin Qi spoke steadily. "Leaders, while we have discovered the key to unlocking the food treasury, the subsequent processes of land reclamation, cultivation, harvesting, and storage, as well as the safety of our camp, require our collective effort and unity." Zhao Ping nodded first, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the assembly. "Yin Qi is correct. My original plan was to construct embankments along the riverbank, converting the riverside park into farmland, and mixing the silt from the river into the soil as fertilizer. Now that we have abilities to assist in crop cultivation, let us commence by establishing the agricultural zones." The crowd engaged fervently in discussion, a comprehensive and detailed plan for the camp's development gradually taking shape during the meeting. "Since there is unanimous agreement, let us begin construction." Xiao Yu promptly approached Yin Qi, eager to learn the methods of utilizing abilities for crop cultivation. Luo Yin and Chang Ku each led a team of combat personnel to patrol and eradicate aberrations, while Mei Wu gathered a team to mobilize laborers to the riverside to commence construction. Zhao Ping took An Yi and all the Earth-type ability users to level the land in the riverside area and establish agricultural zones. An Yi took the lead, plunging his hands deep into the earth as his Earth-type abilities surged into action. The sand and stones along the riverbank seemed to respond to a powerful call, rising from the ground to coalesce at designated points. Under his control, the sand and stones began to stack upon one another, gradually forming the embryonic shape of the embankment. Other ability users stepped forward, employing their skills to reinforce the dam, while scattered pieces of scrap metal were reshaped and fused through the honing of their abilities, becoming crucial components embedded within the earthen dam, significantly enhancing its fortitude. Through the collective efforts of all, the embankment took shape at an astonishing pace, standing tall and robust above the riverbank. As the rest of the camp converged upon the riverside, An Yi and Mei Wu swiftly organized the crowd, launching a large-scale expansion plan, leveling the entire riverside land, dismantling all structures and hardscapes in the park, leaving only pathways. After delineating extensive agricultural zones, the Earth-type ability users activated their powers to divert a tributary from the river. creating a network of water to irrigate the farmland. Simultaneously, large groups of people began to wield rudimentary tools to clear weeds, pick stones, and plow the land. After 10 days of relentless toil, the agriculture zone by the river was finally completed through the collective efforts of all. Everyone gathered to witness the planting of the first seed on this day. Zhao Ping, standing atop a proposed earthen platform, presided over the groundbreaking ceremony, his heart brimming with emotion as he addressed all present, brothers and sisters. Today we stand here to witness a monumental moment. The establishment of this agricultural zone signifies not only the reclamation of land, but also serves as a powerful testament to our rebirth amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. Once, we lost so much. Our homes were destroyed, our loved ones slain, as if the entire world had descended into an abyss of darkness. Yet we did not surrender or succumb. With our own hands and indomitable will, we have cultivated the dawn of hope upon this wasteland. Look around you. Every inch of soil is imbued with our sweat, and every seed carries our yearning for a better life. This is the result of our unity, forged through courage and resilience. Now, as this seed is sown, it shall take root and flourish, just as our future is filled with boundless possibilities. We shall transform this land into our new homeland, filling it with laughter and joy, becoming our new hope. The path ahead may still be fraught with challenges, but I firmly believe that as long as we maintain this spirit of unity and perseverance, we can create an even brighter tomorrow. Let us march forward hand in hand towards that hopeful future. Let our homeland rise anew upon this soil, and let our names be forever etched in the annals of this glorious history. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before thunderous cheers and applause erupted, soaring into the heavens and shaking the very foundation beneath them. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Yu, accompanied by the wood-type users, cautiously stepped onto the soft earth, reverently cradling a handful of wheat seeds. Taking a deep breath, he slowly crouched down, his knees gently touching the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon the seeds, filled with reverence and anticipation. With lips barely moving, he held one seed in one hand while gently pinching a small handful with the other, scattering each seed into the opened furrow. With each seed that fell, his gaze followed closely, gently covering the surrounding soil with his palms, smoothing it down meticulously. This land bears the weight of our past, present, and future. Xiao Yu's voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with conviction, cutting through the crowd. We once lost so much. But now, through our collective efforts, hope has been sown with our own hands. Each seed is a promise that we shall never bow to fate, a promise that we shall rebuild our beautiful homeland. Chapter 15. Undercurrents of affection. Under the diligent efforts of Xiao Yu and the wood-type ability users, the first batch of wheat matured 3 days later, golden waves swaying gently in the breeze. The plump ears of wheat clashing together, producing a delightful rustling sound. The crowd eagerly picked up rudimentary tools and joined the harvesters. Cutting, bundling, transporting. Everyone worked in an organized frenzy. The fire-type ability users carefully employed their powers to dry the batch of wheat, while others set up the large stone mills that had long been prepared, grinding flour using ancient techniques. More than 30 stone mills turned in unison, flour flowing like a stream, as chefs eagerly added water to knead the dough, placing it into the prepared ovens to bake flatbreads. The aroma wafted through the air, drawing everyone in, and they instinctively formed a long queue in front of the ovens. As the first flatbread emerged, the enticing scent ignited their appetites. Those who received the bread, heedless of the heat, took large bites, some even biting their tongues, yet they devoured it with abandon. Cheers erupted, igniting the enthusiasm of many as they ate. They shared tales of the hardships endured and the joys of their hard-earned rewards, laughter echoing throughout the camp, as if all their suffering was dispelled by this warm atmosphere. After being hungry for so long, they finally had a hearty meal. Yi, clutching several flatbreads, sat on the ground with Zhao Ping and others, discussing future plans while they feasted. First, let us fill our stomachs and take a few days to recuperate. Soon, we must embark on the construction of the city walls. Following that, we shall attempt to cultivate rice, as we initially opted for wheat, considering its durability for baking flatbreads. Yet, we consumed half of our first harvest in a single meal. Zhao Ping, while eating, remarked, "Let us utilize our abilities to accelerate the ripening of the next acre, yielding 500 pounds of grain." Our initial experiment across 10 acres has been a resounding success. The next step is to plant all the thousands of acres we have reclaimed. Indeed, we must accumulate enough food, as physical labor tends to induce hunger. Once we have surplus provisions, we can also engage in livestock farming, allowing us to enjoy hearty meals. He then stood up and stated that we had recently re-established contact with those who had previously traded salt and other supplies with the first camp. They are willing to continue trading with us, but we must offer quality grain in exchange. We now possess a stable food supply channel, which is certainly advantageous for our exchanges, Chunku added. Though the location is somewhat distant, and they only trade within their own camp, these matters will naturally resolve themselves in due course. For now, let us take a few days to rest before proceeding to the next phase. Xiaoping rose and declared that the threat from the aberrations has not yet dissipated, and Chen Yuan will not relent. We must expedite our defensive constructions. For the time being, we will focus on the outer city walls. And Yi will lead the earth-based abilities to create a foundational earthen and stone wall. We shall review the general outline of the wall together, ensuring we make full use of the terrain. Others will enter City A, demolishing all high-rise and dangerous buildings, repurposing the steel and concrete debris to reinforce the walls. We must also strive to preserve as many multi-story and single-story buildings within the walls as possible, as they may prove useful after renovation. The city's drainage and sewage systems are currently severely obstructed, necessitating a thorough cleanup. Everyone, take a moment to rest before we resume work, Xiaoping announced. The leaders, hearing this lengthy list of tasks, felt overwhelmed. The previous camp had not been burdened with such a multitude of responsibilities, and the thought of tackling them all at once was nearly enough to make their heads spin. Changke smirked, exclaiming in jest, "Are we being treated as a construction crew? Just after finishing battle, we must now clear the sewers." Yanqi chimed in with a smile. Life in this apocalyptic world seems less arduous thanks to our collective efforts. Who knows, perhaps one day we will truly create an apocalyptic utopia, and we can boast about this glorious entrepreneurial history to future generations. Laughter erupted among the group, and they promptly returned to leading their respective teams and executing their tasks. Due to the extensive construction needed for the new camp, the abilities must be utilized in a concentrated manner, and the inhabitants of each camp were reorganized according to their skills. And Yi led all earth-based and strength-type abilities into an engineering team responsible for various constructions. Xiaoyu took charge of all wood-based abilities and some water-based abilities for agricultural activities. Changku and Luoyin each led a group of combat elites to maintain order and perimeter vigilance. Yanqi led a team into City A for demolition and the search for useful supplies. Mei Wu, having suffered heavy losses in previous battles, was still in recovery and led only a small team for logistical support. As for the unpleasant task of clearing the sewers, no one was eager to take it on, leaving Zhao Ping to assign some ordinary people from the original first camp to rotate through the work. After all, those who do not labor shall not eat, that I in the scarred yet hopeful land of City A. The monumental task of constructing the city walls officially commenced. Zhao Ping closely followed in Ye's construction team, collaboratively planning and designing the walls. The earth-based abilities, masters of the land, arrived first at the designated site for the wall's construction. With solemn expressions, they firmly planted their feet upon the ground, seemingly merging with the earth itself. And Yi boldly stepped forward, gently closing his eyes, allowing his perception to delve into every inch of soil and stone beneath. In an instant, the earth stirred as if awakened from slumber, trembling violently. Massive stones began to rise, and under the precise control of the abilities, the first colossal stone slowly moved to its designated position, emitting a deep rumble that signaled the commencement of the wall's construction to the desolate land. Given that the riverbank was designated for agricultural use, it was strategically protected in the city's central area. An Yi and his team meticulously crafted a waterway to serve as a moat, channeling water from the outer regions to encircle the camp, thereby establishing a defensive perimeter while effectively mitigating the adverse effects of seasonal flooding. The point where the river entered the city. They constructed a gravity dam using pure stone materials, designing multiple narrow water inlets and incorporating coarse steel bars to form a lattice structure, preventing enemies from infiltrating the city through the waterways. This river flowed east to west, with 2 water gates positioned at either end, while 2 further gates were constructed at the southern and northern ends using entirely stone and salvaged concrete blocks. Watchtowers would be erected at intervals along the walls. After Yanqi and others dismantled the dangerous buildings and high-rise structures, and Yi directed the construction team to reinforce the walls with the salvaged steel and concrete, even embedding shards of glass into the outer surface of the walls. Days passed slowly as the walls took shape, and during a rare moment of respite, the group gathered in the shade of the walls. With Zhao Ping and Yi sharing stories and laughter in an unnoticed corner, Mei Wu sat quietly atop the remnants of a collapsed structure, occasionally stealing glances at Zhao Ping, her heart stirred by a subtle emotion that she herself had yet to comprehend. When did this feeling take root? She did not know, nor did she wish to dwell on it. She simply recognized that each time Zhao Ping entered her line of sight, her heart would ripple with the gentlest of waves. She understood that in this apocalyptic world, emotions might be a luxury. Yet, whenever she beheld Zhao Ping smile, her heart was irresistibly drawn to him. This delicate sentiment within her felt akin to a spirit trapped in a labyrinth, wandering aimlessly yet persistently seeking an exit, unwilling to relinquish its quest, quietly flourishing beneath the walls of this desolate world, amid hope and struggle. Chapter 16. Grand designs and unwavering beliefs after months of relentless effort. This immensely fortified wall was finally completed. As dawn broke, warm golden rays illuminated the walls, outlining their formidable contours, the solid and weighty structure firmly rooted in the earth, proclaiming humanity's resilience and tenacity to this harsh world. The main body of the wall was intricately constructed from gray, textured stones and modeled concrete blocks. The two water gates appeared remarkably robust from afar, while at the narrow inlets, coarse steel bars intertwined to form a net, with water surging rapidly through the gaps, creating bursts of white foam. The southern and northern ends of the wall formed a double-layered defense system, with the outer layer low and the inner layer towering, arranged in a square layout that jutted outward from the wall, providing multi-directional fire support during combat. On the wall, Chang Ku and Luo Yin led two combat teams in patrols, beginning to plan for guard posts and shift changes for defense. Within the walls, children laughed and ran through the streets, their joyous voices infusing this apocalyptic camp with vitality and energy. Women gathered together, utilizing supplies collected from outside the city to sew garments and weave baskets, their hands tirelessly at work while they shared snippets of daily life and warmth. Elders sat beneath eaves, basking in sunlight, using handmade tools to sharpen weapons or repair household items, their gazes reflecting the steadfastness and composure born from the passage of time. Zhao Ping and the others stood atop the walls, surveying the scene. Mei Wu smiled and remarked, "It has not been easy to reach this point after all our struggles." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, from the initial chaos of survival to gradually building this home, everyone has sacrificed so much. However, we cannot afford to relax. The aberrations outside and other potential threats will not cease." Yi confidently patted the sturdy bricks of the wall, declaring, "This wall is as solid as a fortress, and with our brothers patrolling day and night, those creatures would not dare to approach easily." The group gazed at the walls, their hearts filled with hope. Though aware of lurking dangers, they were resolute in their commitment to safeguard their burgeoning home against the storms of the apocalypse. Zhao Ping surveyed the group, his gaze steady and resolute, and spoke, "Now that our defensive project is complete, I would like to discuss urban planning. We shall construct in a concentric manner. At the core lies our grain production zone, the foundation of our survival, which must be vigilantly protected. The next ring will encompass residential areas, commercial districts, and warehouses to meet everyone's needs, ensuring the flow and storage of supplies. The outermost layer will be designated for military purposes, housing barracks, armories, training grounds, and field hospitals, thereby establishing a robust safety perimeter." "What a monumental undertaking this will be," Yin Qi exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, exhaustion etched across his face. Yi, witnessing this, sat beside him and sighed. "We have endured countless trials to transform our dwelling from a mere settlement into this expansive city capable of accommodating thousands. For me, this place has long since become my home." "Home?" A fleeting hint of melancholy crossed Mei Wu's eyes as she softly murmured, "In this apocalyptic world, such a term feels extravagant." Suddenly, Zhao Ping turned to face the group, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. "Friends, though the shadows of the apocalypse loom heavily over the world, the light of hope within our hearts has never been extinguished. I propose we name our newly born city Hope City. What say you?" "Hope City? That is a splendid name. I love it. It sounds invigorating." "Indeed, one can only hope. May our city truly become the final bastion of hope for all." "Haha, it is settled. Once the construction of the city nears completion, we must organize a grand naming ceremony. As the days pass, the military zone, residential area, and agricultural district gradually take shape according to plan. Within the military zone, a standing army composed of abilities users selected by Chang Ku and Luoyin trains diligently each day, ever prepared to confront the unknown threats beyond the city. In the residential area, houses are arranged harmoniously, with smoke curling from chimneys, neighbors aiding one another, and children frolicking in the newly built square, their laughter dispelling the shadows of the apocalypse. In the agricultural district, waves of golden wheat sway, and fruits abound, where abilities users skillfully accelerate crop ripening, and the faces of laborers radiate with the joy of harvest, ensuring an ample food supply for the city. On a sun-kissed day, the residents of Hope City gather together to welcome the long-anticipated ceremony. Zhao Ping strides onto the platform, his stature commanding, his gaze sweeping over every familiar face below, filled with profound emotion. Once the crowd settles, he clears his throat, his resonant voice echoing far and wide. Friends, we have journeyed from the depths of despair. Upon the ruins, brick by brick, shovel by shovel, we have erected this Hope City. Today, we gather to bestow it with an official name, allowing the essence of hope to take root in this land. Today, we unite to witness this monumental moment. Looking back, this path has been strewn with thorns and tears. Once upon a time, the world crumbled, the ominous clouds of doom mercilessly devoured all that was familiar. The earth lay in ruins, life flickered like a dying candle in the wind, and fear and despair became the daily backdrop that a flicker of painful memories shadows the eyes of the crowd, but it is swiftly dispelled by Zhao Ping's increasingly uplifting voice. But did we yield? No. When darkness enveloped us, we clasped each other's hands tightly, navigating our way through the ruins. Behold, the current Hope City stands as a fortress of our courage and strength, regardless of the unknown terrors lurking beyond the city walls. We shall defend every inch of our land with our blood and lives, and today, we shall officially name this city reborn from the ashes. Hope City. These 3 words are not merely a title. They embody our faith, our spirit. They encapsulate the sweat and toil of each individual, bearing our aspirations for the future. From this moment forth, no matter how many hardships lie ahead, through tempest and turmoil, as long as we stand united, Hope City shall forever remain unyielding. Let us join hands and march bravely towards a radiant future. Zhao Ping's speech resonates powerfully, and the applause and cheers from the crowd erupt like a surging tide, coalescing into an overwhelming force that reaches for the heavens. In this moment, every heart is filled with hope, their eyes sparkling with steadfast confidence for the future, ready to stride boldly into the unknown tomorrow. Chapter 17. Encountering adversity and seeking assistance. Li Gu, look at this world. In this wretched place we inhabit, we are perpetually hungry and must guard against alien ambushes. This life is truly unbearable. A Fu squats on the dusty ground, tracing patterns in the sand with a withered branch, his face etched with sorrow as he gazes up at Li Gu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Gu tightens his tattered, patched cotton coat, furrowing his brow as he spits on the ground. Indeed, of food. We cannot simply wait for death here. We must seek a way out. I have been inquiring around, and I heard of a place called Hope City. It's remarkable. A Fu's eyes instantly brighten, and he leaps to his feet, eagerly leaning closer to Li Gu. What is this Hope City? Is it really that extraordinary? Li Gu gestures towards a direction, vividly describing. I've heard that at the heart of the city lies a vast expanse of farmland, with wheat and fruit trees thriving abundantly in this apocalypse. Enough food to last a lifetime. There are dedicated guardian squads of abilities users, and the aliens dare not approach. Moreover, the people there are kind and helpful, no matter where you come from. As long as you sincerely seek refuge, you can have a warm meal and a place to stay. A Fu's face shines with hope as he smacks his lips, as though he can already envision the endless food. Goodness. Is this not paradise? Li Gu, when do we set off? I can hardly bear to stay here any longer. Li Gu pats a Fu on the shoulder, speaking solemnly. Don't rush. We must prepare. Though the journey isn't too far, we cannot be careless along the way. We need to gather supplies and weapons. Should we encounter aliens, we must be able to defend ourselves. A Fu nods vigorously, hastily beginning to pack his meager belongings. All right, Li Gu, I will follow your lead. I just long for the day we reach Hope City and live a peaceful life without fear. Li Gu watches a Fu's fervent preparations, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, Fu. This journey will undoubtedly be challenging, but once we reach Hope City, good days will await us. Two brothers, wishing to embark, were approached by a burly man clad in a cloak who overheard their conversation. I am from Hope City. The rumors you've heard are true, and there are houses to live in. No need to sleep in tents, and everyone has something to gain. Really? Is there truly such a wonderful place? Li Gu and Fu cannot help but envision a bright future. The burly man smiles slightly, then turns to head towards the next settlement. Suddenly, a storm infused with potent abilities strikes him, and the man is caught off guard, tumbling several times before rising, coated in dust. Well, if it isn't the dog of the 5th camp. And ye, aren't you supposed to be pulling carts instead of rummaging through garbage today? The man who fell was none other than Su Y.S. Hope City was being constructed. Xiaoping had dispatched some individuals to spread the news of Hope City, enticing more people to join and strengthen its growth. What a twist of fate! Sui brushes off the dust, a flicker of concealed anger flashing in his eyes before he regains his composure, for standing before him is Chen Yuan. I didn't expect to encounter you here. I thought these two-legged creatures were merely running around. Turns out they have a rat leading them. The glint of malice crosses Chen Yuan's face as a gust of wind sweeps by, causing blood to trickle from Sui's left ear, half of which has been severed. Damn it, I initially intended to kill you, but I'll spare your miserable life for now. Go back and tell Yi and the others to clean up your despair city. And when I return, I want Xiaoping's head delivered to me. I shall spare your lives if you comply. Now, get lost with that. He sends Sui flying with a kick. As Chen Yuan departed the 1st camp, he marched eastward without looking back. Boss, I truly cannot accept this. Are we simply going to walk away? No, I will never let them off the hook. You loyal souls shall not be deprived of future rewards. Thank you, boss, but where are we headed? To seek assistance, my 5th brother. After enduring months of hardship, Chen Yuan and his group, looking disheveled, arrived at a vast encampment. Chen Yuan mustered his strength and shouted toward the interior. The stars in the sky number the Big Dipper. The southern sky gathers the 7 stars' tail. Before long, a tall man dressed in a fitted suit, slender and refined, stepped out with a welcoming smile. The youngest has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Chen Yuan rushed forward, hugging the man's leg and bursting into tears. 5th brother, please help me. My subordinates have revolted and driven me out. The man referred to as 5th brother gently lifted Chen Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes held an inscrutable depth. He spoke softly. Do not cry, little one, with 5th brother here. I will take care of this. After scanning the ragtag group behind Chen Yuan, he remarked with a frown, but you truly lack resolve. You cannot even manage a few subordinates. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately ceased his weeping, meekly replying, 5th brother is right. Everything was fine here until a scoundrel named Zhao Ping appeared, using some sort of sorcery to influence my brothers to turn against me. Upon hearing Zhao Ping's name, 5th brother's gaze sharpened like an eagle, and his aura chilled. Himph, Zhao Ping. I have noted that. As everyone followed 5th brother into the camp, they found it organized and orderly, with everyone performing their duties, clearly managed with efficiency. Once everyone settled, 5th brother finally spoke. Little one, you did not come merely to vent your frustrations. You must have other requests. Chen Yuan awkwardly smiled, rubbing his hands together. As expected of 5th brother, nothing escapes your notice. I wish to borrow your strength to regroup and reclaim my territories. 5th brother lightly tapped his fingers against the table, producing a rhythmic sound. After a moment, he stood, hands clasped behind his back. If I agree to assist you, I shall certainly keep my word with that. He raised his palm upward, and unexpectedly, Chen Yuan and his group began to levitate, landing gracefully on the chairs beside the dining table, while bowls and plates of food floated over, precisely landing before everyone in astonishment. Please, eat. I can see that you all have been famished for several days. A group of individuals, devoid of restraint, began to devour their food ravenously. Wu Ji's abilities have indeed advanced, thought Chen Yuyan, his eyes brimming with astonishment and enthusiasm. He understood that with Wu Gu's extraordinary power to manipulate all things, even bending others to unleash their supernatural abilities, the path of vengeance had already begun to illuminate with the dawn of hope. One astute younger brother couldn't help but inquire, Master Wu, with such remarkable prowess, we have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Should those nefarious individuals question us, we would be better prepared to proclaim your renown." Qin Yuyin slightly tilted his head, a reminiscent smile gracing his lips. "My elder brother, known as Qin Yuheng." After ensuring that Qin Yuyin and his companions were settled, Qin Yuheng's expression darkened abruptly. Although the current world was rife with treachery and deceit, large-scale conflicts remained a taboo. It was one of the few remaining moral boundaries in this chaotic existence. The insurrection among the younger brother's subordinates was closely tied to his unilateral decision to annex a small camp under his command. However, the younger brother had come pleading for help, and it was a request that could not be ignored. For a moment, even the ever-cunning Qin Yuheng found himself at a loss for a solution that could satisfy all parties involved. After much contemplation, Qin Yuheng resolved to commence with gathering intelligence. He summoned several trusted confidants, whispering a few instructions, after which they hurriedly departed. 6 months later, when his confidants returned with detailed reports of their findings, a series of plans began to unfurl in Qin Yuheng's mind. Chapter 18. Unexpected reinforcements amidst the mist. After nearly a year of reconstruction, Hope City had begun to take shape. With imposing and sturdy walls encircling it, watchtowers were strategically placed atop the walls, where vigilant guards kept a keen eye on every movement beyond the city limits. At the city gates, the comings and goings of people were bustling yet orderly. Some carried harvested grains, while others transported supplies scavenged from outside the city. Within the city, fields of wheat swayed like waves, nurtured by the powers of supernatural beings, ensuring a bountiful harvest. The residential areas featured neatly arranged houses, where neighbors lent a helping hand to one another, and the joyful laughter of children echoed throughout. Even the living quarters had opened shops, where, despite the majority of goods being handmade or repaired, the basic needs of the populace were met, and the air buzzed with the sounds of lively transactions. Zhao Ping, along with Yi and others, patrolled the city, and as they took in the scene before them, a sense of satisfaction washed over his face. Everyone has worked hard this past year. Hope City is not only capable of self-preservation but can also accommodate more survivors. Our efforts have not been in vain. And Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, with the increase in population, numerous challenges have also arisen. We must strategize for future developments. Just then, a member of the reconnaissance team rushed over, breathless with urgency. "Report. An equipped contingent has been spotted outside the city, and they do not appear to be ordinary survivors. Their numbers are approximately 200, and they are heading towards us." Zhao Ping furrowed his brow, sensing that this situation was anything but simple. And Yi, also frowning, began to analyze. Could they be a band of nearby vagrants, having heard of our successful development, intending to seize our resources? Zhao Ping shook his head in denial. It doesn't seem likely. Given their equipment and military discipline, they resemble an organized force. Perhaps they are another large encampment seeking collaboration. Thus, he dispatched Luo Yin to lead a small team to negotiate and ascertain the intentions of the approaching group. Luo Yin accepted the command and soon encountered the contingent. At the forefront was a stunningly attractive woman, her bright eyes sparkling, with a fair complexion and graceful figure accentuated by a fitted red dress. Her loosely curled hair cascading freely, each smile and gesture radiated an enchanting allure. With a playful smile, she said, "I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Hope City and have come to pay a visit. I hope to collaborate with your esteemed city to weather these trials together. Please grant us the favor of shelter." Handsome Luo Yin felt a sudden chill, fully aware that this matter was far from simple. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor. "Miss, you flatter me that I am Luo Yin, the captain of the 2nd Combat Team of Hope City. May I inquire your name and origin?" The woman giggled, her lips parting gracefully. "I am Su Yao. Recently, that wretched tide of aberrations wreaked havoc upon our base, resulting in countless casualties among my sisters. We find ourselves in dire straits, which is why we have come to Hope City." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, presenting a pitiful visage that tugged at the heartstrings. Luo Yin frowned slightly, glancing at the weary yet keen expressions of the individuals behind her. Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. He replied, "Miss Su, this matter is of great significance. I must return to the city to report to the leader. Please wait a moment." Su Yao lightly brushed her hair aside, nodding in acquiescence. "Of course, but do hurry. Handsome, my sisters are anxiously waiting outside, and we cannot afford to delay." Luo Yin spurred his horse back to the city, relaying the situation truthfully. Zhao Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully and spoke solemnly. This young lady leads a squad of elite soldiers. Their strength should not be underestimated. While cooperation could bolster both parties, human hearts are fickle. Should any betrayal occur, it could spell disaster at that moment. And Yi, accompanied by several other leaders, approached to discuss the matter, all of them unaware of this woman's true background. Yi remarked, "We are currently in the midst of gathering survivors. If we turn them away, word may spread and dishearten other survivors who would dare approach us in the future." After much deliberation, Zhao Ping finally stood, his gaze resolute. "Open the gates to welcome them, but we must not lower our guard. Keep a close watch on their every move. In this apocalyptic world, mutual assistance is our duty, yet we must remain vigilant." The city gates swung wide open, and Su Yao's group was ushered into the city. "Hope City truly lives up to its reputation," she exclaimed, taking in the splendid construction. "By the way, do you have a place to bathe?" Zhao Ping approached her. "Greetings. What matters can we discuss? As for your request for bathing facilities, we do have a public bathhouse." Su Yao swayed her hips enticingly, extending her hand as if to tease Zhao Ping, but he deftly sidestepped. "Since you've allowed us entry, why not extend some hospitality? Our group has been rejected by many camps, and if we cannot find refuge today, we might very well end up as fodder for the aberrations." She paused for effect, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "Since you are gracious enough to take us in, we want to repay kindness with enmity. I do have troublesome matters requiring protection, but before that, we will do our utmost to assist you. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement." Zhao Ping remained impassive, his gaze steady as he regarded Su Yao. "Miss Su, as you are here, you are welcome. Hope City embraces all who sincerely seek refuge and wish to forge a path forward together. However, let me be clear. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives, we will not hesitate to act decisively." Su Yao blinked innocently, her smile brightening. "Oh, you say that as if we are not all in this apocalypse together. Why would I be foolish enough to betray you?" At that moment, an urgent alarm blared throughout the city. A patrolling guard rushed by, banging a gong. "The granary is on fire. Everyone, hurry to extinguish the flames." Su Yao raised her hands in mock innocence. "I was merely stating. This has nothing to do with me. After all, you've scrutinized me for so long, and yet it appears there are spies among you." Zhao Ping and the others ignored Su Yao's taunts, turning to rush towards the site of the fire. They arrived to see the granary engulfed in roaring flames, the inferno resembling a monstrous giant, clawing at everything in its vicinity as if challenging all who dared approach. Thick smoke billowed skyward, a suffocating stench permeating the air, making it difficult to breathe. Panic ensued among the townsfolk, their cries and wails intertwining in a cacophony. "This fire is a result of supernatural powers," exclaimed Yin Qi, a master of fire abilities, his expression turning grave. Zhao Ping's eyes narrowed, and he bellowed, "Whoever dares to wreak havoc in Hope City will pay a heavy price. Luo Yin, lead a team to cordon off the area. We must not allow the perpetrator to escape, especially those with fire abilities." Luo Yin complied, swiftly dispersing a squad of elite soldiers to form a tight encirclement around the granary. Mei Wu gathered her formidable powers, and the temperature of the fire scene plummeted. Snowflakes began to fall, quickly suppressing the blaze. Nearby water manipulators also unleashed their abilities, gradually bringing the fire under control until it was extinguished. "Damn it!" Chunka slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Today was his day to patrol and maintain order, and yet such chaos unfolded. This was a slap in the face, more painful than anything else. "Report. Sui has returned. He says he has something of utmost importance to report." Chapter 19. A crisis awaiting resolution. In the aftermath of the fire, Hope City remained shrouded in a thin veil of smoke, akin to a gloomy shroud weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, suffocating in its intensity. The rampant flames had nearly consumed all reserves of food, plunging the city into a dire scarcity of supplies. To navigate this crisis, the existing food resources could only be distributed according to a stringent plan, barely supporting the basic survival needs of the entire city until the next harvest ripened. In the town square, people stood in queues, their eyes reflecting exhaustion and anxiety, silently awaiting their rations. The line moved slowly, every individual enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of their footsteps and the occasional cough that punctuated the stillness. At that moment, A diminutive figure abruptly shattered the stifling silence. He hurled the rations he had just received forcefully to the ground, instantly capturing the attention of those around him. Brothers, do you not feel that the quality of our rations has worsened? And the portions have grown ever smaller these past few days? I have heard that those in power, along with the superhumans, are colluding disgracefully, secretly hoarding vast quantities of grain with the intention of selling it for a handsome profit outside. In a bid to conceal their nefarious actions, they have callously set fire to the granaries, showing complete disregard for the lives of us common folk. How are we to endure in such dire circumstances? His words fell like a boulder into the tranquil waters of a lake, instantly stirring up a tempest of emotions. Among the crowd, faces turned pale with alarm, and voices rose in protest. Is this true? How could they be so utterly devoid of conscience? We toil from dawn till dusk, sacrificing everything for this city, and now we cannot even secure a single meal. Is there no justice left in this world? The short man, seeing others resonate with his sentiments, continued to stoke the flames of dissent. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. I have also heard that those superhumans indulge in debauchery, lavishly feasting and drinking. The grain and resources they squander during their training could sustain us commoners for many days. Why do they get to enjoy privileges while we are left to starve and freeze? Is this fair? As their conversation grew louder, it drew more and more people in, much like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The expressions on their faces ranged from anger to fear to despair. As discontent spread through the crowd like a plague, some began to vent their frustrations loudly. This is utterly unfair. We cannot simply sit idly by. We must demand an explanation from them and hold them accountable. At that moment, several guards responsible for maintaining order noticed the brewing unrest and hurried over, their expressions grave as they shouted, "Enough noise! Quiet down and form an orderly line. The grain will be distributed fairly according to regulations. Do not heed rumors that disturb the peace." However, the instigators showed no inclination to relent. The short man retorted with disdain. "Of course you aren't worried. You're in cahoots with them, living without care while bullying us powerless commoners." His words ignited a flashpoint of pent-up anger, and the crowd began to stir restlessly, the once orderly line devolving into chaos. The guards attempted to restore control, but with their limited numbers, they found themselves overwhelmed by the surging tide of discontent. Fear, anger, and despair intertwined among the crowd, creating a suffocating knot of emotions. Shouts filled the air, laced with profanities that conveyed their dissatisfaction and helplessness. Others displayed terror, their eyes betraying a deep-seated fear of an uncertain future. They stood there, paralyzed by confusion. How could this be? The city we painstakingly built, was it to be destroyed like this? An elderly man, voice trembling with sorrow and despair, lamented. "We cannot just stand by and watch. We must confront them." A young, robust man clenched his fists tightly. Seeing the situation spiral further out of control, the guards frantically tried to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please remain calm. Do not believe in baseless rumors. We will ensure your safety and livelihoods. Trust us." Yet, the furious crowd had long lost their reason, deaf to their pleas, continuing to unleash their emotions. Some began to shove the guards forcefully, plunging the line into utter chaos, as people shouted and surged forward like a pack of frenzied beasts, driven by hunger and despair. In the turmoil, some even seized the opportunity to grab grain. In an instant, the scene became a wreckage. Grain sacks were torn open, precious food scattered across the ground, trampled underfoot by the indifferent mob, as if it had ceased to be a symbol of their survival and transformed into a means for them to vent their fury. As the unrest intensified in the square, it resembled a violent storm, rapidly engulfing the entire city of Hope. Upon hearing of the chaos erupting in the square, Zhao Ping felt a sense of urgency akin to an ant on a hot pan. He rushed over, desperate to quell the turmoil. Standing atop a vantage point, he shouted with all his might, striving to restore calm. Yet, the clamor of the enraged crowd drowned out his feeble voice, like a tempestuous sea swallowing a whisper. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "That man has long been colluding with the leaders of the superhumans. They are conspiring to drive us powerless civilians out, clearing the way for those superhumans to seize more resources and space. Leaving us to fend for ourselves, we cannot let them succeed." This declaration detonated within the crowd like a bomb, inciting further outrage. as some irrational individuals began to bend down and pick up stones, hurling them towards Zhao Ping. Filled with helplessness and bitterness, Zhao Ping lamented the ease with which mere rumors had obliterated the trust he had painstakingly built over time, leaving him heartbroken and sorrowful. Learning of the turmoil in the square, Luo Yin wasted no time, hastily leading a squad of city defense troops to restore order. However, upon the appearance of the superhuman forces, the crowd's emotions spiraled out of control. Wildly, someone screamed, "Look, they have come to deal with us. They want our lives, they want us dead." This outcry placed the soldiers of the city defense in a precarious position. Advancing would likely exacerbate the conflict. Igniting more violent clashes, yet retreating would mean failing to fulfill their duty of maintaining order. They stood there, caught in a bind, their faces etched with helplessness and anxiety. Upon hearing the populace's accusations against the city defense forces, Luo Yin felt not only anger but also a fleeting pang of sadness and confusion. Chapter 20. Strategies to navigate the perilous city. Hearing the uproar from the square near the warehouse, Xiao Yu felt a tightening in his chest. Just as he was about to investigate, he was blocked by several agitated individuals. One of them, face flushed with anger, pointed at him and shouted, "You, the grain manager, must be in league with them. You've hidden all the grain from us, trying to starve us to death." Before the outbreak of the anomaly crisis, Xiao Yu had been an agricultural expert with a profound connection to land and grain. Throughout the construction of Hope City, he had viewed ensuring food supply as his mission. Hearing such unfounded accusations, he laughed in anger, a laugh tinged with sorrow. "Do I have any need to hide grain?" Turning on his heel, he chose to ignore them. "Have you heard? Zhao Ping plans to please the leaders of those superhumans by demolishing our homes to create larger training grounds for them, ensuring they enjoy their privileges while we are left homeless. Xiao Yu has long been inequitable in resource distribution, reserving the best for his confidants and the superhumans, leaving us with their leftovers. He is deliberately oppressing us, do you know? Luo Yin is plotting with some confidence to instigate a coup and oust Zhao Ping, aiming to seize control of Hope City himself. He believes Zhao Ping is too weak to lead us and is pushing us into the fire pit. The individuals from the 6th Barracks lead a life of ease, having fought few battles and contributed little to city construction. Yet, because of a widely known rumor, they presume to stand on equal footing with those of us who have labored tirelessly. This is utterly unfair, that Mei Wu, cold and aloof, always presents herself with an air of superiority. She looks down on us commoners, disregarding our existence. In a single day, a multitude of rumors sprouted like mushrooms after rain, spreading unchecked, like a malignant tumor ravaging Hope City, rapidly escalating an already tense situation into a state of panic and chaos. Zhao Ping, consumed by anxiety, summoned all the leaders and captains for an emergency meeting. Seeking solutions amid the turmoil, he understood that this was the gravest test Hope City had faced since its inception. If the crisis could not be resolved promptly and effectively, the city would surely crumble under the surging tides of unrest. Vanishing into oblivion, several leaders and captains hurried to the meeting room, yet the atmosphere within was fraught with tension, as if a powder keg was about to explode. Before Changku arrived, the air was already filled with voices of anger and complaint. How can we govern this city? These people fail to grasp our plight. We labor for them, yet find ourselves caught between two fires. Xiao Yu was equally defiant. In these times, grain is life itself. What do you think? Every morsel of food you consume is one I have toiled in the fields to produce. I have nearly blinded myself trying to ensure equitable resource distribution, balancing the demands of various parties, and what is the outcome? How absurd it is to be slandered as a corrupt miscreant by this pack of ingrates. Zhao Ping gazed at the clamoring crowd before him, his heart heavy with helplessness and anxiety, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. That moment, a captain could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand down on the table with a resounding thud and exclaimed, "Enough of this bickering. This is not the time for mutual accusations. We must calm ourselves and unite to find a solution, or we shall all meet our demise." However, his words only served to stoke the flames of indignation and grievance among the assembly. Changke huffed disdainfully, her anger intensifying as she retorted, "Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? My brothers in the city defense army risk their lives daily to protect this city, sacrificing everything for the safety of others, only to be baselessly branded as tyrants oppressing the populace. Very well, If that is how they wish to portray us, then I shall embody that tyrant today for them to witness." With that, she prepared to lead her men to quell the unrest. Xiao Yu was equally defiant, stating, "It seems some individuals are insatiable, like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Xiao Yu, stand upright and just. Where there is no wind, there can be no waves. Perhaps someone has indeed committed some nefarious deeds." Cheng's already fiery temperament ignited completely, with a resounding slam of her palm on the table. She glared like an enraged lion, letting out a roar. "Xiao Yu, what do you mean by that?" Her forehead pulsed with veins, fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly from the fury that consumed her. Mei Wu let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with exhaustion and resignation as she spoke slowly. "Xiao Yu, everyone is struggling. This is truly not the time for mutual accusations. We are all aware of the effort we have invested in Hope City. Yet now, these damned rumors have thrown everything into chaos. We should be uniting to confront external threats instead of attacking one another. Such infighting will only serve our enemies' interests and ultimately destroy the Hope City we have painstakingly built." Her voice bore a hint of hoarseness, her face haggard, as the turmoil of recent events had aged her years in spirit. Zhao Ping furrowed his brows, scanning the faces of those present in an attempt to quell the escalating discord. Raising his voice, imbued with undeniable authority, he declared, "Have you all forgotten how Sui lost half his ear? We understand the grievances you harbor, but in times like this, we must exercise discretion in our speech and actions. Lest we be swayed by our emotions." He gestured to the bandage wrapped around his head, from which blood still oozed, as if narrating the harrowing encounter he had just endured. "This morning, while I was trying to pacify the crowd, I was struck by stones. Had it not been for Luo Yin's timely arrival, I might have lost my life. Yet I do not harbor resentment towards them, for I know they have been misled by rumors. Losing their reason, and if you, as the leaders of Hope City, allow yourselves to be blinded by anger and engage in mutual blame, then this city is truly doomed. We must unite to face this crisis. Otherwise, we shall all be branded as criminals of Hope City." The crowd fell into a brief silence upon hearing Zhao Ping's words. "Everyone, I trust you are aware of the news Sui has brought us. This unrest is undoubtedly part of Chen Yuan's plan for revenge, and given his capabilities and cunning, he could not have devised such a malicious scheme alone. It is apparent that he has found an accomplice, and behind him may lurk a formidable, well-organized force with ulterior motives supporting him. Their objective is to utterly destroy our Hope City, leaving us in a state of irreparable despair. We cannot afford to continue this self-destructive infighting. Let us reflect calmly. This turmoil has clearly been orchestrated by external forces." Zhao Ping's gaze revealed an unprecedented resolve and concern, his deep-set eyes seemingly penetrating the walls of the conference room. Perceiving the lurking dangers outside Hope City, concealed in the shadows, he understood better than anyone the gravity of the crisis they faced, akin to a surging tsunami poised to engulf Hope City entirely. If they failed to respond promptly and appropriately, the city would be irrevocably submerged in disaster, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 21. The thieving heart eyes the city's demise on a high ground near Hope City. Within a makeshift encampment, Chen Yuheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze cold and calculating as he surveyed Hope City, a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. "Boss, this ploy has indeed borne fruit. Hope City is now in complete disarray, with the citizens and leaders at odds. We can reap the benefits as opportunists." A sycophantic confidant approached, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Just then, a diminutive figure lifted the tent flap and strode in. "Fifth Brother's strategy is truly remarkable. With just a few shouts from me, they descended into chaos." This small man was none other than the one who, on the day of food distribution, had discarded his grain sack and incited the crowd. Chen Yuhan glanced at him, frowning slightly as he remarked, "Sixth Brother, it's time to revert to your original form. This disguise is rather unflattering. Ha ha ha, patience, my friend." The short man shifted through various personas, transforming into a white-bearded elder and a sorrowful matron, each role playing a pivotal part in inciting the unrest within Hope City. Finally, a robust figure emerged clearly, revealing the true form of Sixth Brother. Towering and muscular, he stood in stark contrast to his earlier frail disguises. With sharp brows and deep, cunning eyes, he emanated an air of shrewdness and ruthlessness. a slight smirk lingering under his prominent nose. The situation with the youngest brother is rather troublesome. I had no choice but to summon you and third brother. Chen Yuheng nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with calculation. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned his subordinates to unfurl a map, densely annotated with vital information regarding Hope City's troop deployments and resource reserves, all painstakingly gathered through covert efforts. Now that they are preoccupied with their own troubles, it is the perfect opportunity for us to strike. Chen Yuheng's voice was low and icy, his finger tapping emphatically on the map. The one referred to as sixth brother was Chen Yuza, who, with his shape-shifting abilities, could navigate through various factions. With merely a strand of hair, he could replicate not just a voice but also demeanor and mannerisms, transforming into a beast in the face of formidable foes. As he spoke, a gust of wind howled into the tent, flickering the candlelight, and a wisp of black smoke coalesced into a human form, revealing third brother, Chen Yuki, radiating an intense aura of courage. Though not particularly tall, Chen Yuki was as solid as a small mountain bear, his robust stature instilling an unshakable sense of stability. His skin was dark, resembling the night, exuding a raw and untamed essence. Third brother has arrived. I feel much more at ease now. When the youngest acts foolishly, I truly want to smack him for returning a severed ear instead of ensuring our plan is flawless. Chen Yuheng frowned slightly, frustration evident in his eyes as he slammed his fist onto the table, causing the cups to rattle. Why now? They are likely on alert. Otherwise, our sudden assault would have sealed our victory. That's why I didn't bring the youngest. He's a liability, third brother Chen Yuki remarked sternly. His elemental abilities are so weak. I wonder how he holds such confidence. Perhaps he has been too sheltered in this isolated place. The worldly sixth brother Chen Yuza chimed in, counting all factors. It has been 6 years since humanity awakened their abilities. There is now a standard classification for the types of powers available. From basic physical enhancements to intermediate natural elemental abilities, and then to our advanced superpowers, the eldest brother's abilities are classified as the highest tier, prohibitions. The youngest is indeed a disappointment. After all these years, he remains stuck at the elemental stage. Third brother Chen Yuki continued, we, the awakened, have been favored by fate, granted the chance to unlock our powers. Yet, some start at a higher level, with elemental abilities, while we began with mere physical enhancements. The youngest had the fortune of dual elemental powers from the outset, yet he has stagnated all these years without advancement. Indeed, fifth brother Chen Yuheng agreed. When the eldest discovered that extreme challenges could break through physical enhancements, he selflessly shared the methods of progression with us. Of course, some have been fortunate enough to obtain elemental crystals, allowing them to break through directly. While there are many paths to advancement, did we not all face life and death battles against other awakened beings to reach our current levels? Sixth brother Chen Yuza scoffed. Ultimately, the youngest has wasted his potential by lingering too long in a sheltered environment. Humph. This so-called Hope City appears harmonious on the surface, yet treachery brews beneath. What is this council system? They have installed a low-born individual as a mere figurehead leader to maintain a precarious balance through mutual restraint, Chen Yuheng observed, clearly dismissing the efforts of those in charge. The heads of the various camps govern their own territories. But when faced with significant issues, the divisions will inevitably surface. Fifth brother's tactic is indeed remarkable. Intentionally sowing discord to widen the rifts, allowing them to rot from within. Chen Yuza laughed heartily, his mirth resonating through the tent. Imbued with a sense of schadenfreude. However, at the end of the day, it ultimately falls upon our unyielding fists to determine the fate of the matter. I have meticulously assessed the situation, and the majority of the ability users within that city are merely minor players. Ranked below the natural elementals, do they truly believe they can obstruct us? This battle is undoubtedly ours to win. Chen Yuheng's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible cold smirk. His sinister gaze seemed capable of piercing through the tent. Aiming directly at the distant Hope City, he nodded gently and spoke in a deep, frigid tone. While that may be true, those individuals are not entirely without means to fight back. They possess numbers and the advantage of terrain. Should we act recklessly, we may inevitably suffer losses. Therefore, this operation must be swift and decisive, leaving them no opportunity to catch their breath and crushing them in an instant. However, Chen Yuheng paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. We cannot solely rely on brute force. The rumors we previously disseminated, while stirring some commotion, are still far from sufficient. We must devise a method to undermine their morale fundamentally, causing them to descend into chaos from within. Only then will our subsequent actions become significantly easier. Chen Yushi furrowed her brows, the flesh on her face wrinkling together, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Do you have a new strategy? Those individuals have already tasted defeat. They must now be like startled birds, on high alert against us. How could we possibly succeed so easily again? Ha ha ha. Stay tuned and follow my plan. Chapter 22. Crisis lurking in the heart. Meanwhile, within the conference room of Hope City, the atmosphere was tense yet charged with anticipation. Yu Yao stood gracefully at the front, addressing the crowd with information regarding the evolution of abilities. Are you suggesting that abilities can indeed progress to higher stages? How can that be possible? Chunka's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Yao raised her chin slightly, a hint of subtle pride flashing in her eyes as she gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke slowly. In this region, for a long time, everyone has grown accustomed to the existing state of abilities, with little understanding of the outside world, resulting in extreme informational isolation. However, in the broader world, there exists a clear progression path for abilities. The most basic enhancement abilities can strengthen our physical attributes. The intermediate natural elemental series, such as the lightning abilities you command, and then to the more powerful and mysterious super abilities, culminating in the legendary top-tier forbidden laws. Of course, each individual's means of breakthrough varies. The most common methods involve comprehending the abilities within oneself and engaging in continuous combat. Upon hearing this, the audience displayed expressions of surprise, falling into deep contemplation. As an atmosphere of both tension and hope permeated the conference room, as if a door leading to an entirely new world was slowly opening before them. Though the path beyond was fraught with thorns, it also bore boundless possibilities. You are correct. Recently, I have sensed a significant enhancement in my wood-based abilities, Xiaoyu remarked, lifting his head slightly. In the past, ripening crops required an immense expenditure of energy, and the range was limited. However, during this period, with the continuous application of abilities in agricultural production, I have discovered that my mastery over wood-based powers has become more adept, not only accelerating the ripening process, but also nearly doubling the range. It is as if the abilities are being honed to a sharper edge through consistent practice. Yu Yao gracefully moved to Xiao Yu's side, gently resting her hand on his shoulder, and softly said, "Precisely. The enhancement of abilities is not an instantaneous process. Sustained and intensive use deepens your comprehension of your own abilities and unleashes their latent power. If each of you could emulate his focused dedication to mastering the nuances of your respective abilities, you may very well unravel the secrets of ability progression." Changka stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, he said, "However, solely relying on daily usage to enhance abilities seems rather slow. Does it not? Moreover, we face the looming threat from Chen Yuheng and his associates, and we remain uncertain when new crises may arise." "Indeed," Zhao Ping remarked, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, his expression laden with concern. While the recent turmoil in Hope City due to food shortages has gradually subsided with the maturation of the new crop, I remain apprehensive about their next moves. Their previous actions clearly indicated an intent to bring about our ruin, and this calmness only serves to heighten my unease. Report. 3 individuals have arrived at the entrance, requesting to negotiate with leader Zhao Ping outside the city. Their ulterior motives have finally arrived. Zhao Ping's brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with resolve. Just in time. I shall see what tricks they have up their sleeves. I will speak with them. This is far too dangerous. You cannot take such a risk. Luoyin rushed forward, gripping Zhao Ping's arm. Zhao Ping gently patted Changka's hand, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Do not worry, you stay in the city. Changku will accompany me. With him by my side, I shall be safe." "But, what? Do you doubt my ability to protect myself?" Changka's expression darkened. "I shall go with you." Yanqi stepped forward. Recently, the barrage of rumors had encircled him, branding him as ineffectual amid these trying times, merely a person of mediocrity. Those caustic words pierced his heart like steel needles, and now, he was eager to prove himself. Everyone else, remain in the city and be wary of their diversionary tactics. Zhao Ping instructed, leading Chengku and Yanqi steadily out of the city towards the designated negotiation site. Before long, they spotted the brazen figures of Chen Yuheng and his companions. Chen Yushi crossed her arms. her flesh quivering, and upon seeing Zhao Ping and the others approach, she broke into a piercing laugh. Haha, you really do have the guts to come. You must be Zhao Ping, right? She pointed her pinky at Zhao Ping, who stood among the three. Zhao Ping's gaze was icy, scanning them like a cold star, ignoring Chen Yushi's provocation, and directly stated, Chen Yuheng, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. No need for pretenses. Chen Yuheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Zhao Ping, you are quite forthright. I shall not beat around the bush. If you and your people leave Hope City now and relinquish half of the supplies within, we can let bygones be bygones and grant you a chance at survival. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ke's eyes widened in fury, shouting, You band of robbers, not a chance. Chen Yuza snorted disdainfully. Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you truly believe that with your meager skills, you can defend Hope City? Yin Qi stood firm beside them, his fists clenched, declaring resolutely, We will not back down. We are well aware of the underhanded tactics you have employed behind our backs. Since you dare to negotiate today, we have never feared you. Ha ha, how bold. Chen Yuza sneered, and in an instant, his figure vanished before their eyes. As they stood in astonishment, he appeared behind them like a ghost, reaching out to seize Zhao Ping. Cheng Ke reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick towards Chen Yuza, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his heel as it aimed for Chen Yuza's chest. Chen Yuza's eyes narrowed, evading the fierce attack with a deft sidestep, then launching both hands like lightning towards Cheng Ke's neck. Cheng Ke quickly ducked, rolling to avoid the strike, and seizing a handful of dust from the ground. He hurled it at Chen Yuza. Yin Qi seized the opportunity to pull Zhao Ping aside, evading the tumultuous battle between the two. Chen Yuza raised his hand to shield himself, while Cheng Ke unleashed his full abilities, crackling with thunder as he launched a powerful punch. Chen Yuza sensed the overwhelming pressure and sidestepped, Cheng Ke's fist grazing his clothing, generating a gust of wind that crashed into a nearby boulder, shattering it instantly into fragments. Chen Yuza lightly tapped his foot, closing in like a specter, his palm exuding a howling gust as he aimed for Cheng Ke's abdomen. Cheng Ke's abdominal muscles tightened like iron, bracing himself against the fierce blow. Simultaneously, he swung his right leg high, sweeping towards Chen Yuza. Chen Yuza vanished from sight, instantly appearing behind Cheng Ke, leaping high, his right leg carrying immense force as it landed a heavy kick on Cheng Ke's back. Cheng Ke flew forward, crashing heavily onto the ground, yet he disregarded the pain surging through his body, pushing himself up rapidly, charging at Chen Yuza once more like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. In that moment, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, each exchanging blows at blistering speed, their figures weaving through the air, leaving behind only blurred afterimages. Cheng Ke, realizing he could not gain the upper hand, his eyes glinting with determination, seized the moment, exerting force through his legs to leap high into the air, executing a series of rapid kicks that appeared like a net of lightning, enveloping Chen Yuza completely. Chen Yuza's eyes narrowed, his arms crossing swiftly, the muscles in his forearms bulging like iron shields, bracing against the impending onslaught. The sound of a series of crackling impacts echoed as he skillfully deflected Cheng Ke's fierce barrage. Using the momentum to counterattack, shaking his arms violently, a tremendous force reverberating back, causing Cheng Ke to stagger back several steps. Upon landing, Cheng Ke's breath was ragged, his chest heaving violently. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his extraordinary powers. Lightning surged around him, coalescing wildly as a brilliant orb of thunder rapidly formed in his palm, hovering and spinning while crackling ominously. With a thunderous roar, Cheng Ke thrust his arms forward, launching the thunderball like a cannonball toward Chen Yuza, who smirked contemptuously, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. In an instant, his form blurred, leaving only an afterimage behind. The next moment, he appeared behind Cheng Ke like a specter, his right arm raised high, a knife hand slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, crashing down upon him. Cheng Ke suffered a crushing blow to the back of his neck, his eyes rolling back as he instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 23. The menacing declarations of the foe. Yin Qi, witnessing the entire scene from the sidelines, was utterly taken aback. Although he had anticipated the enemy's formidable strength, he had never imagined that Chen Yuza could so effortlessly dispatch a master like Cheng Ke. In that instant, he dared not hesitate for a moment, hastily channeling all his extraordinary abilities as flames erupted from beneath his feet. Grasping Zhao Ping, he prepared to flee this perilous place. "Where do you think you're running?" A thunderous voice roared like a clap of thunder. Chen Yuqing appeared as if conjured from thin air, his towering figure resembling an insurmountable wall, blocking Yin Qi's path. Caught off guard, Yin Qi crashed into him at full speed. With a dull thud, Chen Yuqing remained unmoved, like a boulder rooted to the ground, while Yin Qi felt as if he had struck a solid iron wall. His organs jolted, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth as he and Zhao Ping were sent sprawling backward. With trembling hands clutching his chest, Yin Qi laboriously rose to his feet, his palms dancing swiftly in front of him as flames gathered ferociously in the blink of an eye. A massive fireball took shape in his hands. He let out a mighty shout, exerting all his strength to hurl the fireball toward Chen Yuqing. The fireball surged forward, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, yet Chen Yuqing stood his ground. Unflinching and unyielding, accepting the full force of Yin Qi's fiery assault. The fireball erupted upon contact, flames dissipating instantly, leaving no trace of burns upon his body. Yin Qi's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he gathered his extraordinary powers once more, a fiery spear slowly materializing in his palm, its tip flickering with flames. With a furious roar, he hurled it forward. Yet, as the spear soared through the air, an inexplicable event occurred. It halted mid-flight, reversing direction to strike at Yin Qi instead. With eyes wide in shock, he could only watch in astonishment as the inevitable unfolded. With a tremendous explosion, Yin Qi was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, breathless and incapacitated. Chen Yuheng gently lowered his hand, turning to face Zhao Ping, who lay half reclined on the ground. "Now, let us continue our previous negotiations. My terms are simple. Surrender all your grain and half of your populace. What say you?" His voice was cold, laced with an undeniable air of coercion, as if the person before him was merely a piece of meat on the chopping block. Ready for slaughter. Zhao Ping's eyes burned with rage, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he stood firm with unwavering defiance. "Chen Yuheng, you shall not prevail. Every blade of grass and every citizen in Hope City has been safeguarded with our lives. How could we willingly hand it over to scoundrels like you?" Despite his injuries, each word dripped with infinite hatred and resilience. Chen Yuheng scoffed, a glint of malice flashing across his face. "Do you believe you possess the leverage to refuse? Look at these two useless wretches beside you. What do you have to contend with me? Those with sense would comply, or I shall not hesitate to turn Hope City into a river of blood before we take residence." With great effort, Zhao Ping pushed himself up from the ground, his hands braced against the earth, trembling with exhaustion. "Chen Yuheng, what do you take us for? Mere ants for you to trample at will? I tell you, even if it costs us our last breath and the final drop of blood, we will not allow your nefarious schemes to succeed." Zhao Ping's voice grew hoarse and rough with fury. Yet it did not diminish in fervor. "Himph, I knew this negotiation would yield no results. We never came here with sincerity." Chen Yuheng's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with an icy, penetrating coldness. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he turned and strode away. Chen Yu's figure flickered, appearing beside Zhao Ping, seizing him with a grip like an iron vice. Drawing a stout rope from his waist, he swiftly bound Zhao Ping's hands and feet. Effortlessly hoisting him over his shoulder and following Chen Yuheng's retreating steps, capturing this man truly of any use. Chen Yuqing hastened to catch up, a hint of confusion on his face. "Brother San, do not underestimate this man. Though he may be a powerless commoner, he serves as the glue for that rabble. Without him as their nominal leader, their ranks will undoubtedly disintegrate upon their return." Collapsing without a fight, Chen Yuheng continued on, his tone laced with pride and malice. "Brother Wu, your wits are commendable." Chen Yuqing laughed heartily, his coarse laughter mingling with the wind. Meanwhile, the denizens of Hope City waited anxiously for Zhao Ping's return. But as time dragged on without a word, an ominous premonition took root in their hearts. They immediately rushed toward the negotiation site. Upon arrival, they were met only with the sight of the severely injured Cheng Ku and Yin Qi. Lying unconscious, Xiao Yu, witnessing their plight, was aghast and swiftly summoned his life-infused wood-based abilities. He waved his hands, a gentle green light emanating from his palms, enveloping Cheng Ku and Yin Qi. under the nurturing glow. Their grotesque wounds began to heal at a visible pace, their chaotic breaths gradually stabilizing. Moments later, they slowly regained consciousness, blinking awake. Where is Zhao Ping? Where is he? Mei Wu dashed to their side, her eyes wide with urgency. We fought them, but we were outmatched and suffered a crushing defeat. After that, I recall nothing. Yin Qi's voice was faint, each word seemingly draining the last of his strength. The crowd, filled with anxiety, quickly carried Cheng Ku and Yin Qi back for treatment. They then convened in the council hall to discuss their next steps. Zhao Ping has likely been captured by them. With that statement, the atmosphere in the council hall turned tense, a suffocating mix of anger and anxiety swiftly enveloping the room. Luoyin leapt to his feet, gripping his clothing tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, his eyes reddening, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted, "Those bastards! If anything happens to Zhao Ping, I will not let them off the hook. We must devise a plan to rescue him immediately. We cannot delay even for a moment." Xiao Yu's brow furrowed, his hands clenching instinctively into fists. Panic evident in his eyes. The immediate priority is to rescue Zhao Ping, but if even Cheng Ku has been gravely injured, how can we possibly succeed? Mei Wu, who had been silent until now, paced back and forth in the hall, appearing calm yet burning with inner turmoil. "Report, leaders, Chen Yuheng has sent a letter into the city. Quick, bring it here." Mei Wu swiftly dashed forward, snatching the letter from the messenger guard. "What does it say?" Xiao Yu inquired anxiously, stepping closer, his gaze fixed on the letter in Mei Wu's hands. Biting her lip, Mei Wu took a moment before she could force the words out. "He says, To prepare all our grain and supplies, to deliver them to a designated location outside the city before sunset tomorrow, and to evacuate all civilians. Otherwise, we should await Zhao Ping's corpse." Her voice trembled slightly, filled with barely concealed anger and worry. "This is outrageous. This is clearly a threat." Luoyin roared, his fury boiling over. "We absolutely cannot concede to them. If we hand over our grain and supplies, how will we survive? What of the citizens of Hope City?" Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "But if we refuse Zhao Ping, we cannot just stand by and watch him perish, and they are simply too powerful." His eyes were filled with conflict, his hands anxiously raking through his hair, caught in a dilemma. The room fell into silence, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. Each person pondered their countermeasures, yet no one could devise a foolproof plan in that moment. Chapter 24. Love's urgency to resolve woes. As the group contemplated their options, feeling helpless, they could only prepare to comply with Chen Yuheng's demands. After all, they had collectively built Hope City. They could always find another location to continue their efforts. There would be plenty of ruins to choose from in the days to come. The night descended like a vast black satin curtain, slowly enveloping the weary land, plunging the world into a silence akin to death. Just as the group languished in this heavy and oppressive atmosphere, a graceful figure silently descended from the city walls, making her way toward the location specified in the letter. Well, who would have thought that the usually frosty demeanor of yours would lead you to rendezvous with a lover under the cover of night? A teasing voice shattered the night's stillness. The figure leaving the city was none other than Mei Wu. Startled by the sudden jest, she halted abruptly, a flash of indignation crossing her features. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and unleashed a flurry of ice spikes toward the source of the voice, aimed directly at the shadow lurking in the darkness. The figure clad in red swiftly sidestepped, evading her fierce attack with ease. With a deft push off the city wall, she descended gracefully, akin to a falling maple leaf, landing steadily before Mei Wu. The newcomer was none other than Su Yao. At that moment, her lips curled upward, adorned with a subtle yet elusive smile, while her eyes glimmered with a cunning insight that seemed to perceive everything. "What do you think, with your mere elemental-level abilities? Do you really believe you can venture beneath the noses of those three superpowered beings to rescue someone? Do you think Zhao Ping feels too lonely as a captive and desires your company?" Upon hearing these words, Mei Wu felt a surge of humiliation and anger, her chest heaving violently. She shot a fierce glare at Su Yao, then abruptly extended her hand, forcefully shoving Su Yao aside. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "You needn't concern yourself with it." Her voice bore a barely perceptible tremor, tinged with the frustration of having her innermost feelings laid bare. Su Yao gracefully moved closer to Mei Wu, a knowing smile dancing at the corners of her lips, her gaze sparkling with a mischievous glint that spoke of worldly wisdom and a soft voice. She remarked, "Look at those pathetic men. They seem to be brothers with Zhao Ping, sharing a profound camaraderie, yet in this critical moment, they cower in feared. An Yi and Luo Yin. Those two big men can only shrink back, while Chunka blusters, and I almost want to change Yan Qi's diaper. And then there's Xiao Yu. Oh dear, what a good sister she is, unlike you, who embodies pure and fervent love." As she finished, Su Yao tilted her head back, allowing a peal of laughter akin to silver bells to escape her lips, reverberating through the stillness of the night, as if mocking the world's hypocrisy and the rarity of genuine affection. Mei Wu's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, stammering in protest. You mustn't speak such nonsense. My feelings for Zhao Ping are mere recognition. There's nothing scandalous about it." Yet, her slightly trembling voice and her inability to meet Su Yao's gaze betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Noticing this, Su Yao's smile deepened, her demeanor shifting as she began to circle around Mei Wu like an elegant yet dangerous feline toying with its prey. "Oh? Is that so?" Su Yao drawled, her tone laced with mockery. "Then why, in the dead of night, do you venture alone into enemy territory? If it were not for love, why would you risk your safety so recklessly? Do not deceive yourself. Your eyes have already betrayed you." A wave of panic washed over Mei Wu. Instinctively, she took a step back, her gaze betraying a flicker of conflict. Indeed, her feelings for Zhao Ping had taken root and flourished unbeknownst to her. Yet she had tirelessly concealed them, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Now, having been so bluntly exposed by Su Yao, she felt overwhelming shame and a deep sense of embarrassment. "I simply cannot bear to see him suffer. After all, he has sacrificed so much for us, and this is my duty." Mei Wu feigned composure, attempting to rationalize her actions, but the tremor in her voice rendered her words feeble and hollow. Su Yao gently shook her head, the amusement fading from her expression, replaced by genuine concern. "Mei Wu, there is no need for you to disguise your feelings before me. We are kindred spirits in this regard, which is precisely why I wish to assist you. Moreover, I hope you will owe me a significant favor in the future, one that I shall require your utmost support for. Do you have a plan?" Mei Wu's eyes flickered with hope. To be frank, I too am a superpowered being, but taking on all three is quite a stretch for me. However, my abilities are particularly effective in stealth operations, and I have enough people with me to support us both. Su Yao lifted her chin slightly, her gaze exuding confidence and determination. She brushed aside the strands of hair tousled by the night breeze and continued, "My charm can disturb their mental faculties. If we catch them off guard, we might yet be able to save Zhao Ping. I also heard rumors of your ice traps that once ensnared over 100 individuals." Mei Wu's expression dampened at this acknowledgement. "That is not something within the purview of the elemental level," she replied. Su Yao chuckled lightly. "Come now, my people have already located the whereabouts of the four of them." Taking a deep breath, Mei Wu suppressed the tumult within her heart and hastened to follow Su Yao. Cloaked by the darkness of night, they approached the stronghold of Chen Yuheng. Standing before Zhao Ping, Chen Yuheng had his eyes tightly shut, his expression intense and brooding. His hands, like eagle claws, gripped Zhao Ping's head firmly, his fingertips paling as he relentlessly channeled his powers, as the energy coursed through. Zhao Ping's body trembled violently, his brow furrowed in agony, teeth clenched, eyes shut tight, emitting low, muffled groans while beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, his body convulsing with evident torment. Meanwhile, Chen Yuheng's forehead was also beaded with sweat, trickling down his austere visage, dripping to the ground. His breathing grew increasingly labored, each inhalation seemingly a desperate attempt to extract the deeply buried memories from Zhao Ping, which flickered like elusive shadows in his mind. The troop deployments of Hope City, the locations of resource caches, the characteristics and weaknesses of various individuals' abilities. Suddenly, Chen Yuheng stiffened, realizing that the memories of this individual were heavily shackled. What lay within them was potent enough to warrant the combined sealing efforts of the most formidable powers. Beside him, Chen Yu's expression tightened as he stepped forward, inquiring, "Eldest brother, how can this be? Who exactly is this fellow?" Chen Yuheng did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed in thought. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confusion and greed flashing within. Regardless of his origins, The sealed memories undoubtedly conceal earth-shattering secrets that could elevate our strength to unprecedented heights. Chapter 25. A night of unexpected turmoil and daring rescue. Chen Yuheng refocused his attention on Zhao Ping, striving to break through that enigmatic seal to procure further information. He intensified the output of his powers, causing Zhao Ping's suffering to escalate, his body contorting further, his muffled groans growing louder. This fellow, prior to the outbreak of his powers, was merely a reclusive nerd, consumed by thoughts of magic and demons. Yet, there lies a substantial portion of memory that remains inaccessible. Clearly, it must be the result of some extraordinary encounter. Chen Yuheng's voice carried a note of excitement and avarice, as if he could already envision the immense power and boundless treasures concealed within Zhao Ping's memories. Within the stronghold, aside from the three Chan brothers, all other guards and onlookers had been dispatched to maintain vigilance on the periphery. The night was as dark as ink, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire world. Mei Wu and Su Yao stealthily advanced towards the core of the stronghold. "Who goes there? State your password." Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered the night's tranquility. A guard, endowed with acute perceptive abilities, had detected the presence of Mei Wu and Su Yao. This individual was a wood elemental adept, skillfully merging himself with the nearby giant tree, rendering his form nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Seeing this, Su Yao's lips curled into a smile, displaying no hint of panic. She swayed her hips, sending a flirtatious glance toward the concealed guard, playfully exclaiming, "Oh, handsome, come here." Her voice, sweet and sultry, wove an invisible thread that ensnared the heart. Instantly, the guard felt a thunderous ringing in his mind, as if a chaotic whirlwind had suddenly swept through. Plunging his consciousness into a realm of confusion, a vague silhouette began to materialize upon the tree trunk, staggering forward like one intoxicated. As it drew near, the guard collapsed to his knees, eyes glazed over. Murmuring, "My queen, please command me." Su Yao gazed down at the kneeling guard, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. She glided gracefully to his side, lifting his chin with her finger, and sweetly instructed, "My servant, go find Zhao Ping, will you?" With vacant eyes, the guard mechanically nodded, rising to his feet and turning towards a designated direction. Su Yao and Mei Wu exchanged glances, closely following the guard's lead. They carefully navigated their way, avoiding potential dangers along the path. Whenever they approached areas patrolled by other guards, Su Yao would softly instruct the enchanted guard, "Go tell them everything is normal," and urge them to disperse. The guard complied obediently, allowing their advance to continue smoothly for the moment. However, just as they were nearing their destination, an unexpected commotion erupted. A cacophony of footsteps approached from nearby, indicating that other guards had sensed something amiss and were rapidly approaching. Su Yao's heart raced, but she quickly regained her composure, a charming smile gracing her lips as she softly directed the enchanted guard, "Go tell them we are on orders to patrol. There's no need for alarm." The guard obeyed and turned towards the source of the approaching footsteps. Moments later, he returned with several vigilant-looking individuals in TOW. Su Yao, unfazed, stepped forward, playfully chiding, "Oh dear, gentlemen, why so tense? We were just patrolling the area and noticed something unusual. But it's all been taken care of, so you can rest easy." The group scrutinized Su Yao and Mei Wu, their eyes still filled with skepticism. Observing this, Su Yao intensified her charm, her expression radiating innocence and grievance as she softly pleaded, "Dear sirs, we are only looking out for everyone's safety. If you don't believe us, you may accompany us to patrol once more." The men suddenly felt an invisible force invade their minds, their eyes turning vacant and devoid of will. Completely succumbing to Su Yao's allure, the leading guard scratched his head, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he mechanically replied, "Sister, you make a good point. We are only doing our duty. Since you say so, it must be fine." The other guards nodded in unison like puppets on strings, their previously taught expressions fading into a bewildered compliance. Inwardly elated, Su Yao maintained an innocent facade, smiling sweetly as she remarked, "Indeed, we all wish for the well-being of the stronghold. Let us strive for mutual understanding." With that, she gently tugged at Mei Wu's sleeve, and the two proceeded with seemingly leisurely strides. Though their hearts raced with trepidation, fearful of revealing even the slightest flaw, before long, they arrived at a tightly shut door and Su Yao turned to the bewitched guard, her gaze silently urging him to open it. The guard, akin to a marionette, moved stiffly yet obediently toward the door, placing his hands upon it as he wielded his wood-based abilities to manipulate the mechanism. With a faint series of clicks, the door creaked open. The guard mechanically advanced to untie Zhao Ping's bonds, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous shout from behind. "What are you doing?" This sudden exclamation pierced the stillness like a chilling gust of wind. Dispersing the stagnant air within the room, a figure gradually materialized, revealing itself to be Chen Yuza. His eyes glinted with a sharp and vigilant light, resembling a predator stalking its prey, fixated on the unwelcome intruders. In a flash, he darted towards the guard, moving with the swiftness of a specter, and unleashed a fierce gust of wind with a swift strike, attempting to halt the guard's actions while bellowing. "Have you been controlled by someone?" The guard's body swayed under the force of the blow but did not cease his task. Instead, he turned mechanically, his vacant gaze locking onto Chen Yuza, resembling a soulless husk, sending chills down one's spine. Witnessing this, Su Yao bit her lip in distress, her hands swiftly weaving intricate gestures as a pink mist emanated from her palms, drifting toward Chen Yuza in an attempt to cast her enchantment once more. Seeking a fleeting respite, Mei Wu, also an adept of alluring powers, understood the urgency. Time was of the essence. Chen Yuza suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, yet his formidable strength and keen awareness allowed him to grasp the impending danger. Forcing himself to shake off the mental intrusion, his eyes widening in fury as he fought against the bewitching force. However, while he struggled, the guard had already loosened Zhao Ping's restraints and was hastily aiding his escape. Realizing Zhao Ping had been rescued, Su Yao and Mei Wu wasted no time turning toward the exit, acutely aware that every second was crucial, and dared not hesitate as they navigated their way through. Su Yao relied on the bewitched guards to swiftly disengage from the encampment. Meanwhile, after a fierce mental struggle, Chen Yuza regained full consciousness and, upon discovering Zhao Ping's absence, erupted in rage, shouting, "After them! We cannot allow them to escape." Chapter 26. A desperate encounter with the enemy chief. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Yuxi and Chen Yuheng rushed to the scene, only to find Zhao Ping missing, igniting their fury. Chen Yuheng's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes blazing with wrath as he thundered, "What is going on? How could he vanish?" The guards behind him trembled in fear, heads bowed in silence. Chen Yuza, filled with regret, stepped forward, stating, "It's all my fault. I was careless and momentarily distracted, giving them the opportunity to rescue Zhao Ping." Chen Yuheng, suppressing his ire, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Search thoroughly. Turn over every stone in this encampment until we find them." The guards immediately dispersed to conduct a meticulous search. Moments later, one guard hurried back with a report. "My lord, we spotted several figures fleeing toward the stronghold's perimeter. They appear to be 2 women, and one carries a person." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuheng seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "It's them! Pursue! Kill!" Chen Yuxi, equally incensed, glared at the guards, demanding, "What are you waiting for? Move swiftly. If they escape, none of you will live to see another day." The guards, faces etched with terror, swiftly turned and raced after Mei Wu and her companions. Chen Yuheng and his brothers followed closely. Upon reaching a fork in the path, the guards halted, uncertain. Chen Yuheng rushed forward, bellowing, "Why have you stopped? Which way did they go?" A guard with enhanced vision cautiously pointed ahead, stating, "My lord, we saw them split into 2 groups, each carrying someone. 3rd brother, 6th brother, you 2 lead one team in that direction. The rest will follow me down the other path." Chen Yuheng's expression grew cold, his previously raging fury replaced by calm decisiveness as he regained his composure. Commanding with precision, these individuals are our loyal subordinates, clearly under the influence of supernatural control, leading them to act in such a manner. If we catch sight of them, do not engage recklessly. Avoid being ensnared. Simply relay their location to us, and we will apprehend them swiftly. Now, disperse at once and pursue with all your might." Chen Yuheng led a contingent of guards along a winding path, the moonlight filtering through the dappled leaves, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the thicket ahead, and he signaled for the group to halt, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. Upon parting the underbrush, he discovered several figures huddled together. And upon closer inspection, They were the bewitched guards, their eyes were vacant, mechanically murmuring indistinct phrases as they formed a tight circle. Chen Yuheng furrowed his brow, softly commanding, "Subdue them first and bring them back to the stronghold." As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, only the hurried footsteps of Mei Wu and Su Yao echoed in the darkness. They hastily carried the unconscious Zhao Ping, carefully navigating toward the rendezvous point designated by Su Yao. Beads of sweat trickled down Su Yao's forehead. Maintaining control over so many individuals had drained her abilities like an insatiable abyss, sapping her strength and vitality. Mei Wu, equally tense, frequently glanced back, wary of any pursuing forces. Despite the biting cold, her back was already soaked with sweat, one hand firmly gripping the unconscious Zhao Ping. "Su Yao, are you all right?" Mei Wu inquired with concern, urgency lacing her voice. Su Yao, panting slightly, forced a smile. "I'm fine. I can hold on to. We're almost at the rendezvous point. Let us push through to." That moment, a cacophony erupted from the darkness behind them, swiftly approaching like a surging tide. Su Yao's heart raced, an ominous premonition flooding her mind, and she silently cursed. "They are closing in." She urgently commanded the bewitched guards, pick up the pace. However, she was already at her limit. The excessive drain on her powers was causing her control over the guards to wane significantly. The guards' eyes began to regain clarity, their previously blank stares revealing flickers of confusion and alertness, their steps involuntarily slowing, creating a gap between them and the group. At that very moment, a chilling wind seemed to howl forth from the depths of hell. Exuding an aura of dread, a shadow materialized like a ghost, as if seeking to consume everything in its path. Both entities sped towards them with astonishing rapidity, halting before Mei Wu and her companions. Coalescing into two figures, one tall and one short. The stout Chen Yushi's furious curses shattered the tense silence. "You two foolish creatures, today marks your end. Even Jesus cannot save you. Mark my words." His voice, tinged with rage, pierced the night, as if to rend the very fabric of the tranquil darkness. Standing beside him, Chen Yu's countenance was terrifyingly grim, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, quietly observing its prey and seeking the opportune moment to strike. His fists clenched slightly, knuckles whitening from the exertion, a subtle dark aura emanating from him, an indication of his powers at work. Clearly poised to eliminate them utterly, Su Yao and Mei Wu exchanged a glance, resolute determination reflected in their eyes. They understood that a deadly confrontation was now inevitable. Chen Yuza snorted coldly, his figure blurring as he lunged towards Mei Wu like a streak of black lightning. A gleaming dagger materializing in his hand, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight as he aimed for Mei Wu's throat. With a sharp intake of breath, Mei Wu swiftly sidestepped, slamming her palms against the ground, summoning an ice wall to thwart Chen Yuza's assault. Yet, he pierced through the ice barrier with his dagger, pressing his attack. Meanwhile, Chen Yushi also sprang into action, his hands swirling as the dark energy surrounding him thickened, forming a black whirlwind that coalesced around his arm, striking out towards Su Yao with a forceful punch. Su Yao's complexion paled, yet she strained to concentrate, attempting to cast her enchantment once more. However, the excessive drain on her powers rendered her efforts nearly futile, barely slowing Chen Yushi's movements for a moment. Realizing their disadvantage, they instinctively began to retreat, their eyes filled with wariness and reluctance. At this critical juncture, fortuitously, the reinforcements left by Su Yao arrived on the scene. Chapter 27. In the depths of the forest, luring the enemy and trapping the strong adversary. 2 members of the support team swiftly brought Zhao Ping to safety. Subsequently and unhesitatingly rendering unconscious the guard who had been carrying Zhao Ping and was still under the thrall of enchantment, to prevent any potential exploitation by the enemy or unforeseen complications. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members of the support team charged forward without hesitation, determined to intercept Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi, striving to buy more time for Mei Wu and Su Yao to escape. A disdainful sneer slowly blossomed on Chen Yuza's face, as his cold voice oozed from between clenched teeth. "Humph! You pitiful scraps think you can obstruct my path." With that, he vanished in an instant. Like a shadowy bolt of lightning, and with a blinding speed, surged toward the group. The dagger he gripped glimmered with a chilling sheen under the dim moonlight, each swing reminiscent of the grim reaper's scythe. slicing through the air with lethal arcs that exuded the essence of death, the atmosphere seemingly sliced apart by the ferocity of his murderous intent. Chen Yuqi, unwilling to be overshadowed by his elder brother, stomped his foot forcefully. The black aura surrounding him ignited like the infernal flames of hell, surging to an extreme intensity, swirling and twisting as if a tangible black demon were clawing at the air. Wherever this black tempest swept through, trees were uprooted and boulders shattered in an instant, evoking a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent that sent shivers down one's spine. Although the support team was acutely aware of the insurmountable disparity in strength, they fought valiantly, fueled by a spirit of courage and defiance. Yet, against the formidable presence of Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi, who bore the semblance of demonic deities, their resistance was as futile as eggs against stone. Shattering under the weight of brute force in mere moments of confrontation, they were effortlessly slaughtered, one after another collapsing into the pool of crimson that spread rapidly across the ground, staining the earth a blinding scarlet. Witnessing their comrades brutally slaughtered, Mei Wu and Su Yao were engulfed by a tide of grief that surged violently within their chests. Mei Wu shouted furiously at Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi, "You two heartless demons! Today, you will face divine retribution for your heinous crimes. If you dare, come at us. Do not think yourselves so formidable. You are but two despicable bullies preying on the weak." Upon hearing this provocation, a sinister smile twisted Chen Yuqi's face as he bellowed, "You two filthy wenches, if you have the guts, don't run. Watch me capture you and see how I deal with you with that." They charged toward Mei Wu and Su Yao, their immense aura crashing like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a deafening hum. Realizing their objective was imminent, Mei Wu and Su Yao swiftly turned to flee deeper into the woods. Skillfully navigating the intricate terrain, sometimes concealing themselves behind sturdy trunks, other times weaving through dense underbrush, attempting to distance themselves from Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi while seeking opportunities for counterattack. However, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi were no easy adversaries to shake off. They pursued closely, each leap and movement stirring a gale that sent fallen leaves and twigs swirling into the air. "You cannot escape," Chen Yuza roared, his voice echoing with exhilaration and madness, already envisioning the scene of capturing the two and reveling in their torment. A twisted delight engulfing him in a frenzy of impending violence. Hearing his thunderous roar, Su Yao and Mei Wu felt a chill run down their spines but dared not pause in their flight. As they ran, Mei Wu concentrated on her ice-based abilities, her hands moving swiftly at her sides, causing the moisture in the air to crystallize into shards of ice, launching them like hidden weapons behind her. Chen Yuqi merely scoffed, sidestepping the ice shards with a ghostly agility, maintaining his speed without faltering, treating Mei Wu's attack with utter disdain. He laughed maniacally. "Is that all you've got? Daring to play tricks before us?" Subsequently, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a swirling tempest of black wind that surged toward Mei Wu and Su Yao like a ravenous beast. Sensing the imminent threat, Su Yao hastily turned, her hands swirling as an ethereal blue flame emanated from her palms. Attempting to disrupt the deadly energy wave, however, her powers were severely depleted, and the flames were feeble, dissipating into nothingness under the onslaught of the black energy wave. With her gaze fixed on the relentless pursuit of Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi, her brows furrowed slightly as she calmly explained to Mei Wu, "Do not be surprised. The world of abilities is governed by established rules and hierarchies. Once one achieves a higher level of power, they can wield lower-level elemental abilities with ease, significantly enhancing their might. This is a natural manifestation of strength progression." After a brief pause, she continued, "I have discerned that, based on their displayed capabilities, both are at the elemental initiation stage of the wind system. Yet after breaking through to the superpower stage, they have each developed distinctly lethal abilities. Chen Yuqi can command the black wind, mercilessly devouring and shattering all, while Chen Yuza possesses a cunning ability to conceal himself. Like a lethal hunter lurking in the shadows." She frowned. This predicament is indeed quite troublesome. Yet, having unraveled their capabilities, Mei Wu felt a glimmer of hope. Su Yao lifted her chin slightly, lowering her voice with a note of certainty. "They have now unwittingly stepped into the trap we meticulously laid. It is time for us to turn the tables." As they spoke, the two had ventured deeper into the heart of the woods. Here, the trees grew even taller and sturdier, their branches interlacing to obscure the sky, allowing only a few fragmented beams of moonlight to filter through, casting a patchwork of shadows on the ground. Like a mysterious and perilous puzzle, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with the occasional call of an owl slicing through the night, heightening the tension in the air. Seizing the moment, Mei Wu's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, and she abruptly halted, her feet planted firmly on the ground. In an instant, the temperature around her plummeted, an icy chill spreading like a tidal wave. Soon, sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, weaving into a complex net before Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi. Simultaneously, the earth became cloaked in a thick layer of frost, rendering it treacherous and slippery, each step threatening to plunge one into an icy abyss. Amidst this brief respite, Su Yao darted to the side, her hands weaving as a pink mist surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the area. Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi sensed the anomaly and halted, warily surveying their surroundings. Chen Yuqi scoffed, his hands moving as the black aura intensified around him, the destructive black wind howling beside him, attempting to disperse the mist and shatter the obstructive ice spikes. Yet, as he struck, he was startled to find the ice spikes seemingly possessed a sentience of their own, regenerating rapidly and ensnaring his limbs, rendering him immobile. Chapter 28. The blade of cold splashes blood, breaking through the crisis. Third brother, I sense it. This is clearly a lethal trap woven from freezing and illusion. Chen Yu's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with sharp vigilance as he scanned the darkness, seeking to pierce through the layers of mist and ice to locate Mei Wu and Su Yao concealed within. I underestimated these two wenches. Today shall mark their demise. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Yuqi's eyes as he inhaled deeply, the suffocating black aura swirling violently around him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that instilled dread. At that moment, an ice spear wrapped in ethereal blue flames shot forth from the right side thicket, the flames flickering around the spear, emanating a unique aura of chilling cold and searing heat. Slicing through the space between the brothers and Mei Wu and Su Yao. Chen Yuqi's eyes widened, and with a cold snort, a black energy shield materialized instantly before him. The ice spear collided violently with the shield, producing a piercing sound as the blue flames clashed with the black mist, momentarily locked in a stalemate, the flames on the spear gradually dimming. Humph! Mere parlor tricks, Chen Yuqi roared, exerting force to shatter the ice spear, scattering shards of ice and sparks across the ground. However, in that fleeting moment, a piercing scream erupted from Chen Yu's side. He recoiled in shock, his previously stoic face marred by a horrific wound. Blood gushing from the gash, tracing down his cheek and staining half his face crimson, a sight both gruesome and terrifying. Damn it, third brother, the illusion has yet to dissipate, Chen Yuza exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in his voice, as he pressed his hand against the wound, warily scanning the surroundings, seeking a flaw within the intertwining worlds of illusion and reality. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yuqi's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly gathered his focus, shutting his eyes in an attempt to break free from the shackles of the illusion with his formidable mental strength. A surge of dark energy enveloped him, resembling a layer of black armor that tightly encased his form. Veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down his cheeks, indicating that the process of dispelling the illusion was far from effortless. Beside him, Chen Yuza also closed his eyes, concealing himself within the shadows. Mei Wu and Su Yao silently concealed themselves atop a nearby tree, the lush foliage effectively obscuring their figures. Holding her breath and stifling her presence, Mei Wu concentrated intently, channeling her extraordinary abilities. Gradually, she raised her hands and began to dance before her, conjuring a series of ice spikes that shimmered with a chilling glow. Simultaneously, Su Yao assisted by summoning a swirling mass of deep blue foxfire from her palms, which coiled and enveloped the ice spikes Mei Wu had summoned. In an instant, the ice spikes and the foxfire intertwined, the eerie blue flames flickering and leaping upon the icy surfaces, merging into a singular entity that exuded a formidable and terrifying aura. A glint of cold light sparked in Mei Wu's eyes as she forcefully thrust her hands forward. The ice spikes, wrapped in the ethereal foxfire, shot forth with a howl of wind, hurtling towards Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi beneath the tree. Despite Chen Yuqi's hardened physique, impervious to blades and spears, the ice spikes still left shallow scratches upon his seemingly indomitable skin, though they did not pierce deeply enough to draw blood. they inflicted a stinging pain and a sense of humiliation. Chen Yuza, however, was far less fortunate. One ice spike struck his arm, carving a deep gash that instantly soaked his sleeve in crimson. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Chen Yuza, his eyes instantly bloodshot, filled with a frenzied and savage glare. Radiating a palpable aura of bloodlust, "I will kill you," he bellowed, recklessly charging towards the direction from which the ice spikes had come. Observing this, Chen Yuqi hurriedly followed in Chen Yuza's wake, pursuing Mei Wu and Su Yao. "This is bad. The illusion has been dispelled with their injuries." Su Yao's voice trembled slightly, aware that once the illusion was broken, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi would no longer be hindered, making the ensuing battle far more perilous and challenging. As the two conversed, Chen Yuza and Chen Yuqi reached the base of the tree, where Chen Yuza forcefully struck the trunk with his palm, splintering it. "You two filthy harlots, come down and meet your demise." Mei Wu and Su Yao's hearts raced at his words, and they swiftly leapt to another tree. Chen Yuza, now utterly deranged, continued to roar in fury, swinging his hands down upon the new tree. Mei Wu and Su Yao nimbly traversed the branches, while Chen Yuza relentlessly pursued them below, each strike imbued with a lethal determination to eliminate them. With every step he took, trees fell victim to his violent rampage. In the brief moments Mei Wu leapt from tree to tree, she occasionally turned to unleash ice spikes, which descended like a torrential rain upon Chen Yuza. Yet, in his frenzied state, he paid no heed to the wounds upon his body. Maintaining his relentless speed as he chased after Mei Wu and Su Yao, keenly observing the deranged Chen Yuza, discerned a fleeting moment of vulnerability in his mental state amidst his rage. A glimmer of resolve sparked in her eyes, and without hesitation, she poured her full strength into a spell of allure. A soft pink mist emanated from her palms, swiftly enveloping Chen Yuza and intricately entwining with his psyche. Chen Yuza felt an unusual force flood his mind, the scene before him gradually blurring into obscurity as his consciousness began to waver. He violently shook his head in an attempt to regain clarity, only to suddenly see Su Yao standing behind him. "Humph, where do you think you're going this time?" Chen Yuza roared, disregarding his disorientation. Believing he had finally found an opportunity for revenge, he lunged at Su Yao, his dagger glinting with lethal intent, striking towards her with blinding speed. Chen Yuqi sensed the imminent danger, an icy chill enveloping him. Without time to ponder, he instinctively sidestepped to evade the strike. However, the suddenness of the attack left him with a narrow cut along his shoulder. "Lao Lu, what are you doing?" Chen Yuqi shouted in shock and anger, disbelief etched across his face. He had never anticipated that Chen Yuza would turn against him with such ferocity. Yet, Chen Yuza was entirely consumed by the enchantment, his gaze vacant and frenzied, impervious to Chen Yuqi's cries, perceiving only Su Yao as the object of his wrath, and continued to unleash a barrage of ruthless strikes with his dagger in that moment. Chen Yuqi steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Lao Lu, forgive me." He summoned all his strength, dark energy swirling around him as his muscles tensed. He charged forward, colliding with Chen Yuza like a bolt of black lightning. Utilizing his superior strength and extensive combat experience, he gradually gained the upper hand. A powerful punch landed squarely on Chen Yuza's head, causing him to stagger momentarily, a fleeting look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuqi seized Chen Yuza's wrist with both hands, immobilizing him, and then delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. The impact caused Chen Yuza's body to bend like a shrimp. Pain etched across his face as he emitted a muffled grunt, instinctively bowing forward in that precious moment. As Chen Yuqi restrained him, Mei Wu seized the opportunity without hesitation, gracefully leaping down from the tree. As her feet touched the ground, she crouched and swiftly struck the earth with her hands, freezing the surrounding moisture into sharp and sturdy ice spikes. A resolute determination gleamed in her eyes as she thrust her hands forward and commanded, "Go!" The ice spikes, radiating an intense chill, shot towards Chen Yuza. The ice spikes sliced through the air like bolts of lightning, producing sharp, piercing sounds as they sped towards Chen Yuza. Their velocity was so tremendous that they crossed the distance between them in an instant, forcefully embedding themselves into his body. In that fleeting moment, blood erupted from several punctures on Chen Yuza's back, painting his clothing crimson as he trembled violently. An expression of pain and shock etched upon his face. A low, hoarse scream escaped his throat, echoing hauntingly through the silent valley. "Ah!" The The sound reverberated, piercing and chilling. Lao Lu, Chapter 29. Bloodshed and frost in the wilderness with the ice spikes embedded deeply in his back. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his garments. His body trembled violently, legs giving way as he fell forward. Yet, in that life-threatening moment, clarity returned to his eyes, as if he had emerged from the fog of enchantment. Lao Lu! Qin Yuqi let out a heart-wrenching cry, filled with boundless rage. You two harlots will pay for Lao Lu's death, Qin Yuqi hissed through gritted teeth, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. His fists tightened, knuckles turning white as they cracked ominously. From a distance, Mei Wu and Su Yao observed the furious Qin Yuqi charging towards them, their hearts sinking. The palpable aura of murderous intent warped the very air around them. Mei Wu unleashed her ice spikes, gleaming with a cold light, accompanied by piercing cold, hurling towards Qin Yuqi like a torrential downpour. Su Yao's ethereal foxfire surged forth, resembling a fiery serpent lunging towards its target. However, when the ice spikes and foxfire collided with Qin Yuqi, they merely left faint scratches on his skin before dissipating into shards of ice and sparks of flame upon impact. The sight rendered Mei Wu and Su Yao pale with shock. Exchanging a glance that revealed their profound fear in that moment, they understood all too clearly that the adversary before them had been consumed by the flames of vengeance, obliterating all rationality, transformed into a vengeful being of immense power. Far beyond their comprehension, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yuqi's figure appeared before Su Yao, his eyes ablaze with furious wrath, distorted by hatred as he fixated on the woman he deemed the architect of his brother's demise. In his heart, it was Su Yao's enchantment that had cost Lao Lu his life, and the severing of their brotherhood tore at him like a knife. Now, facing Su Yao, any lingering sentiments of compassion had been incinerated by the flames of revenge. He raised his right fist high, muscles taut, and swung it down with ferocious intent, the force of his blow rushing forth like a cannonball aimed directly at Su Yao's chest. Su Yao barely had time to react. A shadow passing before her as an overwhelming force crashed into her, in an instant, her breath caught in her throat, agonizing pain surged through her body as her vital energy roared like a tempest. Almost instinctively, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, her body propelled backward, colliding with the trees, which splintered under the impact. Su Yao's body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. She lay there, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath faint, struggling to rise but discovering her entire body was devoid of strength. Each attempt was accompanied by excruciating pain. Qin Yuqi looked at the injured Su Yao. His face devoid of any compassion, filled only with boundless fury and murderous intent. With a cold snort, he slowly approached Su Yao, his heavy footsteps resonating with an aura of death. Suddenly, a glint of cold light shot out from the nearby bushes. Hurtling towards Qin Yuqi, Mei Wu gathered the last remnants of her extraordinary powers, exerting all her strength to launch an ice spear, attempting to halt Qin Yuqi's slaughter and grant Su Yao a sliver of hope. The ice spear, accompanied by a sharp whistle, struck Qin Yuqi, shattering upon impact and leaving only shallow marks on his body. Qin Yuqi turned to glare at the direction of the bushes, his murderous intent intensifying, and spun around, lunging toward Mei Wu, his body surrounded by a whirlwind of destruction, obliterating everything in its path. Witnessing Su Yao's grievous injury, Mei Wu felt a surge of intense horror in her heart. Without hesitation, she swiftly summoned the scant remaining extraordinary powers within her, the surrounding air instantly freezing under an overwhelming chill. Wisps of icy air rose, and soon, multiple sharp ice spears, radiating a chilling glow, quickly formed in her palms and shot towards the advancing Qin Yuqi. In his rage, Qin Yuqi was utterly unafraid of these ice spears. They merely caused him to momentarily stagger, as he brute-forced his way through them with sheer strength. His speed remained unabated as he furiously charged toward Mei Wu, each step carrying a tremendous impact that left deep imprints in the ground. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Mei Wu. Qin Yuqi raised his right fist, imbued with immense power, and brought it crashing down toward her. Mei Wu, alarmed, realized that if this punch landed, her life would undoubtedly be forfeit. In that critical moment, a thought flashed through her mind. With a resounding bang, Qin Yuqi's fist struck the icy barrier. Instantly, cracks resembling a spider's web appeared on the surface, rapidly spreading. Although the barrier absorbed much of the punch's force, the residual impact still penetrated through, violently crashing into Mei Wu. She felt as if an overwhelming force was barreling towards her, causing her body to involuntarily fly backward. Her feet left the ground, tracing an arc in the air before she fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Mei Wu felt as though all her bones were about to shatter, each joint sending waves of piercing pain through her. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her breath becoming weak and rapid. However, she understood that if she surrendered now, death awaited both her and Su Yao. Gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain, she trembled as she attempted to rise. Her legs still quaking, yet she persisted, struggling to stand and prepare for Chen Yuqi's next onslaught. Chen Yuqi threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar, causing Mei Wu's head to spin and her ears to ring. But in that life-and-death moment, a thought suddenly flickered in her mind. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Chen Yuqi's feet was swiftly covered in a layer of frigid frost, which spread rapidly, firmly encasing his feet in ice. The bone-chilling cold caused his body to stiffen momentarily. His brow furrowed, irritation flaring in his eyes as he forcefully struggled, cracking the ice beneath him with a resounding snap, sending shards flying. At this moment, Su Yao lay weakly on the ground, her breath faint. She opened her mouth, only to find her throat dry and painful, rendering her voiceless. Yet, her urgency was palpable, knowing the dire situation at hand. She summoned every ounce of her remaining enchanting powers, transforming her will into an invisible thread that spanned the distance, directly entering Mei Wu's mind. You are on the brink of advancing your powers. Embrace the understanding. Chapter 30. The crystal radiance shines amidst the ferocity. Su Yao then felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, unable to hold on any longer, and fainted on the ground. Mei Wu's heart tightened. Without time for contemplation, she focused her mind, attempting to grasp that elusive sensation of power advancement. Just then, Chen Yuqi closed in like a specter, his face twisted with rage, fists raised high, crashing down toward Mei Wu's head. Instinctively, Mei Wu shut her eyes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and in an instant, a crystal shield radiating a ghostly blue light materialized in the air without warning. Chen Yuqi's fist slammed into the crystal shield with a dull thud, causing it to tremble slightly, yet it steadfastly held against his assault. A powerful recoil surged back through his arm, forcing him to take a step backward involuntarily. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen Yuqi's eyes. Quickly replaced by an even fiercer fury, he roared once more, his form darting forward, enveloped in a black whirlwind, relentlessly striking at Mei Wu. Amidst the fierce battle for survival, Mei Wu gradually entered a wondrous state. She forgot the surrounding dangers, immersing herself fully in the sensations of her extraordinary powers. With each of Chen Yuqi's assaults, the crystal shield flickered with light, repelling his attacks. Mei Wu was elated to discover her control over her powers growing increasingly adept. The once singular ice element seemed infused with new life, undergoing marvelous transformations. As she fought, Mei Wu gradually grasped the evolution of her abilities, her gaze becoming resolute, as if she had entered an entirely new realm. At that moment, Chen Yuqi swung his fist, shrouded in dark winds, rushing at her with a howling gale. The force behind his punch seemed capable of tearing through the air, instilling fear. Unfazed, Mei Wu gently waved her hands, and what should have manifested as frost transformed into more resilient crystal. A radiant blue crystal shield appeared at will, defending against Chen Yuqi's onslaught. Observing this, Chen Yuqi revealed a hint of surprise. Quickly overshadowed by anger, he swung his arms with force, attempting to shatter the crystals, but upon contact, only dull thuds echoed, the crystals merely quivering without shattering as he desired. Seizing the opportunity, Mei Wu concentrated. Delving deeper into the mysteries of her new powers, she discovered she could manipulate the surrounding water molecules with greater ease, freezing them instantly into ice, and further compressing them into crystalline forms. Creating this unbreakable crystal, moreover, she sensed a profound connection with her environment, perceiving the faintest energy fluctuations in the air, allowing her to anticipate Chen Yuqi's attack trajectory. As the battle raged on, Mei Wu's mastery of her newly acquired superpower grew increasingly proficient. She began to take the initiative, her hands weaving as thumb-sized crystal particles floated in the air. With a flick of her mind, the crystals rained down upon Chen Yuqi like a torrential downpour. their speed and strength far surpassing her previous ice spears. Chen Yuqi, unwilling to confront this barrage directly, retreated to evade. After dodging all the crystal attacks, he abruptly halted, pressing his palms together before rapidly pulling them apart. A wave of black energy forming in his hands, which he forcefully hurled at Mei Wu, attempting to breach her crystalline defenses. Mei Wu's expression sharpened as she conjured a thick crystal wall before her. The black energy wave collided with the barrier, producing a dazzling flash and a deafening explosion, with shards of ice and crystal scattering everywhere. In the heat of this fierce clash, Mei Wu gradually realized that superpowers were not merely about strength. They encompassed a profound understanding and mastery of the essence of those powers. She began to experiment, merging her consciousness with the crystals, allowing them to serve not only as physical defenses but also to launch attacks autonomously based on her intentions. As Chen Yuqi charged again, Mei Wu commanded the crystals to swiftly coalesce around him, forming a massive crystal cage that ensnared him within. Chen Yuqi pounded furiously against the crystal prison, but each blow merely produced a crisp resonance. Failing to shatter it, Mei Wu's expression grew grave, her chest heaving. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. She understood that every second of delay in this battle added weight to the scale of Su Yao's life, and her injuries could worsen due to the stalemate. Resolutely, she straightened her spine. Raising her hands high, palms precisely aimed at the crystal cage imprisoning Chen Yuqi. Then, closing her eyes, she concentrated all her mental energy. In an instant, enormous crystal spikes materialized in the air without warning. Mei Wu summoned her will. These spikes, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, plunged down toward the crystal cage. However, Chen Yuqi was no ordinary foe. As a battle-hardened superpower wielder, he was not easily defeated by a novice who had just stepped into the realm of extraordinary abilities. Chen Yuqi had been cleverly ensnared by another superpower user, and only after exhausting himself in a fierce attack had he fallen into a state of extreme weakness, allowing Mei Wu to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Chen Yuqi raised his head and let out a thunderous roar. The surroundings reverberated with a resonant hum. In an instant, his body began to undergo a breathtaking transformation. His muscles expanded rapidly, akin to balloons being inflated. Veins bulged beneath the surface of his skin, writhing like enraged serpents. Simultaneously, a swirling vortex of darkness whipped into existence around him, spiraling with fervor, and as the tempest raged, the black aura thickened, ultimately coalescing into a tangible suit of ebony armor that enveloped Chen Yuqi's form, emanating a chilling aura of terror. Under the pressure of this formidable presence, the once impregnable crystal cage shattered as if it were fragile glass, scattering into countless shimmering fragments upon the ground. With a leap, Chen Yuqi soared into the air, propelled by an unstoppable force towards Mei Wu, his strike imbued with the power to cleave mountains and split the earth, causing the very air to crackle under the strain. Mei Wu, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic. She hastily maneuvered her crystal shield in a desperate attempt to thwart Chen Yuqi's lethal blow. Nevertheless, the might of Chen Yuqi was overwhelming. Upon contacting his fist, the crystal shield shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into myriad sparkling motes that vanished into the ether. Mei Wu had no time to react as she was sent flying by the sheer force, her body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon landing, Mei Wu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her vision blurring, and her limbs felt as if they no longer belonged to her. Just as she believed her end was nigh, drowning in despair and hopelessness, an unusual warmth surged through her body, flowing gently like a tranquil stream. This force was gentle and comforting, reminiscent of a soft breeze under the warm sun of spring, gradually alleviating the torment that had ravaged her. The chaotic energy within her began to stabilize under the influence of this mysterious power. Not only did her grievous internal injuries begin to mend rapidly, but even the ghastly external wounds healed at an observable rate, the blood at the sites of injury drying and forming scabs, while new flesh sprouted beneath. Nurtured by this force, Mei Wu's consciousness gradually returned to clarity. Struggling to open her eyes, her vision initially blurred before focusing on a familiar face, Xiaoyu. His expression was grave, eyes fixed intently on her, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he continuously channeled his energy into her. Mei Wu's gaze shifted, noticing that Su Yao was also receiving aid not far away. Meanwhile, and Yi and Luo Yin stood tall and resolute before her, confronting Chen Yuqi, their presence radiating a fierce determination. Their stances were poised, legs slightly apart, knees bent, ready to pounce upon their prey. Clenching their fists, their eyes bore into Chen Yuqi with unwavering focus. "You." Mei Wu weakly uttered, her voice hoarse and dry. Reminiscent of an old bellows wheezing, upon hearing her, Xiao Yu turned his head, a flicker of relief illuminating his face. "Oh, not fear, Mei Wu. We are here for you," he said softly, his voice imbued with a soothing strength that calmed her frayed nerves. "Zhaoping has safely returned to Hope City and, upon awakening, recounted the dire circumstances you and Su Yao faced, urging us to come to your aid post-haste. Previously, the group had been fractured by unfounded rumors, breeding discord among them. Yet, Zhao Ping's safe return acted as a timely rain, mending those rifts and rekindling the warmth of their past camaraderie. An Yi and Luo Yin, unable to contain their inner urgency, exchanged a glance before commanding their teammates to mobilize, springing into action without hesitation. Xiao Yu slowly rose from his seat, exhaling deeply, murmuring, "Brothers clash within the walls, yet unite against outside grievances. Together we shall safeguard our home." His gaze solidified as he joined in Yi and the others in their charge. "We will not sit idly by. United we stand, capable of moving mountains." As Chen Yuqi beheld the sudden appearance of several individuals, his fury ignited even further, yet he recognized that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. However, the hatred for his sworn brothers clouded his judgment. Retreat? Impossible. With a disdainful snort, the dark aura surrounding him surged once more, billowing forth like a tumultuous black tide, imbued with an insatiable thirst for destruction, seeking to engulf everything in its path. Mei Wu, pale and breathless, whispered, "And Yi, Luo Yin, Chen Yuqi's abilities are exceedingly troublesome. He can unleash a formidable black whirlwind in an instant, and his speed and defense are remarkable." An Yi and Luo Yin exchanged solemn glances, fully aware that the adversary before them was no ordinary foe. The ominous black energy swirling around Chen Yuqi exuded an aura of dread, signaling an opponent of extraordinary resilience. This confrontation promised to be a deadly struggle, demanding their utmost vigilance and effort. Yet, the trials faced during the construction of Hope City had forged them into exceptional warriors, their powers honed to a razor's edge, seamlessly wielded. An Yi was the first to strike, inhaling deeply as his earth-based abilities erupted into action, his muscles tensing and a muted golden glow emanating from his skin. With a powerful stomp, the ground trembled violently beneath him, the earth shifting and contorting, transforming into a chaotic landscape of gorges and crevices. In the blink of an eye, An Yi vanished, merging with the earth, traversing the terrain with remarkable speed, unleashing heavy punches imbued with the force of the earth upon Chen Yuqi. However, Chen Yuqi was no easy target. Unfazed by An Yi's onslaught, he enveloped himself in an increasingly potent black aura, forming a shield that repelled each of An Yi's attacks without sustaining damage. Every punch Chen Yuqi threw unleashed devastating force, easily shattering the boulders around him, leaving An Yi without cover and hesitant to close the distance. Meanwhile, Luo Yin remained vigilant, observing Chen Yuqi's every move, intent on finding a weakness in his broad and aggressive assault. After a moment of contemplation, he formulated a strategy and swiftly summoned his light-based abilities. A soft yet radiant glow enveloped him, providing perfect protection. With his powers at their zenith, An Yi's energy surged, his muscles bulging and skin encased in a layer of hard stone. Utilizing his speed, he swiftly approached Chen Yuqi, launching a powerful strike towards his face. Chen Yuqi's eyes narrowed, effortlessly catching An Yi's fist. In a flash of light, Luo Yin's speed surged, transforming him into a streak of white light as he capitalized on the opening created by Chen Yuqi's counterattack, maneuvering behind him in perfect synchronicity with An Yi to launch a pincer attack. He materialized his light-based energy into a blade, executing the motion fluidly as he aimed for Chen Yuqi's neck. Sensing the danger from behind, Chen Yuqi was unable to turn in time, and the thick black aura swiftly expanded, forming a dense layer of armor that absorbed Luo Yin's strike. Seizing the moment Chen Yuqi was distracted, An Yi launched a sweeping kick aimed at his lower body. Chen Yuqi deftly leapt into the air, evading the fierce kick and distancing himself from the two, landing gracefully while maintaining a watchful gaze on them in the distance. Xiao Yu had also been biding his time. As Chen Yuqi descended, he activated his wood-based abilities, summoning sharp vines that erupted from the ground, aiming to ensnare Chen Yuqi's limbs and torso. With a deft push, Chen Yuqi leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the assault of the vines, tracing an arc through the air as he landed farther away. Luo Yin seized the opportunity, flicking his wrist as the light blade disintegrated into countless shards. Targeting Chen Yuqi in midair, Chen Yuqi twisted his body, the black whirlwind swirling before him, engulfing the shards and neutralizing most of the damage. However, a few stray pieces grazed his arm, leaving shallow burn marks in their wake. Upon landing, Chen Yuqi unleashed a furious roar, thrusting his palms forward as the black whirlwind surged forth like two ferocious dragons, lunging at Yi and Luo Yin. Unperturbed, Yi crossed his arms before him, summoning a solid earthen wall that absorbed the impact of the black whirlwinds, which shattered like dust in a tempest. Seeing the wall crumble, Luo Yin's expression sharpened, and he swiftly formed a seal with his hands, surrounding himself with blinding light, creating a diamond-shaped shield that barely held against the residual forces of the black whirlwinds. As Luo Yin and Yi took a moment to catch their breath. The three were poised to enter the next round of their intense clash. In the depths of Luo Yin's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as she propelled her speed to its zenith, her form moving so swiftly that it became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a flurry of movements from her palms, torrents of light-based powers surged forth, rapidly taking on a tangible form. Two radiant blades manifested in her palms, their edges shimmering with vibrant colors and exuding a sharpness that was undeniable, charging directly towards Chen Yuqi, eager for close combat. Observing the situation, Anya acted swiftly. He forcefully stomped the ground, utilizing the earth escape technique to vanish instantaneously from his original position, re-emerging behind Chen Yuqi. With both hands raised rapidly, his earth-based powers surged violently, rocks screaming forth from his palms, various sizes of stones, propelled by gusts of wind, aimed at Chen Yuqi's back in a distant assault. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu was not idle. Standing to the side, he manipulated vines that twisted and elongated, swiftly ensnaring Chen Yuqi. The vines bore menacing thorns that glimmered with a ghostly green light. Launching towards Chen Yuqi like a torrential downpour, Chen Yuqi perceived the impending rock assault from behind and the thorny threat from the side. Yet he remained unfazed. A swirling black vortex enveloped him, shattering the incoming rocks into mere dust that dissipated into the air. It also deflected the approaching thorns, which embedded themselves in the black aura above him, vanishing without a trace as if swallowed by the sea. At that moment, Luo Yin had closed in, and although Chen Yuqi was on guard, he did not anticipate the sheer sharpness of the light blades. Upon their collision, a hissing sound echoed as the once unstoppable black vortex that could rend the heavens was cleaved apart by the blades. The dark energy swirling away in chaos. Chen Yuqi was taken aback, his earlier arrogance dissipating in an instant as his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. With no time to ponder, the instinct for survival compelled him to hastily retreat, his steps faltering as he sought to distance himself from Luo Yin. Eager to evade such a fierce attack, however, before he could regain his footing or catch his breath, the second wave of long-range assaults meticulously planned by Anya and Xiao Yu had already descended upon him. In his panic, he resorted to rolling and crawling on the ground, losing all semblance of his former bravado. Amidst the swirling dust, he dodged left and right, evading the lethal onslaught. Luo Yin's gaze was fixed like a hawk on Chen Yuqi, her feet lightly tapping the ground as she transformed into a dazzling streak of light, closing the distance in an instant, the sharp aura of her blades radiating fiercely. Chen Yuqi had long since shed his earlier arrogance. Stumbling backwards in a disordered retreat, desperately trying to create distance from Luo Yin, inwardly lamenting his predicament as he found himself cornered. At that moment, like a trapped beast, he conjured a swirling black vortex around him, infused with boundless resentment and the resolve to fight to the death, launching a desperate strike towards Luo Yin. Seeing this, Luo Yin's heart raced. What chance did they have in a direct clash? Yet, it was too late to hold back. Fortunately, Anya reacted swiftly, plunging his hands into the ground. The earth-based powers surged like a tumultuous undercurrent, transforming the once solid ground into a quicksand trap. Chen Yuqi's feet sank, and he was instantly engulfed, only his upper body remaining visible, his hands flailing futilely in the air. Anya, seizing this opportune moment, urged his powers, causing the surrounding soil and stones to rush towards Cheng Yuqi, burying him entirely in the blink of an eye. Breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Anya's eyes, believing the crisis had finally subsided. However, moments later, the ground where Cheng Yuqi had been buried convulsed violently, stones flying as he burst forth from the earth. Disheveled and ragged, with bloodshot eyes radiating a more ferocious aura, he resembled a wild beast driven to madness. Luoyin, Anya, and Xiaoyu dared not relax, swiftly distancing themselves to surround Cheng Yuqi in a triangular formation while launching their ranged attacks. Cheng Yuqi snorted coldly, crossing his arms before him as the black vortex surged violently, forming a solid shield. The colossal stones crashed against the shield, instantly reduced to dust, while the thorns that struck also vanished without a trace. Yet, a light arrow shot forth from Luoyin pierced through the swirling black winds, embedding itself in Cheng Yuqi's shoulder, causing blood to erupt as he let out a pained howl, his body swaying slightly, the agony contorting his features. Nevertheless, the ferocity in his eyes remained undiminished, even intensifying, as if the wound had ignited a deeper hatred within him. That moment, just as everyone expected Cheng Yuqi to recklessly retaliate, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The violent black aura surrounding him seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. His body levitated suddenly, floating uncontrollably like a drifting leaf, as the onlookers stared in astonishment. It became clear that Cheng Yuheng had arrived just in time, catching Cheng Yuqi securely. Cheng Yuheng's expression was grim, his gaze like a cold blade sweeping over Luoyin and the others, laden with a stern warning. As if silently proclaiming that this battlefield was now under his control, he gently patted Cheng Yuqi's shoulder, whispering words of comfort. "Third brother, I am late." Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Luoyin, revealing no hint of his apprehension. This light-based ability wielder is indeed formidable. Should he advance to the superpower level during battle, both of us could meet our demise here. Cheng Yuqi, breathless and filled with resentment and fury, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Lao Lu died at their hands. Lao Lu died at their hands." His voice grew hoarse with rage, infused with a deep-seated desire for vengeance, wishing to rend these individuals before him into 1,000 pieces to quench his hatred. Cheng Yuheng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, yet he quickly regained his stern demeanor, raising his chin and squeezing out a fierce declaration between clenched teeth. "We will remember this blood debt. I, Cheng Yuheng, vow that you will pay an unimaginable price for Lao Lu's death. This Hope City will inevitably be reduced to ashes under our wrath." In truth, Cheng Yuheng was also weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Continuing the fight would clearly put them at a disadvantage, especially with Cheng Yuqi gravely injured. Prolonging the battle could lead to a disastrous outcome, perhaps resulting in mutual destruction or total annihilation. Thus, he held Cheng Yuqi tightly, his form transforming into a streak of black light, racing away into the distance with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and the lingering energy of their fierce conflict in the air. As if narrating the tale of that breathtaking battle. Chapter 33. The Aftermath of Battle. Hearts unsettled. Luoyin, Anya, and Xiaoyu stood gazing in the direction of Cheng Yuheng and Cheng Yuqi's departure. Motionless for an extended period, their taut nerves reluctant to ease. Luoyin breathed heavily, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her face as she turned to Anya and Xiaoyu, breaking the silence. What has transpired during this time is truly unexpected. Her voice was slightly hoarse, reflecting the exhaustion of battle. Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly, gazing at the overcast sky, letting out a soft sigh, his features appearing weary. "We should return to Hope City and deliberate further. Currently, the enemy is shrouded in darkness while we remain exposed. Acting rashly will only lead to a passive position. Our top priority is to swiftly enhance our strength and fortify the city's defenses to prevent a strong assault." With his hands clasped tightly, Xiaoyu summoned numerous resilient vines from the ground, swiftly weaving them together under his deft control, creating a simple yet sturdy stretcher in no time. The supporting team members sprang into action, carefully lifting Mei Wu and Su Yao onto the stretcher to return to the city for healing. Zhao Ping sat quietly in a wheelchair, awaiting everyone's arrival in the conference room. As each individual entered the meeting hall, fatigue and gravity weighed heavily on their faces. I in the meeting hall, The absence of the four severely injured members felt like a heavy stone pressing on everyone's hearts, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Anya's gaze was fixated on the empty seat, his lips pressed tightly together. These individuals are utterly ruthless, inflicting such grievous injuries upon us at such a steep cost. Luoyin furrowed her brow slightly as she approached Anya with steady strides. Gently placing a hand on his shoulder, her eyes filled with concern and solace. Anya, I empathize with your feelings, but we must remain calm. Acting impulsively will only plunge us into a more perilous situation. Xiaoyu took a few steps forward, nodding slightly as he spoke. What Luoyin says is absolutely right. The enemy's tactics are indeed insidious and cruel. They first set a scheme to disrupt our ranks, then laid an ambush to launch a surprise attack. Our combat power has been severely diminished, and the urgent task at hand is to devise effective countermeasures. Xiaoping slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as it scanned each individual's face before he spoke steadily. Indeed, we were manipulated by their schemes, sowing discord within our ranks, which led to this precarious situation. Everyone, we must cast aside past grievances and unite as one to resist this external threat. His voice, although slightly weak, carried an intangible magnetism, like a warm and steadfast light piercing through the gloom, uplifting every person present. Zhao Ping's expression was calm as water, his eyes radiating profound insight as he continued. These three are sworn brothers of Cheng Yuyuan. Their purpose in coming here is to avenge their fallen comrade. Luoyin nodded slightly, a flicker of cold determination flashing in her eyes as she firmly responded. Yet they have gravely underestimated our strength and resolve. They have already paid a heavy price with one dead and one injured. Xiaoping exhaled softly, a faint sigh imbued with an unyielding conviction. Indeed, their initial intent was merely to intimidate us into submission. However, our resolute resistance clearly surpassed their expectations, resulting in their substantial losses. Faced with such circumstances, they will undoubtedly retreat and conceal themselves for the time being. Yet, there is no doubt that they will seek another opportunity to return with renewed vigor. Fortunately, we have gained a precious reprieve, a critical moment for us to devise a strategy in response, which must be utilized to its fullest, leaving no room for complacency. Upon hearing this, Anyue clenched his fists tightly, the bulging veins testament to the fury and determination within him as he resolutely declared. Xiaoping, speak freely. We must determine our course of action. Next time, we must ensure they leave with nothing but defeat, making them pay for all the suffering we have endured. Xiaoping's countenance remained calm, his gaze reflecting steadfastness and wisdom as he methodically outlined. Xiaoyu Anyue, this mission is of utmost importance. You must undertake a comprehensive and meticulous reorganization of the granaries. They should be dispersed rather than concentrated in one location, with water reservoirs constructed beside each granary. It is imperative to bolster the restrictions surrounding these sites. Aside from the guard team, no one else is permitted to approach. Luoyin, you shall lead a trusted team to conduct a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of everyone in Hope City. Over the years, Hope City has experienced rapid growth with frequent comings and goings, and many individuals who entered previously have not undergone rigorous scrutiny. Given the current dire circumstances, we must ensure that all those within the city can be trusted, eliminating any potential threats to prevent the enemy from infiltrating us from within. The three of them, Xiaoyu, Anyue, and Luoyin, exchanged solemn expressions, each bearing a resolute determination as they accepted their orders. Xiaoping's body trembled slightly as he gradually rose from his wheelchair. The psychological trauma inflicted by Chen Yuheng's forced memory extraction began to ease, thanks to his indomitable will and Xiaoyu's extraordinary healing abilities. At the same time, long-buried and forgotten memories surfaced in his mind like a thawing spring. Revealing many fragmented recollections, a complex expression flickered in his eyes, mingling confusion over past memories with a yearning to explore the newly resurfaced ones. He gradually regained some memories from his childhood. A distant and hazy time filled with innocence and laughter, yet shrouded in a veil of fog. However, these were merely fragments. The rest of his memories remained elusive. When his gaze fell upon the large map on the table, his brow involuntarily furrowed tightly. His eyes brimmed with doubt and bewilderment, for the city names in his memories did not correspond with the symbols on the map. Those familiar yet alien place names swirled in his mind, perpetually refusing to align with the map before him. Furthermore, The locations of the cities appeared entirely different, with a noticeable deviation between the orientations in his memories and reality. Even the contours of the coastline seemed to possess subtle discrepancies in his recollection. A ripple of unease washed over him as he pondered. Has my memory become muddled? This doubt regarding his memories loomed like a cloud of mist, enveloping his mind and plunging him into profound contemplation. At that moment, Ellie from the medical team hurried to Xiaoping's side, her frantic footsteps disrupting his thoughts. Brother Xiaoping, you must come to the hospital. Mei Wu and Su Yao are not in good condition. We have exhausted every means. Yet none have yielded satisfactory results. Xiaoping's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, immediately compelling him to have Ellie push him toward the hospital, anxiety gnawing at his insides. Upon entering the intensive care unit, a suffocating atmosphere assailed them. Xiaoping's gaze swiftly scanned the beds, where Mei Wu and Su Yao lay with closed eyes and pale complexions, as if all vitality had been drained from them. The ability users surrounding them were drenched in sweat, their expressions fraught with anxiety and urgency as they tirelessly channeled their powers into Mei Wu and Su Yao. But their efforts yielded no results, as if stones cast into the sea had created no ripples. Meanwhile, Yinchi had regained consciousness, yet he appeared exceedingly weak, his dim gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, seemingly devoid of the strength to speak. Only Chengku, who had merely fainted after being struck, was nearly fully recovered under the attentive care of the abilities. He sat at the bedside, displaying both fatigue and concern for his companions. Upon seeing Xiaoping enter, he rose and approached, speaking in a hushed tone. Xiaoping, what on earth has happened? How could they suddenly be in such a state? We must find a way to save them. Ellie's eyes were filled with worry and helplessness as she trembled, saying, the internal injuries they sustained are far too severe. Given our current capabilities, even if we exert every effort, we can only barely maintain the status quo. Unless, Xiaoping fixed his gaze intently on Ellie, observing her hesitance with mounting urgency. There is still a way, I see there? At that moment, a subordinate of Su Yao, who had been standing quietly to the side, took a small step forward, bowing slightly with a serious expression as he explained, Leader Xiaoping, the key to this solution lies in obtaining ability crystals. Ability crystals are miraculous stones that arise naturally after humans awaken their powers. They possess a natural affinity for abilities, capable of storing immense amounts of energy like a colossal reservoir in some powerful camps. Ability crystals are regarded as extremely precious resources, typically kept under tight security. If we can acquire an ability crystal and infuse it into Mei Wu and Su Yao, unleashing that powerful energy instantaneously, combined with your careful treatment from the outside, there may be a glimmer of hope for healing such grievous injuries. Chapter 34. Eastward Pursuit of the Crystal Dream. Xiaoping's expression hardened upon hearing Ellie's words, plunging him into silence. A flicker of concern and gravity crossed his features. After a long pause, he slowly replied, let me contemplate this carefully. Subsequently, Xiaoping, dragging his weakened body, staggered toward Mei Wu's bedside, his eyes fixed intently on her frail visage. Filled with both tenderness and confusion, the once cold and cautious individual he knew, why had she acted so recklessly at such a critical moment? His brow slightly furrowed, an imperceptible hint of reproach flickering in his gaze as he stared blankly for a long while. Finally, Xiaoping gently clasped Mei Wu's hand, his voice low yet resolute as he declared, you risked your life to save me. Now it is my turn to save you. As dawn broke, soft light gently bathed the walls of Hope City, draping the fortress in a delicate golden veil. After resting for a full day, Xiaoping slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if the power within him had awakened from slumber like a lion. Fully restored to its former vigor, he swiftly rolled over, effortlessly shouldering his prepared belongings, tucking the map indicating the camp's location into his pocket, and, seizing the tranquility of the early morning, quietly exited Hope City, resolutely heading eastward. Are you going alone to deliver breakfast to the aberrations? A resounding and bold voice erupted like thunder behind Xiaoping. Startled, he turned to see Chengku's tall and imposing figure leap from the city wall like a hawk, landing firmly on the ground and stirring up a light cloud of dust. With Luo Yin stationed here, that is sufficient. This journey is perilous. I shall accompany you. Chengku's eyes sparkled with fearless determination. Xiaoping regarded him with a mix of confusion and concern, appraising Chengku from head to toe before inquiring, have you fully recovered? Changku threw back his head and laughed heartily, his robust laughter echoing across the desolate expanse. As if dispelling all shadows, I am the foremost combatant of Hope City. What are a few minor injuries to me? How could I lie in bed idly? Moreover, I refuse to believe that my formidable lightning powers cannot overcome those sneaky superhumans. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, arcs of lightning flickering around him, crackling with energy as he showcased his strength and resolve to Xiaoping. Observing Changku's self-assured demeanor, warmth surged within Xiaoping's heart, a feeling of being supported. He nodded slightly, a smile of reassurance gracing his lips. Very well, let us go. Xiaoping and Changku set forth, resolutely advancing in the direction indicated by the map. The desolate land lay silent and forlorn, punctuated only by the occasional aberration leaping from the shadows, trying to transform these intruders into their next meal. However, before Changku, these aberrations were but feeble ants. With agility, Changku unleashed a torrent of lightning from his palms, obliterating the aberrations in their path, who shrieked in agony before being reduced to ash, scattering into the wind. Xiaoping watched Changku, a smile flickering in his eyes as he remarked, I have heard that Mei Wu successfully advanced to become a superhuman after the intense battle. Do you still dare to boast about being Hope City's top combatant? Changku hesitated for a moment, a flash of defiance crossing his face as he crossed his arms, retorting with unwavering conviction. Humph. Although the elemental abilities are classified as a tier lower than the superpowers, what does it matter? Just because of this so-called disparity in rank, does that mean I cannot achieve a challenge beyond my level and triumph over the superpowered beings? I, Changku, hereby vow that I shall never ascend in rank throughout my life. I will rely solely on my innate lightning abilities, not only to defeat those endowed with superpowers, but also to challenge the legendary forbidden abilities. Making it known to all that my strength, Changku, should not be underestimated. Ha ha, perhaps this will indeed lead you down a unique path of strength. Naturally, the two of them, guided by the map, traversed the desolate wilderness for several days. The afterglow of the setting sun resembled shattered golden silk, gradually being engulfed by the encroaching dusk as night descended like a tide. Xiaoping and Changku, weary from their journey, suddenly caught sight of a faint light in the distance. Dragging their fatigued bodies, they hastened toward that glimmer, only to discover a small camp concealed within the wilderness. The camp was surrounded by a rudimentary fence, with several dilapidated tents scattered about. Dim yellow light flickered from within the tents, casting shadowy silhouettes of busy figures. In the center of the camp, a bonfire crackled joyfully, its flames dancing merrily, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness and chill. As Xiaoping and Changku entered the camp, a small commotion ensued. The people paused their activities, casting wary yet curious glances at the unexpected visitors. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiaoping and Changku made their way directly to the camp leader, a burly middle-aged man named Basila. Basila was a towering figure, his beard standing erect like steel needles, and his gaze sharp and resolute, revealing a seasoned calmness born of countless battles. He wore a somewhat tattered yet clean and tidy animal skin cloak, with a sharp short knife fastened at his waist, its handle wrapped in faded cloth strips, adding a touch of antiquity to his appearance. Xiaoping bowed respectfully to Basila, his face adorned with a sincere and friendly smile. Introducing himself and Changku, along with the situation in Hope City. Leader Basila, we hail from Hope City.it is a place struggling for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Though small, it is brimming with vitality and hope. However, we have recently encountered some difficulties and are seeking elemental crystals. Basila listened quietly, the wariness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of sympathy and respect. Once Xiaoping finished, he nodded slightly, his expression serious as he replied, I have heard of the situation in your region. However, to find the elemental crystals you seek, you must venture to the large city in the east. Oh? There is a large city? In this post-apocalyptic world, life is not easy for anyone. Since the outbreak of the alien crisis, a significant number of humanity has migrated to the eastern coastal areas, where safety is relatively assured and resources are more abundant. Thus, human society flourishes increasingly as one moves eastward. Conversely, the northwestern region we inhabit remains desolate, sparsely populated, and with a harsh living environment. Nevertheless, even in such a place, there exist considerable city-states. However, in comparison to the east, both in scale and prosperity, They are not to be mentioned in the same breath. Basila's voice was deep and hoarse, as if recounting a distant and mysterious tale, stirring a yearning and aspiration for the unknown Eastern world, intertwined with a tinge of fear and unease. Upon hearing this, Xiaoping and Chengku exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and anticipation in their eyes. They understood that this might be an opportunity to alter the fate of Hope City. Despite the road ahead being fraught with uncertainty and danger, they felt compelled to journey to that enigmatic East, seeking the glimmer of hope that might exist and forging a new path for the people of Hope City. Chapter 35. The Shepherd's Camp and Uncertain Intentions. Basila's camp was a pastoral settlement, long engaged in trading livestock with the eastern regions. In this desolate post-apocalyptic landscape, livestock had become a vital trade resource, establishing a challenging yet stable trade route with the eastern territories. They exchanged goods, trading their carefully nurtured, robust livestock for resources from the east. This primitive yet effective trading model sustained their mutual survival and development in these harsh times, allowing Basila to be well informed about conditions across various regions. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiaoping and Chengku eagerly sought out Basila to inquire about the elemental crystals. Basila furrowed his brow, stroking his dense beard, and slowly replied, "Elemental crystals are indeed a rare commodity in our northwestern region. While they are somewhat more common in the east, acquiring them is no easy feat if you wish to obtain them through legitimate means. You will have to spend a substantial amount. Currently, the currency in circulation is called alliance coins, issued by the federal bank formed by the eastern city-states. They resemble paper currency, but each one is imbued with unique elemental information as a security feature. Due to the complexity of producing alliance coins, their denominations are quite high, primarily used for significant transactions, while we still rely on barter for daily needs. However, the elemental crystals you seek would cost at least 50 alliance coins in the markets of those large eastern city-states. And the price is constantly fluctuating, often exceeding demand. In our remote area, the price would be even higher, possibly doubling, and you may not even secure genuine goods." Upon hearing this, Xiaoping and Chengku couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, exchanging glances filled with resignation and concern. Xiaoping scratched his head, his urgency evident as he asked, "So, how much would we need to acquire 3 elemental crystals?" Basila extended 3 fingers and replied, "Conservatively speaking, you won't be able to even think about it without 300 alliance coins. And that's assuming you can find a seller." Xiaoping furrowed his brow, pressing further, "And how much can one alliance coin buy?" Basila pondered briefly before responding, "Well, under current circumstances, 3 alliance coins can purchase a typical person as a slave, while 5 can procure a robust plow ox." Chengku, listening intently, interjected anxiously, "What about food? How much food can be exchanged for 1 alliance coin?" Basila shook his head slightly and scoffed, "Food is not scarce at the moment. It hasn't reached the point of being exchanged for alliance coins. After all, any wood-type ability user can easily conjure plenty of food with their powers." The weight of Basila's words only deepened Xiaoping and Chengku's gloom. Chengku chuckled bitterly, "We need the elemental crystals for survival, yet gathering 300 alliance coins in a short time seems insurmountable. Where are we to find such a sum?" Basila's gaze appraised Chengku, a glint of appreciation flickering in his eyes, before he spoke slowly. "I see you possess a strong physique and agile movements. You must be quite capable. In a few days, we will hold a grand sacrificial ceremony here. During this time, a revered high priest from the big city will conduct a solemn prayer ceremony to express gratitude for the extraordinary powers bestowed upon us by the unseen deities. Following that, there will be 3 consecutive days of celebrations filled with various exciting activities, with generous rewards. Especially in the highly anticipated combat arena event, the warrior who emerges victorious will receive a substantial prize worth up to 500 alliance coins. This is an exceptional opportunity for any formidable fighter." Xiaoping and Chengku's eyes lit up at Basila's words. Xiaoping inquired eagerly, "How does this combat arena work? What are the rules?" Basila explained, "The arena allows the use of abilities but prohibits the intentional taking of life. It's about striking at the right moment. The competition follows a knockout format, with participants drawn into pairs for each round, where winners advance until the final champion is determined. However, the competitors are all formidable characters, as strong individuals from various camps and city-states will vie for this honor and the generous rewards. If you choose to participate, be sure to prepare thoroughly." Chengku, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. "Who cares about formidable opponents? To save Mei Wu and the others, I must give it my all. Xiaoping nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. All right, we shall enter this combat arena. It may be our best opportunity to gather the necessary funds in a short time. In the following days, Xiaoping and Changku engaged in intensive training in an open area near Basila's camp. Changku sat quietly on the ground, eyes closed, fully immersed in the memories of his intense battle with Qin Yuza from that day. After a while, he gradually entered a profound meditative state, concentrating on sensing and understanding the mysterious yet subtle connection between his abilities and the vastness of nature. He resembled an ancient pine rooted in the wilderness, silently standing through the passage of time. Unyielding, enveloped in nature's embrace, he allowed the gentle breeze to caress his face, listened to the symphony of insects and birds composing nature's melody in his ears, and inhaled the fragrant mingling of earth and flowers. Merging his body and spirit with the world around him. With an ethereal heart, he listened to nature's whispers, touched the pulse of the earth, and sought the hidden door to the secrets connecting nature and abilities. Thus, Changku stood in the wilderness, unwavering. For an entire day and night, the night enveloped the earth. The sky suddenly transformed with tumultuous winds and clouds, dark billowing masses converging with the ferocity of a surging black sea. Obscuring the once twinkling stars and radiant moonlight, in quick succession, the thunder roared and lightning cracked, brilliant flashes of light danced like silver serpents, weaving through the inky depths of the clouds, tearing apart the darkness, while thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Under the awe-inspiring power of nature, Changku abruptly opened his long-closed eyes, the glimmer within them shining like the dazzling stars in the night sky. Bright and resolute, he slowly raised his arm, extending his palm towards the raging lightning above, as if challenging and inviting this force of nature. Within his palm, blue arcs of lightning gradually coalesced, intensifying in luminosity, radiating a heartbeat-inducing wave of energy. At that moment, a robust bolt of lightning seemed to be drawn by an invisible, potent force, akin to an enraged dragon, hurtling directly towards Changku in an instant. The brilliance was so blinding that it rendered one nearly unable to open their eyes, as if the entire world had been consumed by the radiance of this lightning. Changku's figure appeared diminutive yet steadfast amidst the overwhelming lightning. And at the precise moment the heavenly bolt struck him, his body stiffened, enveloped by the violent power of electricity, every inch of his skin bearing the tremendous impact of the current. Yet, within this extreme agony and peril, Changku's gaze grew increasingly profound and bright, as if through the ceaseless lightning, he glimpsed an entirely new, mysterious realm belonging to extraordinary abilities. Something deep within his soul seemed to ignite instantaneously, awakening him fully, a profound realization washing over him like a tide, immersing him in an inescapable rapture, as though he had fused with the might of nature, becoming a part of its elemental force. Chapter 36. The festival approaches, drums of war resound as the day of the sacrificial ceremony drew near. Xiaoping and Changku journeyed with the Basila caravan towards the site of the grand ritual. At last, the venue for the ceremony emerged before them. Upon a vast, boundless prairie, a magnificent and towering sacrificial altar rose up, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Surrounding the altar, a myriad of tents sprawled chaotically, colorful banners fluttering in the gentle breeze. The highly anticipated combat arena resembled an impregnable fortress, constructed from massive, heavy stones stacked upon one another, with tiered seating that ascended continuously, as if leading to the pinnacle of glory, quietly awaiting the appearance of formidable warriors to witness thrilling battles and struggles, igniting the unique fervor and passion of humanity in this apocalyptic world. Contestants from various camps and city-states arrived one after another, some towering and muscular, exuding an aura of raw strength, others possessing sharp gazes and icy demeanors, radiating potent waves of extraordinary abilities, each bearing an expression of unwavering determination. While the competition itself was merely a highlight, the true essence lay in the sacrificial ceremony. Xiaoping and Changku mingled with the bustling crowd, participating in this grand ritual. Upon the enormous altar, an array of rare offerings was displayed, including fresh fruits and vegetables, roasted game, and intricately carved beast bone ornaments. The high priest, adorned in a splendid and solemn robe embroidered with sun motifs and an array of ancient, enigmatic runes, donned a golden headdress symbolizing supreme status. slowly ascended the altar, grasping a staff embedded with various gemstones, each pulsating with immense energy. He seemed to resonate with the mysterious powers of the universe. As the high priest recited incantations, ancient and obscure spells echoed through the air. Gradually, the skies shifted, the formerly clear heavens enveloped in a mystical aura. The assembled multitude knelt, their expressions reverent as they prayed towards the heavens, beseeching the divine for protection in these dire times. Imploring a greater strength to withstand the myriad dangers, the atmosphere of the sacrificial ceremony was solemn and grave. A mysterious essence permeated the air. All present were immersed in this hallowed ritual, momentarily forgetting the brutality and hardships of the apocalypse. Though Xiaoping and Chengku were preoccupied with the impending competition, they too were struck by the grandeur of the scene, silently praying for victory in the contest to come. Hoping to amass enough alliance currency to purchase crystals of extraordinary abilities to save their companions. Xiaoping even prostrated himself, inwardly voicing, "If there truly exists a deity, please safeguard Mei Wu this time." Amidst the expectations and prayers of the crowd, the sacrificial ceremony gradually approached its conclusion. The mysterious aura in the sky slowly dissipated, sunlight cascading once more upon the earth, signaling that the divine had accepted their offerings and supplications. At this moment, the attention of the people shifted from the ritual to the forthcoming battles in the combat arena, the air thick with tension and excitement, as a fierce contest was on the brink of commencing. Just as the crowd awaited with bated breath, a grand platform rose steadily in the center of the arena, where a dapper host appeared with an agile stance. Clearing his throat, he harnessed his extraordinary abilities. His voice resonating throughout the arena. "Brave contestants, the highly anticipated competition is about to commence. This is a feast for the strong, a pinnacle clash of power. Here, I am honored to announce that the first-place winner will receive a mysterious gemstone valued at 500 alliance currency. Its contained energy capable of astonishing any who behold it. Furthermore, the top 5 victors will be awarded substantial prizes, a testament to your strength and a symbol of glory." Upon hearing these words, the contestants below erupted in fervor, rolling up their sleeves and brimming with anticipation. The host continued, "Now, all participants are invited to proceed to the registration area below to collect your identification tokens. This will be your first step onto the path of glory." As soon as his words fell, the crowd surged like a tide towards the registration desk. Xiaoping and Chengku were swept along, striving through the throngs until they finally reached the registration point. The staff swiftly recorded Chengku's information and handed him his token, while Xiaoping patted Chengku's shoulder, offering silent encouragement and support. At that moment, a group of youthful women clad in vibrant dance attire stepped lightly onto the stage of the arena. Their graceful movements and melodious voices elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch as the audience's cheers and shouts intertwined with the singers' harmonies, creating a passionate and vibrant symphony. Amidst this lively and raucous ambience, the registration process continued with urgency yet order. Finally, all contestants completed their registration. The host ascended the platform once more, surveying the expectant faces of the crowd, and announced loudly, "Due to the overwhelming number of participants, to expedite the competition, the first round will take the form of a 10-person free-for-all. In this fierce melee, only the last warrior standing will advance to the next round. Let us wait and see who will emerge victorious in this brutal contest." As soon as the host's voice fell, a tense and charged atmosphere filled the arena. Contestants began to warm up, adjusting their stances, their eyes glinting with fierce determination, ready to confront the impending chaos. Xiaoping and Chengku wove through the bustling crowd, making their way towards the towering scoreboard positioned at one side of the arena. Xiaoping's gaze quickly scanned the multitude of names and matchups. And after a moment, he turned to Chengku, saying, "Chengku, look, you've been assigned to the 6th match. This is good. We have some time to observe a few matches and familiarize ourselves with our opponents." Chengku nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation and excitement. "Yes, let's find a spot with a good view to thoroughly analyze these contestants' strengths and fighting styles, to see if we can uncover any weaknesses and formulate strategies." With that, the two began navigating through the audience, seeking the perfect vantage point from which to observe the arena's every movement, preparing themselves thoroughly for the impending battle in this tense yet opportunity-laden atmosphere. Taking their first step towards victory, the first match commenced, and the 10 contestants quickly dispersed, each seeking advantageous positions. One particularly tall and muscular man initiated the attack, roaring as he slammed his fists into the ground, causing the earth to crack open, sending shards of dirt flying towards those nearby, eliciting gasps from the astonished audience. However, his actions drew the attention of others. A nimble woman skillfully evaded the dirt spikes, darting behind the man, launching an ice shard aimed directly at his neck. The man reacted swiftly, sidestepping to block the ice with his arm, a crimson line appearing instantly upon his flesh. On the opposite side of the arena, a boy who could manipulate wind elements levitated above the ground, using the gusts to navigate with agility, occasionally unleashing strong winds to disrupt others' movements. Amidst the fray, a contestant adept at stealth crept up on an opponent engaged in battle, suddenly revealing himself, his dagger glinting with deadly intent as it aimed for the adversary's back. Yet, the targeted fighter seemed to sense the impending danger, narrowly dodging at the critical moment and retaliating with a fiery punch, the scorching flames distorting the air around them. The dynamics of the match shifted rapidly, with competitors succumbing to injuries one after another. Ultimately, a middle-aged man endowed with formidable healing abilities managed to remain in the arena, displaying exceptional defense and timely strikes amidst the chaos of the other contestants' mutual destruction, thus securing his place as the first qualifier for the next round. Though battered and bruised, his eyes radiated determination and joy. Xiaoping and Chang Ku observed the preceding matches with great seriousness, deepening their understanding and preparedness for the battles to come. Chapter 37. The arena erupts in combat. Xiaoping and Chang Ku meticulously scrutinized the earlier matches from the audience. Each fierce clash and the unique abilities and combat techniques exhibited by the participants etched into their minds, while they engaged in hushed discussions about strategies. As time progressed, the sixth match was finally upon them. Chang Ku inhaled deeply, rising from his seat with a gaze that reflected unwavering resolve. Xiaoping stood as well, softly encouraging, "Go for it. Our hope for the first combat prowess." Chang Ku offered a slight smile, then strode steadily towards the arena. The referee, seeing that all contestants were prepared, swiftly retreated to a safe zone and raised his flag with vigor, his resonant voice booming across the arena. The match begins. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in an atmosphere of intense tension, the spectators' hearts racing as their eyes fixated on the battleground. The onset of the match, a hulking figure, a power-type ability user with bulging muscles, charged at Chang Ku like a frenzied bull. With each step, the ground trembled slightly beneath him, evidently intent on overwhelming Chang Ku in close combat with his sheer brute strength. Chang Ku's eyes flickered with a sharp glint as he calmly adjusted his breathing and footing, evading the onslaught of powerful punches with remarkable agility and finesse. Seizing an opportunity during his evasive maneuvers, Chang Ku swiftly sidestepped to the side of the power-type user, delivering a lightning-fast right hook that struck his opponent's abdomen with tremendous force. The blow, infused with Chang Ku's explosive energy, elicited a muffled grunt from the power-type user, who instinctively doubled over. Chang Ku pressed his advantage, raising his left leg in a swift arc to deliver a devastating kick to the opponent's chin, sending him airborne several meters before crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. That moment, a lightning-type ability user seized the opportunity while the power-type user was reeling, launching a sudden attack from the opposite end of the arena. With rapid hand movements, the lightning user gathered electrical charges from the air, unleashing several intertwining bolts of lightning that crackled and roared towards Chang Ku. His eyes narrowed as he deftly leapt into the air, executing a flawless somersault to evade the strike. Quickly regaining his stance, he concentrated his lightning energy and unleashed a powerful bolt towards his assailant. The lightning-type user hastily conjured a protective shield, but it shattered under the force of Chang Ku's attack, sending residual energy crashing into him and forcing him to retreat, his face ashen, conceding defeat. At this juncture, a shadow darted past him with ghostly swiftness, revealing a speed-type ability user wielding a sharp sword. Underestimating Chang Ku's stamina after witnessing his previous eliminations, the speed-type user chose this moment to launch an all-out assault. His speed was akin to a gale, his sword glinting ominously in the sunlight as he lunged towards Chang Ku. However, Chang Ku remained unperturbed, his eyes betraying a calm confidence. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, he subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. In a seamless motion, Chang Ku pivoted on his left foot and executed a swift kick towards the speed-type user's wrist, causing excruciating pain that made the sword slip from his grasp. Without missing a beat, Chang Ke spun around, driving his left leg into the user's chest, propelling him out of the arena, where he landed heavily on the ground, incapacitated. Medical personnel rushed to the scene to assist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, a fire-type ability user showcased his immense power, rapidly raising the temperature around him as flames danced in his hands. He hurled the flames towards the remaining adversaries. Engulfing them completely, screams of defeat echoed as they succumbed to the intense heat, voluntarily forfeiting the match in the blink of an eye. Only Chang Ke and the fire-type user remained, locked in a tense one-on-one standoff. The fire-type user initiated the attack, forming an enormous fireball in his hands and hurling it towards Chang Ke with great force. The fireball surged forward like a miniature sun, radiating overwhelming heat. Chang Ke, as cool as ice, nimbly dodged to the side, evading the fiery projectile. Upon impact, the fireball exploded upon the ground, sending flames soaring into the sky and thick smoke billowing. Immediately after, the fire-type user dashed forward like lightning. Wielding a massive hammer forged from flames, its heat palpable, he swung the hammer with relentless ferocity, each strike imbued with tremendous force and searing heat. Though the weapon lacked physical weight, its damage was substantial, creating a dazzling display of fiery chaos. Chang Ke, agile and composed, navigated through the onslaught with ease, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the fierce combat. After several rounds of probing, Chang could discern the fire-type user's attack patterns and decided it was time to conclude the battle. Suddenly halting, he anchored himself firmly on the ground, summoning a potent surge of lightning energy that coalesced into a blinding orb in his palms. The radiance was so intense it was nearly blinding. The fire-type user, alarmed, attempted to erect a flame shield for defense, but it was too late. Chang Ke unleashed the lightning bolt, which surged forth like an enraged dragon, crashing through the fire shield and striking the fire-type user directly. With a piercing scream, the fire-type user collapsed, overwhelmed by the powerful current, and promptly conceded defeat. At that moment, the host proclaimed the match concluded, announcing Chang Ke from Hope City as the victor. Chang Ke stood proudly in the center of the arena, chest out, a confident and triumphant expression adorning his face, having successfully advanced to the next round. Chapter 38. Turmoil in the frenzied battle. Chang Ke gracefully leapt down from the platform, swiftly returning to the audience area where Zhao Ping awaited. Zhao Ping's face beamed with delight, his eyes filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Chang Ke, your growth in such a short span is nothing short of astonishing. Your performance just now far surpassed your previous abilities in both reaction time and striking power, truly impressive." Chang Ke tilted his head slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, "In truth, I still have reserves. My opponents were simply not formidable enough to warrant my full effort." Zhao Ping scrutinized Chang Ke for a moment, shaking his head with a chuckle, his anticipation for Chang Ke's potential only heightened. The pair then redirected their focus to the arena, keenly observing the remaining matches. The combat intensified, with contestants showcasing their abilities in a dazzling display of power. The cacophony of shouts and cheers creating a fervent atmosphere. After a fierce contest, 12 victors emerged triumphantly. The host ascended the platform once more, his resonant voice echoing throughout the arena. Esteemed participants and enthusiastic spectators, the first round has concluded successfully. You may take a brief respite. In the evening, we shall commence the second round. The next series of matches will be determined by a draw, with teams of 3 battling for a chance to compete in tomorrow's finals. All who advance to the finals will be rewarded handsomely. Let us eagerly anticipate the upcoming thrilling contests. During the brief intermission, Chang Ke closed his eyes, quietly centering himself and allowing his energy to flow back into optimal condition. Zhao Ping, meanwhile, prepared sustenance and hydration for Chang Ke while vigilantly monitoring their surroundings to avert any unforeseen occurrences. As the sun's rays bathed the arena in a warm glow, the time for the second round of competition quietly approached. Chang Ke casually reached out and plucked a number from the myriad of choices. His heart stirred slightly upon seeing the conspicuous number 4. 4? It seems this is the final round. Perhaps it is for the best, as it grants me more time to observe my opponents. Just as Chang Ke was about to turn and leave, he keenly sensed several malicious gazes piercing his back. He glanced sideways and saw a group of elegantly dressed individuals, their expressions haughty, casting disdainful looks in his direction while gesturing and uttering disparaging remarks, calling him a lowly commoner. Their contemptuous demeanor and scornful words struck Chung Ku's pride like sharp daggers. His expression hardened, and a surge of anger ignited within him, clenching his fists in response. However, just as he was on the verge of exploding, Zhao Ping, quick-witted, seized his arm and urgently whispered, "Chung Ku, stay calm. Do not act impulsively. Our purpose here is to compete for the prize and to rescue Mei Wu and her companions. We must avoid unnecessary complications." Chung Ku gritted his teeth, shot a glare at the group, and turned to leave briskly with Zhao Ping. Upon returning to the stands, both Zhao Ping and Chung Ku held their breath, focusing intently on the fierce melee unfolding in the arena where three-person teams clashed. The intensity of the competition had escalated significantly compared to the first round. Several formidable superpowered individuals had shed their previous facades and no longer concealed their true strengths in an instant. The arena was ablaze with dazzling displays of abilities, captivating all eyes. Chung Ku's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "Humph. These fellows were holding back in the first round, but now they finally dare to showcase their true prowess." Zhao Ping could not help but furrow his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "These superpowered individuals are indeed formidable. It appears that this round's competition will be more brutal than anticipated." At that moment, one of the contestants darted towards a designated target with lightning speed, but just as he was about to close in on his opponent, he suddenly spun around as if pulled by an invisible force and engaged in a fierce battle with another competitor. The abrupt turn of events elicited gasps from the surrounding spectators. Zhao Ping, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and scrutinized the unfolding situation, thoughtfully commenting, "This mind control ability is quite intriguing. From its manifestation, it seems akin to Su Yao's charm ability, both operating through the disruption of the opponent's mental state to achieve control, though the methods and effects may differ." As the subsequent match commenced, a superpowered individual conjured a dark green flame with one hand, and upon hurling a fireball, it erupted, spreading corrosive green flames in all directions. Chung Ku inhaled deeply, determination gleaming in his eyes. "This green fire is indeed formidable, but I have spotted a flaw." Finally, it was Chung Ku's turn to compete. When his gaze fell upon his opponents, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing an almost imperceptible curve. Standing before him were the very individuals who had derisively pointed and sneered at him during the draw. Chung Ku thought to himself, "What a twist of fate. No grudges shall linger. I shall settle this now." Meanwhile, in the stands, Zhao Ping wore a troubled expression, his brows knitted in concern. He understood that although Chung Ku was strong, facing two opponents was perilously daunting. Moreover, the fact that these two had advanced to the second round suggested they possessed remarkable abilities, even if they only showcased their elemental powers thus far. Who could tell if they had hidden tricks up their sleeves? With the host's signal, the match officially began. As anticipated, the two opponents wasted no time in joining forces to attack Chung Ku. One swiftly retreated to the back, hands weaving through the air as currents of wind coalesced in his palms, forming razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the air with a menacing whistling sound. Aimed directly at Chung Ku, simultaneously, he muttered incantations, and a faint glow emanated from his hand, enhancing the speed of his forward companion, who dashed towards Chung Ku like a specter. The fiery opponent, engulfed in blazing flames, radiated heat that warped the surrounding air, leaving scorched footprints with every step, as he charged aggressively at Chung Ku. Chung Ku inhaled deeply, channeling his lightning abilities throughout his body, and in an instant, he was enveloped in a dazzling aura of electric energy, surrounded by a shimmering white shield that heightened his speed to its zenith. Just then, a barrage of wind blades descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Chung Ku swiftly maneuvered, evading the blades that whizzed past him with ease. In a blink, he closed the distance towards the opponent controlling the wind blades, catching him off guard. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful right punch infused with electric energy, striking the opponent's abdomen with tremendous force. The blow rendered the individual pale, causing him to stagger back several steps, clearly injured and displaying a mixture of pain and disbelief. The fire-wielding opponent, witnessing Chung Ku's flanking attack, swiftly turned to provide support and charged at Chung Ku once more. Chung Ku leaped back, quickly creating spheres of lightning energy in his palms. Then with a fierce glare, he launched the lightning orbs at the two adversaries. They struck true, paralyzing the one controlling the wind blades, sending electric currents coursing through his body, causing uncontrollable spasms, and ultimately, he collapsed, his wind blades dissipating into nothingness. The fire user, still enveloped in flames, managed to withstand the onslaught. His eyes gleaming with a fervent madness, he hastily retrieved a pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation, then quickly forced another pill into his companion's mouth. In mere moments, their bodies underwent a peculiar transformation. Their eyes turned a fiery red, and a faint purple aura began to emanate from them, exuding an air of danger and ferocity as they charged at Changku in a frenzy. Chapter 39. Lingering dread. As Changku observed the situation, a glimmer of seriousness crossed his gaze, but he quickly regained his resolve. He understood that the circumstances had become increasingly precarious, yet he harbored no intention of retreating. Firmly planted on the ground, he summoned his lightning abilities to form a more potent electric shield before him, the shield crackling with energy and emitting a sizzling sound. The two opponents, driven into a frenzied state by the pills, surged forward like uncontrollable beasts, their speed and strength having undergone a qualitative leap as if infused with some malevolent power, rendering them swifter and more agile, their presence increasingly menacing in a synchronized manner. They opted to engage Changku in close combat, rapidly advancing towards him. Each punch they threw was accompanied by a roaring wind, the purple aura surrounding their fists enhancing the air of danger. Wielding immense destructive potential, they unleashed a flurry of attacks aimed at Changku's vital areas, delivering lethal blows with an intensity that belied the fact that they had just moments ago been incapacitated by lightning. Now, they resembled relentless killing machines intent on eliminating Changku in the midst of their melee. They coordinated their efforts to launch wind blades and fireballs. The wind blades, no longer scattered and haphazard, had become sharper and more concentrated, glimmering with a purple hue, akin to whirling sawtooth blades slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming for Changku's limbs and neck, seeking to cripple his movements. The fireballs, too, had grown larger and more intense, their centers a deep crimson, surrounded by flickering purple flames that radiated waves of heat. Once struck, they would likely reduce a person to ashes in this close-range assault. The wind blades and fireballs were unleashed with little opportunity for Changku to breathe or evade. Changku's expression was grave. He sensed that the two before him were in an abnormal state, undoubtedly influenced by the pills, plunging them into a bizarre frenzy. In that moment, they appeared possessed by demons, their eyes betraying madness and bloodlust, their power and speed eclipsing what they had displayed earlier. Their attacks chaotic yet lethal. However, Changku's gaze reflected no hint of retreat or fear. Instead, it ignited a fierce warrior spirit within him. On this perilous stage, Changku relied on his extraordinary agility and keen combat intuition, navigating through their combined assaults like a leaf adrift in a tempest, deftly evading their relentless onslaught. The duo's attacks surged like a tidal wave, each strike more fierce and frenzied than the last. As they relentlessly sought to engulf Changku, yet, as their coordination grew increasingly seamless, their rhythm tightened, progressively cornering Changku to the edge of the arena, leaving him with no avenue of escape. With a powerful stamp of his left foot, Changku unleashed a tremendous force, causing the entire arena to tremble. In that instant, he transformed into a blinding flash of lightning, instantaneously darting to the opposite side of the arena. His figure left a blurred silhouette in the air, moving with such astonishing speed that it left onlookers breathless. The two individuals, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a flicker of astonishment on their faces, which was swiftly overshadowed by a frenzied excitement. Their behavior grew increasingly bizarre and uncanny, as they dropped to all fours and crawled towards Changku like wild beasts. Although their movements appeared clumsy, their speed was anything but slow, and this posture rendered their attacks all the more elusive. As they crawled, they emitted deep, guttural growls, reminiscent of demonic howls echoing from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Changku regarded the two men, now acting like lunatics, and a shiver of dread coursed through him. At that moment, their condition became increasingly inscrutable. Their skin visibly darkened to a chilling ebony, their mouths began to tear open, revealing menacing fangs that slowly emerged, while their fingers morphed rapidly, nails elongating into razor-sharp claws. This horrifying scene plunged the audience into a state of panic. Their eyes widened in terror as they beheld the transformation, involuntarily shouting, "Abomination! Abomination? In an instant, this terrifying spectacle caused chaos within the arena, the cries and gasps of fear intertwining, as the sentiment of terror surged like a tidal wave throughout the venue. Amidst the turmoil, two figures adorned in flowing robes embroidered with mysterious sun totems descended gracefully from the sky. Their movements were as swift as lightning. Before the crowd even had time to react, they had flashed to either side of the abominations. A powerful and enigmatic force surged from their palms, radiating a dazzling brilliance, enveloping the two abominations in an overwhelming torrent of energy. In the blink of an eye, the abominations were reduced to ash, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world. At this juncture, the host rushed onto the scene, his complexion slightly pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet, he maintained a remarkable composure, clearing his throat and proclaiming loudly, "Dear audience, please remain calm. An unexpected situation has arisen. According to our investigation, these were two mutated abominations capable of assuming human forms, but fortunately, they have been eliminated by the High Priest's guards. As there are no contenders left, the victor of this match is Changku. Let us applaud his brave performance." The host's voice resonated throughout the arena, and although a lingering tension remained, it successfully quelled the anxiety of a portion of the audience. How could these seemingly ordinary individuals have transformed into such terrifying abominations? Furthermore, the power displayed by the two figures who had just descended from the sky was astonishingly beyond Changku's imagination. Standing on the stage, he found himself lost in contemplation, as the host announced the outcome of the match. The spectators, filled with confusion and lingering fear, began to disperse in small groups, murmuring amongst themselves about the heart-stopping contest and the sudden appearance of the abominations, various speculations and conjectures swiftly spreading through the crowd. How could ordinary people become abominations? Nonsense. The High Priest believes it to be a transformation of abominations. Do you dare question the High Priest? I wouldn't, but thankfully the High Priest is here. Haha. Chapter 40. Council fails to alter ambition at this time. Zhao Ping anxiously weaved through the crowd, his gaze fervently searching for Changku. He hurriedly approached, speaking in a low voice. "Changku, I think I might have an inkling of what is happening." Upon hearing this, Changku's body quivered slightly, turning to Zhao Ping with a look of surprise and confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Zhao Ping's expression suddenly shift to one of tension, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Lowering his voice, Zhao Ping gravely stated, "Changku, I sense that we are being watched. It is unwise to linger here." With that, Zhao Ping quickly pulled Changku along, both of them feigning nonchalance as they merged into the departing crowd, hastening towards the direction of the Basila merchant caravan. Along the way, Zhao Ping frequently glanced back, his eyes betraying a hint of unease and caution. While Changku fell deep into thought, upon returning to the caravan, Zhao Ping led Changku to a relatively secluded corner, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop. His expression remained grave as he slowly began. "Those two individuals, we can confirm they indeed transformed into abominations. And I noticed that the strange purple energy emanating from them is identical to that which we encountered with the giant abomination previously. This is no mere coincidence. There must be some hidden secret behind it." Zhao Ping carefully scanned the area, leaving no corner unchecked, and once certain that they were alone, he lowered his voice further, speaking with somber intensity. "Changku, I have developed a terrifying hypothesis. This so-called abomination crisis is, in my view, likely a deliberate act orchestrated by someone. It is certainly not the natural disaster that people generally believe it to be." Changku sighed upon hearing this, pausing momentarily before responding. "I used to think that abominations appeared without warning like supernatural phenomena. Purely by fate, however, the events we just experienced have led me to entertain similar thoughts." A flicker of doubt and unease glimmered in Changku's eyes, especially regarding that peculiar energy, which indeed mirrored that of the earlier abominable creatures. Zhao Ping furrowed his brow, arms crossed, silently observing Changku while contemplating how to delve deeper into this matter. For if this hypothesis were to hold true, their circumstances would be far more complex and perilous than they had imagined. Suddenly, Changku turned, his gaze locking onto the shadows behind a nearby cargo box, and he called out loudly, "Basila, you sneaky fellow, stop hiding and come out." Basila emerged from the shadows, donning his sheepskin coat, yet his eyes were filled with urgency and anxiety. Rubbing his rough hands together, he exclaimed, You two have gotten yourselves into quite a bit of trouble. Those two who transformed into abominations are from the High Priest's faction. This match has long been predetermined by them. Take my advice. Do not partake in tomorrow's chaos. Simply withdraw. The High Priest is quite concerned with appearances. Even if you do not compete, he will reward you as if you were among the top 4. Enough for you to exchange for ability crystals to save lives. This place is fraught with danger, far beyond what we can handle. Take your belongings and leave quickly. Preserving your lives is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Chang Ke's innate pride flared up, and he retorted defiantly, Basila, what do you mean by that? How can one surrender without a fight? I must participate in this competition. Basila, in a state of agitation, slapped his thigh and gestured wildly, raising his voice in earnest. Chang Ke, do not be foolish. Tomorrow, you will surely face formidable superpower experts. Their prowess is akin to the most ferocious thunderstorms on the prairie. Capable of obliterating everything, if you provoke them in the arena, they will undoubtedly strike with lethal intent, and your life could very well be forfeit. Moreover, the High Priest wields immense power. Even if they were to harm you, there would be no repercussions. There is no need to risk your life over pride. You must think carefully. Chang Ke's lips curled into a slight, rebellious smile. Humph, superpowers? I shall fight precisely against superpowers. Zhao Ping furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with doubt and concern. He stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Basila, and spoke earnestly. Brother Basila, you possess vast experience, having traversed many lands. You must have profound insights. Now that we find ourselves ensnared in this predicament, could you kindly enlighten us on the nature of this High Priest? What kind of forces support him? Basila's expression grew serious, instinctively lowering his voice. A hint of reverence and apprehension in his gaze, he cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was eavesdropping, before he began to speak. Gentlemen, the High Priest is affiliated with a religion on the eastern continent that venerates the heavens. Known as the Tsongling sect. They firmly believe that superpowers are gifts from the deity lord of Tsongling. It is said that the High Priest has had the fortune to behold the true form of this deity. Though this remains merely a rumor, however, in recent years, the Tsongling sect has experienced remarkable growth, amassing significant power and attracting numerous exceptionally talented individuals, each possessing extraordinary abilities. In this prairie, they are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Few dare to provoke them lightly. Basila paused, his voice growing increasingly somber, continuing. I have heard of a few outsiders, unaware of the dangers, who, possessing considerable strength, inadvertently offended the dignity of the Tsongling sect during a competition. The result. Basila's voice trembled involuntarily. Shortly after the match concluded, they mysteriously vanished without a trace. Neither body nor soul was found. Some say that Tsongling sect secretly dispatched agents to eliminate them without a sound. Since then, fear and reverence for the Tsongling sect have only intensified, and people have become increasingly cautious, fearing that a single misstep could lead them to share the same fate. Are they truly so ruthless and unrestrained? Basila shook his head helplessly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Young man, in this world where power and strength reign supreme, sometimes even principles must bow to the mightier. The influence of the Tsongling sect is deeply entrenched, and it is not easily shaken. The only course of action for you now is to steer clear of their sharp edges, avoiding this ill fortune. If you can forego tomorrow's competition, then do so. Preserving your lives is paramount, for where there are mountains, there will be firewood. Chang Ke lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, a glint of determination and resolve flashing in his gaze as he looked at Basila and earnestly replied, Thank you, Brother Basila, for your warning and counsel. We understand your concern for our well-being, yet we cannot simply abandon this competition. Rest assured, we shall not act recklessly. We will exercise utmost caution to avoid any direct confrontation with the Tsongling sect. Basila gazed at the two with worry etched upon his face. You must be exceedingly careful. The Tsongling sect has eyes and ears everywhere. Every move you make may be under their scrutiny. During the competition, do not draw too much attention to yourselves, lest you provoke their notice. If danger arises, abandon the competition without hesitation. Your lives are of utmost importance. Chang Ke nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering. Brother, do not worry. We shall proceed with caution. I am eager to see what the Tsongling sect can truly do against us. Zhao Ping's expression mirrored that of resolve. Since we have made our decision, We will give it our all, brother. If there are any signs of trouble, please inform us at once. Basila sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall keep an eye out. Take care of yourselves. After discussing some strategies, the three parted ways. Chengku and Zhao Ping returned to their lodgings, preparing for the final contest the following day. Chapter 41. Intent to kill in the storm of battle the next day. The bell for the finals tolled, and the arena was instantly filled to the brim with a surging crowd, the air alive with clamorous voices. Zhao Ping sat in the audience, his brow furrowed with worry as his gaze remained fixed on Chengku. Today's match was unlike any other. There was no draw, and Chengku's opponent was a man named Chu Linia. As Chu Linia floated onto the stage, Zhao Ping felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The Chu Linia before him was unrecognizable from the rough-looking man he had seen yesterday. This iteration was tall and slender, clad in a flowing silver robe that billowed gently in the wind. Shimmering with a cool luster, adorned with intricate moon totems that seemed to harbor some ancient and mysterious power. His long, snow-white hair cascaded behind him, enhancing his austere face and deep, cold eyes that resembled a frigid pool. Chengku and Chu Linia stood silently on the stage, their eyes locked in an intense gaze as time seemed to freeze in that moment. The air was thick with tension as they awaited the other to make the first move, neither daring to show any sign of weakness. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the arena, stirring their garments and hair, and Chu Linia, seemingly impatient, made his move. In an instant, three portals emanating mysterious black light appeared beside Chengku, from which emerged figures identical to Chu Linia. Together, they encircled Chengku, each brandishing a sharp steel spear, their cold glint flashing as they lunged at him without hesitation. Chengku's heart raced as he recognized the three figures as clones, realizing that Chu Linia possessed a particularly troublesome duplication ability. The three clones raised their spears in unison, launching a fierce assault. Chengku could not afford to relax for a moment. He inhaled deeply, unleashing the full force of his lightning abilities, which surged through him like a tidal wave. In that fleeting moment, his body crackled with electric energy, the currents intertwining around him. Empowered by his abilities, his speed reached its zenith, transforming him into a blur that was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. He darted swiftly, evading the relentless strikes of the three clones. Although the attacks were relentless, Chengku's extraordinary speed and keen reflexes allowed him to narrowly escape the lethal spears time and again. Sometimes, the cold glint of the spears grazed his skin, sending shivers down his spine. Even when cornered, appearing trapped, Chengku could flicker away like a bolt of lightning, evading the onslaught. However, the clones pursued him relentlessly, leaving him no respite as they continued their frenzied assault. Chu Linia stood by, his expression impassive as he observed the unfolding battle. When he saw his clones fail to break through Chengku's defenses, he let out a cold snort. In that instant, a purple light enveloped the three clones, their speed suddenly accelerating, their attacks becoming more synchronized and ferocious, their spears now infused with wind abilities, howling like a tempest as they aimed to ensnare Chengku within their whirlwind. Recognizing the escalating danger, Chengku moved at lightning speed, his mind racing to identify a flaw in the clones' onslaught. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Although the clones moved in perfect rhythm, there was an almost imperceptible delay in their sequence. This minuscule difference, unnoticed by others, revealed a chink in their armor to Chengku. Seizing the moment when one clone faltered, Chengku halted abruptly, channeling his lightning abilities into his right fist, the potent currents crackling with energy. With a powerful shout, he transformed into a streak of lightning, launching a devastating blow toward the delayed clone. The impact was thunderous, sending the clone flying, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With one clone eliminated, Chengku felt the weight lift from his shoulders. Chu Linia's expression darkened as fury ignited in his eyes at the loss of one of his duplicates. He swiftly commanded the remaining two clones to mount a more frenzied assault, while he himself began to harness his own abilities for a decisive strike against Chengku. With renewed vigor, Chengku focused intently on the remaining two clones, searching for his next opportunity. In an instant, he appeared behind one clone, raising his right hand, which now shimmered with a sharp blade of lightning. With a swift motion, he struck the clone's neck with a powerful hand chop. Sparks erupted as the clone faltered, ultimately collapsing into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into thin air. Now, only one clone remained. Chang's eyes glinted with determination and resolve as he prepared for a head-on confrontation to end the battle swiftly. The final clone wildly swung its spear toward Chang's vital areas, the weapon slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Undaunted, Chang executed a nimble spin just as the spear was about to strike, deftly evading the lethal thrust. Seizing the moment of the clone's missed attack, he lunged forward, raising his electrified hand high, channeling all his strength into a powerful thrust aimed directly at the clone's heart. The lightning blade pierced through the clone's chest effortlessly, and it too dissipated into a cloud of smoke, leaving no trace behind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To the audience below, it appeared as though the three clones had vanished simultaneously, their disappearance a spectacle of dazzling light. Chu Linya, witnessing the swift demise of his clones, did not show a hint of panic. Instead, a sly smile crept across his face, revealing a hint of intrigue. Interesting as his words faded, the air behind him rippled ominously, and two new clones materialized silently at his back, with a flash of cold determination in his eyes. The two clones sprang into action point. One quickly clasped its hands together, summoning a fiery sphere that blazed with intensity, hurling it toward Changku. Meanwhile, the other clone conjured sharp icicles that rained down like arrows, their icy tips glimmering ominously as they surged toward Changku. Simultaneously, Chu Linya himself charged forward, steel spear in hand, his eyes burning with lethal intent as he propelled himself toward Changku, aiming for a decisive strike that would end the contest once and for all. Chapter 42. The clash of close combat on the arena. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Chang's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Akin to a hawk's keen sight, he moved swiftly across the stage, his figure darting like lightning through every corner, his eyes intently fixed upon the movements of the two clones, meticulously analyzing their attack patterns and rhythms, seeking any flaws to exploit. After a brief observation, Chang formulated a strategy, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he resolutely charged towards Chu Linya, unhesitatingly opting for close-quarter combat. Startled by Chang's fierce advance, Chu Linya felt a surge of alarm. Engaging in close combat would be disadvantageous for him at this moment. He adeptly dodged left and right, wielding the steel spear in his hands with a relentless barrage of thrusts aimed at Changku. Attempting to thwart his approach, with a swift movement, Changku evaded the spear's direct assault and closed in on Chu Linya's body. Sensing the imminent threat, Chu Linya immediately retaliated, swinging the rear end of the spear ferociously towards Chang's midsection. At this critical juncture, Chang's entire being crackled with electric energy. His lightning-based abilities had been pushed to their utmost limits, rendering his body extraordinarily agile and light. With his left hand, he clamped down on Chu Linya's right hand that gripped the spear, then leveraged the downward force of his arm to spring upwards like a coiled spring, his right foot enveloped in a thunderous burst, aimed directly at Chu Linya's face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Linya cursed inwardly. Managing two clones had divided his focus, allowing Changku to seize the opportunity. The kick was unavoidable. In a moment of urgency, he concentrated and swiftly transferred his essence to the clone behind him. Changku's kick connected solidly with his target, yet before him, Chu Linya dissipated like a burst bubble, vanishing into thin air. Having successfully shifted his essence, Chu Linya's face contorted with rage as he bellowed at Changku. Now, let us engage in a proper battle. With this declaration, the nearby clone fell silent, standing still in place. Changku, witnessing this, suddenly comprehended the truth. Chu Linya had the ability to freely transfer his essence between clones. It was clear that Chu Linya had altered his strategy, choosing to abandon the clone technique altogether and keeping only one clone as a backup, fully intent on engaging in a life-and-death struggle. In the stands, Zhao Ping's astonishment was palpable, his eyes brimming with shock and delight. He never anticipated that after just one defeat and a moment of natural insight, Changku could exhibit such remarkable progress. Such talent was indeed astonishing. Zhao Ping mused internally, reflecting on how Qin Yuza had once opened a door for Changku, which had now led him to discover his own vast potential. His future was undoubtedly limitless. Changku panted slightly, keeping a vigilant watch on Chu Linya. Though the electric glow surrounding him had dimmed from the recent outburst, his momentum remained undiminished. Chu Linya, too, bore a grave expression. His gaze locked onto Changku with an intent to consume him whole. Suddenly, Chu Linya sprang into action, launching himself towards Chung Ku with a powerful thrust of his right fist aimed squarely at his face. Chung Ku remained unflustered, sidestepping nimbly while raising his left arm to precisely block the formidable punch. The collision produced a thunderous sound, both their arms vibrating slightly from the impact. With his initial strike thwarted, Chu Linya pivoted, unleashing his left leg in a sweeping arc aimed at Chung Ku's waist. Chung Ku's eyes narrowed, his legs bending slightly as he leaped, narrowly evading the brutal kick while simultaneously adjusting his posture in midair to deliver a fierce kick to Chu Linya's back. Feeling the gust of wind behind him, Chu Linya quickly leaned forward. Chung Ku's kick narrowly missed, striking only the air, which reverberated with a resounding whoosh. Upon landing, Chung Ku seized the moment as Chu Linya's body leaned forward, closing in and unleashing a flurry of punches to Chu Linya's abdomen and chest. Chu Linya had no time to evade fully, resorting to shielding his vital areas with his arms, absorbing the blows. Each punch landed caused his body to tremble slightly, yet his expression remained stoic, refusing to yield even an inch. With a sudden shove, Chu Linya forced Chung Ku back, creating distance between them. He inhaled deeply, a resolute glint in his eyes as he charged at Chung Ku once more. And in the instant Chu Linya unleashed another right punch, Chung Ku seized the opportunity, slightly tilting his body as his left hand shot out to grasp Chu Linya's wrist. With a powerful tug, he yanked Chu Linya towards him, then raised his right knee to forcefully strike at Chu Linya's abdomen. Chu Linya reacted swiftly, using his other hand to press down on Chung Ku's knee, exerting force to counter. The two were locked in a stalemate, their muscles taut, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their eyes filled with wariness and lethal intent for one another. After a moment of tension, Chu Linya abruptly released his hold, leaping backward to create distance. The previously motionless clone surged forward, racing towards Chung Ku, while Chu Linya followed closely behind, attacking from both sides. Chung Ku's expression hardened. He understood that this was a fierce offensive from Chu Linya and could not afford to be complacent. He inhaled deeply, concentrating the remaining electric energy within him into his hands, which were instantly enveloped in brilliant lightning. As the clone and Chu Linya drew near, he shouted, thrusting his hands outward to either side. The lightning erupted from his palms like two furious dragons, surging towards Chu Linya and his clone. Chu Linya and the clone hastily dodged, the lightning grazing their bodies and leaving deep scorch marks on the ground. Although they narrowly escaped this lethal attack, Chu Linya's resolve only intensified, his stoic facade twisting in anger, eyes ablaze with fury. Seizing the fleeting moment when Chung Ku was momentarily drained, he propelled himself forward. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, his body tracing an arc through the air. With his right fist raised, muscles taut, he aimed a crushing blow at Chung Ku's face. Chung Ku, caught off guard, could not evade entirely. He raised his left arm, hastily attempting to shield himself. A thunderous impact resounded as Chu Linya's fist slammed against Chung Ku's left arm, the immense force causing Chung Ku to stagger backward. Several cracks forming in the stone beneath his feet. Pain shot through Chung Ku's arm, a numbing sensation rapidly spreading, yet he gritted his teeth, rapidly regaining his stance to brace for Chu Linya's next assault. Having landed a solid hit, Chu Linya was not one to let such an opportunity slip away easily. He pivoted, his left leg sweeping toward Chung Ku's waist with a fierce whoosh. Chung Ku's eyes widened, his legs bending slightly as he leaped, narrowly avoiding the fierce kick once more. However, Chu Linya's relentless barrage continued. As Chung Ku landed, Chu Linya's right palm surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed directly at Chung Ku's chest. Caught off guard, Chung Ku could only use his right hand to block. The force of Chu Linya's palm struck like a tidal wave, sending Chung Ku hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the corner of the arena. Standing in the center of the stage, Chu Linya gazed at the injured Chung Ku in the corner, a smirk of triumph spreading across his face. Yet he understood that Chung Ku was no ordinary opponent, and the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. He took a deep breath, recalibrating his energy, preparing to launch an even more ferocious assault to decisively conclude this intense confrontation. Meanwhile, Chung Ku struggled to rise from the corner. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and moving his numbed arm, he silently vowed to persevere, refusing to concede defeat easily. Chapter 43. Exhausted and wounded, yet unyielding, Chung Ku and Chu Linya faced each other. Sweat beginning to trickle down their foreheads, Chu Linya's gaze caught sight of the steel spear that had fallen to the ground in a sudden burst of speed. He dashed forward, bent down to retrieve the spear, and once again charged at Chang Ku. Gripping the spear tightly with both hands, he hoisted it high above his head and, with a thunderous shout, thrust it downwards with all his might towards Chang Ku. Chang Ku's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped, the spear narrowly missing him and crashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment the spear struck the ground, Chang Ku closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed at Chu Linya's abdomen and chest. Chu Linya quickly raised his left hand to protect his vital areas while swinging the spear with his right hand, attempting to force Chang Ku back. Chang Ku, recognizing the opening as Chu Linya swung the spear, suddenly crouched down before springing up to deliver a headbutt to Chu Linya's chin. Caught off guard, Chu Linya's chin was struck hard, causing him to lean backward. However, he quickly regained his balance, furious, and lifted the spear once more, attacking Chang Ku with wild ferocity. Chang Ku skillfully dodged left and right, narrowly evading the spear's relentless onslaught. While evading, he summoned the remaining electric energy within him, his right arm flickering with faint lightning. After a particularly forceful thrust from Chu Linya, Chang Ku sidestepped and unleashed a lightning blade that struck Chu Linya's left wrist, causing him to wince in pain and drop the spear. Feeling a sudden numbness in his left arm, Chu Linya realized the peril of his situation and rolled to the side, creating distance while warily observing Chang Ku's movements. Chang Ku, however, did not pursue aggressively. Although his lightning blade had struck Chu Linya, the residual electric energy in his body had become even more depleted, compounded by the pain in his previously injured left arm, rendering him unable to exert much force. The two individuals locked eyes, their gazes brimming with wariness and reluctance. The heavy sound of their breathing resonated with striking clarity in the stillness of the arena, while the surrounding audience held their breath, intently observing this pivotal moment of confrontation. Suddenly, Chu Linya moved. Despite the inability to exert force with his left arm, he swiftly approached Chang Ku and launched a kick with his right foot aimed at Chang Ku's head. Sensing the impending strike, Chang Ku quickly raised his right arm to block, producing a muted thud as the kick struck, sending a jolt of numbness through his arm. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persisted, crouching low and sweeping his leg towards Chu Linya's lower body. Chu Linya, perceiving the danger, leaped forcefully into the air, evading the sweeping attack. As he adjusted his posture mid-flight, he seized the momentum of his descent and brought his right elbow crashing down onto Chang Ku's back. Chang Ku could not fully evade the blow. He managed only to sidestep, and Chu Linya's elbow grazed his shoulder before slamming into the ground. The solid rocky surface could scarcely withstand the impact, fracturing instantly with spiderweb-like fissures, sending shards of stone flying. Chang Ku inhaled deeply, enduring the searing pain radiating from his left arm, and with a sudden pivot, he concentrated the last remnants of his strength into his right fist. Charging towards Chu Linya was hardly in a better state. His arms hung limply, as though his sinews had been drawn, his form a disheveled sight, drenched in sweat that clung to his skin. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, reflected a mix of madness and defiance as he faced the oncoming figure of Chang Ku. Without a hint of retreat, he clenched his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Sprinting towards Chang Ku as their figures drew nearer, the surrounding air seemed to freeze in anticipation, the audience holding their breath, transfixed by this heart-stopping scene. Just as the two were about to collide, they simultaneously lifted their heads high, channeling the weight of their bodies and their final strength into the impending impact. A resounding crash echoed through the arena, the sound reverberating ominously as their foreheads collided with a forceful thud. In that instant, blood burst forth from their foreheads like a gushing spring, cascading down their cheeks and pooling upon the ground, creating jarring crimson blossoms upon the earth. The violent collision caused their bodies to lose balance, their gazes growing vacant and unfocused, and almost immediately, they both toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. For a moment, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence, the audience rendered speechless by the shocking scene before them, until a thunderous applause and cheers erupted, breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged from the heavens like a tide, enveloping Chang Ku and Chu Linya in its warm and gentle embrace. Infused with a mysterious and potent energy that gradually seeped into their bodies, under the glow of the golden light, Their wounds healed at a visible pace, the bloodstains vanishing, and the excruciating pain that had plagued them faded into mere sensation. Yet, despite the retreat of their injuries, the overwhelming fatigue from their earlier battle lingered. Zhao Ping promptly ascended the platform, assisting Cheng Ke down. Chu Linya struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with trepidation. Even in his weakened state, he fought to maintain his composure, kneeling slowly in a gesture of instinctive reverence and submission. A deep, solemn voice resonated from above. Today, in this battle, you have delighted the crowd. There is merit in your actions. The voice carried an undeniable authority, as if it were a judgment from a supreme being. Chu Linya knelt, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and splattering onto the parched earth. Leaving behind small damp stains, he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but fear rendered him voiceless, only managing to emit a few dry, rasping sounds. The authoritative voice gradually faded, yet the lingering sense of pressure in the air remained unsettling. Observing this, Zhao Ping inhaled deeply, striving to steady his somewhat flustered nerves, acutely aware that lingering here was unwise. He wrapped an arm around Cheng Ke's waist, half dragging, half supporting him toward the exit of the arena. Along the way, Zhao Ping made every effort to avoid the gaze of others, hastening his pace yet cautious not to appear overly frantic, fearful of drawing unnecessary attention. Upon finally returning to the Basila trading camp, Zhao Ping did not dare to linger, leading Cheng Ke directly to his tent. Gently placing him on the bed, he watched as Cheng Ke succumbed to a deep slumber after a brief moment of rest. Zhao Ping's heart, which had been racing throughout their ordeal, gradually calmed. Chapter 44. The cityscape becomes clear, heart thrumming. As night fell, the camp remained undisturbed, allowing Zhao Ping, whose taut nerves had been stretched all day, to finally succumb to slumber in the peaceful night. A new day quietly dawned. Basila's boisterous voice abruptly shattered the morning tranquility as he rushed into the tent, his face flushed with excitement. Heading straight for Zhao Ping and Cheng Ke's bedside. "Wake up! Wake up!" Basila shouted joyfully, shaking them vigorously. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke in rapid succession. "Do you know what happened? I boldly approached the high priest yesterday, intending to plead on your behalf, and guess what? They said Cheng Ke's performance in the competition brought joy to everyone, contributing to the festive atmosphere of the sacrificial ceremony. This is how it should be. Lively and spirited." The more Basila spoke, the more animated he became, gesticulating wildly. It is said that the high priest personally deemed Cheng Ke to be tied for third place, but that was not all. I mustered the courage to mention the coveted crystallized abilities we had longed for, and guess what? The high priest's subordinate waved his hand generously, granting us 3. Is that true? Zhao Ping sat up abruptly, gripping Basila's arm, his voice trembling slightly as disbelief washed over him. A smile broke across his face, and the fatigue and worries of the past few days seemed to dissipate in that moment. Cheng Ke, roused by Basila's shaking, slowly awakened, his body still weak and movements sluggish. However, upon hearing Basila's words, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Basila, beaming with joy, carefully presented a delicate brocade box, his voice quivering with excitement as he exclaimed, "Here it is, the crystallized abilities you have longed for." Zhao Ping's expression, once filled with eager anticipation, dimmed instantly upon seeing the brocade box. His lips turned downward, revealing a bittersweet smile as he slowly spoke, tinged with self-deprecation and melancholy. "I truly overestimated myself. I thought I would stir up something significant, yet in their eyes, we are merely entertainers for their amusement. Our lives were wagered in the arena, perhaps akin to watching a game of cricket, just a form of their diversion." Cheng Ke's gaze dimmed, his voice low as he murmured, "It is all my fault for not being strong enough." Upon hearing this, Basila's expression tightened, worry etching itself across his face. He quickly surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then dashed to Cheng Ke's side, waving his hands emphatically, lowering his voice. "Mind your words. Brother Cheng Ke, this is no place for such careless talk. The fact that we can safely acquire these crystallized abilities is already a stroke of good fortune. Do not tempt fate by mentioning such perilous matters, lest they attract the ears of ill-intentioned individuals." Zhao Ping's eyes revealed urgency and determination as he furrowed his brow, speaking rapidly. "Now that we have the crystallized abilities in hand, We have already delayed too long. We must hasten back to tend to Mei Wu and the others' injuries. I cannot bear the thought of them suffering any longer. Basila, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly, concern evident on his face. He waved his hands, saying, "Look at Changku now. How can he withstand the rigors of a long journey? The road is fraught with challenges, and what if we encounter unforeseen troubles? How about this? I shall treat it as an opportunity to expand business. And you can travel with our caravan. This way, we can ensure mutual safety and support along the way." Zhao Ping's eyes gleamed with gratitude. "Brother Basila, if it weren't for you, we truly would not know what to do. I will remember this kindness, and one day I shall repay it in kind." With that, Zhao Ping and Basila carefully assisted Cheng Ku to his feet, gently settling him onto the cargo cart, covering him with a thick blanket to ensure his comfort. Once all was prepared, Zhao Ping tightened his clothing, took a deep breath, and strode towards the horses beside the cargo truck, ready to embark on the journey home. With a call from Baira, the caravan slowly set forth, the wheels rumbling forward and raising a cloud of dust. They traveled with the morning sun at their backs, heading towards the City of Hope. The caravan progressed steadily along the winding road, unhindered by any unforeseen events or obstacles. Before they had traversed half the distance, Changku had already begun to recover from his earlier weakness. Whenever he encountered any aberrations, he would charge forward without hesitation, venting all his pent-up frustrations and fury upon these creatures. As the caravan continued its advance, the silhouette of the City of Hope gradually became discernible in the distance. And Zhao Ping and Cheng Ku, thus, returned to that long-awaited haven, accompanying Basara's caravan. The small town, standing resolutely in the wilderness, may not have been grandiose, yet it exuded a unique sense of tenacity and simplicity. The scattered houses within the town and the curling wisps of smoke rising from chimneys still conveyed an indomitable vitality, illuminating a beacon of hope amidst the desolation of the world. Baira gazed up, his eyes initially flickering with surprise, soon giving way to admiration. He slightly parted his lips, his tone infused with respect and sentiment as he extolled. This City of Hope, while its current population may not be thriving, is indeed remarkable to have such a semblance of a town in this desolate wilderness. Just look at these city walls. Though they may not rival the towering grandeur of those great city-states, they appear remarkably sturdy, standing firm here. It must have taken considerable effort from the townsfolk, from the elders to the young ladies and wives, to construct this. Go find such a place that can shield one from the elements and provide a stable life in this chaotic and unreliable world. And to have preserved it steadfastly is no small feat. I, Baira, have roamed these plains for many years, encountering all manner of tribes and encampments, yet I have seldom come across a place as special as the City of Hope. Truly remarkable indeed. Standing aside, Zhao Ping felt a surge of warmth and pride at Basara's praises. He fixed his resolute gaze upon the City of Hope, pondering quietly within himself. This is the homeland we have long protected and fought for. Although it may not yet be prosperous and powerful, it is our root, the source of our hope. Regardless of the difficulties and dangers that lie ahead, I shall dedicate all my efforts to ensure its continuous growth, allowing more souls to find peace and happiness here. Chapter 45. Despair and shadows enveloped the sickroom. Zhao Ping, Cheng Ku, and Baira hurriedly advanced, not daring to delay for a moment, heading straight towards the hospital within the city. Zhao Ping's countenance was grim, his mood weighed down to the utmost degree. He clutched tightly the box containing the ability crystals, his knuckles turning white from the strain, as if that box held the sole lifeline capable of pulling Mei Wu and Su Yao back from the abyss of death. The moment they stepped through the hospital doors, a dense and oppressive atmosphere surged towards them like a tidal wave, enveloping them in an almost impenetrable net that left them gasping for breath. Yin Qi had nearly shed the shackles of his injuries, regaining much of his vitality, and had been assisting with the myriad affairs of the city during this time. Upon hearing of Zhao Ping's return, he hurried back to the hospital, his face still somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with the vitality of old. With deep concern, Yin Qi inquired briefly about the changes in the situation outside, and then, with a furrowed brow, recounted some recent occurrences within the city, particularly mentioning how Chen Yuheng and others remained inactive, as if plotting something in the shadows, a thought that lingered uneasily in his heart. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, his gaze was instantly fixed upon the box in Zhao Ping's hands. Yin Qi's eyes brimmed with anticipation and urgency, fully aware of what the ability crystals meant for Mei Wu and Su Yao. "You have worked hard on this journey," he said, his voice carrying a slight rasp, a testament to his exhaustion, yet laden with genuine concern. Zhao Ping nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his mind solely focused on the two individuals in the hospital room, his steps unwavering as he rushed towards their bedside. Chang Ku and Baira closely followed, their figures darting through the dimly lit corridors of the hospital, stirring a gentle breeze on the hospital beds. Mei Wu and Su Yao lay quietly, their faces ashen, their once vibrant locks now disheveled around their pillows, their appearances a shadow of their former selves. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of their chests, one might mistake them for having succumbed to an eternal slumber. Just as the others were engulfed in sorrow and worry, the door to the ward creaked open gently, revealing Xiaoyu, who hurried in with several companions. All possessing healing abilities, they moved swiftly yet cautiously, fearful of disturbing the two on the beds. Xiaoyu stepped forward first, his expression grave as he took the box containing the hopes of all from Zhao Ping's hands. The other healers swiftly encircled Mei Wu and Su Yao's beds in a semicircle, maintaining just the right distance to coordinate their abilities without interference. Taking a deep breath, they raised their hands slowly, palms facing each other, beginning to weave their movements. Initially gentle and soothing, as if awakening a dormant power, moments later, a soft green light began to flow from their palms like a meandering stream. Warm and teeming with life, imbued with healing energy. The light first intertwined in the air, forming an almost intangible sphere of energy, then gradually flowed towards the ability crystal held in Xiaoyu's hands. As the green light continued to pour in, the ability crystal began to transform. Its once dull surface started to shimmer with a faint glow. Initially weak, like stars twinkling in the night sky, the brilliance intensified with the sustained influx of energy. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze to the glowing ability crystal in his hands, nodding slightly to his companions. Understanding the signal, they moved in unison, carefully placing the ability crystal above Mei Wu and Su Yao's chests. As the ability crystal drew near to their bodies, an extraordinary phenomenon quietly transpired. Tendrils of energy began to flow gently, as if the ability crystal had acquired life, gradually merging with their beings. Simultaneously, a soft, warm green light emanated from the point of fusion. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his demeanor, and along with the other healers, began to channel their healing abilities in that moment. Their mental energies converged like an intricately woven net, firmly locking onto the ability crystal within Mei Wu and Su Yao, resonating in harmony. Silence enveloped the ward, while outside the door, the breaths of the onlookers grew increasingly urgent and heavy. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere. A day passed, and the group remained steadfast by the bedside. Exhaustion and anxiety etched across their faces. Finally, Xiaoyu emerged slowly, a hint of relief on his face. Yet overshadowed by gravity. The immediate danger to their lives has been averted, he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, but the power wielded by Qin Yuji is exceedingly formidable. The internal organs and meridians of Mei Wu and Su Yao have sustained severe trauma. Many parts utterly shattered. We have tried various methods, yet we could not fully heal them. Xiao Yu's words struck like a hammer, heavy and unyielding, upon the hearts of all present. The ward fell into a profound silence, each face marked by sorrow and despair. Zhao Ping's lips trembled slightly as he grasped Xiao Yu's shoulders tightly, his eyes filled with urgency. "Is there truly no way left?" he implored. "Xiao Yu, think again. Surely there must be another method." The others gathered around, their gazes brimming with hope, anxious for Xiao Yu to provide a glimmer of possibility. Xiao Yu shook his head helplessly, his pain evident as he replied, "I have done all I can. With our current abilities, we are truly powerless. Unless a divine being were to descend, otherwise." The remainder of his statement seemed caught in his throat, unable to be voiced. The atmosphere in the ward plummeted to an icy stillness, despair hanging like a heavy leaden cloud, pressing down upon every heart. The crowd, filled with apprehension, clustered together, each voice a murmur of hope, urging Xiaoyu to search for a solution. "Xiaoyu, please try again. Perhaps there is still a chance," someone whispered. Another cried out, "They cannot be lost. We must find a way together." Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, his voice low and hoarse as he began, "Even with the assistance of the ability crystal, their injuries are too grave. The shattered organs and severed meridians, through the energy of the ability crystal, can merely be temporarily bound together, sustaining the basic functions of their bodies. This, at best, only prolongs their lives temporarily. With luck, it may last a year or two, but this is by no means a lasting solution. As he spoke, Xiao Yu's voice quivered, as if the harsh reality had choked him. The collective spirits of the crowd sank even lower. Gradually, one by one, they departed the ward, heavy-footed, leaving only Zhao Ping vigilantly at Mei Wu's bedside, surrounded by a profound silence. Chapter 46. Enlightenment amidst the night. As the night deepened, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, it poured through the window, casting ethereal shadows upon the floor of the ward. Basila, the usually boisterous and bold man of the prairie, now approached the hospital room with delicate steps, stealthily making his way inside. At a glance, he spotted Zhao Ping, who sat beside Mei Wu's bed like a statue, his gaze hollow as he stared at the pallid figure lying on the bed. Basila slowly moved closer, gently patting Zhao Ping's shoulder, and spoke in a hushed tone. "I couldn't find you at your home, so I figured you would be here." His voice bore a weight of seriousness. Zhao Ping lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion and hope, as if he had grasped the last thread of salvation. Basila took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what he was about to say, and continued, "Travel southeast from Hope City, and you will find a nation known as the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. It is said that the Empress there is one of the most powerful psychics on this continent, possessing the ability to bring the dead back to life. Moreover, in that nation, powerful female psychics hold high status. Perhaps they would be willing to lend their aid." Basila paused for a moment before adding, "There were many people around, and I didn't dare to speak of it then. After all, the chances are slim, and I feared it would only lead to false hope." Zhao Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled like two flickering stars igniting in the darkness. Yet in an instant, the light dimmed slightly as hesitation crossed his face. The Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, it's a distant journey. Would a dignified empress concern herself with our trivial matters? Basila furrowed his brow. At this point, we have no other choice. We cannot simply wait idly. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must try it. I have heard that the people of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty value loyalty and affection. Perhaps the Empress, being a woman herself, cannot bear to witness our struggle for the sake of our sisters. Zhao Ping bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly raising it. Fists clenched tightly. "All right. We shall go to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. For Mei Wu, for Su Yao. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will not give up." Basila's eyes widened in shock. "You truly intend to go? This is no trifling matter." Zhao Ping slightly raised his chin, a hint of mystery in his gaze, and spoke softly, "I have my own plans. I possess a gift that I believe will pique their interest." Upon hearing this, Basila's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned forward eagerly. What treasure could possibly capture the heart of a grand empress?" Zhao Ping paused, his gaze deep and distant, and articulated slowly, "The entire Hope City." "What?" Basila was momentarily stunned, regaining his composure only after a long pause, his voice rising sharply. "You intend to sell Hope City as if it were mere merchandise?" Zhao Ping, witnessing his reaction, looked at him earnestly and resolutely. "It is not as you imagine, Basila. Please listen to me calmly." He sighed softly before continuing, "I would never casually part with Hope City. Rather, I hope to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate our sincerity to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Appealing for their assistance, we have reached a dead end. To save Mei Wu and Su Yao, even the faintest hope is worth a try." Basila frowned, his mouth opening and closing as if to speak. Yet he hesitated, worry etched across his face. Zhao Ping gently patted his shoulder. "Thank you for the crucial information. Please return to rest for now. I will gather everyone tomorrow to clarify this decision. And I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the situation of the Eastern Kingdoms." With a resigned shake of his head, Basila briefly recounted his experiences as a merchant over the years to Zhao Ping. Finally, he cast a deep glance at Zhao Ping before turning away, his heavy footsteps echoing a sense of helplessness. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting its rays upon the land of Hope City. Yet it could not dispel the gloom in the hearts of its people. All the leaders and captains in the city received Zhao Ping's urgent summons and hurried to the grand conference room. In an instant, the room was filled with bustling figures, whispers and murmurs echoing as everyone speculated about the unfolding events. Zhao Ping entered the conference room with steady strides, though his complexion appeared slightly haggard. A resolute determination shone in his eyes. He ascended the podium, scanning the crowd, and when silence fell, he took a deep breath and began. Everyone, I have summoned you here today to announce a significant piece of news. He paused momentarily, as if gathering strength, then raised his voice, each word clear and powerful. I plan to journey to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty to seek a remedy for Mei Wu and Su Yao. At the sound of his proclamation, the conference room erupted in chaos, the crowd exchanging astonished glances, their faces a tapestry of surprise, confusion, and concern. Zhao Ping stood calmly at the podium, observing the restless gathering below. His heart a tumult of emotions. Behind him, two individuals unfurled a vast map on the wall, indicating the territories of various factions across the continent. Everyone, I have gathered you to discuss the current political climate. Zhao Ping began, picking up a stick to point at the map. Our Hope City lies in the northwest of the map, surrounded by desolation and sparse population, a situation exacerbated by the mass migration of people to the eastern coastal regions following the outbreak of the alien crisis. Since the onset of the alien crisis, human civilization had been utterly devastated. With the current in-depth development of psychic abilities, the densely populated eastern regions had mostly alleviated the alien threat, and sightings of aliens had become rare. People began to rebuild civilization, and the eastern regions were dotted with numerous nations and city-states, their governance ranging from councils to empires and city-states. Overall, apart from the major powers and a few city-states, most were governed by a dictatorial system where the strongest wielded the authority. Consequently, these nations had begun to engage in covert and overt struggles for land, population, and power. However, since the alien threat had not been completely eradicated, large-scale military conflicts and other forms of struggle had yet to manifest. Our position, nestled in the northwestern Valley's plains, serves as a vital transportation route and a defensive line against the aliens from the desolate northwest. Looking eastward, one can see scattered tribes and small city-states, largely within the sphere of influence of the Tsangling sect. To the south, from near to far, lie the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, Heishui City, the Star Federation, Suiqing, and Shanghui Kingdom. These are among the most powerful factions in this continent. Notably, the state religion of Shanghui Kingdom is the Tsangling sect, which currently holds the largest influence, with many remote tribes and city-states infiltrated and turned into puppets. Everyone, the purpose of sharing this is to illustrate that we are not alone in this world. Many have established a new order and are rebuilding human civilization. Zhao Ping's words resonated with conviction, stirring a complex array of emotions within the audience. The terrifying scenes of the alien rampage lingered in their memories. Countless shattered families, obliterated towns, and the screams of loved ones. Yet now, hearing of humanity's arduous efforts to rebuild civilization, glimmers of hope sparked in their eyes, invigorating their spirits. Once resigned to eternal darkness and despair, they now caught sight of a sliver of dawn, as if, after a long search in a dark tunnel, they had finally discovered the way out. Chapter 47. A weighty departure. This flicker of hope ignited a long-suppressed flame within the hearts of the crowd, making them realize that, despite the treacherous journey ahead, humanity's resilience and tenacity had never waned. We could no longer remain stagnant, confined to the narrow confines of Hope City. Thus, for the greater development of Hope City, I propose that we establish contact with our neighboring nation, the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, and bring Hope City under their governance. Zhao Ping's words struck the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring waves of uproar among them. The conference room erupted with shock and confusion. Zhao Ping, have you lost your mind? Hope City is a result of our hard work. How can we simply hand it over? A hot-headed captain exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Zhao Ping raised his hand to signal for calm, his expression grave as he replied, I understand your feelings. Hope City holds profound significance for each of us. It embodies our sweat, tears, and aspirations. However, considering the current situation, we are merely a small city in a remote region. While we can temporarily fend off the alien incursions, we lack sufficient resources and support for long-term development. Moreover, although the alien threat has been temporarily alleviated, no one can guarantee that it will not return. The Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, as a major power in the south, not only possesses formidable military strength, but also has rich experience and resources in governance and the development of psychic abilities. By bringing Hope City under their jurisdiction, we can secure their protection and support, leveraging their strength to enhance our defense capabilities and further develop our psychic abilities. allowing the citizens of Hope City to lead more stable lives. The crowd fell into silence, contemplating Xiaoping's words. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. Xiaoping, while your reasoning is sound, do you think the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty would readily accept us? After all, we have no prior connections, and they have their own interests to consider. Xiaoping nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, this is a challenge we must confront, but we possess a unique advantage, our geographical position. We are situated at the northern gateway of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. In recent years, the Zongling sect has expanded eastward, surrounding the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty to the south, east, and northeast, effectively turning our location into a buffer zone between the Zongling sect and the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. This revelation dawned upon me last night. The reason why the followers of Zongling sect generously bestowed upon me and Changke the crystals of extraordinary abilities is that we desire for Hope City to submit to them. If that were to happen, the northern front of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty would be wide open, surrounded on three sides by the Zongling sect. This is the leverage we hold in our negotiations with the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he surveyed the crowd, observing their gradual realization, and continued, we can convey to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty that, although we find ourselves in a predicament, the geographical position of Hope City enables us to construct a formidable defensive line for them in the north. Guarding against any potential incursions by the Zongling sect, we can assist them in establishing watchtowers and patrols, sharing intelligence on the surrounding anomalies and the influence of the Zongling sect, thus becoming a powerful outpost for them in the north. I firmly believe that as long as we demonstrate sufficient sincerity and value, they will not outright reject us. Simultaneously, we can negotiate to retain certain rights to self-governance. Yan Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, but what if the Zongling sect becomes aware of our intentions and seeks to retaliate? After all, they have provided us with the crystals of extraordinary abilities, and now we wish to turn towards the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Xiaoping shook his head slightly, his demeanor calm as he replied, the Zongling sect's provision of the crystals was merely a strategic maneuver to win us over. However, I cannot entrust the future of Hope City and its citizens to such a malevolent force. As for retaliation, we must indeed take precautions. We will strengthen the city's defenses, enhance the abilities of our gifted individuals, and accelerate our engagement with the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, striving to secure their protection and support before the Zongling sect can act. The crowd nodded in agreement, their concerns gradually replaced by hope. Of course, we must not be overly brazen. I hope to leverage the cover of the Basila trading convoy to directly meet their queen in the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Basila's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, why not? My trading convoy has traversed every corner. There's no road we've not taken, no spectacle we've not witnessed. You have the courage and the wits. I too wish to do business in the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Very well, it is decided. Who among you wishes to accompany us? I shall go, Luoyin said slowly as he rose to his feet. Changke has grown stronger from his outing with you, so now it is my turn. With that, he revealed a brilliant smile. As dawn broke, the entrance of Hope City was enveloped in a hazy glow. Xiaoping's figure stood resolute and upright, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, bidding him farewell. He approached Changke and, with a solemn expression, said, Changke, you are now our strongest asset in Hope City. Bearing a heavy responsibility, during my absence, you must safeguard this city diligently without the slightest complacency. Changke raised his chin slightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, and nodded vigorously, assuring, rest assured, Xiaoping. As long as I am here, Hope City shall remain safe. Xiaoping then turned to An Yi and Yan Qi, his expression grave as he entrusted, I leave the affairs of the city, great and small, in your capable hands. Hope City is the foundation for all of us. Ensure that everything remains orderly. An Yi and Yan Qi responded in unison. Subsequently, Xiaoping approached Xiaoyu, speaking earnestly. Food is the foundation of our survival, and the current situation is dire. Please devote your attention to ensuring that everyone has enough to eat. Xiaoyu solemnly promised, I will do everything in my power to ensure sufficient food reserves. Xiaoping pointed to several herdsmen and livestock left by Basila, stating, we must endeavor to develop our livestock industry. It may become a crucial support for our future. Basila has left us some cattle, horses, and herdsmen. I entrust this to you. After addressing various matters with the other leaders, ensuring every detail was meticulously arranged, Xiaoping's gaze inevitably drifted toward the city's hospital, his eyes filled with concern and resolve. He silently vowed, Mei Wu, you must wait for me. This time, no matter the trials and tribulations, I will find a way to cure you." Meanwhile, within the hospital, Mei Wu sat before a window facing the city gate. Her complexion pale. Ignoring the concerns of those around her, her gaze was hollow yet resolute, as if she could see through the walls to Zhao Ping, who was about to embark on a journey. Suddenly, her lips trembled slightly, and she whispered, "I believe in you." Her voice, soft yet unwavering, seemed to transcend the barriers of space, echoing Zhao Ping's own thoughts. At that moment, Zhao Ping took a deep breath at the city gate, resolutely turned, mounted his steed, and shouted, "Let us depart." With his command, the trading convoy slowly set in motion, the sound of hooves resonating rhythmically, wheels turning steadily toward the unknown horizon. The silhouette of the convoy gradually receded, ultimately vanishing on the vast expanse of the horizon, leaving behind a trail of dust that bore witness to this departure filled with hope and uncertainty. Chapter 48. A Journey Through Commerce. Reminiscing the past as dawn broke, a gentle glow caressed the vast grasslands, a soft breeze rustling through the lush grass, while the distant, undulating mountains appeared shrouded in morning mist, painting a dreamlike panorama. The trading convoy meandered leisurely through the boundless prairie, the camel bells hanging from the horses' necks jingling rhythmically with their steps, the clear sound echoing across the tranquil grasslands, startling a flock of birds into flight. Adding a lively touch to the scene, Zhao Ping, Luo Yin, and Basila rode alongside each other, their horses' hooves striking the parched earth, sending up clouds of dust. Basila glanced at Zhao Ping, grinning widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and boisterously exclaimed, "Zhao Ping, have you forgotten the past so thoroughly?" Zhao Ping's lips curled into a slight smile, warmth shining in his eyes as he replied, "Indeed, I occasionally reminisce about those childhood escapades of stealing chickens and climbing trees to gather eggs. It was rather amusing." Zhao Ping then curiously turned to Basila and inquired, "What about you? What did you do for a living before? Surely, you weren't only herding sheep." Upon hearing this, Basila straightened his back, pride evident on his face as he declared, "I was born a herdsman, blessed by the heavens with sustenance, and I remain a herdsman. But now, it's different. I possess the ability to converse with animals. And those cows, sheep, and horses are like my brothers, obeying my commands." Zhao Ping burst into hearty laughter at this portrayal, exclaiming, "Then you must be the Tarzan of the grasslands." Basila scratched his head in confusion. "Tarzan? Who is that? What is the story?" Zhao Ping's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "I only recall this figure from my childhood memories. He was said to be a king of beasts in the great forest." Basila laughed heartily. "Then I shall be known as the Bullman Basila, king of the prairie." After sharing a jovial exchange, Basila turned his attention to Luo Yin and asked, "Hey, Luo Yin, what was this handsome young lad doing before?" Luo Yin cleared his throat and replied, "Well, my family had a bit of money, but my father, being quite traditional, insisted on raising boys in poverty and girls in wealth, so he sent me abroad for education, providing me with minimal living expenses. Consequently, I had to work my way through school. It was during that time that I met Yi, who was also working in construction overseas." Upon mentioning Yi, a fond expression flickered in Luo Yin's eyes. Yi, that fellow appears rather taciturn, yet he is quite shrewd at heart. Zhao Ping chimed in, conjuring an image of Yi's honest and simple face. Luo Yin nodded slightly and continued, "Indeed, working on the construction site was grueling, and the conditions were abysmal. Initially, we lacked experience and were taken advantage of. After half a year, the foreman ran off without paying us, leaving us penniless and reliant on food assistance." He chuckled. "Yet, during that time, he still shared his food with me, saying I was a student and needed to grow. From that moment on, I knew he was a true friend." Basila listened intently, his eyes wide with admiration, unable to refrain from interjecting, "Wow, and Yi is quite the brother." In this world, to share food with someone when you yourself are not well fed is truly rare. A smile crept upon Luo Yin's lips as he continued, "Eventually, we devised a plan to find other work. We heard of a place hiring temporary workers to help move heavy objects. Although it was exhausting, they paid daily. We woke up before dawn to queue, only to find a long line upon arrival. Yet, Yi was not willing to simply return empty-handed. He said to me, 'Luo Yin, we can't let this trip be in vain. We must find a way.' He then inquired everywhere, approaching the warehouse manager, negotiating with them, and showcasing the strength and skills we had honed on the construction site, ultimately securing a chance to try out. We labored tirelessly in the warehouse all day, exhausted to the point of being unable to straighten our backs, but at least we received our wages, which helped us temporarily stave off hunger. Zhao Ping gently patted Luo Yin's shoulder, reflecting, though these experiences were arduous, they have undoubtedly deepened your bond. An Yi is a reliable person. With him guarding Hope City, we can rest assured. Luo Yin chuckled. Indeed, but then the crisis with the anomalies struck, and everything changed. Fortunately, we found Hope City and met you brothers, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Zhao Ping playfully teased, Oh Luo, as a wealthy second generation, aren't you supposed to have a plethora of admirers? Why are you still single? Do not mention it. As Luo Yin's gaze instantly dimmed, his voice becoming somber, I have a girl, with whom I have grown up, named Ling Shui. When I went overseas, I promised her that I would marry her upon my return. But who could have foreseen that upon my return, my family disdained her humble origins and insisted that I enter into a union with another affluent family. How could I ever agree to such a thing? I outright refused, and that very night I sought out Ling Shui, wishing to whisk her away to a life of freedom. Luo Yin paused, a pained expression crossing his face as he continued, however, upon learning of my intentions, my family devised a scheme to frame Ling Shui, accusing her of embezzlement, which could lead to her imprisonment. Left with no other choice, in order to prevent her life from being irrevocably damaged, I reluctantly agreed to part ways with her and to enter into an arranged marriage with someone else. Yet, Ling Shui knew nothing of this. On the day of our engagement, she burst into the ceremony, publicly denouncing me as a heartless traitor, and then fled in tears. My heart shattered in that moment, and I immediately pursued her. But who could have predicted that the alien crisis would erupt at that very moment? An alien appeared at the venue, plunging everything into chaos, and amidst the tumult, I completely lost contact with Ling Shui. Basila listened, his fists clenched in anger, his face a mask of fury. Your family is utterly outrageous. How could they commit such an atrocity? And what happened next? Did you not search for her again? Luo Yin forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I did search, but the world had descended into chaos. And I was at a loss. I visited all the places we used to frequent, inquired among everyone who might know her. Yet there was no trace of her. Sometimes I even thought, perhaps she is no longer in this world. But I refuse to believe it. I hold on to the hope that as long as I live, I must find her. Zhao Ping sighed softly, patting Luo Yin's shoulder, though not lose heart. Perhaps this journey to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty will yield news of her. The world is vast, and who knows when fate might reunite you. Luo Yin lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Is that truly possible? I wish for that too. Over the years, I have tirelessly honed my abilities, partly to protect Hope City, and partly to ensure that should danger ever arise, I would have the power to shield Ling Shui. Basila jested. Perhaps she has become a queen by now and would look down upon a poor fellow like you. Ha ha ha. Luo Yin managed a faint smile, remaining silent, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his gaze. He understood Zhao Ping's jest but felt the sting of it pierce the softest part of his heart. In this tumultuous world, he often pondered whether Ling Shui still lived. If she did, what kind of life was she leading? Had she forgotten him? Seeing Luo Yin's expression, Zhao Ping felt a pang of sympathy and quickly diverted the conversation. Let us not dwell on such matters. We must focus on the present. The path ahead is fraught with danger, and we know not what we shall encounter. Luo Yin nodded slightly, striving to pull his thoughts back to the present. He took a deep breath and said, You are right, Zhao Ping. We must proceed with caution. Chapter 49. Strange noises disrupting the heart's calm. The caravan journeyed tirelessly, traversing the vast, verdant plains, crossing the majestic and perilous mountains. As they approached an ancient and mysterious forest, fatigue weighed heavily upon both man and beast. They tethered their horses and unloaded their burdens, each seeking a spot to rest on the ground. Some, utterly exhausted, closed their eyes to recuperate during this brief respite. Others rummaged through their packs for provisions, quietly replenishing their energy. A few of Basila's capable subordinates dispersed cautiously, carefully concealing themselves in the surroundings, vigilant in observing every movement, leaving no rustle unnoticed. However, the seasoned Basila felt an unsettling disquiet in his heart. An inexplicable anxiety began to seep in. They had been navigating this forest with utmost caution for half a day. Yet oddly, it was eerily silent. No animal calls, no bird song. This deathly stillness sent chills down their spines. As the sun dipped lower, the dimming light cast a more foreboding atmosphere over the woods, amplifying the warning voice in Basila's mind. Something is awry. Suddenly, a faint rustling sounded in the distance, so subtle it seemed merely the whisper of the wind brushing through the leaves. Yet Basila's instincts flared. Without wind, the leaves would not tremble so erratically. He sprang to his feet, a keen glint in his eyes, and lowered his voice yet spoke with undeniable clarity. "Everyone, be alert. There is something amiss." The group instantly became vigilant, assuming defensive positions. In an instant, a horde of aliens surged forth like phantoms from all directions, their speed leaving no time for reaction, swarming the trees and encircling them. These diminutive yet astonishingly agile creatures moved with the grace of monkeys. Their appearance starkly different from the aliens encountered near Hope City, emanating a nauseating stench. Their sharp claws glimmered coldly in the meager sunlight filtering through the leaves, while their discordant chattering pierced the air. A chilling sound that burrowed into the depths of their hearts, instilling terror. The ability-wielding bodyguards of Basila's caravan and the accompanying practitioners from Hope City responded swiftly, forming a tight circle, protecting the cargo. Livestock and unarmed civilians in the center, establishing a resolute barrier, their gazes resolute and determined, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the aliens. The dark swarm of aliens, upon seeing the formation, hesitated to attack. Leaping and darting among the branches, their figures flickering unpredictably, their shrill cries resembling countless needles piercing the eardrums, disrupting their focus. The cacophony grew increasingly maddening, beads of sweat forming on foreheads, jaws clenched tightly. Some breathed heavily, their chests heaving as they fought to suppress their rising anxiety and rage. Others displayed hints of panic in their eyes, yet strove to maintain composure, fixating on the ever-shifting forms of the aliens around them. The horses, too, were gripped by terror, their eyes wide with fear, bloodshot, their hooves pounding the ground in a frenzied rhythm, letting out desperate whinnies, barely restrained from bolting into the fray. The grooms exerted all their strength, pulling on the reins, bodies leaning back, feet digging into the ground, muscles taut, employing every possible means to steady the panicked beasts. However, the livestock, overwhelmed by fear, possessed immense strength, dragging the grooms along, carving shallow grooves into the earth. Their bodies teetering dangerously forward, Basila dashed towards the unruly livestock, his robust arms gripping the reins like iron claws, shouting loudly in an attempt to calm the creature's frayed nerves with his voice and strength. Zhao Ping, witnessing this heart-stopping scene, focused intently on the wildly leaping aliens amidst the trees, his mind racing, keenly discerning the seemingly chaotic movements of the aliens, which in truth followed a discernible pattern. In mere moments, he devised a tactical plan in his mind. "Follow my lead," Zhao Ping bellowed, his voice strong and resonant, echoing through the chaos, striving to penetrate the tense atmosphere so that every individual could hear his commands. Fire practitioners from Hope City, prepare to launch a ranged attack. Target the trees ahead, unleash a fierce blaze. Upon hearing this, several fire practitioners immediately concentrated, flames swirling in their palms as their thoughts ignited. With a roar, they sent a barrage of flaming projectiles hurtling towards the trees. In an instant, flames erupted, licking at the branches, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Disturbed by the blaze, the aliens indeed faltered. Their previously orderly movements devolving into chaos, their shrill cries tinged with fear and confusion, as they scrambled through the woods, colliding with one another. Many were even knocked down by their own kind. "Luo Yin, now is your chance. Rush in and deal with those stragglers," Zhao Ping commanded decisively. A glint of resolve flashed in Luo Yin's eyes as he swiftly moved, shooting forth like a brilliant arrow towards the isolated aliens. With rapid movements, he summoned radiant light, the elements coalescing under his command, transforming into brilliant, sharp blades of light, each infused with an unmatched ferocity, cleaving towards the aliens with precision. Zhao Ping focused intently on the battlefield, his eyes unblinking, his face etched with tension and concentration. He watched as Luo Yin navigated through the aliens with agility, wielding the light blades with a fierce grace, cutting down foes in his wake. In that moment, A flicker of astonishment and admiration crossed Zhao Ping's features, and he could not help but exclaim, "Cheng Ku, that fellow who often appears so arrogant, has surprisingly shared his techniques without reservation." Imparting these skills to Luo Yin, his prowess, his talent, rivals that of Cheng Ku. As Luo Yin darted among the aliens with lightning speed, his form radiated brilliance, the blades of light weaving a deadly dance, precisely harvesting the lives of the aliens. Each swing of his arms was accompanied by the anguished cries of the aliens and the splatter of their green blood, his gaze resolute and icy, charging fearlessly into the perilous fray. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping continued directing the fire practitioners, "Heed my commands, concentrate all firepower on the left flank where the aliens are densely clustered, scatter them." The fire-wielding supernatural beings responded to the command, swiftly redirecting their assaults. The searing flames surged forth once more, transforming into a multitude of raging fire serpents that howled as they swept towards the designated target. The fire spread unchecked among the grotesque creatures, igniting vast expanses of trees and underbrush in an instant. Thick plumes of smoke intertwined with the roaring flames, plunging the abominations into a deeper state of fear and chaos, as the inferno expanded and Luo Yin's relentless attacks persisted. The creatures grew increasingly frantic, scattering in disarray. They ceased their organized assault, each fleeing for their lives, with some even blindly charging towards the caravan's defensive perimeter, only to be repelled by the bodyguards led by Basila and the supernatural beings from Hope City. Zhao Ping surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the next course of action. He called out, "Everyone, do not let your guard down. Maintain the defensive formation. Luo Yin, return at once." Upon hearing the summons, Luo Yin swiftly disengaged from the battlefield, returning to the safety of the defensive circle. His body was smeared with the blood of the grotesque creatures, his breath ragged, yet his gaze remained resolute. At that moment, a team approached from a distance, clad in uniform attire, moving in an orderly manner. They quickly divided into two groups. One adeptly wielded water-based abilities to extinguish the flames and control their spread, while the other coordinated seamlessly to pursue the fleeing grotesques. Zhao Ping, with keen insight, recognized these individuals as allies rather than foes, and promptly instructed Luo Yin, "Take a few people to assist them. Make it swift." Luo Yin complied, leading several agile supernatural beings into the fray. In his hand, the luminous blade radiated brightly, each swing leaving a trail of light as it precisely reaped the lives of the grotesques. In a moment, the battlefield was awash with brilliance, elemental forces surging forth. Through the collective efforts of all, the number of grotesques diminished rapidly. Those once fearsome and ferocious began to lose their will to resist under the overwhelming onslaught, one by one collapsing to the ground. Soon, the last grotesque fell, and the forest returned to a temporary tranquility. Chapter 50. Revelations of secrets and catastrophic changes. As the final grotesque crashed to the ground, the forest seemed to exhale all its previous tumult, returning to a state of tranquility. Only the lingering smoke, the acrid scent of blood, and the odor of charred remains persisted within the thicket. The leader of the approaching team stepped directly in front of Zhao Ping and the others, his eyes scanning them with a cautious vigilance, and inquired, "Which caravan do you hail from, and what folly brought you into this perilous forest?" Zhao Ping maintained a calm demeanor as he stepped forward with Basila, responding with measured respect, "We are a caravan from Hope City in the north, driven by aspirations for the future. We intended to venture to the capital of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty to conduct trade and seek a livelihood. Yet we found ourselves ensnared in this dire predicament, nearly losing our lives. We are profoundly grateful for your timely intervention, which has allowed us to preserve our lives." His words brimmed with sincerity and gratitude. The leader nodded slightly, his expression softening as he introduced himself. "You have indeed entered the territory of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. We are a patrol team tasked with guarding the borders. Given the current turmoil and the covert machinations of the Zongling sect, we must exercise utmost caution. We need to ascertain whether you are spies for the Zongling sect, and we hope for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping exchanged glances with his companions, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. Yet they understood the gravity of the situation. Zhao Ping spoke earnestly, "Captain, you must understand. We come from Hope City, a sanctuary forged in the apocalypse where people band together for survival. Our only aim is to seek opportunities, sharing resources for mutual benefit. As you can see, We carry only ordinary goods, and our companions are merely honest citizens and supernatural beings seeking sustenance through trade. With this, he stepped aside, gesturing for his men to unveil a portion of their cargo. Revealing everyday necessities and handcrafted items, Basila chimed in, "Indeed, if we were spies, we would have seized the chaos of the grotesque attack to wreak havoc, rather than fighting valiantly to defend ourselves. You can rest assured." He pounded his chest in assurance, his face radiating sincerity. Luoyin took a step forward, bowing respectfully. "We harbor no ill intentions. Should there be a single falsehood in our words, we would accept any consequence. We have heard of the prosperity of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty and hope to find opportunities for collaboration that can benefit the people of both places." His gaze was unwavering, exuding sincerity. The patrol leader scrutinized each face in turn, examining the goods thoroughly. After a moment of contemplation, his expression gradually relaxed as he remarked, "Your demeanor does not suggest that you are spies. However, rules are rules. You must accompany us back to the outpost for further verification. If all proves true, you will be permitted to proceed to the capital." Upon hearing this, although Zhao Ping and the others felt a twinge of anxiety, they recognized it as the best outcome given the circumstances, and they nodded in agreement. The caravan began to organize their belongings, proceeding slowly towards the outpost under the patrol team's guidance. However, not long into their journey, the patrol leader suddenly halted, casting another scrutinizing glance at the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Luoyin. He remarked, "Your organization resembles a military unit. Which caravan possesses such formidable protectors?" He pointed directly at Luoyin. Recalling the fierce manner in which he had dispatched the grotesques, a skill and reaction that far surpassed that of ordinary caravan guards, Zhao Ping hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, "Hope City is a large city-state with thousands of inhabitants. In this apocalyptic world, it has become imperative to establish a formidable army to defend against various threats and safeguard the citizens. To ensure our safety on this journey to your esteemed land, we specifically selected a group of powerful supernatural beings to escort our caravan. We genuinely wish to convey our earnest intentions to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty and establish commercial ties." At this point, Luoyin took another step forward, slightly bowing, "Captain, our Hope City lies in the northwestern frontier, where the environment is harsh. We have been engaged in a prolonged struggle against grotesques and hostile foes, leading everyone to hone their skills during their leisure time, hoping to protect those around them in times of peril. Over time, this has naturally fostered a sense of camaraderie, which is not unusual but rather a necessity born of circumstance." Zhao Ping promptly added, "Indeed, Captain, my home is nowhere near as prosperous and stable as yours. Every day is a relentless struggle for survival. Thus, we yearn to conduct business within your territory and seek refuge as well." The patrol leader listened intently to their explanations, furrowing his brow as he fell into deep contemplation. With arms crossed over his chest, his gaze shifted between the group and their surroundings, weighing the pros and cons. After a brief moment, he nodded gently, "Let us hope that is the case. We shall continue on our way. Upon reaching the outpost, all will be revealed." The group followed the patrol team to the outpost, which stood atop a small hill, constructed from massive stones, its walls adorned with creeping moss. Watchtowers surrounded it, and the sentinels vigilantly surveyed the area like hawks. Upon entering the outpost, the patrol members quickly dispersed, each attending to their duties, some relaying messages while others organized equipment. Zhao Ping and his companions were led into a relatively spacious stone chamber, furnished with several old yet meticulously cleaned wooden tables and benches, with a corner piled high with spare long guns, shields, and armor. "You will rest here for now. Do not wander off. The verification process will commence shortly," the patrol leader stated before hastily departing. The group, sensing the gravity of the situation, settled into their seats while their eyes scanned the surroundings. Basila whispered to Zhao Ping, "This place is heavily fortified. We must proceed with utmost caution and avoid any missteps." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, his expression serious. Not long after, several soldiers clad in uniform and bearing stern expressions entered the room, armed with notebooks and pens, ready to interrogate each person in turn. They inquired about personal information, experiences in Hope City, and the purpose of their journey, leaving no detail unexamined. Their sharp gazes penetrated with each question, probing deeply, and they repeated inquiries for clarity. After the questioning concluded, they proceeded to inspect the cargo. Basila led the soldiers to the storage area, where boxes were opened one by one to reveal their contents. The soldiers, wearing gloves, meticulously examined each item, from exquisite handcrafted jewelry to practical daily necessities, scrutinizing every corner and even the materials used for packaging and binding, leaving no stone unturned. As anxiety mounted among the group, akin to ants on a hot pan awaiting the results of the verification. The patrol captain burst through the door with urgency, his footsteps brisk, creating a slight breeze. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in a deep gray uniform, exuding a commanding presence. He was tall and upright like a pine, with a face as resolute as rock, eyes deep and fathomless, radiating a calm authority honed by years of experience in the field. The patrol captain took 2 swift steps forward, gesturing to introduce. "This is Major Linyu, the commander of our outpost. He has come to meet you upon learning you are from Hope City." The group rose in unison, with Zhao Ping taking the lead and stepping forward to bow in greeting. Major Linyu nodded slightly, gesturing for them to take their seats, while he himself pulled up a chair and sat down with poise. Once settled, Major Linyu surveyed the group, speaking slowly. "In this post-apocalyptic world, the outside realm has undergone monumental changes. Are you aware of this?" His question was like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples of curiosity through the crowd, and all eyes turned to him, brimming with intrigue. As the conversation unfolded, Zhao Ping and the others began to uncover numerous hidden truths about the outside world. It became apparent that following the cataclysm of the apocalypse, human civilization had suffered catastrophic blows. With industrial systems utterly dismantled, as if society had regressed to a primitive state overnight. In the face of adversity, the resilience of humanity is ignited, leading to a revival of ancient craftsmanship within the realm of metallurgy. Individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities manipulate flames, deftly controlling temperatures to forge or into robust metals. In the textile workshops, skilled artisans collaborate with elemental manipulators to weave fabrics that embody both protection and comfort. In the fields, wood element manipulators, adept at nurturing plant life, assist crops in flourishing, while livestock yields surge due to the intervention of these gifted individuals in the growth cycles of animals. The construction sector mirrors this progress. Earth element manipulators reshape the land, erecting sturdy dwellings that rise from the ground. The realm of medicine is particularly astonishing. Wood element manipulators exhibit formidable regenerative powers, giving rise to entirely new branches of medical science. Healers utilize these abilities to stimulate cellular regeneration and cure ailments previously deemed incurable, significantly increasing the survival rate of humanity in this post-apocalyptic world and solidifying the foundation of their existence. As survival challenges gradually diminish, human society begins to organize on a grand scale. The division of labor is meticulously redefined, with powerful and managerial gifted individuals emerging as leaders of the age. They rally the survivors into cohesive groups, gradually evolving small enclaves into city-states, and ultimately forging entire nations. It is noteworthy that many exemplary systems from the pre-crisis era have been preserved. For instance, the formation of armies adheres to the established rank system, resulting in disciplined and orderly military forces. The gifted individuals assemble according to military structures, coordinating seamlessly, thereby exponentially enhancing their collective combat effectiveness. As one surveys the current global landscape, the outlines of the New World Order begin to emerge. Aside from the Holy Radiance Kingdom, which centers its governance around the Tsongling Church, major powers such as the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, Heishui City, the Star Federation, and Suedong each showcase unique political systems while sharing numerous similarities in their overarching management models. They rely on extraordinary abilities to develop industries and maintain robust militaries, steadfastly exploring new directions for human civilization amidst the ruins of a fallen world. Chapter 51. The call to arms. As the discourse unfolds, the audience is captivated, feeling both a sense of awe at the monumental changes in the world and a hopeful anticipation for future collaborations with these nations. Zhao Ping reflects internally, wishing that Hope City could integrate into this wave of progress, thus bringing renewed vitality to its citizens. Meanwhile, Luoying contemplates that if cooperation could indeed be achieved, the journey to Findling Shui might become considerably smoother. At this moment, the atmosphere within the room is harmonious, with everyone momentarily forgetting the tension of awaiting verification results, lost in visions of a promising new world. Major Linyu shifts his gaze to Zhao Ping, examining him with a hint of scrutiny. "Your journey to Hope City has been long and arduous. I can only imagine the challenges you have faced. What are your thoughts on the sights you have encountered along the way? Zhao Ping inclines his body slightly, his expression earnest. Major Lin, as you rightly said, the journey has indeed been fraught with difficulties. However, witnessing the prosperity of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, alongside the various developments you mentioned, has left us profoundly impressed and has further solidified our resolve to cooperate with your esteemed dynasty. The supplies we have brought, though not abundant, represent the heartfelt intentions of the citizens of Hope City, and we hope to exchange resources and benefit from your brilliance. As the discussion continues, a soldier hastily enters, whispering a few words into the ear of the patrol captain. The captain then announces loudly, "Everyone, the verification results have come in. All is well, and you may proceed to the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping and the others are filled with joy, rising to express their gratitude. Major Lin Yu also stands, his demeanor warm. "In that case, I wish you a safe journey. Once you reach the capital, should you require assistance, feel free to contact our outpost. While dangers abound on the road, our defensive pressures here prevent us from sending anyone to escort you." Zhao Ping again bows in gratitude. "Major Lin, your insights have been immensely enlightening and a tremendous help. I would feel remiss to impose further by requesting an escort." Major Lin laughs heartily. "Then I shall not delay your journey to prosperity." Bidding farewell to Major Lin, the group organizes their belongings and, under the protection of a small unit from the patrol, prepares to embark once more. Yet, just as they are about to step through the outpost's gates, a piercing and urgent alarm suddenly echoes through the AI. In an instant, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Soldiers spring into action, rushing to their stations, their eyes betraying a mix of tension and determination. Major Lin Yu's expression darkens as he mutters a curse under his breath before turning to Zhao Ping and the others. "It seems the situation has changed. You cannot leave just yet. Follow me." With that, he leads them swiftly toward the outpost's command center. The biting cold wind howls as they gaze into the distance, where smoke billows ominously from a signal tower. Heralding significant military developments, it's the Tsongling Church. Major Lin Yu grits his teeth, his demeanor stern. "These scoundrels can manipulate aberrations. The creatures you encountered on your journey must be linked to them." He gestures toward the horizon, where columns of smoke rise sharply against the gray sky, an alarming signal that they are preparing for a full-scale assault. Zhao Ping's heart tightens. He knows the Tsongling Church all too well. The realization that the aberrations encountered along the journey were orchestrated by them ignites a surge of animosity within him. He contemplates the dire consequences should the outpost fall. Not only would the lives of these soldiers be at stake, but also the vision of cooperation between Hope City and the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty would shatter. Stepping forward resolutely, he addresses Major Lin Yu. "Major, we cannot remain idle. The brothers from Hope City are willing to fight alongside you to repel this external threat. We must not allow the Tsongling Church to succeed." A flicker of gratitude passes through Major Lin Yu's eyes as he nods slightly. "Excellent. With your assistance, our chances of victory have greatly increased. However, this battle will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Everyone must exercise caution." Immediately, Major Lin Yu expedites the deployment of the battle plan. He amalgamates the outpost soldiers with the gifted individuals from Zhao Ping's caravan, assigning tasks based on their unique abilities. Those skilled in defense form an impenetrable shield in the front lines, prepared to withstand the dual onslaught of enemies and aberrations. Those with formidable offensive powers strategically position themselves around the perimeter, ready to deliver lethal strikes, and a select few adept at reconnaissance monitor the surroundings, ensuring timely communication of critical intelligence, ready to detect even the slightest movements of the aberrations. The howling wind seems to herald the impending carnage, serving as a grim reminder of the stakes at hand. Dark clouds gather in the sky, as if infected by the tense atmosphere of impending conflict, threatening to swallow the last remnants of light. Before long, a vast cloud of dust rises on the distant horizon, followed by a horde of even more grotesque aberrations, driven forth by several cloaked figures from the Tsongling Church, surging toward the outpost like a relentless tide of darkness. These aberrations exude a nauseating aura, their eyes gleaming with madness and bloodlust, their exoskeletons as formidable as armor, reflecting a chilling light. Their gaping maws reveal razor-sharp fangs, drool dripping to the ground, corroding the earth beneath them. Some even sport bizarre antennae that writhe in the air. "Prepare for battle." Major Lin Yu bellows, his voice resonating across the terrain, startling a flock of birds roosting nearby. In an instant, The outpost is ablaze with the brilliance of extraordinary abilities as soldiers brace themselves. Contrasting starkly with the terrifying sight approaching from afar, Zhao Ping, stationed within the defensive formation, gazes steadfastly at the encroaching aberrations and the minions of the Zhongling Church. He understands that this battle is not merely a matter of survival for himself and the people of Hope City. It is also crucial for the hope of collaboration with the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. As the fierce combat looms, the very air seems to ignite, thick with the scent of impending conflict, at that moment. The patrol captain strides through the bustling crowd, purposefully approaching Luo Yin. Upon reaching him, the captain's gaze radiates trust as he unsheathes his sword, solemnly offering it with both hands. Brother, the moment of life and death is upon us. I see your remarkable skill, and you cannot engage without a reliable weapon. This sword has accompanied me for many years. I ask you to infuse it with your extraordinary powers, and it shall shine with unprecedented brilliance on this battlefield, becoming a formidable weapon against our foes. Luo Yin's heart swells with warmth, fully aware of the weight of this trust. With fervor, he accepts the sword, its hilt warm to the touch, seemingly alive, melding seamlessly with his palm as if imparting strength unto him. Taking a deep breath, he steadies himself, grounding his stance, and slowly closes his eyes, centering his spirit and dismissing all external distractions within him. His extraordinary powers awaken like a slumbering beast, surging forth with vigor. Luo Yin carefully channels this overwhelming force, guiding it through the meridians of his arms, allowing it to flow like a gentle stream toward the blade. In an instant, a transformation occurs. The once cold and glimmering sword ignites with a blaze of light, radiating brilliance that dazzles the eye. This luminescence resembles tangible flames, dancing and flickering, illuminating Luo Yin's face with a radiant glow, and the sword vibrates intensely, emitting a resounding hum, akin to the distant beating of ancient war drums. The two have reached a profound synergy, eagerly anticipating the chance to unleash their combined prowess in the impending battle. The captain cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Well done, young man. You are indeed exceptional. I knew this sword would shine in your hands. With such a display, victory is assured. Chapter 52. The clash of forces at that moment, the aberrations and the minions of the Zhongling Church have entered the attack range. Major Lin Yu, witnessing this, unsheathes his blade and shouts, "Attack!" The resounding roar reverberated through the heavens, igniting the fighting spirit of all present in an instant. Luo Yin nodded resolutely, gripping the luminous longsword tightly, his gaze blazing with intensity as he fixated on the horizon ahead. At that moment, the grotesque creatures and the followers of the Zhongling sect surged forth like a relentless tide, their claws bared and faces contorted in grotesque rage, their mouths emitting chilling, spine-tingling howls. As the aberrations encroached upon the attack range, Major Lin Yu decisively directed the archers to swiftly ready their massive crossbows. These crossbows, crafted with exquisite precision, bore taut strings that shimmered with a metallic luster. With a commanding shout from Lin Yu, enormous arrows imbued with wind-based abilities shot forth like lightning into the throng of grotesqueries. The projectiles raced through the air, piercing the tough exteriors of several of the creatures. And in an instant, the wind energy they carried detonated, transforming into countless visible blades of wind that sliced through the surrounding foes at high speed. In that fleeting moment, a rain of blood erupted amidst the ranks of the aberrations, severed limbs flying in all directions. Yet, undeterred by the carnage, the creatures charged forward with renewed ferocity. Observing this, Lin Yu bellowed, "Second wave, fire!" His voice resonated across the battlefield like a resounding bell, reverberating painfully in the ears of all. Instantly, a line of archers, poised and ready, raised their longbows in unison. The bows glinted with a cold sheen under the sunlight, and the arrowheads, ablaze with vibrant flames, flickered with fierce intensity. As Lin Yu's command echoed, the archers released their arrows in perfect harmony. A deluge of projectiles swept through the air, roaring with the sound of rushing wind towards the horde of aberrations. The air shimmered with heat as the arrows, imbued with fire-based abilities, struck true, igniting a violent conflagration that spread rapidly from the impact points. The flames, fierce and consuming, enveloped the creatures, eliciting anguished cries as they writhed in agony. More devastatingly, the inferno possessed an overwhelming adhesive quality, igniting the nearby aberrations in a chain reaction, engulfing the throng in a hellish blaze that reached skyward. Nevertheless, the horrific scene did nothing to diminish the onslaught of the creatures. Those behind pressed forward recklessly, their sharp claws raking the ground as they kicked up clouds of dust, relentlessly advancing. They climbed over the bodies of their tormented kin, still ablaze, heedless of the flames that licked at their own forms. Seemingly oblivious to the searing pain that filled the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Thus, they came in waves, an unyielding tide crashing mercilessly against the defensive line, intent on breaching this life-and-death barrier. Their ferocity instilling an icy dread in all who beheld it. Several colossal, robust siege engines emerged onto the battlefield, pushed forth by the straining soldiers. The heavy frames creaked and groaned as they traversed the uneven terrain. Soldiers gathered around, their expressions tense and focused, beads of sweat rolling down their brows and evaporating upon hitting the parched earth. They grasped the ropes of the siege engines firmly, leaning back to channel their full strength, tautening the ropes with barely contained power. Carefully, they placed specially designed explosive devices into the delivery baskets of the engines. With the Commander-S signal, the soldiers released the ropes with a sudden force. The arms of the siege engines soaring high with a rush of wind, before launching the explosive devices with cataclysmic force into the advancing aberrations. In an instant, the bombs detonated amidst the horde, unleashing a thunderous roar as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of explosion, tearing through the aberration's ranks, scattering limbs and spewing forth green blood like a torrential downpour. The ensuing blast raised a cloud of dust and smoke, enveloping the battlefield in a haze that rendered vision nearly impossible. At last, the relentless advance of the creatures was temporarily stalled by this fierce bombardment. Their ranks thrown into disarray, filled with cries of pain and terror, granting a momentary respite in the midst of the fierce conflict. At the rear of the battlefield, several followers of the Tsongling sect concealed themselves within the swirling smoke and shadows. Their expressions grim, exchanging glances that conveyed a silent understanding. In unison, they raised their mystically infused staves, the gems atop them igniting with a dazzling purple glow that danced and swirled like serpents. Under this violet aura, the aberrations, previously driven back by the onslaught, seemed to be infused with frenzied vigor, descending into madness once more. They raised their grotesque heads, filled with fangs and dripping with viscous fluid, unleashing spine-chilling roars that reverberated through the air. With powerful, twisted limbs, they charged with relentless force towards the outpost. Seizing this moment of stagnation among the creatures, the outpost prepared for its second offensive. Major Linyu, his gaze unwavering, raised his signal flag high and, with a mighty flourish, bellowed, "Attack!" The war machines, primed for action, unleashed a ferocious roar, igniting the battlefield with flames that lit the sky, debris flying as the remnants of the aberrations scattered amidst their anguished cries. The air thick with smoke and the stench of blood, as the shadow of death loomed over the horde. The battlefield dynamics shifted rapidly, with the collective attention focused on the movements of the aberrations ahead. An unforeseen crisis silently emerged from behind. The ground beneath the siege engines trembled violently as if infused with a primal force, fissures spiderwebbing across the earth. Three massive, beetle-like aberrations erupted from the ground, their forms exuding a dark and resilient texture, their exoskeletons resembling shields forged from the strongest metals, radiating an aura of terror. Their heads were broad and flat, with enormous compound eyes gleaming with a sinister purple light, fixated on their prey like flames from the abyss. Their powerful legs resembled colossal steel columns, raising clouds of dust as they emerged. A powerful shockwave emanated from their presence, toppling nearby soldiers to the ground amidst cries of alarm. The siege engines, previously formidable, were rendered fragile under the assault of these three aberrations. One leapt high, its scythe-like limbs cleaving down upon the siege engine, splintering the wood with a single blow. Another struck the support beams with a deafening crash, causing the structure to collapse, while the last burrowed beneath, lifting the engine upwards with its impenetrable back, leading to a heart-stopping creak as critical components were severely damaged, rendering the siege engine entirely inoperable. In the blink of an eye, these three aberrations had dismantled the siege engines with devastating ease. Before the soldiers could recover from the shock of their swift destruction, the three nightmarish beetle-like creatures commenced their lethal assault. One targeted the archer's ranks, its grotesque form moving swiftly across the ground, each step sending tremors through the earth. Its hardened legs plunged into the soil, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Gaining speed, it charged like a rampaging war chariot directly towards the archers, crushing all obstacles in its path. Panicked soldiers cried out in terror, scattering in all directions, yet the creature remained undeterred, its eyes glinting with a cruel light, intent on obliterating the archer's position. Another aberration set its sights on the city wall, slowly approaching, before extending its powerful limbs, adorned with sharp hooks that glimmered menacingly in the sunlight. It plunged its limbs into the crevices of the wall, leveraging its immense strength to scale upwards. Each movement caused bricks to tumble and the wall to tremble. Soldiers atop the wall grasped their weapons, launching desperate attacks against the creature, yet it pressed on, seemingly impervious to the onslaught, as though nothing could impede its ascent. The last aberration remained stationary, its massive, terrifying head turning towards the surrounding soldiers. It opened its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, and in a single bite, severed a soldier in twain, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Major Linyu stood tall and agile, weaving through the ranks of soldiers as he swiftly rallied a team of well-trained fighters. His voice, deep and resonant, cut through the cacophony of battle, clear as a bell amidst the chaos. Brothers, this is the moment of life and death. Follow my command, raise your shields, and close ranks to form a defensive formation. The soldiers responded in unison, their agile forms elevating their shields high, interlocking them with precision to create an impenetrable barrier. The latent powers within them surged forth, coalescing into a transparent yet resilient energy shield. Intricate patterns of energy flickered across the surface of the shield, continuously enhancing its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping stood aloft, surveying his comrades, and bellowed, "Do you recall how we dealt with this foe previously? Focus your fire on its limbs. Follow my orders and concentrate your attacks." Upon hearing this, the soldiers nodded vigorously, various powers illuminating the air as flames writhed like serpents, ensnaring the grotesque appendages of the creature. Lightning danced like silver serpents, carving radiant arcs through the air, while wind blades sliced through the creature's formidable exoskeleton with a sharp, shrill sound, precisely targeting its vulnerable joints. The creature seemed to sense the imminent danger, desperately writhing its massive form in an attempt to evade the onslaught. Each struggle sent tremors through the ground, kicking up clouds of dust akin to a miniature sandstorm that obscured the sky. Yet, the relentless assault proved too swift. Several of its limbs were struck in an instant, sparks flying from the wounds as green ichor gushed forth, causing its colossal body to teeter and emit a pained roar. As the ranged attack successfully injured the large insectoid creature, restricting its mobility, Luo Yin seized the fleeting opportunity. He gripped his long sword tightly, channeling an unceasing flow of light-based energy into the blade, which suddenly radiated a brilliant glow, humming with power. Like a flash of lightning, Luo Yin dashed toward the wounded creature, leaping high into the air. With a tremendous force, he brought the sword down, infused with the might of his light-based abilities. Its brilliance nearly blinding. The sound of the sword cleaving through the air was thunderous, as the creature's impenetrable exoskeleton was effortlessly split apart, the overwhelming energy surging through the wound and shattering its internal organs. The once mighty creature collapsed with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust, lifeless and stilled at that moment. Another creature, witnessing its companion's demise, became even more frenzied, emitting a deafening roar with each swing of its limbs. Stirring gusts of wind. Linyu, observing the chaos, shouted, "Soldiers, maintain formation and do not falter. Continue to restrain this creature. Advance at my command." The soldiers tightened their grips on their shields, muscles taut and sinewy, their arms resembling iron clamps. As their powers surged forth, continuously reinforcing the shimmering energy shield. The shield buzzed with energy, flickering brilliantly as it withstood the relentless assaults of the massive insectoid. Each collision sent debris flying, rippling across the shield's surface. Yet the soldiers gritted their teeth, their feet firmly planted, refusing to yield. The colossal creature and the soldiers remained locked in a fierce struggle. Luo Yin, like a streak of golden lightning, agilely positioned himself above the beast. Light on his feet, yet radiating an unstoppable momentum, he swung his sword downward without hesitation, executing a swift and decisive motion. In an instant, a blinding flash of golden light pierced the air, accurately targeting the creature's head. The sound of impact resonated like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. The insectoid's seemingly indestructible cranium, under the weight of this unparalleled strike, shattered like fragile porcelain, as green ichor erupted from its neck like a fountain, splattering onto the ground, while the creature's massive form instantaneously lost vitality, crashing to the earth. Amidst the billowing smoke and cacophony of battle cries, the last creature attempting to scale the walls succumbed to the powerful volleys of the catapults, collapsing with the weight of a crumbling mountain. Chapter 54. A lone hero breaking through to turn the tide. The situation on the battlefield did not ease. With the catapult destroyed, the heavy artillery that had once provided a protective barrier for the stronghold vanished in an instant, plunging the situation into a suffocating crisis, exposing the entire stronghold to the fangs of the alien horde. Outside the fortress, the alien army surged forth like an evil tide from the depths of hell, chaotic and relentless as they charged toward the walls. Under the relentless rain of arrows and the divine punishment of ranged attacks, these vile creatures showed no fear, one after another darting through the hail of gunfire. Climbing with reckless abandon, they disregarded their wounds, arrows embedded in their forms, ichor oozing from their injuries, dripping onto the ground and corroding the earth, yet they continued their frenzied ascent toward the walls. The soldiers atop the battlements bore resolute expressions, embodying an indomitable spirit in the face of imminent peril. Sweat poured down their brows like rain, soaking their garments as it cascaded down their cheeks. Splashing onto the scorching bricks below, clutching their weapons tightly, veins bulged on their arms like enraged serpents, every muscle taut and brimming with strength. They fearlessly launched wave after wave of counterattacks against the repulsive aliens below, each swing and shot fueled by a fierce determination to protect their homeland and a deep-seated loathing for these malevolent beings. At this juncture, the situation on the battlefield had spiraled into a dire crisis. The alien assault grew increasingly fierce, akin to an overwhelming black tide crashing against humanity's final defense. Despite the soldiers' desperate resistance, casualties continued to mount, exhaustion and resolve etched on every face, sweat mingling with blood, soaking their attire. Amidst the chaos and the threat of death hanging in the air, Zhao Ping detected an unusual presence, climbing to the lookout to scrutinize the movements of the Zhongling sect. A sense of foreboding swelling within him, these aliens' strange behavior appeared intertwined with them, possibly even summoned by their hand. The stronghold was now besieged by the alien horde, the ground littered with corpses as the creatures surged against humanity's defenses. Zhao Ping's gaze landed upon a damaged catapult. Although its wheels were broken, the main structure remained intact, retaining its launching capability. In that instant, a bold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He swiftly descended from the lookout, found Luo Yin, and locked eyes with him, urgently asking, "Luo Yin, the situation is perilous. Are you courageous enough to attempt to take the enemy commander's head amidst their ranks?" Luo Yin's eyes widened at the inquiry, a fearless fire igniting within them as he shouted without hesitation, "What are you asking now? Just tell me what to do." Zhao Ping gestured toward the catapult, declaring, "Excellent. We shall use this catapult to launch you like a projectile. Your task is to swiftly eliminate those 5 members of the Zhongling sect. They are likely the key to controlling these aliens, and if we can eliminate them, perhaps this frenzied assault will cease." Luo Yin tilted his head slightly, gazing at the somewhat worn catapult that bore the hopes of many, taking a deep breath before nodding resolutely, his grip tightening around his long sword, which trembled slightly in response to its master's determination. The few remaining soldiers, upon hearing Zhao Ping's audacious plan, exchanged anxious glances filled with apprehension and doubt. They understood the perilous nature of this scheme, akin to dancing on the edge of death. Yet, scanning their surroundings, they realized the dire situation left no room for better alternatives. After a brief hesitation, they clenched their teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in their eyes, and sprang into action. Working in unison, veins bulged on their foreheads as they exerted all their strength to pull the catapult's ropes. Their hands became bloodied from the rough cords, yet they pressed on, painstakingly maneuvering the catapult into position. With Luo Yin crouched within the launching basket, he took a deep breath, securing his sword tightly against his back to prevent it from falling during the violent launch, gripping the edge of the basket firmly as he focused. the light-based energy within him surging like a tidal wave into his legs. At Zhao Ping's command, the soldiers abruptly released the ropes. The catapult's arm, under immense force, snapped taut, launching Luo Yin like a cannonball. Seizing the momentum, Luo Yin pushed off with tremendous force, unleashing his power in an explosive burst, the catapult shattering under the strain. Riding this wave of energy, Luo Yin soared through the air, directly over the throng of aliens surging below like a black tide. His gaze locked onto the 5 members of the Songling sect ahead, cold killing intent glimmering in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yin descended upon the 5 Songling sect members with divine precision. The rapid sequence of events unfolded too swiftly for them to register shock. In an instant, Luo Yin drew his long sword from his back with blinding speed. The sword burst forth in a radiant display. The golden light shining fiercely like the sun, nearly blinding, with fluid motion. Amidst a flurry of golden light, the heads of the 4 Songling sect members soared through the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Splattering onto the ground, Luo Yin advanced without the slightest hesitation, swiftly seizing the last trembling member of the congregation, akin to lifting a defenseless chick. His voice, deep and authoritative, resonated like a judgmental echo from the abyss. As he thundered, "I care not for the despicable means you employ. Immediately withdraw these aberrations, or your fate shall mirror theirs." The unfortunate congregant, already paralyzed by fear, felt his legs weaken, and in the instant Luo Yin grasped him. A foul stench permeated the air. He had been so frightened that he lost control of himself. He gazed in terror at Luo Yin, who descended upon him like a vengeful deity, his lips quivering. Unable to utter a coherent word, his eyes brimming with despair and dread. Luo Yin, fixated on this individual reduced to a quivering wreck by terror, recognized that he was far from regaining his wits or following commands. His gaze swept to the nearby staves, standing ominously still, their gemstones at the tips twinkling with a mysterious and sinister purple light. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yin swung his sword towards those ominous gemstones. With a series of sharp cracks, the gemstones shattered under the force of his blade, scattering into countless purple shards that glimmered before fading into darkness. The instant the gemstones were destroyed, the once coordinated swarm of aberrations, which had surged forward like a relentless tide, suddenly lost their direction and command, their movements devolving into chaos. Some aberrations stood bewildered, glancing around, while others darted aimlessly, colliding and gnashing at each other. The previously unified assault now in disarray, creating a flicker of hope on the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu felt a spark of hope ignite within him as he agilely maneuvered through the tumultuous battlefield, calling out with all his might, urging the scattered soldiers to reform their ranks. Hearing Lin Yu's rallying cry, the soldiers gradually regained their resolve and determination, supporting one another as they swiftly made their way to the positions he designated. Before long, a cohesive and tightly knit defensive formation was re-established amidst the rubble and smoke. Simultaneously, the archers, seizing the opportunity, quickly bent low, extracting sharp arrows from their quivers, knocking them with precision, their bows taut like a full moon. The arrowheads glinting ominously in the sunlight, aimed directly at the disoriented aberrations. A torrential rain of arrows descended, piercing through the aberrations' hardened exoskeletons, eliciting anguished cries as they writhed and struggled, yet their resistance appeared utterly futile against the relentless hail of arrows. Chapter 55. A journey to new beginnings. The merchant caravan progressed slowly along the winding road, the rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground seemingly keeping time with the somber atmosphere. Dense forests flanked the path, towering trees casting a canopy that allowed sunlight to filter through in scattered patches. The air was thick with moisture, mingling the earthy aroma of soil and foliage, occasionally punctuated by the melodious calls of birds. Zhao Ping broke the silence, gazing into the distance, contemplatively remarking, "Luo Yin, the perils of this apocalyptic world far exceed our imagination." Luo Yin nodded slightly, firmly gripping the reins as he replied, "Indeed, Zhao Ping, the sacrifice of that captain, I will not let it be in vain." I shall carry forth his last words, but a flicker of determination and sorrow crossed his eyes. Beside him, Basila interjected, "Though our journey has been arduous. With Zhao Ping's intellect and your might, Luo Yin, there is no obstacle we cannot surmount. This visit to the capital of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty may just bring monumental changes to Hope City." As the caravan continued its journey, a broad river emerged ahead. The water was crystal clear, revealing fish gliding freely beneath the surface. The river surged onward, its swift currents crashing against the rocks, sending up frothy white splashes. The caravan cautiously traversed the shallows along the riverbank, the splashes of hooves sparkling in the sunlight. After crossing the river, they encountered several human villages. These settlements were modest, with houses scattered in an orderly fashion. However, it was surprising to note that the villages lacked even the most basic defensive measures. Luoyin could not help but exclaim, "The environment here is truly delightful, so peaceful and serene, a stark contrast to our own. In Hope City, we must always be vigilant against aberrant attacks. Fortifications are indispensable." Zhao Ping surveyed the villages, a hint of reflection in his eyes as he replied, "Indeed, for the sustained development of Hope City, change is imperative. Our strength is limited. For now, it is wise to align ourselves with powerful nations, leveraging their strength to foster our own growth." Not long after, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Heralding an impending downpour, Zhao Ping promptly directed the caravan to seek shelter, fortuitously finding an abandoned house nearby. The group quickly secured their goods and livestock before retreating inside. The rain intensified, droplets pattering against the roof, creating a cacophony of sound. Amidst this somewhat noisy environment, Zhao Ping began to contemplate their forthcoming actions in the capital of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Upon our arrival, we must first ascertain their political climate and the status of their supernatural abilities, identifying the optimal entry point for collaboration. Simultaneously, we must urgently inform the Empress of Mei Wu and Su Yao's conditions, striving for timely medical attention. Furthermore, after the rain subsides, we should inquire with the local villagers about the current situation in the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Luoyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, acquiring more knowledge about the local circumstances will be beneficial for our subsequent endeavors. Basila chimed in, "We could also exchange some of our goods with them for information. Perhaps we might uncover some valuable insights, and we could trade for some different provisions. Our rations are nearly enough to break our teeth." The group erupted into hearty laughter, the previously oppressive atmosphere of confinement due to the rain dissipating significantly. As the rain began to taper off, the gentle droplets finally ceased their relentless assault. Zhao Ping, accompanied by Luoyin and Basila, made their way toward the village. Upon entering the village, Basila nimbly began to arrange the goods. Raising his voice to call out, "Good people of the village, come and have a look. We have rare and precious items brought from afar. Come and see." Zhao Ping and Luoyin inquired about the village chief's residence. Guided by a kindly elder, they successfully located the chief's home. Zhao Ping specifically brought forth exquisite handcrafted items from Hope City as gifts, intending to pay a visit. Upon entering, Zhao Ping and Luoyin respectfully presented the gifts to the village chief, saying, "Chief, this is a small token of our appreciation. We hope it is acceptable. We have come with many questions and wish to learn about the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty." The chief accepted the gifts with a smile, saying, "No need for such formality. Feel free to ask any questions. I shall answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge." Zhao Ping continued, "Chief, we are merchants from afar, seeking to do business in the capital and request an audience with the Empress." "What should we be mindful of?" the chief replied. "Our villagers are not well acquainted with the big city, but the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty is known for its tolerance. As long as you do not provoke trouble, you will generally be treated fairly. Moreover, in these times, all factions are striving to rebuild their homes, and capable, sincere outsiders are rather welcomed." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured, and then asked, "Chief, what particular areas should we be cautious of on our way to the capital? Are there any dangerous regions or spheres of influence we should avoid?" The chief furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before slowly responding, "Most of the routes from here to the capital are relatively safe. But recently there have been some suspicious individuals lurking about. Although the court has been dispatching troops to patrol, their movements are secretive, so you should remain vigilant. Also, the prices in the capital are quite high. If you need to replenish your supplies, it is best to prepare sufficient funds in advance." Luoyin inquired, "Regarding our audience with the Empress, do you know of any procedures or protocols we should follow?" "We wish to avoid any missteps due to ignorance." The chief chuckled and waved his hand. "I am not too clear on the specifics either, but I have heard that you must first register at the reception area outside the palace. State your purpose and then wait for a summons. However, this process may take some time, so you will need to be patient." Zhao Ping expressed his gratitude once more for the chief's guidance, engaging in further conversation about local customs before bidding farewell to the chief. Luo Yin, furrowing his brow, expressed his concerns. Might those suspicious individuals mentioned by the chief be agents of the Zhongling sect, scheming in the shadows? They have always operated covertly, and we must remain cautious. Zhao Ping, his expression grave, nodded in agreement, responding resolutely, "It is highly likely. It seems the influence of the Zhongling sect has begun to infiltrate quietly. Previously, when we departed from Linyu, did we not take a batch of weapons with us? How are they faring in their training now?" Luo Yin pondered briefly before responding. "Among our 20 members, roles are clearly defined. There are 5 skilled archers for ranged attacks, 5 shield bearers for defense, 8 warriors armed with spears, and 2 squad leaders equipped with long swords for command. During my training with them, I found that they have quickly grasped the infusion of supernatural abilities into their weapons, showing remarkable progress. Such is indeed splendid." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "While it is challenging for us to directly manage the individuals from Base Lara, it can be said that our own people have had their horizons broadened this time. You should have them diligently practice various battle formations, and once we return to Hope City, disseminate these experiences to fully enhance our overall strength." "Indeed," Luo Yin exclaimed with palpable excitement, nodding emphatically, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "I never anticipated that the melding of abilities and formation techniques could yield such unparalleled power, exponentially elevating our combat effectiveness. Truly exhilarating." "Absolutely. Observe how we have divided these 20 individuals into 2 wings for coordinated operations, yielding remarkable results. I have even named this formation." Zhao Ping's lips curved upward slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "Oh, what is it called?" Luo Yin inquired with arched brows, his gaze brimming with anticipation. "The Mandarin Duck Formation," Zhao Ping declared with unwavering conviction. "That name does not sound particularly imposing," Luo Yin remarked, a perplexed frown crossing his brow. Are you not aware of the lore behind this formation?" Zhao Ping gazed at Luo Yin with mild astonishment. "I truly do not know. This is my first encounter with it," Luo Yin replied, spreading his hands and shrugging. "Well, in the recesses of my memory. It was created by a renowned general to adapt to the intricate and ever-changing battlefield dynamics. I have modified and innovated upon it based on the characteristics of our ability wielders, enabling it to function more effectively." Zhao Ping patiently explained, his eyes reflecting confidence in this formation. Luo Yin's interest was piqued as he leaned closer to Zhao Ping, eagerly asking, "Pray tell, what is the tale behind it? Who is this esteemed general?" Zhao Ping tilted his head slightly, lost in reflection as he slowly recounted. "In the hazy annals of my memory, this formation was devised by an ancient general facing the complexities of battle. It is exquisitely intricate, with soldiers in various positions collaborating and complementing each other, akin to Mandarin ducks pairing in harmonious cooperation. Although the adversaries we confront now and the combat environment differ drastically from the past, the essence of teamwork and tactical synergy embedded within it can still serve our purpose. Through my modifications, I have enabled our ability wielders to maximize their strengths in their respective positions, thereby forming a formidable offensive and defensive system." Luo Yin listened intently, nodding in understanding. "I see now. We shall test it in actual combat when the opportunity arises." Zhao Ping threw back his head in hearty laughter, his mirth resonating in the air as he gave Luo Yin's shoulder a hearty pat, exclaiming, "Ha! The efficacy of this formation hinges on your pivotal role. With you anchoring the formation, the system I meticulously crafted for our team will soar to new heights, amplifying its effectiveness manifold. To be honest, your ability to deduce such a formation from merely observing Linyu and his team in action is truly commendable," Luo Yin said, his expression one of deep admiration, his eyes sparkling with trust and appreciation for Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping's lips curled gently as he waved his hand in modesty, responding, "This cannot solely be credited to my efforts. It was the valiant performances of our comrades in battle that ignited the spark of inspiration within me, coupled with those fleeting memories from the past that led me to piece together this Mandarin duck formation. Go be honest, when I witnessed their formation during combat, those related memories surged forth with striking clarity as if fate had ordained this moment to come to fruition." Luo Yin nodded thoughtfully, reflecting, "Perhaps this is indeed the hand of destiny." Chapter 56. Encircling the villains with formations at that moment, the afternoon sun filtered through the thin clouds, casting a gentle golden hue upon every inch of the village. As if cloaking it in a resplendent veil, Luo Yin's gaze wandered through the village, filled with awe and contemplation. Zhao Ping, behold the Yuanyan holy dynasty. Even in such a remote village, tranquility and stability prevail. The people here live in harmony, each fulfilling their role, their faces radiating contentment and serenity. There are no aberrations to disrupt their peace, no shortages of resources, as if this place were a secluded paradise. Zhao Ping nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a determined longing. Indeed, Luo Yin. This is the vision of life we aspire to. I hope that one day, Hope City will embody such prosperity and happiness. As the two immersed themselves in their idyllic visions of the future, suddenly, a soldier from the base Lara contingent rushed over, his expression fraught with urgency. Zhao Ping, brother Luo Yin, we have an unsettling situation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping immediately reassured him. Do not panic. Speak slowly. The soldier bent down, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. We were setting up stalls in the village square, attending to business when the sentry birds released by the base Lara leader spotted a few individuals acting suspiciously. These individuals were loitering, glancing around, and as they approached us, they exchanged whispers, abruptly ceasing their chatter whenever someone drew near, feigning interest in nearby items. Moreover, they displayed no interest in our wares, instead persistently inquiring about our origins, our destination, and our duration of stay. The base Lara leader surmised they might be spies from the Tsongling sect and hastily sent me to inform you. After hearing this, Zhao Ping's demeanor turned grave. He swiftly scanned the area, quietly instructing the soldier. Do not draw attention. Pretend to be retrieving goods and avoid raising suspicion. He then turned to Luo Yin, his expression serious. Luo Yin, you should quietly follow them, keeping close but without alerting them. Luo Yin understood the unspoken message, nodding slightly before casually making his way toward the square, his steps light to minimize attention. As he walked, he kept a watchful eye on the movements of the suspicious individuals, suppressing his presence to blend seamlessly with the environment. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping quickly returned to the group from Hope City who were training. He succinctly and emphatically assigned tasks. Brothers, the situation has changed. Suspicious individuals resembling spies from the Tsongling sect have been spotted in the square. We need to split into several small teams and quietly converge on the square from different directions, move stealthily, and do not alert them. Should you observe any signs of escape, intercept immediately. Upon hearing this, the group's gazes sharpened like hawks, nodding in understanding, swiftly dispersing as per Zhao Ping's directives toward the square. At this moment, the square remained bustling with activity. Villagers coming and going, engaging in conversation or selecting goods, completely oblivious to the impending undercurrents. Base Lara continued to feign calm at the stall, attending to customers while discreetly keeping an eye on the suspicious figures. He deliberately raised his voice to loudly promote the goods, attempting to mask the tension in the air while signaling to Luo Yin and Zhao Ping. The target remains under control. At that moment, a small mouse scurried up to Luo Yin, its tail tied with a small note detailing the appearances of the two spies. Luo Yin swiftly grasped the mouse. He removed the note and mumbled intentionally. There are mice on the road even in broad daylight. After discarding the mouse, he carefully examined the note describing the spies before seamlessly blending back into the crowd, searching for the targets with the characteristics provided by Basilera. As he walked, he remained vigilant about the movements of the suspicious individuals, suppressing his presence to the utmost, merging with the surrounding environment. Luo Yin had quietly closed in on the group, concealed within the crowd, overhearing their fragmented whispers. These individuals appeared formidable. I must ascertain the intelligence. Orders from above mandated that there be no mistakes. A shiver ran down Luo Yin's spine as he became increasingly certain of their identities. Just then, he noticed one of the spies seemingly sensing something amiss, their steps faltering as their eyes began to scan the surroundings. Luo Yin instantly tensed, ready to act at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping's team from Hope City had already silently surrounded the spies from all sides, encircling them within an invisible barrier. Zhao Ping stood at a nearby corner, closely observing the situation, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Just as one of the spies prepared to flee, Luo Yin swiftly appeared before him, his sword unsheathing with a swift motion, pressing against the spy's throat. Do not move. The other spy, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, attempting to flee in all directions. only to find their escape routes completely blocked by the people of Hope City. "Behave yourselves!" Zhao Ping emerged from the corner, his voice booming. The members of Hope City swiftly advanced, subduing the two spies, confiscating their concealed weapons and papers filled with coded messages. The villagers, now realizing the unfolding situation, cast astonished and curious glances. Zhao Ping promptly addressed the villagers. "Esteemed villagers, we apologize for the disturbance. These two individuals are suspected spies from the cult Songling sect, intending to jeopardize our village and your safety. We are merely acting on orders, and we hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, the villagers gathered curiously for a while before gradually dispersing. After bringing the spies back to a temporary base, Zhao Ping, Luo Yin, and Base Lara immediately commenced an interrogation. The temporary base was a secluded, abandoned courtyard at the village's edge, ensuring that the interrogation process remained discreet and undetected by outsiders. The interior was shrouded in dim light. With Zhao Ping, Luo Yin, and Basila positioned at three corners, binding the two scouts in between. Initially, the scouts harbored a flicker of hope, attempting to feign ignorance. The smaller one, with darting eyes, muttered, "We are merely ordinary villagers, drawn here for the excitement. Why have you captured us? This is truly unjust." Beside him, the taller, more robust scout echoed, straining his neck as he shouted, "Exactly, do not wrong innocent people." Luo Yin let out a cold snort, swiftly drawing his sword, the blade glinting menacingly as it pressed against the throat of the smaller scout. His gaze was as frigid as ice. "Cease your pretense. Every move you made in the square has been under our watch. If you do not speak the truth, this sword shows no mercy." The smaller scout paled, his body trembling slightly, yet he clenched his teeth resolutely. Feeling the chilling pressure against his neck, the shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and his body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth grinding audibly. Nevertheless, a flicker of defiance remained in his heart. He widened his eyes, fixating on Luo Yin while his lips remained sealed. Refusing to utter a word, Zhao Ping maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes radiating a bone-chilling intensity. He slightly raised his gaze, locking onto the two scouts, his voice deep and resonant. "The actions of your Songling sect are a complete betrayal of humanity, manipulating aberrations and harming your own kin. How many innocent lives have perished under your schemes? Your hands are stained with blood. Do you not fear retribution?" After pausing to gauge their reactions, he observed their fearful expressions. Yet they remained tight-lipped. Zhao Ping's tone grew even more severe. "Not long ago, we came from a watchtower where your Songling sect launched a frenzied assault. Our brothers fought valiantly, yet we suffered heavy casualties. The blood-soaked ground, the severed limbs, all are the consequences of your sect's malevolence. Now that you find yourselves in our grasp, it seems fate has led you to this moment. I wish to ask, will you willingly confess, or shall we return you to that hellish battlefield to pay for the lives of your fallen brothers? The brethren from the watchtower await their debts to be settled." Yet, even after exchanging glances, they chose silence. Perhaps it was fear of the Songling sect's brutal punishments, or perhaps they clung to a sliver of hope, believing Zhao Ping and his companions were merely posturing. Chapter 57. The path ahead is fraught with peril. Seeing this, Luo Yin's anger surged, pressing his sword harder, the blade cutting into the smaller scout's skin, a trickle of blood seeping forth. "Do you truly believe we will not act? I will count to 3. If you remain silent, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As he spoke, the fear in the eyes of the two scouts surged like a tidal wave, yet they still clenched their jaws. Refusing to speak, the taller scout defiantly huffed, "Humph, if you have the guts, then go ahead and make your move. Do not try to intimidate us." Luo Yin could no longer contain his fury. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he angrily shouted, "You wretched fools, still boasting as death approaches. Do you truly think we will hesitate to deal with you?" However, Zhao Ping, with a stern expression, interjected, restraining Luo Yin. "Luo Yin, treat friends with the warmth of spring, but enemies with the chill of winter. Yet, since they are so ungrateful, we shall not refrain from employing some methods." With that, Zhao Ping drew a sharp dagger. Its blade glinting coldly in the dim light, he crouched down, his gaze as deep as a cold pool, articulating each word. "You both possess knowledge of the intelligence. Losing one of you will suffice." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ping plunged the dagger forcefully into the thigh artery of the taunting tall scout, twisting it mercilessly as blood erupted like a fountain, splattering onto the ground in dark crimson blooms. The tall scout let out a piercing scream, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his body shaking uncontrollably as he gazed in horror at his companion's grotesque state, his lips quivering, throat constricting with fear. Standing up, Zhao Ping coldly regarded the smaller scout, his gaze penetrating as if to pierce his very soul. He reiterated, "You have one last chance. If you remain obstinate, you will be next. This is a matter of life and death. Choose wisely." Yet, despite the terror etched on his face and the pleading in his eyes, the smaller scout still clenched his teeth, his trembling form and rapid breaths betraying his internal turmoil. Observing this, Zhao Ping's coldness intensified. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger once more, and under the smaller scout's horrified gaze, he thrust it violently into his thigh. Blood gushed forth, akin to a gruesome firework display, as the smaller scout emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body lurching forward uncontrollably. Had he not been tightly bound, he would have collapsed to the ground, merging with the pool of blood beneath him. The stench of blood thickened in the room, mingling with the foul odor of the smaller scout's loss of control, nearly inducing nausea. His cries gradually weakened into feeble whimpers, his gaze becoming vacant, as if his life force ebbed away along with his blood. Meanwhile, the taller scout, battered and barely retaining his composure, gazed at his companion's tragic state, the last vestiges of his mental fortitude crumbling. Summoning all his strength, he trembled as he spoke, "Stop. Stop torturing him. I will talk. I will talk." The tall scout gritted his teeth, a flicker of defiance still lingering in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "You have quite the nerve to provoke our Tsangling sect, Zhao Ping." His expression unyielding, remained unfazed as he calmly replied, "This is not the first time, nor do I require your confession. I merely need answers to my questions." The smaller scout, sensing the shift, weakly inquired, "What do you wish to ask?" Zhao Ping's gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on both, asking, "Are your ranks differentiated by the totems embroidered on your robes?" The scouts exchanged glances, internally deliberating. This individual evidently possessed some insights, likely seeking confirmation of critical information from them. After a moment of hesitation, the smaller scout responded first, "Indeed, we lower-ranking members lack the privilege to wear heavenly robes. Only commanders and bishops are adorned with the sun, moon, and star patterns. The church system features white robes with black totems, while the military system boasts black robes with white totems, categorized by the sun, moon, and stars." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, continuing to probe, "Are you currently retracting your front lines, focusing all efforts on infiltrating the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty?" The tall scout, breathing heavily, weakly replied, "Yes, we have gradually been consolidating experts from various regions for the past year, and in recent months have organized their arrival here." Zhao Ping furrowed his brows, questioning further, "How do your people manipulate aberrations?" The scouts displayed expressions of terror, shaking their heads vigorously. The tall scout stammered, "That knowledge is only known to those above the star rank. We lack the qualifications." Zhao Ping pressed on, "What do you know about this matter?" The smaller scout recoiled, responding, "Our higher-ups developed a method to control aberrations. Some time ago, a team went to the northern watchtower for experimentation but never returned." Zhao Ping and Luoyin exchanged knowing glances, understanding without words that he referred to the situation at Lin Yu's watchtower. Their hearts racing with alarmed it appeared their deductions had been correct. The Tsangling sect was indeed targeting the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Zhao Ping then inquired, "Who is the highest commander of your team?" Suddenly, the smaller scout laughed, a strange, triumphant expression crossing his face as he exclaimed, "The illustrious Lord Chen Yukiki." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Ping and Luoyin were taken aback, exchanging astonished looks. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. They had not anticipated that these individuals were also affiliated with the Tsangling sect. No wonder there had been no news of them lately. Zhao Ping's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes as he turned to Luoyin. If Chen Yukiki is personally involved, the situation may be more dire than we imagined. Luoyin's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, nodding emphatically. "Indeed, this individual must be eliminated. Our vengeance remains unfulfilled." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, turning his gaze back to the two scouts, his eyes piercing. What else do you know about Chun Yukiki? Where is he currently, and what are his next steps? The smaller scout's smile vanished instantly. Hesitating before finally speaking, I only know he was here near the village a few days ago. After meeting with several individuals, he left. We truly do not know where he went. The higher-ups' operations are always shrouded in secrecy. Zhao Ping continued to interrogate the scouts. Is there anything else? The tall scout weakly shook his head. I genuinely do not know. Our ranks are too low to access much confidential information. Seeing that he could extract no further intel, Zhao Ping rose and addressed his subordinates. Immediately escort these two scouts to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty's authorities. We cannot afford to delay. We must swiftly make our way to the palace and meet with the Empress. Zhao Ping adjusted his attire and stepped outside, gazing into the profound night, his mind swirling with thoughts, repeatedly analyzing various possible scenarios and contemplating strategies. After a while, Luoyin hurriedly approached Zhao Ping. Whispering, the two scouts have been handed over to the village chief. I specifically instructed him to exercise caution against any rescue attempts or silencing efforts from the Zongling sect. Zhao Ping nodded slightly, yet his expression remained grave. He turned to Cheng Ku and asked with a serious demeanor, Cheng Ku, if we encounter Chen Yuqi on our journey, what are our chances of success? Upon hearing this, Cheng Ku furrowed his brows and lowered his head, lost in thought. The scene of Chen Yuqi's previous assault lingered vividly in his mind. It had been a harrowing battle, and even now, the memory brought a twinge of pain to his heart. 8 members of the guard brought by Su Yao had sacrificed their lives, and both Mei Wu and Su Yao had fought valiantly, nearly to the brink of death, to protect everyone at that time. He, along with Yi and Xiao Yu, had given their all, barely managing to repel the enemy. Now, faced with the uncertainty of the path ahead, he questioned whether their current strength would suffice for a favorable outcome. A hint of worry and confusion flickered in Cheng Ku's eyes as he slowly raised his head, hesitating to speak, ultimately settling for a gentle shake of his head. Zhao Ping's countenance darkened further. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced back and forth. He understood that Cheng Ku's concerns were not unfounded, yet they could not afford to retreat. Chapter 58. Seeking clarity at the Duke's mansion, this collaboration with the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty represented a crucial opportunity for Hope City and the only hope for rescuing Mei Wu and Su Yao. It must not be thwarted by the interference of Chen Yuqi and the Zongling cult. Regardless of the odds, we cannot remain passive. Luoyin, summon our comrades, while the Zongling cult is still unaware. We shall set forth immediately. Luoyin complied and swiftly gathered the scattered members. Before long, the team assembled neatly before Zhao Ping, each face marked with a gravity and determination. Zhao Ping surveyed the group and proclaimed, Brothers, our expedition to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty has taken an unexpected turn. We are about to embark on a perilous journey, yet we have no retreat. The future of Hope City rests in our hands. The crowd's eyes sparkled with resolve as they responded in unison, no retreat. One squad leader stepped forward, his expression resolute, and exclaimed, Brother Zhao Ping, we once lived precariously in that dilapidated camp, but since your arrival, we have homes and an abundance of provisions. I, Chi-Hu, have complete faith in you. Chi-Hu's voice trembled slightly, infused with emotion and conviction, his eyes brimming with trust in Zhao Ping. Another squad leader, named Shi Yong, approached with a determined visage and declared, Brother Zhao Ping, we have wandered the wilderness, living from hand to mouth, always on guard against the aberrations. Had it not been for Hope City's shelter, we might have long since perished in the wild. Brother Zhao, you built Hope City from nothing. Surely, you can ensure its continued growth. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Shi Yong, will follow you without hesitation. Zhao Ping felt a surge of emotion, clapping Chi-Hu and Shi Yong on the shoulders, nodding as he said, Good brothers. Rest assured, I will guide us through this trial. The caravan raced along the dust-laden road, the sound of hooves pounding heavily, as if in a race against time. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the imposing gates of a grand city. Zhao Ping dismounted, adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, and, accompanied by Luoyin and Cheng Ku, strode purposefully towards the city guards. With a friendly yet fatigued smile, he called out, Honorable guards, we are a trading caravan, weary from our journey and seeking refuge within the city to rest and conduct some business. We kindly request your assistance. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately became alert, surrounding them with scrutinizing gazes. Armed with long rifles, they meticulously examined each cart and individual, leaving no stone unturned for any hint of suspicion. Zhao Ping remained calm, patiently answering their inquiries while discreetly slipping a few silver coins into the hands of the lead guard, whispering, "Your efforts are much appreciated. Consider this a small token for the brothers to enjoy a drink." The guard nodded slightly, his demeanor softening, and after a series of checks, he finally gestured for Zhao Ping's party to enter the city in this world, which had been rebuilt after much hardship, although a unified currency known as the Alliance coin existed. Its high denomination and limited circulation led people to revert to the age-old and precious metals of gold, silver, and copper as the primary medium of trade. With the flourishing development of the supernatural smelting field, practitioners could control temperatures with precision, rendering the collection and minting of these coins more efficient and convenient. These coins, forged with supernatural abilities, bore a faint aura as a unique anti-counterfeiting mark. Due to their abundance and ease of minting, precious metal currency rapidly became prevalent across the continent, emerging as the most commonly used form of currency in daily transactions. Consequently, trading caravans like Basila grew in number, and major factions, eager to restore economic order, tacitly accepted this spontaneously formed trading model. After weighing the pros and cons, however, to maintain their economic control, they firmly held onto key resources such as mines and mints, enacting strict decrees. Private mints would be met with lethal force. In such an economic climate, when alliance coins proved ineffective in certain situations, precious metal currency took center stage. Despite the varied designs of currencies issued by different factions, merchants carried small scales to facilitate smooth transactions across factions, valuing goods solely by weight, creating a distinctive aspect of commerce in this world. During their time traveling with the Basila caravan, Zhao Ping, Luo Yin, and the others seized the opportunity to absorb a wealth of new knowledge regarding the political and economic landscape of this world. They often marveled at the rapid pace at which humanity rebuilt civilization after catastrophe. Remarkably, it had almost been 6 years since the onset of the supernatural crisis, and the monetary economy had regained such vitality. Zhao Ping gazed skyward, a look of contemplation crossing his features as he softly mused, "Indeed, aside from the specialized crystals and mysterious gemstones exclusive to practitioners, nearly all everyday goods transactions are now conducted using precious metal currency." Basila, while organizing the inventory list, added, "I also heard that the Institute of Supernatural Research in Chui City is diligently working on long-distance teleportation abilities. If they succeed, not only will we have access to seaweed powder, but we may also acquire fine goods from various regions effortlessly for Hope City." Luo Yin furrowed his brow, setting down his chopsticks to interject, "We have faced numerous challenges on this journey. Yet we have also gained much. However, we are drawing ever closer to the heart of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, and with that, danger looms. There may well be spies from the Tsongling cult lurking within this city. So we must proceed with utmost caution." Basila nodded in agreement, adding, "Our caravan has a few acquaintances here. They are well-informed and may have insights into the Tsongling cult's recent movements. I will take a few brothers to meet them." Basila hurried off with several capable subordinates, while Zhao Ping and Luo Yin prepared to head towards the city lord's mansion. Soon, they arrived at the imposing front of the mansion, its grand entrance guarded with vigilance. Zhao Ping and Luo Yin approached to state their purpose, identifying themselves as emissaries from Hope City, sincerely seeking to establish communication and trade relations with the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty for mutual development and prosperity. Chapter 59. The Dilemma of Rare Treasures and Elegant Arts. After the guards conveyed their message, they instructed Zhao Ping and Luo Yin to wait outside. Moments later, a retainer emerged to escort them into the mansion. After navigating through a maze of corridors, they finally arrived at a tranquil courtyard. There, seated regally, was a middle-aged noblewoman clad in resplendent attire, her round face and fair skin radiating an inherent dignity and authority. This was the city lord, Qin Wani. Observing the situation, Zhao Ping devised a plan, whispering to Luo Yin, "As the city lord is a noblewoman, your youthful charm will surely be an asset in dealing with her this time. We are counting on you." Luo Yin comprehended Zhao Ping's intentions, offering a slight nod as she adjusted her attire. Stepping forward, she executed a respectful bow, her face adorned with a confident and charming smile as she spoke. "My esteemed lord of the city, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Luo Yin, hailing from Hope City. The purpose of my visit today is to discuss the prospect of establishing diplomatic relations between our Hope City and the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Although our location may be somewhat remote, the inhabitants are industrious and benevolent, and our city boasts a plethora of resources. In these turbulent times, mutual assistance is essential for stability. We aspire to receive the protection of a great nation, such as the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. And we are equally willing to contribute to your court, fostering a prosperous exchange that benefits both parties. Qin Wani, holding an exquisite fan, leisurely raised her gaze, appraising Luo Yin from head to toe. A subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth as she remarked, "Oh, that sounds reasonable, but the matters at hand require thorough discussion." Noticing the city lord's interest, Luo Yin proceeded to elaborate on the circumstances of Hope City, detailing its location, specialties, the daily life of its citizens, and the state of its defenses, articulating each point with clarity and sincerity. Zhao Ping stood silently beside them, observing the interaction with satisfaction, grateful for Luo Yin's assistance. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant, attuned to the ambience and the city lord's reactions, unwilling to let his guard down in this unfamiliar territory, where a moment of carelessness could lead to unforeseen troubles. As their conversation deepened, the expression on Qin Wani's face grew increasingly serious. She posed a few questions, to which Luo Yin responded with poise and confidence. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and this dialogue, pivotal to the future of Hope City, gradually progressed within the confines of the small courtyard. Qin Wani's fan opened and closed rhythmically as she leaned slightly forward, her gaze locked onto Luo Yin, inquiring, "You, young one, have fortuitously stumbled upon a great opportunity by coming here. In this vast world, countless individuals from remote locales yearn to meet Her Majesty the Empress. Most wander aimlessly outside the high walls of this capital, desperately seeking an audience, only to return disheartened. Do not naively assume that merely stepping foot in the capital grants you easy access to the Empress." T this juncture, she paused momentarily, a flicker of sharpness glinting in her eyes. "However, today, I find myself moved by compassion, inclined to assist you in this endeavor. But you must understand that all actions bear consequences. You need to clarify why I would extend my help without reason. What benefit does this hold for me?" Having said this, she reclined gently against her chair, yet her gaze remained fixed on Luo Yin, seemingly awaiting a response that would satisfy her, the weight of her scrutiny rendering the surrounding air palpable with tension. Luo Yin straightened her posture, stepping forward respectfully, and with hands clasped, declared, "My esteemed lord of the city, to be graced by your consideration is indeed our fortune. The unique flora and rare medicinal plants cultivated in Hope City are numerous and possess distinctive properties. Should you be willing to lend your support, we would gladly offer these plants and flowers as an annual tribute. Additionally, our city boasts an age-old method of brewing, producing wines that are rich in aroma and flavor." Qin Wani idly toyed with a jade bracelet, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yin and Zhao Ping, a hint of derision curling her lips into a smirk. The fan fluttered languidly before her as she drawled, "Oh, what could possibly come from your impoverished backwater that could impress me? What rare treasures has the city of Hibiscus not encountered before? Do you truly believe those meager offerings could catch my eye?" With that, she let out a dismissive huff, her gaze dripping with contempt and arrogance, as if regarding two inconsequential ants. Luo Yin quickly inclined her head, a humble and sincere smile gracing her features as she respectfully replied, "My esteemed lord of the city, we are indeed aware of the opulence of Hibiscus City and your refined taste. Our visit is driven by utmost sincerity, and if there are any shortcomings, we hope for your understanding. Should you issue a command, we will exhaust all efforts to ensure your satisfaction, while seeking a glimmer of opportunity for Hope City's survival and growth. Might I inquire if you have any specific thoughts or requests in mind to guide our endeavors?" Qin Wani gracefully swayed her waist, moving to the forefront of the hall. The fan, adorned with the blossoming hibiscus, swayed rhythmically as the golden threads shimmered under the sunlight. After a moment's pause, she parted her lips, her voice melodious yet tinged with coolness. "I do indeed have a few items I desire, though I doubt those from your humble origins could procure them." Luo Yin pondered quietly, recognizing the challenges that lay ahead. It was evident that Qin Wani sought to test their resolve. Nevertheless, she steeled herself, straightening her attire before stepping forward with renewed respect, bowing deeply to 90 degrees. Her tone earnest yet firm. "My esteemed lord of the city, rest assured, we shall do everything within our power to fulfill your requests, even if it means enduring hardships. all in the hope of earning your favor and securing a future for Hope City. Upon raising her gaze, she sought any sign of concession from Qin Wani. The city lordess' lips curled into a cryptic smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. She gently lowered her fan and adjusted the ornate golden hairpin at her temple, nonchalantly stating, "Currently, Hibiscus City is preparing for the annual Flower Festival, a grand event that attracts dignitaries and scholars from all corners. I require a splendid screen to match this occasion, crafted from premium rosewood, draped in silk tapestry, embellished with deep-sea pearls and various gemstones, intricately carved with rare blossoms that embody the splendor and nobility of Hibiscus City. Additionally, I need a special incense, fragrant and soothing, with properties to repel insects and calm the spirit, with a scent that lingers long after. Numerous scholars will come to compose poetry, and we cannot overlook the dance. It must be innovative and captivating, complementing the elegant atmosphere of the festival. Can you manage these tasks?" With that, she regarded Luo Yin with a challenging gaze, as if certain he would falter in the face of such demands. Luo Yin glanced at Zhao Ping, inwardly lamenting the daunting nature of these requests. Not only would it be difficult for them, but even the wealthiest in Hibiscus City would struggle to assemble such preparations on short notice. Yet she maintained her composure, contemplating before once more addressing the city lord. "Esteemed lord, to be candid, we find ourselves incapable of fulfilling the incense request. Hope City is remote and resource scarce. We have not seen such incense in many years and are unsure where to begin. As for the screen, to achieve the luxury you desire is beyond our means, leaving us with more ambition than resources. Regarding the dance." Here, Luo Yin's brow furrowed, her expression clouded with difficulty. Qin Wani interjected with a clear, albeit slightly grating laugh, cutting Luo Yin off. "Oh, do not concern yourself with finances. I have plenty. If you can accomplish this to my satisfaction, the cost is of no consequence. As for the incense, I have already dispatched someone to procure it from the capital, and I expect it to arrive shortly now. Regarding the dance," she paused, her gaze brazenly appraising Luo Yin, a hint of malicious teasing in her eyes. "You, young man, appear quite presentable and agile. Why not take to the stage yourself? If you can win the crowd's favor, it would reflect well on your capabilities." With that, her laughter rang out, joined by the tittering of her attendants, their mirth piercing Luo Yin and Zhao Ping's hearts like needles. Luo Yin's complexion paled instantly. To have a foreign man perform in such a public setting was a humiliation, laden with Qin Wani's disdain and contempt. Yet, recognizing the precariousness of their situation, he gritted his teeth, fists clenched, poised to respond when Zhao Ping discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Zhao Ping shook his head slightly, signaling for him to refrain from acting impulsively. Luo Yin took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and humiliation welling within, and once again bowed, his voice low yet steady. "My esteemed lord of the city, we shall endeavor to meet your requirements." However, regarding the performance, Zhao Ping, quick-witted, swiftly covered Luo Yin's mouth, wearing a face full of ingratiating smiles as he interjected. "My esteemed lord, you must understand, my brother is quite shy and unaccustomed to such things. However, rest assured, we will diligently oversee the screen's crafting to meet your expectations. As for the dance, I will ensure he is adequately prepared. Even if he is bashful, for the sake of your festival, he will strive to give his best. What you have mentioned, we shall return to prepare forthwith, not daring to delay for even a moment, and we shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory response as soon as possible." Qin Wani was momentarily taken aback, but soon resumed her enigmatic smile, languidly leaning against the back of her chair, and waved her hand gently. "That would be for the best. Do not let this city lord down. Otherwise, you shall know the consequences." "Yes, my lord." Zhao Ping released Luo Yin and hurriedly dragged him out of the city lord's mansion. Once outside, Luo Yin abruptly shook off Zhao Ping's hand, his face contorted with anger. "Zhao Ping? How could you agree to such a humiliation?" Zhao Ping's expression turned grave. After scanning their surroundings, he spoke in a low voice. "Am I not aware that this is an unbearable disgrace? But the situation is dire. If we do not comply, we shall lose even this faint chance. First, we must stabilize Qin Wani, then we can plan our next steps." Luo Yin clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently. And after a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I shall abide by your words. But this grievance, I cannot swallow." Zhao Ping, with a solemn expression and a deep, resonant voice replied, "Luo Yin, I understand that this humiliation is like a thorn in one's back, piercing the heart with pain. Yet, the current circumstances compel us. We must endure even if it is difficult. Qin, the city lord, is right. We, as a small city, indeed lack the qualification to meet the empress directly and require an introduction. Luo Yin, allow me to tell you a story." Zhao Ping slightly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the present scenery, lost in distant memories as he began. Once, there was a king who, after suffering a devastating defeat in a fierce war, became a prisoner in the enemy's land, in a bid to find a glimmer of hope from that dark, despairing dungeon, and to gain the trust of the enemy king. He cast aside all dignity and pride, going to great lengths to ingratiate himself with his captors. During those long, torturous days, he even resorted to unimaginable actions, eating excrement. What an embodiment of humility and endurance! Yet, within him, the flame of vengeance burned fiercely, never extinguished till last. His facade successfully deceived the enemy king, allowing him to return to his homeland. Upon his return, he endured countless trials, biding his time, quietly accumulating strength. Ultimately, at the opportune moment, he succeeded in slaying the enemy king, avenging his shame, accomplishing a monumental feat, and becoming a hero revered throughout the ages. Zhao Ping paused, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Yin as he earnestly continued. "Luo Yin, consider our current predicament. Is it not akin to this tale? You are no longer the pampered young Master Luo, but a bearer of hope for the countless citizens of Hope City. The future of those thousands of citizens rests heavily upon your shoulders. And there are Mei Wu and Su Yao, awaiting our rescue. Compared to this heavy responsibility, what is a mere moment of humiliation? It is all worth it." Luo Yin gritted his teeth, taking several heavy breaths. His chest heaving, and after a long moment, he said, "I understand. For the sake of Hope City, for everyone, I shall endure." Zhao Ping gazed at Luo Yin with guilt and helplessness, letting out a heavy sigh. "Luo Yin, I truly apologize for the indignity you must bear today. However, the circumstances leave us no other choice." With that, he gently patted Luo Yin's shoulder, as if imparting strength and comfort. Upon returning to their residence, Zhao Ping immediately dispatched Qi Hu and Shi Yong to gather everyone. All present keenly sensed the tense atmosphere, their eyes turning towards Zhao Ping, filled with confusion and anticipation. Zhao Ping, with a serious expression, surveyed the room, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. "Brothers, we find ourselves in Furong City, a pivotal opportunity for Hope City, yet also a formidable challenge. We have received a task entrusted by the city lord, which concerns our ability to establish a foothold here, as well as our quest for survival for Hope City." As he spoke, his gaze wandered among the crowd, finally settling on a few young, handsome brothers, pointing at them with utmost seriousness. "You few, prepare yourselves. Shortly, you shall accompany me to the city lord's mansion." The selected young men were momentarily taken aback before a flush of excitement spread across their faces, their spirits igniting as if embarking on a journey of glory. The others, witnessing this, rose eagerly, clamoring to volunteer, and the atmosphere in the room grew fervent. Qi Hu, one of the chosen, scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Brother Zhao, what exactly are we going to do at the city lord's mansion?" A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Ping's face. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and replied slowly, "We are going to perform a dance." As these words fell, the once boisterous room fell into an instant silence, every face frozen in shock, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Observing this, Luo Yin stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the crowd. Speaking with conviction, "Brothers, now is not the time to dwell on difficulties. I shall lead the dance." As the others heard Luo Yin's declaration, their previously frantic hearts began to settle, knowing that Zhao Ping and Luo Yin would not act recklessly without reason. After all, there was still Luo Yin to lead the dance. Zhao Ping subsequently selected several thoughtful and reliable brothers, neither more nor less, perfectly forming a group of 10. Just before they departed, Zhao Ping turned to Shi Yong, who was left behind, and instructed, "While we are at the city lord's mansion, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, seek out Basila to discuss strategies. Do not act recklessly." Shi Yong nodded earnestly. Chapter 61. Ultimately winning the city lord's favor, suppressing his inner unease and apprehension. Zhao Ping arrived at the city lord's mansion, respectfully informing the guards that he had come with his people to fulfill the task assigned by the city lord. The guards escorted them to the courtyard, where they awaited in silence. Before long, Qin Wani approached, flanked by her maidservants. She had donned a splendid brocade gown, intricately embroidered patterns glimmering in the sunlight. As her gaze swept over Zhao Ping and his companions, a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly, revealing a hint of delight as she softly remarked, "It seems you are somewhat perceptive and have acted swiftly." With that, she summoned the steward, instructing, "Take a few individuals to prepare the screen and ensure utmost diligence. Should there be any mistakes, you shall be held accountable." The steward quickly complied, hastily leading Zhao Ping and his group away. Qin Wani then glided gracefully, accompanied by a few nimble maidservants, guiding Luo Yin and the others towards the courtyard designated for dance rehearsals. Along the way, she appeared quite animated, frequently glancing back at Luo Yin and the others, her eyes glinting with mischief and anticipation, as if envisioning their forthcoming performance at the flower banquet. The courtyard was resplendent with blooming flowers, exquisite drapes swaying gently in the breeze along the surrounding corridors. Qin Wani stood in the center of the courtyard, gently clapping her hands to summon several musicians, stating, "Play that new tune, let them begin to move in rhythm. I wish to see their capabilities." The musicians complied, and melodious strains began to flow through the courtyard like a gentle stream. Although Luo Yin and his companions were filled with embarrassment, they could only steel themselves and awkwardly sway to the music's tempo. Observing this, Qin Wani furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her features. This stiffness will not suffice. It must be more graceful and light, like butterflies dancing in the wind. With that, she stepped forward and demonstrated a few movements with her lithe form, her elegant posture prompting murmurs of admiration from the surrounding maidservants. At that moment, a maid dressed in pink hurriedly entered. Her steps brisk. Upon reaching Qin Wani's side, she slightly bowed and reported softly, "Madam, General Mei Jiu has arrived." Upon hearing this, Qin Wani's eyes sparkled with delight, and she hurriedly made her way outside, her skirt trailing lightly behind her like clouds. Soon after, Qin Wani and Mei Jiu appeared hand in hand, their laughter ringing out as they affectionately addressed one another as sisters, exuding the warmth of long-lost relatives. Mei Jiu, striking and spirited, wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her tall and athletic figure, her sword-like brows and bright eyes radiating confidence, presenting a sharp contrast to Qin Wani's gentle demeanor, yet curiously harmonious. As Mei Jiu's gaze swept over Luo Yin and the others, a flicker of interest sparked in her eyes. She raised her hand, gesturing towards the sturdy men standing awkwardly, and inquired, "Sister, where did you find such spirited individuals?" Qin Wani, a playful smile gracing her lips as she deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, replied gracefully, "Sister, you may not know, but I went to great lengths to invite them, especially for the flower banquet." Mei Jiu raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued as she stepped closer, circling around Luo Yin and the others as if examining an intriguing artifact. After a moment, she raised her brow and proposed, "Sister, I suggest that when they perform the first dance at the flower banquet, they wear splendid brocade robes. It will surely captivate the audience from the start. As for the second dance, let them shed their upper garments, revealing their strong chests. Such a bold display will undoubtedly elevate the atmosphere to a memorable climax." To these words, Luo Yin and the others felt their faces flush, as if set ablaze, blood rushing to their heads. Yet they dared not make a move in their current predicament, remaining rooted in place, their eyes cast down in embarrassment. Qin Wani and Mei Jiu exchanged glances, seemingly pleased with the idea, and immediately set to work, enthusiastically guiding Luo Yin and the others in their dance rehearsal. Qin Wani moved with a graceful lightness, her every gesture exuding elegance. Patiently, she corrected the movements of those around her, occasionally offering insights on rhythm and cadence. In contrast, Mei Jiu emanated a formidable presence. Her commands were succinct yet powerful, each demonstration marked by strength and poise, compelling Luo Yin and others to strive hard to keep up, despite their discomfort. Meanwhile, the steward guided Zhao Ping and his companions through several corridors, leading them to a spacious and atmospheric square, where a vibrant floral display indicated the main venue of the flower festival. Upon the main stage, a chaotic array of various items lay scattered: wood, silk, and tools, creating a rather disordered scene. The steward's expression was stern as his gaze swept over Zhao Ping and the others. His voice flat as he stated, "Observe closely. Several households have previously undertaken the task of creating these screens, yet the finished products failed to meet the Lord's standards, and those individuals remain imprisoned. You must weigh the gravity of this task and proceed with caution. Should you lack any materials, do not hesitate to express your needs. I shall make the necessary arrangements." A chill ran through Zhao Ping's heart. Fully aware of the challenge ahead, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the heap of disarray before shifting to his companions, determination flickering in his eyes. He clasped his hands in gratitude toward the steward, saying, "Thank you for your guidance. We shall exert ourselves to meet the Lord's expectations." Zhao Ping and his team meticulously gathered the remnants of the shattered screens strewn across the ground, piecing them together for closer examination. It became evident that these screens were crafted from exquisite materials, showcasing intricate designs and adorned with sparkling jewels, each detail reflecting the artisan's dedication and superb craftsmanship. Yet, they ultimately failed to win Qinhuani's favor, resulting in their current shattered state. Zhao Ping furrowed his brow, his gaze wandering over the broken fragments for an extended period, until a plan began to form in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to face the steward, his demeanor respectful yet tinged with confidence. He clasped his hands and declared, "Esteemed steward, I have conceived a proposal for the screen's creation. I intend to use silk as the primary material, crafting a uniquely designed screen. To accomplish this, I kindly request your assistance in locating several skilled artists proficient in meticulous painting. Additionally, we will require some high-quality wood, preferably sturdy and aesthetically pleasing sandalwood. Moreover, adept carpenters are indispensable to carefully sculpt and assemble the wood. Lastly, a variety of fresh and vibrant flowers will be needed for embellishment, infusing life and beauty into the piece. I hope you can arrange for these necessary items promptly, as time is of the essence, and we would be immensely grateful." The steward nodded slightly, his expression composed as he replied unhurriedly, "This is not a difficult task. We have everything readily available. The storeroom is stocked with ample sandalwood. Feel free to choose as you please. I shall send someone to procure silk from the storeroom, ensuring top quality. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Luo Yin and the others diligently practiced their dance under the stringent guidance of Qinhuani and Mei Jiao, their movements becoming increasingly polished, taking on a nascent form. On this day, Qinhuani arrived at Zhao Ping's workshop with a radiant smile, evidently there to assess their progress. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping stepped forward steadily. Grasping the curtain's rope firmly, as he slowly pulled, a magnificent, intricately carved screen revealed itself before the gathering. The screen's frame was crafted from precious sandalwood, its natural grain flowing like the contours of mountains. Adorned with delicately carved floral motifs, petals unfurling, stamens tender, exuding an air of fragrance with each engraved line, reflecting the artisan's dedication. The central section was cleverly hollowed out, with translucent white silk intricately set within. Upon this silk, the artist had depicted a vibrant painting of flowers and birds, brilliantly colored birds appearing ready to take flight, and resplendent blossoms competing for attention, all illuminated by sunlight, as if they would leap from the screen. Alive and spirited, at the center of the screen, the most prominent silk panel showcased Qinhuani in an exquisite robe, her demeanor dignified, beauty radiant, her smiling eyes accentuated by the surrounding splendor, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. The moment Qinhuani's gaze fell upon the screen, a glimmer of astonishment and joy flickered in her eyes. She approached slowly, gently touching the silk and carvings with her hand. After a moment, she turned to Zhao Ping and the others, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she softly praised, "Well done." Upon hearing this, the heavy stone that had weighed on Zhao Ping and his companions' hearts finally lifted, their taut nerves relaxing as they collectively sighed in relief, their faces radiating the joy of having emerged from a trial. In the days that followed, Luo Yin and the others continued refining their dance, while Zhao Ping and his team made final adjustments to the screen and assisted in preparing for the flower festival. At last, the day of the festival arrived, bathed in bright sunshine and gentle breezes. Furong City was adorned with vibrant decorations, and the streets overflowed with citizens eager to witness the spectacle. By day, the streets were lined with an array of luscious flowers, their colors vivid and fragrances wafting through the air, drawing crowds to pause and admire. Numerous performers set up stalls along the way, playing enchanting melodies or showcasing astonishing acts, laughter and cheer resonating in every corner. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the city, noble women and esteemed guests, draped in silks and adorned with resplendent jewels, elegantly made their way to the Lord's residence, where the grand red doors stood open. Entering the estate, they walked along a long corridor with pristine marble floors reflecting the light, while the beams above were adorned with exquisite paintings of dragons, phoenixes, flowers, and creatures, all vividly brought to life. Upon reaching the grandest courtyard, they found it lavishly decorated. In the center stood a magnificent stage, surrounded by colorful drapes fluttering gently in the breeze. A troupe of maidens clad in vibrant garments danced gracefully upon the stage, serving as a prelude as ribbons soared with their every movement, adding a dreamlike quality to the courtyard. Below, guests gathered around tables laden with delicacies, raising their cups and sharing laughter, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. At this moment, Wani lightly clapped her hands, the crisp sound cutting through the bustling crowd. Luo-yin and the others, poised nearby, responded to the signal and entered in time with the melodious dance music. Their costumes shimmered under the lights, transporting everyone into a realm of opulence and grandeur. However, as they made their debut in such a grand setting, Luo-yin and his companions felt a tinge of nervousness, their movements slightly stiff, yet they endeavored to maintain smiles and present their best selves. The noble women in the audience, captivated by the strikingly handsome dancers in their splendid attire, buzzed with excitement, whispering and sharing amused comments. As the first performance concluded, the music shifted abruptly, an exhilarating and spirited melody erupting. Luo-yin and the others hesitated briefly, recalling their prior rehearsals, before resolutely shedding their luxurious costumes to reveal their bare torsos, showcasing their bronzed, muscular chests. This bold move ignited a wave of enthusiasm throughout the venue, eliciting screams from the audience, who erupted in exhilaration, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Amidst the fervor, Luo-yin inadvertently caught sight of a maid, who gracefully approached Wani while holding a fruit platter. In that fleeting moment, he keenly noticed a strange purple glow flickering in the maid's eyes. Before he could react, the maid swiftly drew a sharp dagger from beneath the platter, gliding toward Wani with ghostly speed. Aiming directly at her neck, in a split second, Luo-yin's body radiated a flash of light as he summoned the agility honed through relentless practice, instantly teleporting in front of Wani. Without hesitation, he seized the maid's wrist, twisting it forcefully. Startled, the maid dropped the dagger with a clatter, the purple glow in her eyes fading as she crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. This unforeseen turn of events plunged the entire courtyard into a stunned silence, soon followed by a cacophony of gasps. Wani instinctively took a step back, leaning against a pillar, her expression dark as she glared at the maid. Luo-yin held the maid's wrist firmly, scanning the crowd with a steely gaze as he called out, "Who sent you? Speak." The maid could only weep uncontrollably, trembling in fear, utterly unresponsive. Zhao Ping rushed over, joining Luo-yin in restraining the maid. Concern etched on his face as he asked Wani, "My lord, are you unharmed?" Wani shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with fury. Mei Jiao, regaining her composure, quickly stepped beside Luo-yin, seizing the maid by her collar. Her brows furrowed and eyes wide with anger. "Speak. Who sent you to wreak havoc in Furong City and attempt to harm the Lord? You have quite the audacity." The maid trembled violently, her cries growing louder. Clearly in a state of panic, Luo-yin furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. "I noticed the purple glow in her eyes. She was being controlled." The crowd gasped in unison, their gazes fixated on the maid, who appeared dazed and quaking, as if ensnared in an abyss of fear. Wani's eyes ignited with wrath as she exclaimed, "How dare you attempt to manipulate me before my very eyes? Do you take me for a fool?" With that, she pressed her hand upon the maid's head, and in an instant, a soft pink light emanated from her palm, cascading like water and enveloping the maid. Under this gentle radiance, the maid's uncontrollable trembling gradually subsided, her emotions slowly returning to calm, though she continued to sob. Observing this, Luo-yin stepped forward, softly inquiring, "Miss, how do you feel now? Do you recall anything?" The maid's eyes were filled with confusion and dread as she stammered, I only remember a flash of purple light, and then my mind went blank, as if I were not in control of myself. Qin Wanyi furrowed her delicate brows, clearly dissatisfied with this vague response. She intensified her psychic output, and the pink light above the maid's head grew increasingly brilliant, swirling with hints of mysterious runes flickering in and out of view. At that moment, Luo Yin astutely realized that this Yuanlan holy dynasty revered powerful female psychics, and the city lord before her undoubtedly possessed extraordinary abilities. A sense of unease settled within Qin Wanyi. She quickly scanned the bustling courtyard and, after a moment's contemplation, quietly instructed Maid Jiu, "Please continue to entertain our guests, and ensure that this situation does not spiral out of control. It is imperative to maintain everyone's composure." Maid Jiu nodded earnestly, then turned to gracefully approach the guests, donning a renewed, warm smile as she mingled among them. Qin Wanyi then turned her grave expression toward Zhao Ping and Luo Yin, stating solemnly, "You two take this maid and swiftly accompany me to the inner chamber. This place is too crowded and chaotic for further questioning." With that, she glided forward, leading the way to the inner chamber. Zhao Ping and Luo Yin exchanged glances before hastily escorting the maid in close pursuit. Inside the dimly lit inner chamber, candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows. Under the persistent influence of Qin Wanyi's psychic powers, the maid had fully regained her senses, yet she could not suppress her tears. She sobbed as she recounted, "Yesterday, I was ordered to go out for supplies. Upon reaching the corner of the market, I encountered several individuals clad in black, their faces obscured by veils. They approached me, daring to mock me, and raged. I thought that no one from the Lord's manor should endure such indignities, and I scolded them, warning them of the consequences of provoking the Lord's manor. To my astonishment, they showed no fear. One of them even playfully brandished a purple staff before my eyes. In that instant, I felt a wave of dizziness. And then I remembered nothing until I awoke to the current situation." The maid's lamentations echoed in the chamber. Qin Wanyi's expression darkened further. She paced back and forth. "Zhao Ping, Luo Yin, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Qin Wanyi halted, her gaze sweeping over the two. Zhao Ping pondered briefly, stepping forward to respond, "My lord, given the current circumstances, this group possesses psychic abilities and seems to have targeted you specifically. It stands to reason that they bear a grudge against you or seek to disrupt the order of Furong City." He paused, then inquired, "Are you familiar with the Tsongling sect?" Chapter 63. The hidden woes of the Holy Dynasty begin to emerge upon hearing Zhao Ping's words. Qin Wanyi's brows knitted slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. "The Tsongling sect? I am indeed aware of them. They have been acting rather furtively of late. But why would they suddenly target Furong City?" Zhao Ping's expression grew solemn as he clasped his fists and replied, "My lord, to speak candidly, we have had several skirmishes with the Tsongling sect on our way to Furong City. Previously, we captured one of their spies, who divulged that the Tsongling sect has long been plotting to infiltrate the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. It appears their influence has already penetrated deep within, and this attack on Furong City is likely just the tip of a much larger scheme." Qin Wanyi sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her demeanor. "I took the risk of bringing you two outsiders along out of necessity. There are few trustworthy individuals in the city at present, and the abilities and sincerity you demonstrated at a critical moment made me feel you were worth entrusting. However, I did not anticipate that Tsongling sect's infiltration to be so swift and clandestine, truly difficult to guard against." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, speaking gravely, "My lord, our immediate priority is to unearth the Tsongling sect's spies hidden within the city, to prevent them from causing further chaos that could jeopardize the safety of all citizens. After all, the Flower Festival is currently underway, and the city is densely populated. If the spies were to act again, the consequences would be dire." With that, Zhao Ping leaned closer to the maid, gently asking, "Miss, please recall in detail, did those two who mocked you bear any distinctive markings on their clothing?" The maid twisted the hem of her garment, straining to remember, and timidly replied, "I was in such a fluster at the time, but I vaguely recall that one of them had a moon symbol on their attire, while the other seemed to have a star emblem." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's brow furrowed, his expression growing more grave. "It seems the situation is even more serious than we anticipated. These two are highly likely to be core members of the Tsongling sect. The moon and star symbols signify a higher status within the Tsongling sect, indicating that their actions have undoubtedly been meticulously planned." Qin Wanyi's gaze instantly turned icy, her grip on the round fan tightening unconsciously. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Fire! Hurry, come and extinguish it. The three hurried outside to find the city lord's manor engulfed in flames. The roaring inferno resembled a ferocious beast, ravenously devouring everything in its path. Thick, acrid smoke billowed into the sky, rapidly spreading and suffocating the air. The flames danced wildly against the night sky, illuminating the courtyard before the lord's manor in a bright, fiery glow, casting anxious and tense reflections on the faces of the onlookers. This is outrageous. It must be the Tsongling sect's nefarious deeds at play. Qin Wanyi shouted in fury, her eyes ablaze with determination and murderous intent. She quickly surveyed the surroundings and called out, "Summon the key officials of the city at once." All the officials, great and small, were conveniently gathered at the city lord's manor. Upon receiving the summons, they swiftly assembled around Qin Wanyi, their expressions tense. Eyes filled with concern for the fire, yet imbued with absolute trust in her leadership, standing in unison, awaiting instructions. With a piercing gaze, Qin Wanyi exuded calm authority as she began to assign tasks. The officials responded in unison, without hesitation, promptly executing their assigned duties, and though the scene was chaotic, it gradually grew more orderly. Qin Wanyi turned to Xiaoping and Luo Yin, her expression grave as she declared, "Let them handle the fire. That is more than sufficient. You two, come with me and elaborate on everything you know about the Tsongling sect." Xiaoping showed no hesitation, succinctly and accurately relaying the information he possessed about the Tsongling sect, including its organizational structure, operational style, the atrocities they had committed in various regions, and the encounters they had faced with them. Qin Wanyi listened intently, her gaze fixed on Xiaoping, before slowly speaking, "I have sensed that you are not ordinary. The individuals you brought are well organized and disciplined, displaying no complaints while performing even the most humiliating tasks during the flower festival, a stark contrast to those who typically seek only personal gain. Speak freely. Is your presence here truly as simple as seeking benefits?" Xiaoping maintained a composed demeanor, responding earnestly, "My lord, to be frank, I am the leader of Hope City. Our purpose for coming to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty is threefold. First, Hope City is remote and weak, and in the face of the Tsongling sect's threats, we find ourselves powerless. Thus, we seek the protection of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty to jointly resist the Tsongling sect. Second, the people of Hope City yearn for a better life, and we hope to leverage the resources and influence of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty to pave new paths for Hope City's future and seek greater welfare. Third, two of our companions are gravely injured due to an assault by the Tsongling sect, and we implore the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty to extend a helping hand to save them. I have always been puzzled. Given the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty's formidable strength and vast territory, how could the Tsongling sect dare to invade so brazenly?" Qin Wanyi's expression remained calm as she nodded slightly. "As I expected, what you seek is no simple matter. Hope City is strategically located at the northern gateway of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, serving as a crucial stronghold. If you assist us in repelling the aberrations and the Tsongling sect, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. This is not an issue. As for your second point, since you willingly wish to become the shield of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, defending us against external foes, it is only natural that we would not allow you to bear the burden without compensation. Thus granting Hope City the same treatment as other cities within the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty is only fair." With a shift in tone, Qin Wanyi inquired with concern, "But regarding your third point, what sort of injuries have your companions sustained that necessitate such a long journey for medical assistance?" Xiaoping's expression grew grave, his brow furrowed as he struggled to conceal his anxiety. "My lord, our companions were injured while battling an extraordinarily powerful psychic. The abilities of that psychic are overwhelming, having directly shattered their internal organs and meridians. We are at our wits' end. Hearing that the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty is home to many skilled practitioners and possesses exceptional medical expertise, we came here with a glimmer of hope, yearning to find a chance for survival." Qin Wanyi let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with helplessness as she replied, "The art of bodily reconstruction is a skill that, even within the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, only a handful dare to claim mastery over, as it is an exceedingly profound and intricate medical practice. However, since we are now akin to family, we shall not turn a blind eye. Yet, to engage someone capable of performing this technique, the Empress herself must intercede. When an appropriate opportunity arises, I shall certainly bring this matter to the Empress's attention. With your goodwill, it may very well sway her." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping immediately bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. My lord, your immense kindness will forever be etched in our memories. If we can leverage your influence to inform Her Majesty the Empress of this matter, we would be eternally grateful, regardless of the outcome. Qin Wanyi's expression dimmed slightly as she sighed softly, slowly stating, As for why the Tsongling sect dares to invade so audaciously, I will not conceal it from you. The Yuanlan Holy Dynasty has yet to reach 3 years since its establishment, and its current scale is indeed the result of the consolidation of several major powers. The faction to which Her Majesty the Empress belongs is the most formidable. And Her Majesty possesses exceptional wisdom, adept at balancing the conflicts among various forces, which is why she has been elected as the Empress. Following the unification, the overall strength has indeed surged, and all parties have reaped benefits from this alliance. However, in recent times, the pace of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty's external expansion has gradually slowed, and factions have begun to hinder one another, leading to numerous constraints. The Tsongling sect has keenly observed this situation. Sensing an opportunity to brazenly invade, in my view, there are likely some forces within the Holy Dynasty that have secretly colluded with the Tsongling sect, seeking to use them to suppress other factions or even to usurp power. Zhao Ping's expression grew solemn as he nodded slightly, saying, My lord, I have also surmised this. Without internal traitors colluding with external forces, the infiltration of the Tsongling sect would not proceed so smoothly. Previously, we encountered their ambush by manipulated aberrations on our journey here, and after entering the territory of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, we sensed some peculiar signs. However, I did not anticipate that this issue had already infiltrated the core power circles of the Holy Dynasty. Qin Wanyi sighed softly and spoke slowly. On the surface, there is currently no concrete evidence pointing to any specific faction. Yet, recently, discussions in the court regarding strategies to counter the Tsongling sect have featured some strange voices. Certain ministers, appearing to advocate for the Holy Dynasty's interests, propose solutions that consistently sidestep critical issues, delaying the advancement of defensive measures. Moreover, there have been inexplicable obstacles in the allocation of resources, and I suspect that someone is deliberately causing this. However, these matters are too obscure for direct judgment. Luo Yin's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fists, exclaiming, This is utterly despicable. At this juncture of life and death, some individuals are willing to commit acts of treason for their selfish gains. My lord, what are your thoughts? We hope the city can fully cooperate to unearth these traitors. Qin Wanyi sighed again, her eyes revealing a mixture of concern and resolve. This matter is exceedingly delicate. A slight misstep may provoke the enemy and lead to a deadlock in our investigation. I have discreetly arranged for some personnel to conduct preliminary inquiries, yet there are currently no solid leads. Within the court, the various factions are intricately intertwined, making it no easy task to identify the true traitors. Zhao Ping's expression remained grave. After a moment of contemplation, he said, My lord, such matters are indeed complicated. And there is no immediate remedy. We can only prepare for passive defense while keeping our contingency plans ready. I do have a proposal, and I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. With that, Zhao Ping produced a densely written scroll from his robe and handed it to Qin Wanyi. She took the parchment, her eyes swiftly scanning the text. As she delved deeper into the reading, her expression grew increasingly serious. She nodded slightly at times, lost in thought at others. Upon finishing, she raised her hand and swiftly unleashed a pink glow, reducing the parchment to dust, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 64. The Path Forward with Bonds of Innocence. Subsequently, a smile graced Qin Wanyi's face, her gaze imbued with approval. Your strategy is indeed well considered. However, you proposed it based on my absolute loyalty to the Empress. Did you not? It appears you possess keen insight. Your gamble has paid off. Theo, be candid. The current Empress is my niece, and I am wholly devoted to the Holy Dynasty and her welfare. I have noted your strategy, which contains many viable elements. Nevertheless, its implementation requires careful deliberation, as certain details must be scrutinized further. Zhao Ping let out a breath of relief and clasped his hands, saying, Your insight is unparalleled. My lord, I fully understand that this plan is not flawless, yet given the urgency of the situation, I hope you can refine it as long as it benefits the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty and Hope City. I shall be satisfied. Qin Wanyi nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on Zhao Ping and Luo Yin for a moment, as if contemplating something. She then instructed, You both should return and rest for now. Do not let your guard down in the city these next few days. Since the Tsongling sect has already made moves in Furong City, it is likely they will have further plans. I will immediately arrange for personnel to bolster the city's defenses and patrols, while also investigating suspicious individuals within the city. Zhao Ping and Luo Yin responded in unison and took their leave from the Lord's residence. Under the efforts of many supernatural beings, the fire in the city was swiftly extinguished. Throughout their journey, the two remained heavy-hearted. Despite receiving some support from Qin Wani, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Upon returning to their accommodations with the personnel from the Lord's residence, the remaining members gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Zhao Ping recounted their experience at the Lord's residence briefly, and everyone wore solemn expressions. Shi Yong furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Tsongling sect is truly relentless. We must remain vigilant in Furong City." With a heavy heart, Zhao Ping and Luo Yin sought out the captain's home, where a 15-year-old girl with delicate features and a hint of stubbornness sat at the door. She had 2 long braids adorned with red ribbons that swayed gently in the breeze. Upon noticing Zhao Ping and Luo Yin approaching, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you doing? Are you my father's comrades?" The girl caught sight of the sword on Luo Yin's person, the patterns on the scabbard appearing particularly vivid in the sunlight, triggering unsettling images in her mind and intensifying her ominous premonition. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip, struggling to hold back her emotions, and asked, "What happened to my father?" Zhao Ping took a deep breath and replied slowly, "Young lady, your father sacrificed himself in the battle against the Tsongling sect. They launched a surprise attack on the outpost, and your father valiantly fought to protect everyone, ultimately meeting a heroic end." Upon hearing this, the girl's tears flowed freely, and she covered her mouth, sobbing, "My father. How could this happen?" Luo Yin stepped forward and gently patted the girl's shoulder, comforting her, "Young lady, we all share in this sorrow, but your father fought for justice, and his sacrifice was noble. We hope you can find solace and continue to live well." The girl wiped her tears and replied softly, "Last year, when my mother passed away, my father told me at the funeral that if one day someone came with my sword, I should go with them." Luo Yin looked at this youthful yet resolute girl, feeling a deep sense of compassion and responsibility. He frowned slightly and said earnestly, "Young lady, the road ahead is fraught with unknown dangers. Are you truly certain you wish to accompany us?" Without hesitation, the girl nodded, her eyes clear and determined, responding loudly, "I trust my father's wishes. He surely had his reasons. I will not back down." Zhao Ping stepped forward, kindly asking, "Little girl, what is your name? And are you a supernatural being?" The girl lifted her head, her gaze sparkling with a hint of light, and softly said, "My name is Xiaoxian. I am a light-type supernatural being, but my ability is somewhat special. My father never allowed me to reveal it easily while he was alive." Upon hearing her words, Luo Yin's heart jolted, and he suddenly understood why the captain entrusted his daughter to him. He knelt down to meet her gaze, his eyes firm yet gentle, and said, "Child, since your father placed such trust in me, I will do everything in my power to protect you and guide you. From now on, you are a member of our team, and we will face the challenges of the future together." Tears shimmered in the girl's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Zhao Ping, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotions and remarked, "Perhaps this is fate's arrangement." Xiaoxian swiftly and adeptly tidied her home, carefully packing essential clothing, and solemnly strapped the short sword to her waist before resolutely following Zhao Ping and Luo Yin out of the village. Along the way, Luo Yin gazed at Xiao Xuan's youthful yet determined face, filled with compassion and responsibility, softly saying, "Xiaoxian, do not fear. I am also a light-type supernatural being. From now on, I will be your elder brother, and I will diligently teach you how to harness your powerful abilities." Xiaoxian nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting warmth and trust. Zhao Ping couldn't help but voice his curiosity, asking, "Why did your father have you conceal such a powerful ability?" In the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, strong female supernatural beings are typically revered, and showcasing your abilities should be a matter of honor. Xiaoxian raised her head slightly, her gaze revealing a maturity beyond her years, and slowly replied, "That is because the Empress is also a light-type supernatural being. My father may have worried that my abilities would attract unnecessary trouble, as in this world where power and authority intertwine, any peculiar trait could become a target for scrutiny or exploitation." Upon hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Luo Yin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes conveying doubt and concern. Observing this, Zhao Ping spoke gravely, Next, we must head to Shengyu City. For the sake of safety and to better conceal your identity. From now on, we shall call you Luo Xian. Remember, you are Luo Yin's younger sister, and no matter who asks, you must respond this way. Do you understand? Luo Xian focused intently, nodding firmly, her eyes filled with determination and trust as she replied softly. I understand. Luo Yin frowned slightly, releasing a sigh of resignation, and said, It seems that our light-type abilities have indeed attracted quite a bit of trouble. I had hoped that this power would allow us to protect everyone better. But instead, it has brought these hidden dangers. Xiaoping reassured her, Do not worry too much. After all, we are still envoys of Hope City, and we bear important responsibilities in our mission to the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. The shift in attitude of the city lord, Qin Wani, towards us is somewhat related to the capabilities you have previously demonstrated. This indicates that we still possess the leverage to earn the respect and collaboration of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, though we must proceed with greater caution in our subsequent actions. As they journeyed onward, Xiaoping and his companions advanced cautiously towards the Holy Royal City. During their travels, Luo Yin seized the opportunity to continue instructing Luo Xian on how to better harness her light-based abilities. Chapter 65. Strategizing in Dangerous Terrain. Luo Xian, observe closely. Focus your energy and feel the flow within your body, then gather it into the palm of your hand to form an energy sphere. As Luo Yin spoke, a radiant light began to emanate from his hands, gradually coalescing into a dazzling orb. Luo Xian intently watched his movements, attempting to replicate his actions and condense the energy. Her small face flushed with exertion, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After several attempts, she finally succeeded in gathering a faint light sphere in her palm. I did it. Brother Luo Yin, Luo Xian exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Luo Yin smiled encouragingly. Excellent, Luo Xian, you have great talent. Keep up the hard work. After years of restraint, you are adapting remarkably well. You will grow stronger with time. Xiaoping observed the two with a sense of comfort, feeling a tinge of regret for lacking abilities himself, unable to fight alongside his companions. However, he swiftly dismissed this thought, refocusing on their journey and mission. The addition of Luo Xian was like a refreshing breeze on a spring day, bringing joy to the somewhat somber caravan. The group instinctively took care of the lively young girl, recounting tales of wonders from distant lands and teaching her various survival skills. Meanwhile, Luo Yin diligently utilized every moment to patiently guide Luo Xian in enhancing her powers. As laughter and training filled the air, the distance to the capital city diminished. When the outline of the city gradually came into view, everyone was struck by the spectacle before them. To their astonishment, they discovered that this grand capital, the heart of a great nation, lacked city walls. Instead, a sprawling commercial district extended for miles, with wide, clean streets bustling with traffic and throngs of people, alive with activity. Majestic and exquisite buildings were artfully arranged along the streets, their shop signs a dazzling array of colors, while vibrant flags fluttered in the breeze, showcasing various rare goods and unique crafts in the distance. A cluster of palaces towered towards the sky, shimmering with golden light under the sun. The architectural style of the palaces was both magnificent and solemn, adorned with flying eaves and intricately carved beams, reflecting the grandeur and opulence of royalty. The exquisite glazed tiles and elaborately carved doors and windows spoke volumes of the prosperity and rich heritage of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Gazing at the scene before him, Xiaoping felt a mix of awe and wariness. He gathered the group around him, his expression grave as he instructed, As you can see, the splendor of the capital exceeds our expectations, but we must not let our guard down. This is the core of the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, where various factions intertwine, and our every move may be under scrutiny. Once we enter the city, we must exercise caution in our words and actions, avoiding any unnecessary exposure of our identities and intentions. Luo Yin, keep a close watch on Luo Xian to ensure her safety, and be discreet about your abilities. Only use them as a last resort. We have come here with a significant mission, and we must act carefully to avoid any missteps. The group nodded in understanding. After organizing their belongings, they stepped cautiously into the city limits, apprehension lingering in the air. Upon entering the city, Xiaoping scanned his surroundings and spoke softly to the group. According to our agreement with Qin Wani, she will report our matters to the Empress in 3 days. We need to find a suitable place to stay under the guise of ordinary merchants. while also gathering information about the city and assessing the situation. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Zhao Ping through the intricate streets. Eventually, they discovered a relatively secluded inn with reasonable prices to settle in. Once they were settled, Zhao Ping gathered everyone together and spoke in hushed tones. In the coming days, we will split into two groups. Luoyin and I will seek out taverns and tea houses, places known for gossip, to gather intel on the Tsangling sect and the various factions within the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty. Basila and Qi who will each form a group to explore markets and shops, keeping an eye on resource supplies and price fluctuations for any anomalies. Shi Yong will remain here. Remember to act discreetly and avoid drawing attention. Luoyin added, Luo Xin, you will stay at the inn. Do not venture out. If anything arises, seek your brother Shi Yong. This city is rife with danger for a young girl like you. If you need assistance, approach the innkeeper or wait for our return. Although Luo Xin was somewhat reluctant, she obediently nodded. I understand, brother Luoyin. Please be careful. Subsequently, Zhao Ping and Luoyin disguised themselves and blended into the bustling streets. They entered a lively restaurant, choosing a corner table to sit at, ordering food and drinks while appearing relaxed, yet attentively listening to the conversations around them. I heard some farmland outside the city suffered a disaster, leading to poor harvests, and with some transport issues. The price of grain has risen. My brother, who works in the east, will be returning in a few days. Boss, reserve a private room for me. Have you heard? Several high-ranking officials in the court have fallen ill. Staying home and not attending to their duties. I tell you, Lu Jinhua, the prime minister, won't last long. General Liu has recently achieved a great victory over the joint forces of the Holy Radiance Kingdom and the Star Federation in the southeast and will soon return to court. It would be unreasonable not to acknowledge his military accomplishments. Zhao Ping's expression darkened, as if shrouded in a veil of foreboding. He leaned closer to Luoyin, speaking in a low, serious tone, carefully analyzed these seemingly trivial conversations. Unraveling their layers will reveal crucial intelligence. The Tsangling sect's destructive actions have quietly seeped into the capital, and this is no mere coincidence. It undoubtedly involves a high-ranking individual colluding with them in the shadows. Consider this. The high-ranking officials are all powerful ability users. Why would they suddenly fall ill? Furthermore, the return of someone from the east may indicate unusual personnel movements. Moreover, the news of General Li's victorious return is fraught with suspicion. In a situation where the Tsangling sect is so brazenly infiltrating, this victory seems far too peculiar, making it hard to believe. Luo Yin's face displayed admiration as he remarked, initially, I perceived these as inconsequential tidbits. Never realizing they concealed such profound implications, I have indeed been negligent. Zhao Ping's expression grew increasingly solemn as he whispered, in my view, the Tsangling sect's machinations are intricately woven and strategically planned. They first employ methods of infiltration and destruction to deliberately divert the court's attention, then secretly collude with key figures within the court, cleverly placing insiders to create chaos. This aligns with General Li's triumphant return. Intending to bolster his support, if their plot succeeds, they will undoubtedly exploit the ensuing turmoil within the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty, launching a large-scale offensive. Luoyin nodded in agreement, following your line of reasoning. It is highly likely that the Prime Minister, Lu Jinhua, is a trusted confidant of the Empress. Their actions are undoubtedly aimed at undermining her power base. You are correct. Weakening the Empress's inner circle is their primary goal in disrupting the court. After all, no other faction could match the delicate balance the Empress maintains while in power. If this continues, it is possible that before the Tsangling sect even takes action, the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty may fall into disarray due to internal strife. Indeed, the threat from the aberrants has just been alleviated, and various factions are already engaging in both open and covert struggles, which is truly infuriating. Luo Yin's face contorted with indignation, his tone laced with frustration and anger. Moreover, the Tsangling sect's scheme is exceedingly insidious. Regardless of whether this plot succeeds or fails, the seeds of internal strife have already been sown deep within the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty's soil. Even if their plans come to naught, it is the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty's own forces that will bear the brunt of the losses, while the Tsangling sect remains virtually unscathed in this cycle of gain and loss. It may not be long before the Tsangling sect brazenly considers confronting the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty head-on, ultimately leading to its complete defeat. Are you suggesting that the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty is beset by both internal and external troubles? How can they assist us? Luo Yin's expression turned anxious. Indeed, as the saying goes, It is better to provide assistance in times of need than to add embellishment in times of prosperity. This critical juncture is precisely our opportunity to showcase our value. We must not only become embroiled in this crisis, but also navigate it skillfully, ensuring that the Yuanlan Holy Dynasty owes us a significant favor in the process. Zhao Ping's gaze was resolute, his tone imbued with determination. However, we are merely a small, weak team. What impact can we possibly have within the vast Yuanlan Holy Dynasty? Luo Yin's expression reflected his doubts. While a mouse may seem insignificant compared to an elephant, when a mouse enters the elephant's nostril, it can indeed place the elephant in grave danger. Though our strength may be limited, as long as we strike at the heart of the matter with precision, we may yet become the pivotal mouse that alters the course of events. Chapter 66. The path ahead, shrouded in mist and suffering during the period of waiting for Qin Wani's summons. Zhao Ping and his companions scoured the streets, tirelessly unraveling the threads of various hidden clues from the casual conversations of the townsfolk. As the amount of information increased, Zhao Ping grew increasingly confident in the accuracy of his previous assessments. On this particular day, sunlight filtered through the thin veil of clouds, bathing the courtyard of the inn in a warm glow. Zhao Ping reclined leisurely on a lounge chair, observing as Luo Yin patiently instructed Luo Xian on the application of her abilities. Luo Yin's expression was one of intense focus, a gentle light emanating from his hands as he meticulously explained each step and key point. While Luo Xian listened intently, her eyes filled with earnestness and determination. Suddenly, Qi Hu hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Breathlessly, he announced to Zhao Ping, "Brother Zhao, people sent by Qin Wani have arrived. They say they are to take us to the palace to meet the empress." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping sprang from his chair, a flicker of tension and anticipation crossing his features. He quickly called for Luo Yin, adjusted his attire, and set off towards the palace alongside the messenger. Before long, the grand and majestic palace loomed before them. The towering palace walls twisted like a mighty dragon, shimmering with golden hues under the sun, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. The crimson gates were adorned with rows of golden rivets, and the door knocker was fashioned in the shape of a regal beast's head, seemingly narrating tales of royal prestige and glory. As they stepped into the palace, Zhao Ping and Luo Yin were further awed by the breathtaking sights that greeted them. The marble floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the sunlight so brightly that it nearly blinded them. Intricate dragon and phoenix motifs adorned the eaves and brackets of the palace, so lifelike they seemed poised to take flight at any moment. Pavilions and towers were harmoniously scattered throughout the garden, which was a riot of colors, with lush green grass and an array of rare flowers competing for attention, exuding a captivating fragrance in the distance. The lake shimmered under the sun, its crystal-clear waters revealing schools of vividly colored fish swimming freely. The willow trees by the shore swayed gracefully, their slender branches dancing in the breeze. Zhao Ping and Luo Yin followed the attendants through the winding paths of the palace for quite some time until they finally arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. The attendant respectfully informed Zhao Ping, "This is the Empress's reception room. Please wait here while I announce your arrival." Zhao Ping nodded slightly, and after the attendant departed, he turned to Luo Yin and said, "You should speak first this time. After all, you come from a distinguished background and are more experienced in such matters than I." Upon hearing this, Luo Yin recalled his earlier experience in Furong City. Grimacing as he replied, "Last time, you had me speak first, and I ended up dancing in public at the flower festival. This time, I refuse to take the lead. If anyone is to dance, it should be you. I have no desire to embarrass myself again." Seeing this, Zhao Ping couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward, patting Luo Yin on the shoulder to offer some comfort. "That incident was indeed an unfortunate accident. I never intended to put you in that situation. Nevertheless, I shall take the lead this time." Just then, the attendant hurried back, calling out, "Luo Yin, you are summoned to enter and discuss matters." Zhao Ping was momentarily taken aback. Then teased, "It seems Qin Wani cannot forget your graceful dancing, Luo Xiao." Luo Yin shot Zhao Ping a glare, his face a mask of reluctance. However, urged on by the attendant, he had no choice but to steel himself and follow inside. What Zhao Ping did not anticipate was that once Luo Yin entered, he seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace or sound behind. After what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, Zhao Ping stood outside, his heart racing with unease as the sun set and its rays elongated his shadow. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he began to pace outside the palace. occasionally stopping to gaze at the intricately carved beams and let his thoughts drift inside, wondering what crucial discussions were unfolding within. Bored from waiting, he strolled to the edge of the palace lake, watching the mandarin ducks frolicking in the water, gliding gracefully in pairs across the glistening surface, sometimes nuzzling close together, at other times diving beneath the water, sending ripples across the lake. Zhao Ping sighed inwardly, reflecting on how even the birds appeared content while he faced crises and an uncertain future. Lost in thought, he was startled when Luo Yin appeared silently behind him. Zhao Ping quickly turned, his urgency palpable as he asked, "Was everything successful?" Yet Luo Yin remained silent, his complexion pale and his gaze fixed ahead, lips trembling as he murmured, "It's her, it's not." Seeing this, a chill ran through Zhao Ping, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He gently shook Luo Yin's shoulder, raising his voice to ask again, "Luo Yin, what happened? Did you meet the Empress? Tell me." After a moment, Luo Yin seemed to regain his composure, murmuring, "I saw the Empress, Ling Shuang Linghua. She will help us, she wants us to return, but I wish to stay and assist her in resolving this crisis." Zhao Ping noted the profound impact this encounter had on Luo Yin, his mind racing with various possibilities, only to dismiss them as illogical. Ultimately, he could only lead the seemingly dazed Luo Yin back. Throughout the journey, Luo Yin remained silent, his eyes vacant, his steps unsteady, like a marionette stripped of its strings. Upon returning to their lodgings, Luo Yin shut himself inside his room, ignoring all calls to open the door. The team gathered outside, exchanging concerned glances, their voices hushed as they speculated about the events that had transpired to leave Luo Yin in such a state. Zhao Ping stood vigil at the door, his brow furrowed in worry. He hesitated several times to knock, words caught in his throat, knowing that Luo Yin required solitude to process what must have been an earth-shattering emotional experience. A night passed in silence, broken only by the occasional faint sounds from within Luo Yin's room, reminiscent of suppressed sobs or heavy sighs, tugging at the hearts of those outside. The next morning, palace guards arrived, the lead guard's expression stern as he declared in a booming voice, "By order of the Empress, Luo Yin is to enter the palace alone." The guard continued, "The Empress has decreed that there will be a grand banquet tonight, and she summons Luo Yin to perform a dance to entertain the guests." The guards behind him then presented a beautifully crafted box, adding, "You are to wear this for your performance." As Luo Yin opened the box, the attention of everyone fell upon its contents. A simple white dress, unadorned and plain, starkly contrasting with the opulent style of the Yuanlan sacred dynasty's nobility. This revelation brought forth a wave of humiliation, igniting a furious response among the onlookers, yet they dared not voice their anger in the presence of the palace guard. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed Luo Yin's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly, his composure returning. After a moment's silence, he picked up the garment, scrutinizing it carefully before calmly stating, "Please inform the Empress that this dress is too small for my movements. It would be damaged during the dance. I require an alternative." The guard frowned slightly, replying, "I cannot make decisions on my own. You must first enter the palace." Luo Yin quickly gathered his belongings and followed the guard back to the palace. As they entered, the night had deepened, and the palace was aglow with lanterns, vibrant and lively. The halls were adorned in celebration, filled with officials and nobles clad in splendid attire, laughter and music echoing throughout the grand banquet. Yet, Luo Yin found himself devoid of the spirit to appreciate the festivities. The guard led him directly to the banquet hall, and before they even approached, the sounds of instruments and the joyous chatter of guests reached their ears. The dawn following Luo Yin's solitary return to the inn found him utterly drained, as if his very backbone had been extracted, his steps faltering and his form swaying precariously. Upon hearing of his return, the others sprang from their beds, a flurry of anxious energy as they surrounded him. Luo Yin's face was one of exhaustion, his eyes bloodshot and his complexion pallid. Without uttering a word, he made his way to the bedside, collapsing onto it with a thud, as though he had expended his last ounce of strength. Moments later, a loud knock resounded at the door. A palace guard, resolute and standing tall, addressed the group. "The Empress is pleased with Luo Yin's performance. He is to return to the palace today." The guard continued, "The Empress has heard of Luo Yin's proficiency in light-based abilities and has commanded him to manifest 1,000 crystal-clear light orbs beneath the blazing sun. Each orb required to maintain stability without flickering for the duration of a joss stick, in order to showcase the auspiciousness of the Yuanlan sacred dynasty. Failure to comply would be deemed a disrespect to the dynasty. Zhao Ping's brow furrowed deeply, concern etched across his face as he glanced at the still-sleeping Luo Yin, pondering the implications. Luo Yin had just endured a tumultuous night and had yet to recover. And now the Empress was presenting such a daunting challenge. What could her intentions possibly be? Chapter 67. The unfolding waves of fate. Despite the anxiety and dissatisfaction swirling within him, Zhao Ping suppressed his emotions. Addressing the guard with utmost respect as he pleaded, "Sir, I kindly ask for your patience. Luo Yin has not returned all night and has only just fallen asleep. Allow him a brief moment to rest, and we shall ensure he accompanies you to the palace immediately." At these words, the guard's expression darkened, irritation flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "How dare you keep Her Majesty waiting? Do you wish to court death?" Zhao Ping felt a chill run through him and quickly forced a smile. "Sir, I meant no disrespect. It's just that Luo Yin has returned in a state of disarray after a long night. It is inappropriate for him to meet the Empress in such condition. We simply wish to clean him up a bit to avoid any breach of etiquette. We hope for your understanding." The guard scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Emph, hurry up. Do not keep Her Majesty waiting." With the guard's reluctant acquiescence, Zhao Ping and the others hurried to Luo Yin's room. Zhao Ping gently shook Luo Yin's shoulder, rousing him from his slumber and quickly explaining the situation. Upon hearing the news, Luo Yin forced himself to muster his spirits, enduring his weary body as he prepared to rise and accompany the guards to the imperial palace. Zhao Ping, witnessing this, was filled with concern yet felt powerless to intervene. At that moment, Luo Xian stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she declared, "I can transmit some energy to my brother, assisting him in overcoming this ordeal." The crowd, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness and wonder of her light-based abilities. With a gentle motion, Luo Xian raised her hands, a soft golden glow emanating from her palms, flowing like a lively stream of light into Luo Yin's body. Under the nurturing energy, Luo Yin's originally dim eyes began to regain some luster, and a hint of color returned to his pale face. However, Luo Xian, due to the immense output of energy, swayed unsteadily, appearing significantly weakened. Zhao Ping urgently called out to Qi Hu. "Qi Hu, quickly restore Luo Xian's strength." Qi Hu promptly sprang into action, swiftly condensing verdant wood-based energy in his hands and carefully delivering it to Luo Xian. Luo Yin, touched and pained by the sacrifice Luo Xian was making for him, felt a deep sense of gratitude. Yet, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to say much, casting a serious glance at Luo Xian as he admonished, "Do not do this again in the future." He then resolutely followed the guards to the imperial palace. As Luo Yin arrived at the palace, the sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth with its intense rays. The square of the palace was already teeming with people, ministers whispering to one another, their gazes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Standing in the center of the square, Luo Yin took a deep breath and summoned the energy within him. He slowly raised his hands, a gentle light blooming from his palms, which gradually coalesced and expanded. Before long, luminous orbs began to form around his hands, initially just a few, emitting a faint glow. Beads of sweat dotted Luo Yin's forehead as he gritted his teeth, channeling all his focus to control the output of his power. As time passed, the number of orbs multiplied, swiftly increasing from dozens to hundreds, eventually reaching the thousands. These orbs hovered in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance, their light surpassing even that of the sun. Luo Yin's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his body trembling slightly as maintaining such an immense number of orbs was a tremendous drain on both his physical and mental stamina. Watching the timer's incense burn down, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, he held himself up, using the last vestige of his strength to gradually withdraw his power, causing the resplendent orbs to slowly dissipate. Standing at the highest point of the palace, Empress Shuang Linghua gazed down upon the crowd with piercing eyes and then raised her arm high, proclaiming, "The holy light of our Yuanlan sacred dynasty far surpasses the blazing sun of the Zongling sect. Do you all understand?" As her words echoed, the square erupted in commotion. Some ministers exchanged glances, their expressions complex and silent, as if weighing something, while others were stirred with fervor, raising their arms and shouting, Long live the Empress! Long live the Yuanlan sacred dynasty! We shall surely triumph! The cries reverberated loudly, lingering in the air above the palace. Luoyin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, disorientation crashing over him like a tide, and he could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground. The scene before him grew increasingly blurred, the sounds around him becoming distant and ethereal, as his consciousness began to drift, seemingly plunging into an endless abyss of darkness. Time passed, and gradually, Luo Yin's awareness returned. In a daze, he beheld a familiar figure approaching him. As the silhouette drew nearer, the features became clearer. It was none other than Empress Shuang Linghua. Gazing at the face that was both familiar and foreign, the emotions he had suppressed for years surged forth, and tears streamed down his face as he choked out, "Ling Shui, do you know how desperately I have searched for you?" At the sound of this plea, Shuang Linghua's expression shifted abruptly, her previously gentle gaze turning frigid as she commanded without hesitation, "Take him to the dungeons." No sooner had she spoken than two burly guards rushed forward, seizing Luo Yin by the arms and dragging him forcibly into the palace's dungeon. As night fell, Qin Wani's guards hurried to the residence of Zhao Ping and the others, bearing the grave news of Luo Yin's imprisonment. Instantly, the atmosphere within the room froze, shock etched on every face. Upon hearing the news, Luo Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Zhao Ping quickly stepped forward, gently embracing Luo Xian. Whispering soothingly, "Luo Xian, do not cry. Luo Yin is my sworn brother. I swear I will rescue him." Luo Xian sobbed, her tears soaking Zhao Ping's garments as she choked out, "Zhao Ping, you must keep your promise. He is my only family." Zhao Ping nodded vigorously, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. After comforting Luo Xian, he turned to summon Basila, and the two meticulously selected some precious gifts before hastily making their way to the royal relay station. Intent on seeking an audience with Qin Wani in the reception hall of the royal relay station, Qin Wani met with Zhao Ping and Basila. Her expression was complex, a hint of worry and inquiry evident in her gaze as she slowly addressed Zhao Ping. "Are you aware of Ling Shui?" Zhao Ping was momentarily taken aback, the image of Luo Yin's heartfelt yet pained expression while speaking of Ling Shui flashing through his mind, and he promptly replied, "Luo Yin told me she was the love of his life and his greatest regret." Qin Wani nodded gently before delivering a bombshell revelation, that Empress Shuang Linghua is Ling Shui. At this declaration, Zhao Ping and Basila were struck dumb, their eyes widening in disbelief. They could never have imagined that a mere jest directed at Luo Yin had become reality. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ping recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly recounted the events of the past. Luo Yin's family had fabricated evidence to ensnare Ling Shui, forcing her to take the blame and face imprisonment, threatening Luo Yin that should he resist, they would prosecute Ling Shui, ensuring she would face a lengthy sentence based on the fabricated charges. To protect Ling Shui, Luo Yin had feigned consent to the arranged marriage, all the while secretly gathering evidence to save her. However, no one could have foreseen the sudden outbreak of the aberrant crisis, which completely derailed all plans. For years, Luo Yin had been tormented by guilt over this incident. And now, upon their reunion, Ling Shui had ascended to the lofty position of Empress Shuang Linghua, while the once noble Luo Yin had become a prisoner. Qin Wani listened with furrowed brows, her heart stirred by the tale. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "No wonder Her Majesty's attitude toward Luo Yin has been so peculiar. Though she appears cold and unfeeling, perhaps she is actually trying to protect him. Given the current complex political landscape, with Songling's sect's influence pervading every corner, she likely fears Luo Yin being exploited by enemies as a means to threaten her." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping felt a spark of hope ignite within him, urgently inquiring, "What should we do now? How can we make Her Majesty understand Luo Yin's intentions, dispel the misunderstanding, and secure his release?" Qin Wani paced to the window, gazing out at the swaying shadows of the trees in the moonlit night. Reflecting, this matter is akin to navigating a path through thorns. We must not act in haste. A rash move could trigger sensitive nerves on all sides, escalating the situation further. In my view, we must deliberate carefully, seeking an opportune moment to convey Luo Yin's true feelings and the hidden truths of the past to Her Majesty in a prudent and comprehensive manner. Zhao Ping, burning with impatience, felt his reason nearly consumed by urgency. He abruptly knelt to the ground, his knees hitting the floor with a dull thud, his eyes pleading as he implored, "My lord, the infiltration of the Tsongling sect is insidious and all-encompassing. With Luo Yin imprisoned, I fear that any delay may place his life in jeopardy, and at that point, it would be irrevocable, too late for regret." Qin Wani, realizing the gravity of the situation, furrowed her brows, her expression grave as she replied, "You speak the truth. We must act without delay. I shall go to see Her Majesty at once. Zhao Ping, you will accompany me." Chapter 68. The storms begin to subside, awaiting dawn. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping quickly rose, rushing to Basila's side and quietly instructing, "You must return and inform everyone to remain hidden and avoid going out. If I have not returned by dawn, you must not delay for a moment and return to Hope City immediately." Basila nodded solemnly, fully aware of the weight of responsibility, and swiftly departed. Qin Wani led Zhao Ping through the moonlit palace, their shadows elongated by the silvery light. Soon, they arrived at the exterior of Empress Shuang Linghua's palace. Qin Wani halted, instructing Zhao Ping, "You should hide here and remain silent. I will enter first." Empress Shuang Linghua, taken aback by Qin Wani's unexpected visit at such a late hour, smiled gently. "Aunt, what brings you here at this time?" Qin Wani engaged in light conversation with the Empress, her tone relaxed. "Your Majesty, you have been working hard these past few days. Do take care of your health." After a few exchanges, the conversation gradually shifted to the past. Qin Wani reminisced, reflecting on the time before the aberrant crisis. "We were merely ordinary commoners. Who would have imagined that in a single day, we would rise to such prominence, endowed with such formidable abilities?" Empress Shuang Linghua nodded in agreement, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes as she recalled, "Indeed, I was dismissed from my position due to financial discrepancies and fell into hardship, unable to afford even my rent." Seeing the moment was right, Qin Wani gently steered the conversation toward the pivotal topic. "I heard that during that time, you had a boyfriend?" The Empress's expression shifted dramatically, her previously gentle demeanor turning icy as she retorted, "Why bring up that ungrateful wretch?" Qin Wani gazed earnestly and spoke softly. "Today, one of his friends approached me and shared some matters. What you endured back then was likely far more severe than mere dismissal." Shuang Linghua's expression hardened, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. "Indeed, that scoundrel betrayed me for the sake of climbing the social ladder, callously abandoning me to be with others." Qin Wani shook her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on Shuang Linghua. "Your Majesty, could it be possible that all of this is a conspiracy? Perhaps someone orchestrated this to facilitate a union between Luo Yin and a more suitable match. Deliberately framing you?" Subsequently, Qin Wani recounted the truth from years past, as disclosed by Zhao Ping, with clarity and meticulous detail for Shuang Linghua. As she listened, Shuang Linghua felt as though struck by lightning. Standing motionless in shock, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to her student days, to the tender romance she shared with Luo Yin, a journey that had unfolded over many years. Luo Yin had never revealed his true identity to her. He dressed simply and conducted himself without the arrogance typical of affluent heirs, appearing instead as a destitute youth. Reflecting on the myriad memories they had shared, the joyous moments, the depth of his affection in his gaze, the surprises he had thoughtfully orchestrated for her, the warm embraces during her times of despair, and the sweet recollections that lingered in the streets, she was suddenly reminded of the recent humiliations he had faced in the palace. Forced to perform before others, enduring it all in silence. The shattered sentiments, once marred by misunderstanding, began to quietly mend. The remnants of love and warmth surged back to her heart. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. "So it turns out that it has always been this way. All these years, I have been mistaken about him." Noticing Shuang Linghua's emotional state, Qin Wani seized the moment. "Your Majesty, Luo Yin's devotion to you has never wavered. He is now imprisoned, undoubtedly suffering immensely. I implore you to remember the deep bond you once shared and release him." Meanwhile, in a dark, damp dungeon, reeking of decay, Luo Yin's limbs were cruelly bound by coarse ropes, rendering him utterly immobile as he lay helplessly on the cold, grimy stone floor. At that moment, two hunched prison guards approached him with an air of feigned nonchalance, concealing their sinister intentions. One of them leaned closer, whispering chillingly in Luo Yin's ear, "The Tsongling sect sends their regards." Luo Yin's eyes widened in horror at the revelation. The guards exchanged malevolent smiles, reminiscent of specters in the night, and began their merciless torment of him. As the sounds of his suffering echoed through the chamber, his garments became progressively soaked with blood, and horrifying wounds marred his skin. Time passed, and just as darkness threatened to engulf his consciousness, a thunderous voice erupted, "Stop!" Everyone turned to see Shuang Linghua, draped in a magnificent golden robe, radiating an aura of undeniable authority, arriving personally at this den of iniquity. At this juncture, Luo Yin was barely clinging to life. His vital signs alarmingly faint, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, staining the ground crimson. The two guards, disguised as members of the Tsongling sect, recognized the perilous situation and exchanged glances filled with desperation and madness. Launching a sudden attack on Shuang Linghua from opposite directions with uncanny swiftness, in an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Shuang Linghua, rendering the guards' assaults ineffective as they struck against this radiant barrier like ants against a tree. Their attempts to ensnare and corrupt the golden glow with purple mists proved futile, as Shuang Linghua effortlessly repelled them. The powerful backlash from the golden light sent the guards crashing against the dungeon walls, where they promptly spewed blood and perished. Shuang Linghua paid no heed to the lifeless bodies, her heart racing as she hurried to Luo Yin's side. She gently crouched down, carefully cradling him in her arms. In a flash of golden light, she vanished from the dungeon, reappearing in her serene chamber. Within the tranquility of her quarters, Shuang Linghua laid Luo Yin on the soft bed, a more dazzling golden light emanating from her palms, gradually infusing him with its essence. Under the nurturing glow, the wounds on Luo Yin's body healed at a visible pace, his pallid complexion regaining its color, and his once weak breath steadying into strength. In no time, Luo Yin was fully restored. Zhao Ping, having returned, felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart upon witnessing Luo Yin's revival. He leaned closer, whispering in Luo Yin's ear, "The misunderstandings between you two have been thoroughly resolved. Now, you must earnestly court your empress." With that, Zhao Ping wore a knowing smile before turning to Shuang Linghua and respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, Luo Yin is now safe. I shall refrain from intruding upon your reunion." With that, he swiftly departed, hurrying back to inform the others of the good news. The chamber was left with only Luo Yin and Shuang Linghua, enveloped in silence, their heartbeats intertwining, conveying unspoken affection and longing. Luo Yin gazed at Shuang Linghua, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern, tears brimming as he asked, his voice quivering with years of pent-up yearning, "Lingxue, how have you endured these long years? And to think, you have ascended to the throne as empress. This is all too incredible for me to comprehend." Shuang Linghua paused, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features before she regained her composure. Replying softly, "From now on, please call me Shuang Linghua. In this ruthless world, those with power and formidable abilities often adopt names that reflect their status, distinguishing themselves from the common folk." Upon hearing this, Luo Yin's eyes shone with determination and resolve, and without hesitation, he declared, "Regardless of how the world may change, or how others may address you, in my heart, you shall forever be my Lingxue, my one true love."